Chapter 1 The Ring in Bingbing. Police Station. Lu Jiedwan was kicked out by 2 policemen. He was extremely aggrieved and said, "Comrade policeman, what I said is true. My friend and my girlfriend really disappeared. Please believe what a 21st century youth says, can't you?" The middle-aged policeman had a stern face and said, "If you continue to come to the police station to make trouble, then we can only send you in for obstructing the work of a public official." Lu Jiedwan was helpless. This was already his 3rd time coming to the police station. Why was it that no one was willing to believe him? The young policewoman spoke in a particularly slow tone, always feeling that nothing could make her anxious. She said, "We checked." After a moment's pause, the middle-aged man looked at him. Lu Jiedwan also looked expectantly. The policewoman added, "Those people you mentioned do not exist. We investigated more than once." Confirmed. The middle-aged male police officer turned to go in, and the young female police officer continued, "More than once told you." Lu Jiedwan was indeed not the first time he had been told that the friend and girlfriend he was talking about had not been traced, but he just didn't believe it, and after coming to the police station a few times to make trouble, the police had memorized this person. Lu Jiedwan said, "How can there be no 2 living friends? You say there is no. How can I not believe it?" The middle-aged male police officer turned around and said, "Little Six, come back. If this kid dares to make trouble, we'll send him in for a few days." Officer Little Six thought for a moment, then said, "I do sympathize with you. You need to think about whether you're being cheated." Heads a little green. After she finished speaking, she walked in unhurriedly. Lu Jiedwan looked even more helplessly at the police station's door, and the security uncle looked at him with the gaze of a fool, in addition to a hint of sympathy for the fool. When a person feels that help from the outside cannot be responded to, they will think of self-help. Lu Jiedwan walked back and forth, muttering as he walked, "Sure enough, you still have to rely on yourself for everything." On a road, he was playing with his cell phone when a melodious woman's voice rang out, "Host, be careful." Lu Jiedwan retracted the steps he had just taken. A van sped past. He patted his chest. "Almost let my precious life stay at 19. Why was that voice so familiar just now? Dream. Yeah, in dreams. I keep hearing that voice in my dreams." After Xiao Dan and Lu Jiedwan disappeared, Lu Jiedwan stood at the traffic light and thought, "Why do I keep dreaming lately? Magically I still can't remember the content of the dream, but I remember the voice in the dream." Both Xiao Dan and Lu Su were important people in Lu Jiedwan's life. The former was a girlfriend who might get married, and the latter was an unknown melancholic novelist, laughing to death. The kind of author who couldn't write a lot but couldn't write a fire. Lu Jiedwan really couldn't figure out what in the world sustained him to keep going. "I thought they would live an ordinary life, but 5 days ago, both disappeared. No news at all. Girlfriend is love him Lu Jiedust. Brother is also polish eyes selected. 2 people are not likely to do sorry things. Lu Jiedust is very sure that his 2 friends are in danger. However, after the police to determine, in the Cloud City simply does not exist these 2 people. The police are tired of explaining, but Lu Jiedwan just don't believe it. Time and time again door to door, time and time again be driven away, but he still don't believe the police words. How could the people who had accompanied him for 2 years not exist? Xiao Dan and he lived together. She left no clues when she left. Lu Jiedwan intends to go to Lu Su's house again to take a look. Despite the fact that he has gone there no less than 10 times, he still wants to go there more often. In case he misses any news, it's not easy to say. It's just strange. Every time he came out from Lu Su's house, those people would look at him with strange gazes, and deliberately avoided him, as if they had seen a ghost. Happy neighborhood. Lu Jiedwan got down from the cab, only to feel a vague pain in his right ring finger. I don't know what kind of disease. He has been having irregular pains lately. Lu Jiedwan raised his hand to look. His ring finger had a black ring at some point. What the hell? Where did the ring come from? It wasn't there just now. Why is there suddenly an extra ring? He tried to take it off, but the harder he pushed his hand, the more it hurt. Lu Jiedwan had to give up. With a look of powerlessness, in just a few seconds, he gritted his teeth, quickly and accurately took off this black ring, and afterward threw it towards the road. Such as successfully cheated a person like Lu Jiedwan said, "Small kind. What grades still want to stay in my hand?" The black ring has disappeared. Lu Jiedwan look at their own just thrown position. Nothing, only from time to time sped past the car. On the opposite side of the road, stood a woman. Surprisingly, it was that host Bing Bing. Bing Bing is a TV general station reporter and a traffic code. Why is she here? Lu Jiedwan thought to himself. He was about to run over, but Bing Bing disappeared. At this moment, the 19-year-old teenager's heart was ice cold. He shook his head, and said to himself, how could it be Bing Bing Ben Bing? Just now it must be a blur of the eyes. Recently, for the sake of Xiao Dan and Lu Jiedwan, he was really exhausted. He didn't even have a good rest. Lu Jiedwan strides into the neighborhood. Ice on the opposite side thought, is it my host? How to look not too smart look. he actually threw me away. By his hole won't be. Please ask the system how can be quickly accepted by the host. Waiting online. Quite urgent. Ice disappeared. Lu Jichen came to Lu Su's home and looked at his computer, even the diary. In a document, Lu Jichen found what appeared to be a very important clue, which read, "The disaster of this world is coming, and no one will be spared. Humans will be witnesses and will experience their own destruction firsthand. The world has collapsed. There is no savior, only lowly lives that are greedy for death. If one day I can't find it, it must be because I was eaten by the world, not because I don't love where I live." No, there wasn't much content. Lu Jichen read it and frowned tightly, thinking, is this something he wrote? It doesn't look like it. Just as the youth was puzzled, the earthquake came and the room shook and vibrated slightly. It wasn't as noisy outside as it had been the first few times. People today had basically figured out that they didn't need to run away from small earthquakes, but they couldn't run away from big ones. In recent months, crustal movements are very frequent. At first people still have a sense of awe, but gradually, people are paralyzed. Earthquakes have become a strange thing. A few months of earthquakes to see. Did not happen what big events? Due to the earthquake deaths are there, but definitely not much. People tend to take a chance, so do not think that one day they will be shaken to death. Lu Jichen still cherished life, looking at a few cracks on the wall. He knew that this room has withstood a few earthquakes will surely have collapsed that day. He took Lu's valuables to leave the room. For safety's sake, many people nowadays don't want to live in a house. They prefer to choose a caravan, or in a tent. It felt like the property market was hopeless, and it was almost time for the developers to change careers. Lu Jichen came out with a laptop, a password box, and a backpack. Downstairs he found the black ring in his hand. What in the world? It's pestering me, isn't it? He tried to pull it off hard, but he couldn't get it off at all. And the voice from earlier sounded again. Host, the danger index here is up to 100%. Get out of here. Lu Jichen said in his heart, I'm afraid I'm not having some kind of unbelievable miraculous encounter like those protagonists of novels. Ice hook. By the way hello Lord Host, I'm your beautiful and generous, super invincible systemate. Lu Jichen didn't chat. He took a cab and quickly left. It was also luck that just after he left with his front foot, a happy neighborhood collapsed with a bang. Current news quickly spread this matter to the network. The people in the happy neighborhood were lost in happiness. They died with the world. Lu Jichen came to his tent by the lake in the green meadow. After making sure it was safe, he laid down and asked, I believe you are the system. Say it, what do I have to do to get away from my ring finger? The system said it was very incomprehensible. It a system are down. Why this host still want her to leave? Could it be that this host is so difficult to bring? Why, Lord Host? I can guarantee that you will become a hero in this world that is about to collapse. Hearing the words collapsing world and hero, the young man's eyes lit up as he sat up and asked, isn't there going to be an aura revival or something? And then there are all sorts of marvelous things, right? Chapter 2, what is this place? I don't know. Aren't you my system? Tell me what you can do? It's very useful. Okay, fine. I'll accept you. But, can you turn into a different form? Everyone else's systems are built in. You're the only one who's special. Will communicate normally. There is no ding to activate the system. You also pour special. Say, why choose me? Also, what exactly does your system count as? Science or myth? Want to know? Not telling you. Naughty, but I can take you off. What a middle-aged configuration. Need to put it on again. Okay? Or you can turn into other forms. Host, this system is not omnipotent, but you want to take it off can. But the host will not throw this system again. No, although I have had a dream of martial arts since I was a child, and want to walk the world with a sword, but it's not bad to have a system. By the way, will you turn into a sword for me to play with for Host, what kind of system do you take this system as? Let me take you off first. It's a bit uncomfortable to wear. Lu Jichen gently took off the black ring from his own hand. He looked at the black ring and said, will the world in the future really be in crisis? It will. Host, Lu Jichen got up, after which he threw the ring into the lake. He said, Che, who cares about a broken ring system? I want to be the first immortal of the sword path. Saying that, he even gestured with his hands, as if he really had a sword in his hand. The young man suddenly felt as if he had missed something. He thought to himself, if it's really a system, then why don't I use it to help me find Xiao Dan and Lu Jichen? Lu Jichen jumped into the lake. The water was green in color. It was impossible to see what was inside. He had to feel around in the water for a while. Small shoes, clothing, glass, human hands and feet and so on. It seemed that everything was touched in the water, but did not touch the ring. Disheartened young man ready to go ashore, but he was already in deep danger. He could not poke his head out. A powerful attraction sucked him into the depths. He could not have imagined that the lake would be so deep. Holding his breath for a long time, he struggled. but could not break free. Unable to fight fate, he had to be dominated by it. Lu Jichen is very life-threatening, but right now he really cannot fight it. I don't know how long he had been falling, but he fell out of the air and landed right on the back of the buffalo. The big buffalo said angrily, "What landed on this god's back?" After saying that, it kept bumping. Lu Jichen fell down, and the big buffalo asked, "And where did you come from as an outsider from the village?" Lu Jichen was still a bit baffled. The buffalo can actually talk. "Why am I here? Wasn't it in the lake just now? Is it hard to believe that I had a dream? Or am I already dead?" The buffalo continued, "I'm going to kill you if you don't speak. Say sh. Vomit." Lu Jichen didn't finish his sentence and vomited wildly there. The buffalo rushed over. The youth reached out to block it. The buffalo actually really couldn't rush over, as if it was separated by an invisible wall. Lu Jichen of force. The buffalo was shaken out a long way. Now it was the buffalo's turn to be baffled. The people who entered the village from the outside are all mere mortals. How come this kid has such a strong cultivation? Could it be the return of Not Village's sage? Lu Jichen looked at his finger. The black ring appeared again. The big buffalo knelt down and begged for forgiveness. "Immortal, forgive me. The little god knows his mistake and will never dare to offend Immortal again. I still don't know where this is." Now there is a big talking buffalo. It's just right to ask for directions. Lu Jichen walked over. A heavenly thunder fell from the sky. The big buffalo was split into a roasted whole cow. A voice came from the sky. "Thank you to the big man outside the village for diverting the attention of the sacred cow and allowing this immortal to take advantage of it. Shen Qingming hereby thanks." As the words fell, the corpse of the big buffalo disappeared. Lu Jichen froze in uncertainty. System. Do I belong to traveling or dreaming? Which asshole host through the system just now? Ah, wrong. Admit it. Okay, really no it's wrong. Humph, bad host. Please, dear super invincible beauty system, save me. The environment that the host is now in is the time gap, and the people here call this place Not Village. Not Village is the name of the village in this place. What an ugly name. What is a time gap? There is no concept of time here, and those who survive are all elders who don't age or die. So great, then won't I live forever? Not that good. Those who come here are all very powerful characters, so they will be subjected to all kinds of heavenly tribulations. Oh yeah, just now a lightning bolt struck the buffalo to death, so it's time for sulfuric acid rain to fall next. But host, don't worry, this system has sulfuric acid rain immunization equipment. Lu Jichen thought to himself, did the world collapse cause someone to disappear? I wonder if Xiaodan and Lu Xia could be here. System, do you think my friends could have fallen into this place as well? I don't know. Host, be careful with everything. The time gap is full of threats. Lu Jichen walked all the way forward. As he walked he saw a small stream. Walking along the stream for a while, he found that both sides of the stream were planted with peach trees. Under the peach blossom forest was full of grass. A few crows stood on the trees and cawed with many mouths in a frenzied manner. He did not stop and continued to drive forward. Peach blossom forest to the end. Also came to the source of water. Water from the mountain out. That mountain has a small opening. It seems that small opening leads to the opposite side. Lu Jichen squatted down, tasted a mouthful of water coming out of the mountain. That water is sweet and cold. He wiped his face. Luckily the sun is not too big today. Otherwise I am afraid that I will die of heat. If this mountain can be passed through, then let's go straight through here, and save the need to go over the mountains. He approached the small opening of the mountain. At first it was so narrow that he could only move in sideways. After 5 minutes of traveling, the road was wider and was able to walk right through. After the road was well traveled, he quickened his pace. As expected, did not disappoint, Lu Jichen stood in the cave. The whole person is relaxed and happy, because into the eyes of the village house is just like a house. The village house between the path crisscrossed. Chickens, dogs, and pigs roamed across the village paths. Lu Jichen was worried. Those beasts won't be able to speak like the buffalo. These scenes always felt familiar, but I just didn't know where I had seen them before. The wheat in the fields had already grown and would soon be able to be harvested. In the upper reaches of the water source there is a lake. There are a few teenagers standing by the lake. They are not wearing clothes. 2 of them are still standing together peeing into the water. Lu Jichen for a moment seems to feel clogged up in his heart. Consoling himself, it's good that they are just peeing. Just thought so. Under a few teenagers came the mooing sound of a yellow cow. Lu Jichen looked down. The damn yellow cow was teeing in the water. Lu Jichen reached out and picked his mouth, trying to spit out the water he drank, but there was no reaction at all. The system consoled. Host, don't worry about it. It's all flowing so far away it's fine. The water has a self-purifying function and it's only so small. It'll be fine. In the survival of human society, you think what you eat is clean. That is only the perceived good. Maybe even dirtier than the water here. Otherwise how could there be so many bad people? Lu Jichen said, you do know how to comfort people. I thank you, host. The aura of this place is very abundant, which means that this place is more dangerous. So be careful. Hey, that stupid big guy at the cave entrance. Come over here and play with us. The child by the lake shouted. That voice was extremely shrill. Lu Jiechan almost couldn't stand it. A teenager instantly came to Lu Jiechan's side from the lakeside, which was more than 100 meters away. He took a look at the youth from top to bottom and said, "Are you from an outside village?" The system's voice warned, "Host, be careful. He has a very strong killing intent." The youth continued, "The ring on your hand is nice. Lend it to me to play with." Lu Jiechan said, "I would like to, but it recognizes its owner and won't follow you. So that's simple. I killed you, not on the line." A transparent sword appeared in the hands of the teenager. Appearing and disappearing, Lu Jiechan liked it so much when he saw it, but he didn't realize that the teenager in front of him wanted to kill him. Transparent cold light sword chopped in Lu Jiechan's body. He suddenly felt a headache. After the eyes all black, the teenager was Lu Jiechan's body around the black air bomb out. At this moment, Lu Jiechan completely lost his mind. The cold light sword in the teenager's hand was no longer visible. Lu Jiechan drove the wind, flew to the teenager, and stomped the teenager into the water with one big foot. Chapter 3, Is it God's will? Or is it a self-inflicted sin? A few teenagers put on clothes and surrounded him. Lu Jiechan, surrounded by black gas, now is already a little self-consciousness. The two sides began to fight to the death. The water of the teenager came out. Several people together against the youth from the village in front of the eyes. Despite the cultivation is not low, but also did not get a little advantage. Lost his mind. Lu Jiechan and the system help valor to let a person afraid. Fist and feet of the power of the terror degree only be beaten by the teenagers. No. If not, they have the ability to live forever. I am afraid that has been dead more than once. Not a few rounds, the teenagers all fell down. Lu Jiechan wanted to kill them all. Murderous approaching a teenager. Suddenly, a wisp of sword chi flew towards the youth. Lu Jiechan avoided it. Immortal-style old man in old robes appeared in front of the crowd. He spoke calmly, "Little friend, since you have come here and are destined to live together for eternity, why are you cruel to kill? You killed the old man's cow. The old man hasn't looked for you yet." Lu Jiechan was not polite to the old man, and was about to make a move. The other party only gently pushed him and flew far away. The old man said, "It seems that we still need to exorcise the evil spirits first." Just got up. Lu Jiechan was a few teenagers tugged his arm. No matter how he struggled, a few teenagers just won't let go. The old man drifted over. Double finger point on his forehead. The person fell asleep. The sky is covered with black clouds. The old man said, "It's going to rain. Why don't you guys hurry to take shelter from the rain?" The teenagers bowed and saluted and then disappeared. And the chickens and ducks in front of the village households also disappeared. A transparent cow suddenly appeared beside the old man, and he rode the buffalo backwards and sailed away. The acid rain came. It corrodes things that didn't have time to take shelter. Lu Jiechan is also in the rain. The black ring transforms into ice. Holding a big black umbrella in his hand to give the youth shade from this unmitigated disaster. Sulfuric acid rain corrodes the freshly grown grass, shoots, big trees, and the village households covered by the villagers. Only this big umbrella it can't corrode. Under the umbrella Lu Jiechan is still sleeping. Ice squats, holding his chin, listening to the sound of the ticking rain outside, looking at everything around him that is corroded. Big head Ice thought, this host is really not very smart, or let the acid rain corrode away. Time gap in the sky with a more serious childlike. Acid rain cannot corrode the life of the big black umbrella, then it will use a more powerful way. In addition to the acid rain, hail, thunder also fall in unison. Not the village does not know what exactly is the reason for the guy who lives above so angry. A few villages have seen Lu Jiechan's teenagers have some guesses. Others do not know. Backwards riding a buffalo left that immortal now in his own spacefield drinking, holding a book 3 bodies to read. God's anger let him put down the book, thinking, after the world of people live better. Imagination is rich. Come to the youth, why so let it shocked anger? Is it also afraid of it? He picked up the bottle of wine and took a sip of the mellow flavor, after which he closed his eyes and meditated. Ice under the big black umbrella took advantage of her host's lethargy, pinching her face and nose for a while. The thunder outside was deafening. Lightning struck the big black umbrella one by one, and Ice got angry. She angled the big black umbrella to make sure Lu Jiechan was not victimized by the acid rain and lightning before walking out. The small patch of world was dark and dangerous. Ice looked up at the sky. The wind whistled and a few tornadoes swept towards her, and that's when the immortal old man appeared and said, "Little girl, aren't you scared?" Bing Bing replied, "It's not even afraid of me. What am I afraid of it for? Today, the old man will accompany you, a product of the afterworld." The old man also looked at the sky together. When the sky is gazing at you, you are also gazing at the sky, and you can even drive more people to gaze at the sky together. In just a few minutes, all the vengeance the sky had given to this land was all gone. Perhaps it was afraid of the combined power of the two men, or perhaps it had run out of tricks. As the dark clouds dispersed, the two put their heads down. Bing Bing angled his head to look at the old man and said, "Didn't you say that heaven and earth are not kind to take everything as ruminants? Why are you so valiantly favoring a post-apocalyptic person this time?" The transparent water buffalo appeared once again. The old man sat on it. The water buffalo, as he walked, he said, "When I gaze at it alone I dare not be unruly, but together with you I have a few more chances of winning, and with the chances of winning, I will be able to set the rules as well." Ice said, "I know who you are. The world you have survived is facing extinction. Don't you want to go back to save it? I'm just an old man. I can't do anything. The disaster of mankind. Have to carry through it by yourself. Carry through it or not to me is just a change of earth. It has no effect on the things here. Tell your creator that he is strong." Fuzi disappeared. Everything returned to peace. The things that were corrupted just now grew back. Lu Jiechen woke up. Ice transformed into a black ring. Lu Jiechen had no memory of what he had just remembered. He only remembered what happened when he stood at the entrance of the cave. Looking at the big black umbrella, he called out, System, where is this place? What happened just now? Why am I here? Host, you fainted. Just now acid rain, lightning, hail and hurricane came down here. We survived. How did I pass out? Don't know. Oh, Lu Jiedwan tried to recall. He only remembered that he was slashed by the teenager who suddenly appeared with a sword, and then he didn't remember anything after that, and the system really didn't know that memory either. Right, cold light sword. Where is that teenager just now? System, where is he? That sword is simply too handsome. I don't know. By the way, host, this big black umbrella will be our equipment in the future. Oh, quickly put it away. The youth was a bit lost and said, I want to juggle swords. You either give me the system or the big black umbrella. So when can I become a hero in the chaotic world? The system said it was helpless. Do all 18 or 19-year-old middle-aged youths think that they can rise up in a chaotic world and become a great hero that everyone admires? A voice came from the distance. Come look. That person is still there. He hasn't been corrupted. A group of people ran over, and the system reminded, host, don't worry, they don't have killing intent, even enthusiasm. Lu Zhechen got up and put away the large black umbrella. The villagers approached him and asked him where he came from, where to go, what was the world he was in like, what were the new things in the outside world. They also enthusiastically took him home, wiping the necks of chickens, ducks, and geese in a burst of don't noises. For some reason, Lu Zhechen at the dinner table actually felt that the meat of the talking chickens and geese was better and tasted better. Under the hospitality, he of course took outside information in exchange. In addition to the Longwu people, there were foreigners here, but they all spoke Chinese, which was the first language here. The youth wiped his mouth after a full meal at the village headman's house and asked the people at the table, by the way, hasn't the village had any outsiders come in recently? A middle-aged man with center back pants tapped the table and said, you don't say, there are really two, a man and a woman, quite good-looking. The woman looks a bit melancholic, and will also write something. The man is very positive and optimistic, and has already mingled with the village people. Lu Jiedwan listened to is also right. Lu Su is indeed writing novels. Write something normal. Xiaodan character greatly grinning. Very good to get along with. But this middle-aged described, as if we're strange. At this time, the open door suddenly rolled in a basketball, and the middle-aged backstrap pants wiped his mouth and said, sorry, little brother. I'm very interested in you and the world you've come from, but the little black guys are looking for me to play ball. Excuse me. The middle-aged man with center back pants dribbled the ball out. Lu Jiedwan wanted to say something. The village chief said, old G is like this. He loves to play with the younger generation. In order to integrate into the little black children, he has practiced the ball steps for 2.5 years, and has brought a lot of fun to the black children. He's a great man now, the village chief said while giving old G's back a thumbs up. Lu Jiedwan asked, village chief, can you tell me where those two are now? You can. They actively integrated when they arrived and were harmless as humans and animals, so we arranged for them to stay. Suddenly, a villager's voice came from outside. He said, village chief, Mao Zhou is here. Mao Zhou is here. Who is Mao Zhou? Lu Jiedwan asked. Two big shots. Come on, let's go out to greet them. They must be happy that you're here. They're rushing towards you. Who is it? Very powerful? Do I recognize them? It can't be another melon congregation that is interested in the outside world. Mustn't be rude. When you meet them, I'm afraid you'll have to kowtow. Without them, there's no environment for you to live in. Nah, child, go, welcome them. Several people walked out together. Lu Jiedwan stood at the end doorway, only just out. Two people came in. Lu Jichen really cannot help but kneel. Chapter 4 isn't something so meaningful worth consolidating 3 views? The system voice rang out. Steady, steady, dog host. Let's not interact at this time. You stay obediently by yourself. Search for novels to read by yourself. 1 word at a time. Host, I am helping you. Afraid of your heart panic. Afraid of you being denied. And then help you to ease. Just say that the system is not tied to your heart liver system. Go. Don't make trouble. No time to make trouble with you. I am very busy. Che, fine dog host. If you're beeping, I'll really throw you away. I'm afraid of myself even if I'm ruthless. I'll just chop off my hand. Then I will grow on the host's neck. You chop. Slightly. For a few seconds, Lu Jiechan really wanted to throw away this rotten system. He loved swords and wanted to become a swordsman sword immortal, not a system owner in a brainless novel. The thought of finding a way to melt the external system once he found Lu Su and Xiao Dan kept circling in his head. He didn't know if the system knew about his treacherous thoughts, but it did think. Lu Jiechan's emotions were excited. The whole person was on the verge of cheering, although he had also seen a very powerful old man just now. But he didn't know the old man's identity. Now that he saw the 2 men, there were these 2 great men in his textbook. He remembered. Although the 2 men wore masks, a red mask, a yellow mask, but that temperament, that style, at a glance you know who they are. Young man, tell me, what is your name? Where do you come from? Nowadays, how far has the Dragon Kingdom developed to? You have to talk to us 2 old men who have left society. The 2 of them helped Lu Jiechan up, and while talking, they pulled Lu Jiechan towards the place where they lived. In the cave, the old man who had left on the buffalo was playing a game on a stone table, and opposite him was a transparent person. The transparent person spoke. Husbandman, his arrival signals that your guess was right. Are you going to step in and do something? Husbandman shook his head. I don't know. Let's see again. He finished and dropped his pieces. The transparent man took a look and saw that his defeat was assured. Old ox, you have to be serious when playing chess. Today you gave me too few chances to regret my moves. Far less than 1/10,000th of the strength of the past moves. Fuzi, the building is about to fall. It's not like you're a mundane anymore. What's the point of worrying? Why don't you think about how to get back at that little Taoist friend? The old ox only laughed, then stopped talking and directly disappeared. And the Fuzi also disappeared on the stone bench. Lu Jiedwan told the village people over and over again, and now that he was talking to them, he was still happy to be active, telling them about the development of the Dragon Kingdom in every detail. I don't know how long passed. The Dragon Country can say all the big and small things we're told. The red mask old man left. Also don't say where to go. Mysterious. Yellow masked grandfather writing. Lu Jiechan walked over, said softly, Grandfather, I did not disturb you, right? Yellow masked grandfather put down the brush, said amiably, not at all. In the past they were busy working, no time to develop hobbies. Now stole a free hand, began to write some of their favorite fiction stories. Book cover name is called I and My Faith. The author pen name is FF. Yellow masked grandfather said, now try to write a very new thing. But you have time. We still have to talk about it. Young people are going to be determined, but certainly will be confused. There will be a lot of questions you want to ask it. Lu Jiechan nodded frantically, like a nodding machine that only nods. The yellow-masked grandpa did not panic and said, ask whatever questions you have. I will only use some of the knowledge I know to answer you. Lu Jiedwan usually lacks a string in his brain and can't think comprehensively. Now that he has a question to talk with the great man, he naturally wants to tell and ask properly. He said, isn't it hot with the mask? You do not bring also someone knows. Grandpa Yellow Mask flinched for a while and said, you can ask something else. Lu Jiedwan had an honest face. He also thought about why the 2 characters were wearing masks, but the bones and temperament knew who they were at a glance. He suppressed his curiosity and asked, Grandpa, I and even up and down the Dragon Country, none of them are not convinced by your personality. The love between you and Grandma is even more enviable. I'm a person who thinks of what to say and what to ask. The first unanswered question in front of me today is the problem of feelings. How to talk about it well. Talk about love for a long time? Yellow Mask grandfather's hands on both legs. He did a few seconds of thinking, and then spoke, is the youth should have the nature of the heart. Enthusiastic, heroic, but also dissipate quickly. You do not have to be anxious for today's such a nature of the heart. Well, the development of things is a spiral. The future of the future you are certainly better than the present. Thank you for your affirmation and encouragement. Yellow Mask grandfather patted Lu Jiechan's shoulder, said, young people, emotional problems can indeed be used to talk about. With what you have told about today's Dragon Country, all development is good. Then it is time to perfect and sound personality. Moral character. He thought for a while, then said, 2 people can come together must not be for a moment of pleasure and no progress. I and Xiao Qiao have only had a one-sided relationship. and then deepened their understanding of each other through the exchange of letters. We are more than just husband and wife. We are also growth agents for both sides. Supervisors, learning from each other. In addition to the husband and wife lover relationship, we are also eternal partners. Lu Jiedwan nodded. I've seen movies and TV shows made in later generations using the story of you and grandma, so I know some of it, but I always want to know that there won't be any fights during the process of getting along. Grandpa smiled and said, of course problems will exist, but problems are meant to be solved. I think the first thing to consider when two people get together is of course the three views, and I'm talking about the three views, not character, virtue. People and people's virtues are uneven, can't be used to compare, but to say three views, that's something to say. Two people with similar three views, no matter whether they're good or bad, can be together, because their way of thinking is pretty much the same. She and I are the three views are similar, the struggle for the same goal, the way of thinking is also similar, so not to go apart. Of course, the process of mutual tolerance is also very important. Grinding is very necessary. Being together with someone you like and whose three views are the same. Time is always short and very insufficient. This is what Xiao Xiao and I think every time we part ways. Lu Jiedwan nodded and thanked. I get it. Thank you, Grandpa. People with similar three views, people who will tolerate each other can go far. Even if thieves, robbers, and villains, they can be together if they think logically and have the same goal. The old man smiled and nodded his head. It is to see that you understand well, but do not have some wrong, improper ideas. Oh, this is very dangerous. Will not. I completed 9 years of compulsory education, but also read high school, college. My three views but very positive. Three views are just right. Three views are just right. Future pillars of the country. What other questions do you have? I will try to answer them for you together today. At this time, the system's voice rang out. How is it, host? Having a system is still very good, right? Being able to sit down and talk about life's rights and wrongs with a big shot. This treatment is unparalleled and unprecedented. Lu Jiedwan ignored the talkative system, looked at the amiable prime minister, and asked many questions in one breath. Grandpa almost told his outlook on life, worldview, and values to this youth who boasted of a very positive outlook on three things. In the evening, the red-masked grandfather came back. Lu Jiedwan also pulled him to continue to ask all kinds of questions. Yellow-masked grandfather himself usually good temper. Others ask him questions. Tossing him are no problem. But disturbing the red-masked grandfather is really not good. So he quietly went out to go. He sought out the village chief and arranged for the youth with too many questions to be placed away from the two of them. The village chief quickly arranged the broken-mouthed Lu Jiechan in a place far away from the two of them. And he didn't make a fool of himself anymore. The night was already late, and he laid down on his bed and thought, today's conversation really benefited a lot. Some people's existence itself is a kind of power. The system voice sounded. Ding, dog host, what are you rambling about? Rotten system, what are you barking at? We definitely can't keep living here all the time, so we have to go back. Going back is definitely necessary, but how to go back? Chapter 5, Dreams are Real. A warm reminder. The old men we saw during the day were all very powerful, especially the one who rode a water buffalo upside down. Is he the Taoist priest? Host, you know, oh, I thought you didn't know anything. This is a gap in time. A higher order than ours put those with great accomplishments in there to stop them from doing something that would affect their status, right? The system acknowledged the youth's point of view and said, host, why do I feel like you've gotten smarter all of a sudden? You're actually analyzing it, and I feel that the analysis is right. There are not only those who are doing scholarly work and establishing a new order, but also those who are doing inventions and creations. Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, the ancestors of the three religions, the discovery of gravity, the invention of the light bulb, the telephone, the airplane that a few are here. Oh, do we want to go and visit them? Lu Jichen shook his head and said, great men and geniuses like to be alone. Our presence will only disturb them. I think it's better not to. Today's harvest is already a lot. The worldview and methodology or have to cross the river by themselves to feel the stones to be engraved. I now want to know why I came here, my friend's current situation, and how to get back. My host Sama, I feel that after the baptism, your level has risen a lot. Just hurry up and tell me why I'm here. Being mean to people. Humph, then I won't say anymore. You can think for yourself. There's no system that's that petty. Say it and I'll give you a reward. The system was not paying attention to Lu Jiechen. After a day of tossing and turning, he had to fall into a deep sleep. In the youth's dream, the world was in ruins. The people were in a terrible state. Lu Jiechen stood in an environment where sparks were flying due to the malfunction of the used mechs. The buildings were falling from the east to the west. He was surrounded by fallen and mutilated corpses, and the blood flowed in a single line as if it was water. Lu Jiedwan searched for something in the rubble. Lu Su, Xiao Dan, where are you guys? From the distance came human voices. and the cries of a child, Lu Jiedust ran over. It wasn't the two people he cared about, but a flowery-faced woman who was crushed by a collapsed thick wall. When she saw Lu Jiedust coming over, she cried out, "Benefactor, benefactor, save my child, save my child." The woman's body was curled up. The small child was in the small space where his own mother was curled up. Lu Jiechen looked around for a while. There was nothing, not a single person. So thick and heavy wall alone he could not do anything at all. He said, "You wait here, I'll go find someone to get you guys out." The woman with the spent face cried out, "Don't go, benefactor, we'll be hopeless if you go. Those guys will come over soon." The woman had only finished speaking when a voice came from behind Lu Jiechen. He quickly turned around. Behind him were 3 or 4 unknown monsters, brown in color, tigers and bears, with long tongues surrounding their necks. Lu Jiedwan saw such creatures for the first time. His whole body was unsteady, staggering a few steps, finally still leaning against the ruins. The long-tongued creatures had a triangular body on their backs, and it flew to the forefront, using its mind to move the thick wall away from the woman, who didn't think she was going to be relieved. Sure enough, one of the long-tongued creatures stomped up. Its long tongue pierced through the woman's heart. The long-tongued creature had the ability to suck blood. It sucked the blood from the woman's body bit by bit. Lu Jiechen on the side cannot do anything but be afraid. Now he is difficult to protect himself. The woman's body gradually cooled down, and the child's cries became louder and louder. Just when the woman's life was about to run out of gas, she used the little strength she had left and said, "Benefactor, please, you must take my son out of here and let him grow up in peace. My child, he has an extraordinary name. His name is Lu Jiechen." Lu Jiechen's eyes widened greatly, looking at the mother in front of him, and looking at the child in her arms. The woman finished throwing the child over. Just as Lu Jiechen was about to catch it, a woman suddenly appeared to intercept it. The woman was dressed in black, with her back to Lu Jichen, holding the child and gently rocking it, her mouth still humming a song. Although Lu Jiechan was scared, he still called out, "Give me the child." The mother, who had been stabbed through the chest, was sucked out of her blood and collapsed on the ground in a parched heap. The triangle didn't speak. It didn't even have a mouth, but said, "Earthlings, death, no longer, exist." As the long-tongued creature approached Lu Jiedwan, the woman who had snatched the child turned around and said, "You ugly-looking people, get the hell out of here and don't you dare scare our new friend." Underneath the long black hair, the woman's face was extremely ugly. Her eyes were extremely small as if they weren't open, and her mouth was huge, as if she could swallow the child in her hand in one gulp at any time. The tricorder said, "Queen, humans, annihilate. Shut the hell up, ugly. I know what to do with it." The queen threw the child out. The long-tongued creature caught it. The child died on the spot. Lu Jiedwan covered his chest. Hidden pain. The queen said, "Child, want to join us? Become a demon. Then you won't be bullied anymore." I don't know why. After that mother and daughter died, Lu Jiechen's sense of justice was born. He decided to egg on the stone. Even if he lost, he didn't regret it. He had just run towards the queen when one of the long-tongued creatures pierced through his abdomen, and the blood in his body was frantically draining away. The queen walked over and said, "Why are you so ill-behaved and disobedient? You child, look, getting like this, sister is also heartbroken." The demon queen then opened her bloody mouth and approached Lu Jiedwan. When the youth woke up, the sky was already bright. The system said, "Host, you had a dream. Hey, it feels as peaceful as watching a movie." Rotten system, you know I dreamed. Why don't you remind me? Give me power or let me wake up. It's simply too horrible and brutal. Who made the host disobey? And I love dreaming hosts the most. You'd better learn how to talk for people. By the way, to remind the host, yo, the dreams you have are not all dreams. Oh, what do you mean? That is to say, some things in the dream, the scene will happen. Lu Jiedwan got worried, but quickly said, "I don't still have you. When the time comes, you should be able to help me." A knock came from outside the door. Lu Jiechen opened the door to welcome his guest. In front of him stood a familiar man, but felt strange. The man jumped into Lu Jiedwan's arms, crying while saying, "Dust, I knew you would come to me. I've waited so hard for you." Lu Jiechen pushed the man away, feeling that the 1'6" man in front of him looked familiar, but the gender was not right. The youth said, "It's me, Dust, don't you recognize me? Didn't you say that you can recognize me no matter what I've become?" Lu Jiedwan's impression of Xiao Dan was usually big and bold, and although she didn't have a front and back body, she was very standard looking. But now what was with this beard? The voice line was even thicker than a man's. To be exact, the current Xiao Dan was a man. With a tentative tone, Lu Jiedwan asked, "You don't be Xiao Dan?" The bearded youth said, "I knew you recognized me." He hugged Lu Jichen once again. "Be gentle, your beard is sticking into me." Xiao Dan responded, "Stinky men, none of them are good. Saying this, she also pushed Lu Jiechan a bit. Lu Jiechan said, I was able to figure it out, but I'm afraid that I won't be able to accept it for a while, so tell me what's going on, and also, where is Lu Su now? At this time, Lu Jiechan really do not know is happy or sad. Aside, the village chief looked at the two big men hugging is also snooze. He said, since you meet, that I can go, you slowly chat, do not care, here, 100 taboo, we will not mind. Although his mouth said so, the real thought in his heart was, will only despise you all. The village chief left quickly. Xiao Dan pulled Lu Jiechan's hand. Lu Jiechan broke away and said, let's go inside first and talk about it. Talk about it properly. Xiao Dan put her hands on her belly and pressed her head down, squirming and looking at the fierce man pampering. Lu Jiechan pulled this bearded fierce man into the house with dislike. The two sat down and exchanged. During the process, Xiao Dan tried to pull Lu Jiechan's hand one at a time, while Lu Jiechan broke free one at a time, and had to extract the information she experienced under the harassment of this fierce man to see if there was any help. From Xiao Dan's mouth, Lu Jiechan learns of all the things they have encountered. Chapter 6 True. Things are not what they used to be. Before not coming here, Lu Su had secretly looked for Xiao Dan, not to chat about something that was not on the table, but to prepare a birthday gift for Lu Jiedwan. The three grew up in the orphanage and were very good friends, understanding each other and giving to each other. Lu Jiedwan liked some very strange and novel things, so the two discussed buying him a new gadget. Lu Xian contacted a seller of invisible cloaks from somewhere, and year after year they gave Lu Jiedwan some uninspired gifts to get rid of people. So this year they wanted to give Lu Jiedwan a cloak, a very new thing. Who would refuse an invisible cloak? It was simply heavenly. The two added up all their savings and were still short. Lu Jieshwan said he could figure it out. Then somehow by some trick he really got it together. But in the process Xiao Dan realized that Lu Jieshwan was not right. His whole temperament had changed drastically, but in order not to let the surprise go down the drain, so he didn't say anything. On the cloak deal, they were about to be by the river. When inspecting the goods, a group of people suddenly appeared. They pushed Lu Su and Xiao Dan into the water. After that the water created an attraction, pulling the two people all the way down. When they woke up, Xiao Dan turned into a man, while Lu Su turned into a beautiful woman. Mentioning this, Xiao Dan was furious and said, Dust, you don't know. Your good brother is simply shameless. Become a woman is still shameless. He actually accepted this fact. Talk wine, put himself in a pour. With not the village of all kinds of people, men meet, simply disgusting. With an idiom to describe it is a watery woman. Here tell, Lu Jiedwan also be whole will not. How there is so outrageous things. He said, this way, you first take me to him, the three of us together to figure out how to get out. Xiao Dan turned her back to Lu Jiedwan, clasped her hands, beamed, and said, people don't want it. At this moment, Lu Jiechun was not thinking about how to coax this pampered woman, but wanted to beat up this guy. How can you be so disgusting? But thinking that the other party was his girlfriend, he lost his mind again for a moment. Alright, then I'll go find him myself. Lu Jiechun really didn't want to stay a piece with a bearded fierce man who could be pampered. He left the house. Xiao Dan chased after him, holding Lu Jiechun's hands and said, a man's mouth, deceiving ghosts, the mouth has a bar, coaxing a little bit of people won't for the record, fierce man, no, Xiao Dan, you are now a man's body, humph, no matter, people's mouth is dry. Lu Jiedwan's entire body almost didn't go crazy. He suddenly pointed to the sky and said, look, flying saucer. Xiao Dan believed. Looking in that direction, Lu Jiachen took the opportunity to escape. Who wanted to not run out very far will be running up. Xiao Dan kicked down. Guts fat is it? Actually lie to me. Lu Jichen thought inwardly, help me. System. However, the system did not give him any response. The place where Lu Jieshwan lived quickly arrived. Like other buildings, the buildings in the village were all mud houses. But differently, the courtyard where Lu Jieshwan lived was filled with all kinds of flowers and plants, and the aroma ran into the house from time to time as if it had long legs, and then filled other people's courtyards and noses. Lu Xiu was wearing a white dress. Her hair was spread over her shoulders. She had her back to the door and seemed to be writing something. Lu Jiedwan was about to go in. Xiao Dan pulled him back and said, I'm not going to go in, and I don't want you to go in, but I know I can't stop you. But Dust, you mustn't be mesmerized by this guy who's a man in essence, and a woman in appearance. What the hell? He's my brother. Even if he doesn't have the chance to change back in the future, he's still my brother. Big deal. He's a sister. Then do Xiao Dan is also your girlfriend for life? Lu Jiedwan didn't say anything. He went in by himself. Du Xiaodan muttered in a small voice, slutty, leprechaun, cut. The youth just went in, and Lu Jieshwan let out a euphonious voice, coming? Lu Su was practicing soft penmanship, and was now writing, once the ocean was hard to be water, except for Wushan is not a cloud. You don't seem to be surprised that I would come. How could I be surprised? I thought for sure you'd find me and him, and would definitely come. And here I have a lot of interesting things to do, waiting for you to come, and the inherent body odor of you is unique. Girlfriend into a bearded fierce man. Brother into a literary and beautiful talented woman. Such a life really let Lu Jiedwan suspicion. Nowadays talk also flirty. Lu Jiedwan put down the brush, lightly slant an angle. The two people look at each other. That angle happens to be a movie and TV show designed for men and women to heart each other's shots. The door outside of the small Dan grinding his teeth and cutting his teeth. A heavy punch on the mud wall. The mud wall a whole side down. Lu Jiedwan looked at Xiao Dan in the yellow ash. Lu was extremely calm and said, "Don't worry. There will be someone willing to come and fix it. The poor ones are my flowers and plants. Later on I'm going to hold a burial ceremony for the flowers and plants. Do you want to participate? Brother Jieduan, be normal. You're obviously older than me. Can you not forget about being a man? Then call Brother Jieduan?" Lu Xian said and then covered her mouth and laughed, the same way as a great lady who was raised in a deep bosom. She added, "By the way, I've changed my name now. My name is Lu Yu." Lu Jade tried to restrain her temper that was about to explode and said, "I came here to find you and take you away. Right now I should think about how to go out." "Go out and do what? Why do you want to go out? Jie Chen, is this place not good? Life can be eternal, and there are powerful people in history here. You can get whatever you want to learn or know from them. Why should you go back to that dirty world? The people there are hypocritical and arrogant. Let's live here together, okay?" Lu Zhechen shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be like this. I just wanted to come and talk to you about how we can go back. Since you don't want to, I'll give you time to think about it. I'll find a way to go back on my own. I hope that you can give me an answer when I find it. Is it bad here? Why do we have to go back? We were kin in that world, and now that we're all here, why go back? This place doesn't belong to us." Lu Zhechen finished walking out. Halfway there, the system voice always sounded, "Host, be careful, she's trying to kill you." Xiaodan ran up and held Lu Zhechen's hand. The system was silent again. Xiaodan said, "How was it? Is it disappointing?" "No, I'm just conveying my thoughts today. It's still important for him to think about it. Let's find a way back first." Xiaodan stopped his footsteps. Lu Jiechan couldn't move forward. He was most afraid at this moment to hear Xiaodan say that he didn't want to leave either. Xiaodan said, "Jiechan, I'm not the same as her. If you want to go back, then I'll accompany you to look for ways to go back piece by piece. If you want to stay, it's fine with me. In short, wherever you are, I'll be wherever you are. Go back." Lu Jiechan said unwaveringly, back to the place where he lived. Lu Jiechan wasted 9 oxen and 2 tigers to persuade Xiaodan to go back to his house to rest on his own. Otherwise he still wanted to stay. Lu Jiechan was really worried that something would happen. The two of them split into 2 ways to find a way back. Lu Jiechan went to find those big names in the Dragon Kingdom to explain their own encounters as well as ideas. Xiaodan went to talk with those inventors to talk about the physical knowledge of the 2 people from this space to teleport out. Because of Lu Jiechan's appearance, as well as nearly impossible ideas, not the village of the villagers responded positively, launched a national thinking. Night, Lu Jiechan did on the bed, asked, system, in or out? In. Dog host, can you leave a little bit of virtue? That, in, has been in, so answer always okay. About how we go back, do you have an idea? No idea. At the moment we definitely can't go back. Why? Because that place is still just shaky. Going back is hard, but if it's already in pieces, then we can go back. No, we can't be passive. We have to take the initiative and go back. Host, I think your girlfriend and brother are hiding something from you. What? It can't be. By the way, I've been having doubts today. You're not a broken mouth. Why didn't you say a word when I was with Dan? Lu and Lu together today? I detected the devil's breath on them. Oh, and they are also scanning the host's body. Chiat. In the host turned away. That woman clearly on the host to kill. Can't. You should feel wrong. They can't possibly kill me. Chapter 7 Resuscitation. Resuscitation. The system reminded. In such a place, you still have to be careful in everything. Oh dog host. Lu Jiechan lay down and thought about how to smoothly bring his 2 friends back and how to return them to their original gender identities. The world doesn't stop turning just because you or one of them is missing. The disappearance of Lu Jiechan as well as his friends didn't attract anyone's attention. No one even remembered that they existed, still going about their own business. And the earthquakes shook a few times a day at irregular intervals. Problems arose just to brew solutions. More and more people gave up on housing, and fewer people bought houses. Some realtors turned to selling tents. And in the climate of the daily earthquakes, the sales of tents as well as some weapons for self-preservation dawdled. Late night, on the road leading home, the trees on both sides of the road block the light, and those returning can only barely see. The young man is returning home after his part-time job. walking along the road, getting more and more anxious as he has the vague feeling that something is following him, and he turns around and realizes nothing. Suddenly, there was a snap. The youth turned his head and a notebook appeared on the ground with Death Note in large letters on the cover of the page. Quiet in all directions. No one passed by. The youth squatted down and touched the notebook. That feeling that someone was staring at him became even stronger. He looked up and a strange-looking beast with long hands and feet touched his eyes. The young man's legs went weak and he sat on the ground. Fear creeping into his heart. The beast even spoke. "Hey there, Han Shao Kung. My name is Ryuk. You touched the Death Note, and from today onwards, you're my master." Han Xiaogong recognized this guy. He had seen him before in a movie he had watched. He didn't think that there really was a god of death. Thick spoke again. "Don't run away from what's really in your heart. Owning me, you'll become a formidable character. The great power is tipping over. Owning me, you'll live as a hero." Han Xiaogong really faltered. He just didn't expect to pick up the notes today for the movie he only watched yesterday. After just a few seconds of hesitation, he picked up the notebook and went home afterwards. When he got home, Han Xiaogong casually answered a drink to his mother and sister before going to his room. Thick stood aside and said, "I want an apple." Han Xiaogong took out the Death Note, sat on a chair, and said, "I picked it up today after reading the Death Note last night. You arranged all of this, didn't you? Your curiosity is greater than mine, but our meeting wasn't arranged by my design. It was the will of God. My lord, please prepare me apples. My family is not a wealthy one, there are no apples for you. Possessing me, won't you have a chance?" Han Xiaogong didn't say anything, just quietly thinking about things. After his father's death, he and his mother's sister depended on each other, and his days were stretched thin, or else he wouldn't have gone to a part-time job. And what was even more infuriating was the fact that he was fired by the other party today, just because a girl who was cheaper than him and still very pretty had come along. For a time, he had a killing heart for the two, but finally did not do that. He felt that human life should not be so lowly, although there is anger, but not so much as to let the other party to put his life. The next day, he lost his job, so he had to take a walk like an idler, thinking about various things. On the way back, he looked at Thayek, who was hanging to one side, and said, "I don't do anything righteous and paranoid about purging those whom the world considers evil. I only kill those who hurt me and my family." Thick was pleased and said, "You are my master and I respect whatever you do." After a few days of research, he was almost certain that he had gained a strange encounter, and with such a strange encounter, how could he continue to live in such a state of harboring? Han Xiaogong woke up early by the noise. He went out to see. It turned out to be the greasy middle-aged landlord. He came to call for rent again. His mother was bullied by this middle-aged greasy many times. Han Xiaogong decided to make this unattractive. Short and fat as a ball of middle-aged greasy pay. With his sister behind his mother and the middle-aged landlord staring at the two with a hunter's gaze, Han Xiaogong stepped out and blocked in front of his mother like a man, saying, "I'll hand over the rent to you, and we won't be living here anymore." The landlord looked at the kid, who had just started college and was still breastfeeding, and said, "Is that so? Are you sure? Not to mention whether or not you'll be able to pay back the rent you owe for a year. Do you know how dangerous it is to move outside?" Han Xiaogong stiffly raised his hand. "Then a word, do not need you care. One day, tomorrow I will return all the money to you. If not, our family is at your disposal." Mother pulled Han Xiaogong, said, "Xiaogong, what are you saying nonsense? More than 20,000. Our family does not have so much money." Han Xiaogong said, "Mom, I've grown up, please believe me, I can definitely do it. What exactly do you want to do, Xiaogong?" The landlord looked at the youngster and said, "Okay, it's okay, kid has ambition. Then I'll wait for you to pay back the money. Tomorrow I'll come and collect the money." On the side, Ryuk floated around and said, "What an unlucky middle-aged." The landlord left. Han mother sobbed uncontrollably. Han little sister also pulled her mother. With her mother a piece of sadness, Han Xiaogong already have a plan. He said, "Mom, little sister, don't worry, since I said such words, then I definitely have a way. Don't worry, you guys in the home waiting for me, don't think nonsense." Han Xiaogong carried his school bag and went out. Han mother and Han little sister had an uncertain look on their faces. Han little sister said, "Mom, we have to believe in brother. He must have a way." The mother and daughter were extremely sad. If Han Xiaogong didn't get the money, they would definitely be the victims. Han Xiaogong came to his father's tombstone and sat by it. Ryuk said, "Is it because you miss your own father?" Han Xiaogong didn't give him a reply but threw him an apple. Today's sky is cloudy and gloomy. The grass in the cemetery will occasionally sway with the wind. Han Xiaogong takes out his death note and begins to write names and designs in the note. Looking at his father's tombstone, Han Xiaogong thought to himself, "Father, back then it was me who was useless. You had an accident in the factory, didn't get compensation, and made life so miserable for my mother and sister. On the side, Ryuk said, filial child, but you have to be careful. You can't just kill those who are associated with you, or you will soon be found out. Han Xiaogong didn't respond. If he wanted the dead to die in a sensible way, then who would suspect? He wrote in his notebook about the person who had caused his family to be in this state. One by one, the accidents recorded in the notebook happened, and none of the people who deserved to die were left behind. It was late at night when he came home. Both his mother and sister were sitting in the living room waiting for him. When they saw the man return, they both got up, but Han Xiaogong put on a scared face and said, Mom, little sister, I can't get the money together. The mother said, You're my child. Of course I knew it would turn out this way. Don't be afraid. Tomorrow there's Mom. It'll be fine. No, that landlord is not a person at first glance. Mom, little sister, we'd better move out while we can. Move to a place where he can't find us. Han Xiaogong acted scared, like a child who made a mistake, and didn't dare to look his mother in the eye. Han Xiaomei said, It's useless, brother, we can't run away. We signed a contract at the time. Those who can run, quick, pack up your things. Mother stroked Han Xiaogong's head and said, Mom's useless, letting you live so tired. Ryuk, who was on the side, said, Master, you can totally become an actor with such acting skills. Mother said, Xiaogong, little sister, don't worry, scraped together tomorrow's rent. Looking at his mother's tired face, Han Xiaogong angrily said, How did you scrape it together? Adults of course have adult methods, so don't ask. Study hard and we won't have to be bullied so much in the future. The bitter trio hugged and grieved together. The next day, the landlord who collected the money didn't show up, but instead came with the good news that the landlord had died. The three Han family members always felt that this was God's joke on them. Since Han Xiaogong obtained the death note, their lives had gotten better and better, but the death rate had skyrocketed. Chapter 8 Resuscitation. Return. Half a year passed, and Han Xiaogong took away one person after another who stood in his way with his death note. One day at noon, Han's mother went to work outside. Han's little sister didn't go to class and went back to their new residence early, and Han Xiaokong was playing computer games in his room. Han Xiaomei entered the room and called out, Brother, what's wrong? You're not going to class today? Back so early? Han Xiaogong didn't pay attention to his little sister's expression. Brother, I watched the movie in your phone earlier and met Ryuk, and also, I picked up this. As she said this, she took out another notebook, and Han Xiaogong recognized the seriousness of the problem. Stopping playing the game and looking at the notes his little sister had taken out, he touched it and a body made up of a white bone-like object appeared, as if it had no clothes on, its body exposed. Ryuk said, Congratulations on coming to Earth once again. Rem replied, I hope this time your master is not a heartless one. Ryuk only laughed and didn't say anything. Han Xiaogong was never expecting that he and his sister would get the death note at the same time, and a crazy idea rushed into his head. Sakura Nation. The middle-aged man held the painting he had just finished and scrutinized it from side to side. I don't know why. Every time he was satisfied with his painting, but when he showed it to people he always failed to get appreciation from others. For this reason he was very anxious, taking a look at what he had painstakingly drawn, and then denying it all afterward. Tearing the painting up, an old voice rang out, Kimura, let me be the brush in your hand, and you will not be questioned again. Kimura Fargo looked around in his small space and found nothing. The voice rang out again. Your Shinigami ran away to the Dragon Kingdom. Then I had to come to you to find you. The world of the future is an extraordinary world. Kimura, accept me. I can bring you supreme glory and wealth. Trust me, it can be done. Kimura Fargo didn't believe his ears but couldn't see anything. The old voice rang out again. As long as you contract with me, you will be able to see me, and you will be able to have a lot of things you desire but can't have. People are always curious about the unknown, and Kimura finally spoke up as he chose the contract. A brush appeared in front of him and he said, Nani, what is this? The divine brush said, From now on you are my spirit master. With me, anything you draw can become real. You can have anything you want as long as you want it. Kimura took the divine pen and with skepticism drew a copy of the 36 stratagems on the empty paper. It didn't take a few moments for the real thing to come out of the paper. After thinking about it, he then drew several bills, and those things came out of the drawing, vividly, and at the same time, while he was gaining what was in those drawings, someone was losing. The divine brush didn't deceive him, so he drew several actresses that were hot in Sakura country, and those actresses didn't appear unexpectedly. After being happy, he went crazy drawing all sorts of things again. In addition to the constant earthquakes, strange things are happening in the world today, and no one knows what strange things will happen to them. Dragon Kingdom, a bustling marketplace, the old man walking in the street, suddenly myocardial infarction, he fell in the middle of the road. back and forth rushing back and forth a lot of people, but no one is willing to go forward to help her up. The old man is not only myocardial infarction, and soon the mouth of the blood is water that flowed out. Looking at the crowd, no one is willing to lend a hand. The old man is very disappointed in humanity. People are busy rushing, no one is willing to help. Just when he was ready to accept death, a monkey's voice rang out, "Old man, willing?" Even if he was unwilling he couldn't speak now. The monkey said, "I'm also unwilling nah, that guy Rulai had to destroy me for his own Tao. I'm unwilling. Since I'm unwilling, let's work together. Together we'll rebel against this destiny arranged by this broken heavenly Tao." The old man spat out a good word with difficulty, and a moment later, he only felt that his body was filled with strength. Returning to the peak of his body all of a sudden, with a single jump, he flew directly into the clouds. His body quickly grew hair, and the golden band cudgel appeared in his hand. The six-eared macaque and the old man merged into one. He landed heavily. A big pit appeared on the ground. How cold the eyes of the dying bystanders were just now he couldn't forget. And for that, those people should be buried with them. The old man to the crowded beating. He killed red-eyed. There are a few people to stop, but simply cannot resist this with the same fighting god Buddha, the same strength of the demon monkey. From the appearance of the monkey, mankind began to have a sense of crisis, but it seems to change nothing. The book appeared in those demons and evil beasts appeared in a pile. Mankind is in big trouble, but only those evil gods and ghosts, and none of the righteous gods awakened. A few years have passed, the number of human beings has plummeted, and the original 8 billion population of the world has now died more than 2 billion. Several decades have passed in the outside world, while only half a month has passed in the time gap, and with half a month's effort, they persuaded the Taoist priests and Confucian priests to open the way for the two priests to take Lu Jichen and Du Xiaodan out. The two were leaving in the afternoon, and Lu, she still insisted on staying. She said that she wanted to stay here to learn the saint's thoughts, and was also afraid of death. Lu Jichen carried Du Xiaodan to look for Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu was still as attached to her yard. Her yard was repaired, and replanted a lot of flowers, and also installed a swing in it. Seeing Lu Jiadan come, Lu Ren said, "It's useless for you to come. I am not going to go back with you. Sorry, Lu Su, what do you think you're doing here by yourself? You guys stay too. Then we'll be 3. I won't mind you bringing Xiao Dan over to break my yard. I came here to ask you to go back with me. You're asking me to stay instead. That's impossible. Jia Chen, I don't know why you want to go back instead of living in peace. Don't you know what it means to have both the Tao Master and the Confucian Master strike at the same time? No matter what, we have to go back. This place doesn't belong to us. I'm more than happy if you want to stay, but please respect my choice as well. Can you? I'll get out when I really want to." Neither of the two could persuade anyone. Dao Fuzi and Ru Fuzi sat together, and Ru Fuzi said, "Teacher, why are you willing to go out?" Dao Fuzi stroked his beard and said, "What exactly will become of mankind with the help of us as a small force? It is also too heavenly to make a move. A little bit of sentiment is not left, then it might as well fight it. Are you afraid of it? There is no such concept anymore." The two quickly came to the place where Lu Jidwan appeared. Not the people of the village came to send them off. In fact, they don't have any strategy. They just want to gather all the people's power together, tear an opening in the air at this time, and go out from this opening. Du Xiaodan took Lu Jiechen's arm. The two of them faced the crowd and bowed to them, and Dao Fuzi said, "How is it, little friend? Are you ready?" Lu Jiechen nodded and said, "I'm grateful to all the Fuzi sages." The old grandfather of the Dragon Kingdom said, "Building a new order depends on you, young generation. Don't let us down." Suddenly, natural phenomena, hurricane winds swept in. The sky thunder rolled. It looks like sulfuric acid rain is coming. Lu Jiechen looked at the big black umbrella in his hand, but he didn't open it. He just looked at these famous historical figures with gratitude and admiration. At this time, Dao Fuzi, Confucian Fuzi, as well as all the people in front of the appearance of a sword chi, the 3 strands of sword chi together, after split to the sky. The raging storm came even more crazy. After several chops, a space crack did appear. Dao Fuzi carrying 2 people flew out. Lu Jiechen turned back. He found Lu Su. Lu Su looked at him and smiled, then gently waved his hand. Because of the Taoist ancestors' withdrawal, the original defense was reduced by most. Many powerful people were swept away by hurricanes, killed by lightning, and corroded by sulfuric acid rain, seemingly passing through a very long time tunnel. Dao Fuzi brought the 2 out, and he came to his own long-lost world. Today's world is pandemonium, not a bit of sunshine. Fuzi waved his hand. A group of book-writing authors' remnants appeared, and Fuzi said, "Take back all those evil ghosts and monsters in your books." After he finished speaking, he flew into the sky and transformed into a round of sunlight. The sunlight shone on people's bodies, and some numb people felt a little bit of warmth. All the book writers took back all the evil ghosts and monsters they had portrayed, and the people who should have died because the spirits that had been lodged in them left. Dao Fuzi transformed into the sun that illuminated mankind's way forward, but his efforts were not complete. It was only the evil spirits of the Dragon Kingdom that were taken away, while the foreign invasion still existed, and might even be increasing. Mankind is faced with a critical issue of survival. Chapter 9. Is it really such a coincidence? Du Xiaodan said. The world seems to have changed a lot. It really looks too strange to me now. Lu Jieduan had the same feeling. It seemed like the buildings had changed. He responded. The place we were in before was a gap in time, while this is the great world. Living there for a while, but a long time has passed outside. Dust, I feel like you've grown so much. Before you lived a heartless life, but now you're thinking very carefully. Don't praise me. The old you would never praise me that much. It sounds weird now. Oh, I wonder if the tent I stayed in is still there. There's quite a lot of stuff in it. I'm going to check it out. Together? I'm a bit tired. Go home and take a look. Just hurry back if you go. The distance between the two places is not far. The two parted ways. Lu Jieduan returned to the lake where he lived. His tent has been occupied. Inside lies a beggar character. He has no name now. Maybe in the future. Maybe not. From the temperament around him, joining the beggar's gang has been some years. Lu Jiechen would like to wake up the person, but this place has been shabby beyond shabby, dirty beyond dirty. After some agonizing, he finally gave up his favorite residence, but fortunately there is still a place to go. Han's house. Since picking up the Death Note, the three members of the Han family have had a prosperous life, and now they can collect their own rent. The old man that Han Xiaogong has been following has actually evaporated, and even Ryuk can't find out exactly where the person has gone. That old man was one of the people who gave money to Han's mother back then. He should have died of angina, but for some reason he didn't, and became an outlaw who threatened the safety of mankind. Han Xiaogong had written down his name in the Death Note many times, but the man just couldn't die, and Han couldn't even make out the other person's name with the Eye of Death. The family of three just secretly fought against the old man, but it was no help at all. And now that the old man had disappeared, Han Xiaogong was worried that the old man had found out that someone was secretly plotting against him. Ryuk said, "Don't worry, it's possible he's dead." "Why? What's the basis?" "Of course it's a guess," Han Xiaogong said. "Brother, don't worry, I'll continue to keep an eye out here and tell you the first time I find someone." Han Xiaogong rubbed his sister's head and said, "Little sister, you have to be safe." He came out of the house and took a picture with Lu Jiechan in the elevator. The two of them looked at each other. Neither of them knew each other. One was down on this floor. The other came to this floor from up. Han Xiaogong entered the elevator. Lu Jiechan walked out, and the elevator door slowly closed. The system voice rang out. "Host, that person just now was followed by a Grim Reaper." "And what kind of ghost is a Grim Reaper?" "Sakura's ghost. He has a death notebook. He writes the name of whoever he wants to die in the notebook." "Dog ours? That powerful. Is he a danger to society?" "Aha. Then I want to write him to death too. Will you help me?" "Not Death Note," said Kant, "but just now he scrutinized you. Oh, I guess that death will also say bad things about you behind your back." Lu Jieduan communicated with the system while heading to the cell. In the elevator, Ryuk said to Han Xiaogong, "That person just now looked like an uncomplicated person. Did he also obtain some kind of strange encounter?" "Yes, but it's not certain because I didn't feel any energy fluctuations from him. If this person doesn't get in my way, then it's fine for him to live. The ring in his hand is pretty. So you're thinking about someone else's things. It's fine. I'll take it off his corpse for you later. You are the best master I have ever come in contact with." Lu Jieduan opened the door and went in. Du Xiaodan wasn't there. There was a note pressed on the table. "Dust. I'm in a male body now. It must be awkward for you to be around you. It's okay, I won't be around in the future. So take care of yourself, and when I become my original self, I'll come back to you." The system voice sounded again. "Now it's clean, right? People are afraid that you feel diaphragm. Directly left." Lu Jieduan thought of the bits and pieces with Du Xiaodan. From childhood to adulthood. From a woman to a man. He remembered it all. He walked to the window and looked out. An airplane from nowhere is parked at the airport. The cabin door is not open. Inside is quiet. The airport staff guessed that it should be a malfunction of the airplane. A few repairmen went to open the cabin. But before the repairmen could see the situation inside, they were pounced on by a group of zombies and eaten. And within a few moments, the repairmen were infected as well. The airplane was filled with the smell of blood, and the zombies inside looked bloody and disgusting. The hatch opened. They all rushed out. After being infected more and more people, a whole city quickly fell. The official also quickly responded. Today's world has really let them feel powerless. A moment came a group of powerful characters on the Dragon Country People massacre. A moment came a group of zombies. If it wasn't for the country's large population and quick response, they were afraid that it wouldn't take long for the country to die out. Those who had obtained the strange encounter had received news of the zombie infestation. Lu Jichen, Han Xiaogong was no exception. The system woke up the dreaming Lu Jichen and informed him about the zombie infestation. Lu Jichen asked, "What should we do then?" "Of course it's to blast and hammer the zombies, my host, otherwise what are you doing back in the great world? I also don't know where Xiao Dan is. Is he safe?" Lu Jiadan muttered. The system responded, "Don't worry, he's safe. I told you, he has the devil's aura on him. It's impossible for those zombies to harm him. This batch of zombies are afraid to be a bit miserable." "What do you mean? They're not coming at the right time. Look, there are so many people who have gained strange encounters now. I'm worried that there won't be enough strange encounters to brush up on their experience value. What kind of help are you offering me? What reward will I get for killing zombies?" "Host, be a system owner with an open pattern. So how the hell do I deal with these zombies? After you appeared beside me as if you came out to force lie to speak, other than not much change. Dog host, on your attitude, do not deserve to have the help of the system at all." The system lost its voice. Lu Jidwan came out from the time gap just to do something, not waiting to be rescued. Those great people sent him out just to let him contribute to the country. Just out the door, he met with Han Xiaogong again. The two of them rode the same elevator. No one spoke. Ryuk said, "Xiaogong, should we open the Eye of Death to finish him off?" Han Xiaogong didn't give Ryuk a response. He actually took the initiative to speak with Lu Jichan. "I've been living here for a few years. This is the first time I've seen you. Just moved here?" "Yes, just moved here." "Planning to go out?" "Yes." "Have you seen the news? There's a plane coming in from the airport. It's full of zombies, and they're running rampant through the city now. So it's better to go out less if you're not doing anything." "Thanks for the reminder." The conversation between the two ended. The atmosphere fell into awkwardness again. Ryuk said, "Xiaokong, I am liking his ring more and more. Find a way to get it for me." The system's voice rang out starting, "TMD, don't put up with it anymore. The same as a strange encounterer. Why can they communicate so blatantly? But we are deeply afraid of being exposed. Come on, touch and see. In the end, who's tougher?" Lu Jidwan silently asked. What did the other party say?" "You're so furious. They want to finish you off and give me to that ugly bastard to wear." At this time, Lu Jichen and Han Xiaogong glanced at each other. Their gazes were not friendly, and just as the two of them were about to make a move, the elevator door opened. At the doorway stood an old lady who had returned from walking her dog. The two walked out, after which each went off to one side. The zombie virus spread extremely quickly, and the entire city turned into a corpse city in less than half a day. Han Xiaogong went out to look for his mother at work, and the god of the dead who guards his mother is Jilas, a kind and mellow god of the dead, who shouldn't be able to kill zombies. Compared to Han Xiaogong, Lu Jichen chose to come out more uninhibited. He just wanted to come out to see the situation, find out if there were any people who needed help, as well as understand what equipment the system would give him to deal with these bloody and violent zombies. His luck was also really good. As soon as he went out, he encountered a group of zombies being chased by a group of strange encounterers. Those oddballs were also quite low-key, wearing masks, deeply afraid of being recognized. Some of them held lightning whips in their hands, some held swords, some held beanies, or basketballs, and a bunch of bloody zombies were being chased and killed by humans. Lu Jidwan said in his heart, "It seems that there is still justice maintained in this world." The system said, "The zombie cuties are so pitiful." Chapter 10, the system PUA'd me to fight an advanced zombie. One person and one system watched as a group of strange people surrounded the zombies. 30 or so zombies were surrounded by 50 or so strange people. It didn't take long for the zombies to all fall down. Lu Jidwan hid in the far corner and watched this group of strange encounterers. For a few seconds, he even felt that these people were more terrifying than the zombies. The strange person wearing a red mask said, "There is an alien invasion, we are united. Without it we are going to fight to win or lose." Just as they were getting carried away, a ball covered in spikes flew heavily at the man, who fell to the ground. His head smashed to pieces. The ball spun in the air. The thorns on its body pierced into the bodies of the many oddities. The oddities fell down one by one. The ball landed on the ground. Surprisingly, it was a hedgehog the size of a small piglet. His eyes were all black. It looked like it was infected or one of the first carriers of the virus. At this time, Lu Jichen had an extra pair of apricot-colored gloves in his hand, and the system said, "This is an advanced zombie. Host, go and tear it apart, or it will bring disaster to the earth." "Are you kidding me? Tear it apart? I haven't killed an ordinary zombie yet. You're directly asking me to kill this kind of powerful one. I'm afraid." "Don't be a wimpa, host. You're the savior, a big hero. The whole world believes you can do it. They're also giving you encouragement. Les puo mi. You can do it. You're the best." "Almost got it." I'm not going to die. Host, be careful. Something is falling from your head. Lu Jiachen avoided. Nothing fell down. However, at this point it was already too late. He was already exposed to the hedgehog zombie's eyes. The hedgehog seemed to be very steady, never underestimating his opponents. Once again turning into a ball, flinging his poisonous thorns towards Lu Jiachen. The system said, Host, fast, give me to kill it. We sulfuric acid rain are not afraid. Still afraid of this poisonous thorns? Kill zombies, you punch or not? Punch, punch. System chatterboxes are not scary. What's scary is a chatterbox system that can play with stems. Lu Jiachen really rushed up. The poisonous thorns did not hurt him in the slightest. The hedgehog zombie to see Lu Jiachen is not an oil lamp. It is sure that the enemy even fled. Lu Jiachen was trying to chase, but next to the just knocked down by the strange people are getting up. Their eyes were all black, and their fighting power looked like they were much more powerful than ordinary zombies. Asterisk 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 them to death. Don't be afraid, host. This system is your solid backing. As soon as the words fell, an extra scythe appeared in Lu Jiachen's hand. Host, rise up. Lu Jiachen thought he was a young man with a very positive outlook. He had never done anything to commit crimes, not to mention killing people. The zombies are also people. He was a bit of a wimp, but he was afraid that he would have to do something about the situation. In the face of more and more close to the strange encounter zombies, Lu Jiachen waved up the sickle. The body and zombie head successively fell to the ground. The system's voice is very excited, with a narrator like resting there to say, Wow, the host is great. You successfully cut down a zombie head. Lord host, how can there be so fierce? Ken old handsome, drunk, how can there be such an awesome host? Blood, look, is the zombie's blood? Leaks aground, is that man? He and the zombie pile hand knife down. Simply is the savior. System a whole love lodging host how to do. Fortunately there is no regulation over the host and the system cannot fall in love. Host adult, I want to be with you in a peace. Give birth to a lot of many small system. These words cannot be on the stage, really only skinless and shameless system will say. Lu Jiedwan read so many system novels, like the kind of system he owns. He knew for the first time. Now the city was full of zombies. Lu Jiachen cut down all those 50-odd zombies. Then another batch came. One of the ordinary zombies ran over. Lu Jiachen swung his scythe. The zombie's head directly turned into ash, after which the body fell down. The zombies that rushed over panicked and turned around to run. If they could talk, they would probably have to say, Run, there are ghosts here. Lu Jiachen didn't intend to chase after them either, but instead looked around to see if the things on those strange people could be used. All spiritual weapons and magic treasures will sleep for a long time with the death of the holder. Lu Jiachen didn't pick up the magic weapon like other novels. He was a bit lost. The system said, Dog host, you have me got. Don't think about picking up the equipment. I don't let the host die. No one can let you die. I thank you. On the other side, Han Xiaogong brought the god of death Ryuk to a place where there were a lot of zombies. In order to find his mother, he was willing to take half of his life to open the god of death's eye. By opening the eye of death he would be able to see the names of those people. Ryuk was very excited and agreed to open the eye of death for him. Han Xiaogong stood at a high place and looked at the group of zombies. He wrote out the names one by one and wrote clearly that these zombies died because of head explosions. As the names appeared in the death note, the heads of those people exploded like balloons. Han Xiaogong had killed a few people over the past few years, and he didn't feel a thing in the face of those zombies' deaths. He searched for the blind spot of the camera while writing his name, and soon came to the company where Han's mother worked. However, it was already too late. Gilas went against the rules of the death note to protect his mother and ended up dead, and her mother turned into a zombie because she wasn't protected. And when she saw her son come in, she just tilted her head to look at him, and blood flowed out of her mouth. Some of the zombies next to him got excited when they saw people coming over and rushed over. Han Xiaogong was paralyzed. He looked at those zombies frantically and wrote his name frantically. The zombies fell one by one and in the end, only his mother was left alone. Ryuk said, Xiaogong, you should make a choice. Han Xiaogong quickly wrote his mother's name, but when he was left with the last stroke, he stopped. He threw the notebook away and then took out the rope from his own bag. Han's mother was tied up 5 times. Ryuk, who was watching from the sidelines, said, Xiaogong, what if she breaks free and runs away at night? Han Xiaogong doesn't say anything and just carries his mother out, and when he encounters a zombie close by on the way, he lets Ryuk write his name for him. At an intersection where the traffic lights were already broken, the vehicles were especially congested, and there wasn't a single person inside. Lu Jiachen and Han Xiaogong met in such a scene. The two approached, and Ryuk said, Xiao Kung, the scythe in his hand should be fun. Can you help me or not? Han Xiaogong saw Lu Jietsuan's name, but he didn't let Ryuk write it. He just silently carried his mother and left. But Lu Jietsuan called out to him, Han Xiaogong, that's a zombie you're carrying. It's a zombie, yes. but she's also my mother. Han Xiaogong wasn't surprised that the other party could know his name as he added, I don't want to kill you just yet, so behave yourself. On the way here, Lu Jiachuan, had seen too many zombies, and even more so, he had seen a lot of guys who would gain strange encounters turn into zombies, and by virtue of the common point of similar age, Lu Jiachuan didn't want Han Xiaokong to turn into a zombie as well. He said, it's most taboo to act alone in this environment now, how about we join forces? No need, you find someone else. Ryuk, however, said Xiaogong, by leaving him behind we'll have a lot of chances. What the hell are you thinking? Is it because you don't want to help me? I like his ring, and his scythe, how much it looks like the death scythe. Han Xiaogong didn't give him any reply. Lu Jiachen was just rejected. The system said, host, he's the one who wants to kill you. Why are you still thinking of teaming up with this kind of person? Is it because you think you're too hardened in life? Lu Jiachen didn't say anything. He just wanted to kill more zombies to relax. He came to the orphanage, the place where he grew up from before, to see if he could run into Du Xiaodan here. The orphanage was really surrounded by zombies as well. Lu Jiachen's white clothes were stained with a lot of blood, but he still couldn't stop. He swung his scythe while running, and the zombies fell one by one. Just at this time, a pair of eyes hiding in the dark observed him. The zombies around the orphanage were all cleaned up. Lu Jiaduan was searching the dormitory building to see if there were any survivors. He opened a door. The door was full of zombie teenagers. Lu Jiachen couldn't bear it. The system said, host, we must not be merciful at this time. The little zombies are getting closer and closer. Lu Jiachen closed his eyes and swung his scythe. The little zombie heads turned into ash and drifted away. The system, as if it captured the host's sadness, it showed Lu Jiachen the direction, while Lu Jiachen himself just swung his scythe. Not long, all cleaned up, Lu Jiaduan felt a pain in his heart. He collapsed on the body of the little zombie, eyes closed, scythe did not hold. Chapter 11, If you can't take care of yourself, you can't take care of others. The system no longer had a broken mouth. It disappeared from Lu Jiachen's fingers and turned into an ice mold, helping the youth who had his eyes tightly closed and his body shivering all the time up. She said softly, there will be many more things like this in the future. You have to be strong. Don't live in the past. Lu Jiaduan knew that it was the system of transforming into a human being, but he still didn't open his eyes, and his body kept shaking. He was afraid, and just now, he himself was a butcher. It reminded him of when he was 3 or 4 years old. Children at that age should be growing up healthily under the care of their parents, but Lu Jiachan was not like that. He had not seen his parents, but had the impression that he had a big home with a kindly housekeeper grandma, as well as the housekeeper grandma's son, grandson, and granddaughter. One day, a gang of outlaws with knives broke into the house. They destroyed the house, loaded up all the valuable things, and then cut the housekeeper's grandmother, who came in from outside. Blood stained the bandit's face and clothes. The bandit made a few more cuts, and the housekeeper's grandmother was killed on the spot. The grandmother's son rushed up with an iron bar. The bandits first shot, and then slashed and killed. The grandchildren of the housekeeper's grandmother also could not escape the bandits. Lu Jiachen also almost died. Good sense to come to officer and saved him, but since then, he became a surviving witness, and his heart also produced a shadow. This is a nightmare that he cannot forget since childhood. He is very afraid. Every time he sees something similar he is afraid. Bing Bing touched his cold body and said, it's always time to let go and grow up. In order for that kind of thing not to happen again, in the future, you have to work harder. Don't let the tragedy happen again and again, okay? Lu Jiachen does not answer, just tightly holding Bing Bing's hand. The shaking body is no longer so exaggerated compared to just now. Jiachen, is it Jiachen? A woman's voice rang out. Lu Jiachen stopped shaking, opened his eyes and looked over. It was Mother Superior, the middle-aged woman who had taken care of the orphans' ups and downs for decades. She was one of the few conscientious people in the world, using all of her family's wealth to subsidize the orphanage, leaving nothing for herself. Mother Superior. Lu Jiaduan ran over and hugged Din Qin. Din Qin Shinran said, my child, are you scared again? Tears can't stop slipping from Lu Jiachen's eyes, sliding down the middle-aged woman's back. Din Qin said, it's good to be alive in such a troubled environment. It's not good to put too much pressure on yourself. It's easy to live these few years without people. Din Mom, these children. It's me. Din Qin saw the scythe. Intelligent, she understood at once, but still holding Lu Jiaduan, said, you did the right thing. You are to save more people. Children, go, it is not safe here. The two people help each other to walk. Bing Bing can't get involved for a moment. She pointed to the scythe and said, Lu Jiachen, your weapon. Help me bring it here for a moment. Ice did not help and walked straight away. Lu Jiachen had to pick it up himself. The mother and son were whispering something. The three soon arrived at the kitchen. the door to which was blocked, and Dean knocked on the door and said, "Boys, I've brought someone to rescue you." The door opened a tiny bit, Bing Bing went in, and Lu Jiechen went in as well, after which the Dean pulled the door shut, and Lu Jiechen asked, "Mother Dean, what are you doing? It's dangerous out there, come on in." The Dean's mom sat down as if she was relieved and said, "Jiechen, I'm so happy to see you, you're all my good children, you've given me a lot of happiness, but I can't take care of you anymore." Ah, she breathed a sigh of relief. The children in the room, the teenagers cried, "Mom, you come in quickly, come in quickly." Lu Jiechen also seemed to guess why the Dean did not come in. He looked to the side of the ice. Ice shook his head to indicate that it could not be done. This cry of mommy from the children in the room also made the Dean feel warm, but she would never have the chance to hear it again in the future. She continued, "Children, thank you, I wanted to have my own children very much, but I don't have that kind of fate, so God arranged for me to meet you in this orphanage, and to become your mommy. I'm very happy. Mom is tired. Children, you should live well in the future. Grow up on time, worry less, eat and wear warm clothes. Jedi, Mom entrusted you with one thing. Guard your siblings for Mom and send them to a safe place. I can't even take care of myself, much less take care of others. Mother Dean, let's figure it out together, okay?" Lu Jiechen couldn't stop his tears from slipping. The people in the room shook the door, kicked the door. This is not to vent their emotions. It is just a kind of call to the mother outside. In the room, excluding Bing Bing, 23 people are all the children of the Dean. It was she who had painstakingly brought them here and raised them to this age. A girl just 6 or 7 years old pulled Lu Jiechen's hand and cried, "Brother Jiechen, ask the Dean's mother to come in. Xiaoqiu wants to listen to Bugs Fly." This song was one that Mother Dean often sang to the children, and the children were familiar with it. The house burst into tears. The Dean's mom outside the door was also in tears. She said, "Jieduan, Mom believes in you. You will take your siblings out of this dangerous place. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." She sang softly, "The dark sky hangs low, bright stars follow each other. Bugs fly, who are you thinking of?" The children in the room sang along with Lu Jieduan. "The stars in the sky weep, the roses on the ground wither, the cold wind blows, as long as I have you with me. Bugs fly, flowers sleep, it's beautiful when they're in pairs. I'm not afraid of the dark, I'm only afraid of a broken heart. I don't care if I'm tired, or not." When their mother's melodious singing stopped, they knew that from today they became orphans for the second time. The house was filled with crying. Even Lu Jieduan couldn't stop it, not caring whether it would summon zombies or not, and there was the sound of tapping on the door outside. Ice said, "Cheer up, it's not a solution for the children to cry like that. You help me watch the children first, don't let anything happen to them, I'll go out for a while." Lu Jiechen finished, squatted down, touched the little girl's head, wiped her tears and said, "Xiaoqiu, be good and wait for brother. Brother goes out and comes back soon." "Brother Jiechen, can you not go out? Mom just went out to not want to come in." "I don't want brother not to come in," Ice said. "Xiaoqiu to believe brother. Brother will definitely come back. Sister accompany you." The child let go and Bing Bing said, "Be careful on the road." Lu Jiechen opened the door and went out. After that he closed the door behind him. Dean Qin, who had already turned into a zombie, ran towards Lu Jiechen when he saw someone coming. Lu Jiechen restrained his grief and chopped the Dean's head off with a scythe. The body collapsed on top of him, the blood wetting his clothes. "Mom, rest in peace. What you want to guard, I will guard it with my life for you." Lu Jieduan looked for tools and buried his foster mother under a laurel tree. He remembered that when he was a child, his foster mother liked shady places, and places with scent were better, so this place was perfect. Just after burying the body, the smell of his body attracted the zombies. Lu Jiechen kowtowed to Dean Qin, and said to himself, "Mom, I didn't want you to see this bloody picture. It's just that these people are too annoying." He picked up the scythe, as silky smooth as cutting grass. The zombies soon all fell down. Lu Jieduan found a car on the side of the road, intending to send the child to the government's safe camp. Manpower has its time. He was also afraid that he couldn't take care of the child by himself. Soon he found a car that could start a fire. But after getting in the car he thought of one thing: there are more than 20 people in total. How can we take them away at once? Just when he didn't know how to decide, there was the sound of a child's cry from outside. A resounding cry that didn't sound like a zombie, and he went out to look. An overturned car. There is a woman who does not know whether she is dead or alive. The woman has a baby in her arms. Hear the cries of the walkers over. Lu Jieduan tightly gripped the scythe. A knife won. Soon will be free hand. He went to pinch the woman's center. Finally the woman woke up. She was first startled. Lu Jieduan said, "Don't be afraid. I'm a human being." The woman froze, then said, Thank you. before I save you I would like to ask, you should not have been caught or bitten by a zombie on your body, right? If there are I won't save them, but your child I will protect him and go where he needs to go. The woman sensed the reality. For a moment she didn't know how to respond. Lu Jiedwan pressed, quickly say, in the end there is no, if you don't say it I will leave. Chapter 12, to save or not to save. If he was alone he probably wouldn't have asked this question, but besides him, there were 24 children, and those children were the ones his mother was trying to protect, and Lu Jiedwan didn't want to add to the trouble. The woman thought for a moment and said, I don't know if I was caught, because of the zombie outbreak. There are frequent car accidents here. I fainted after the car overturned. Looking at the rows of cars, Lu Jiedwan was torn for a moment, and finally resolved to save the woman out. He silently asked, can you hear me? System. You can call me Ice Ice. The system voice sounded and Lu Jiechan said, I need your help. Can you give me some power? There's a mother and son who were crushed by a car here. I need to get them out, but I don't have enough strength. Yes you can, but I have to return to the host before I can lend you my strength. It was time to get tangled up again. Lu Jiedwan thought to himself, it's only a few minutes. There shouldn't be any accidents. Come on. I need you. Don't let the child see. Lu Jiedwan looked around at the woman pinned down by the car and said, if you really can't do anything about it then go. It's not safe here. I just want you to bring the child to his father for me. I'll save you when I say I can. A few zombies came towards the two. Lu Jiedwan gripped his scythe tightly and waited to cut the grass. Not long after, the ring appeared on Lu Jiechwan's hand, and the system voice rang out, handled properly, but we have to be quick. There are quite a few more zombies gathering near the orphanage. Lu Jiechwan felt a steady stream of power. He lifted the small sedan. The woman crept out. Her left leg seemed to be ruined. The commotion over here disturbed the zombies. A group of zombies ran over. At this time is not the time to fight. The woman is holding a crying child in her arms. Lu Jiechun picked up the woman and got into a car. Started the car to leave. Soon came to the orphanage. At this time, the orphanage did not know what attracted so many zombies. They madly beat on the door wall. Lu Jiedwan put the mother and child in the car and came out with his scythe. Looking at the crowd of zombies, he angrily shouted, hey, listen you bunch of beasts. You are surrounded by me. A bunch of zombies ran towards him. Lu Jiechun picked up the scythe. His hand rose and fell. The zombie body head separated. Soon fell into a piece. A stream of blood flow into the kitchen where the children are. The more the number of zombies cut more and more. The ground corpses have piled up into a mountain. Lu Jiechun's breath also began to be unstable. Keep swinging the sickle will also be tired. Suddenly, all the zombies were not approaching, even running away from this place, not because they were afraid of Lu Jiechun, but because a big guy came, the kind of beast that Lu Jiechun had seen in his dreams. Tiger back and waist, long hard tongue, a circle around the neck. The woman in the car was already surprised to see a 19-year-old youth being so heroic. Now another beast is coming. Her breath doesn't dare to relax too much. Lu Jiechun was sweating. The drops of sweat on his forehead were like grains of beans. In the kitchen there was a constant stream of voices from the teenagers calling out to him. The sound of Jiechun's older brother made him feel like he was their real older brother, and that he had to take on the responsibilities that an older brother should take on. The pair of eyes hiding in the shadows and observing never left Lu Jiechun's range of activities for long. She observed the entire movement and even expressed her admiration for this 19-year-old youth. The child in the car wanted to cry. The woman blocked the child's mouth. Deadlocked. Tears couldn't stop slipping from her eyes. That beast was right next to the car. If it stomped on the car, then they would really be hopeless. People live always think about some desire within the things. After death will be nothing. Can choose to live and die of course to live. The book also recorded, better to die than to live. Lu Jiedwan looked at the behemoth, because it is the second time to meet, so he is not so afraid. The sun in the sky is the Taoist Fuzi personification, reminding people to adhere to justice and light. Come on, knock you down. I'll add chicken legs for myself. The long-tongued beast jumped up directly. A large foot crushed Lu Jiechun under his feet. His heart was almost trampled by this monster. The beast's long tongue stabbed down like a sharp sword. Lu Jiechun closed his eyes tightly, ready to receive the final blow. He was tired and wanted to rest. For a long time, the long tongue did not pierce his chest. A masked leather-clad man who wrapped himself up like a dumpling appeared, and in his hand he held a black ancient knife. The knife was about 1.5 meters long, surrounded by black chi, and was incomparably sharp. The leather-clad masked man swung the black knife and the long-tongued beast's tongue was cut off, and with a second swing, the beast's 4 legs were broken again. The leather-clad masked man kicked the beast out. After that he took the knife. A jump. After that he fell. The black knife was stuck in the beast. The beast was killed on the spot. The leather-clad person let out a woman's voice. You're progressing quickly. Keep up the good work. Don't end up not being able to protect the people you want to protect. After throwing these words she left. Lu Jiechan called out, "You're so strong. Let's join forces. We'll have a better chance of winning that way." The leather-clad woman didn't pay any attention to Lu Jiechan and left on her own. The black knife that was stuck in the beast's body also disappeared with the woman's departure. Lu Jiechan didn't take too much time to accept this one thing. He directly opened the car door and carried the woman out. The child's face was pale. She had just been covered by her own mother's mouth and almost died. In the kitchen, the children's eyes are more than fear, hunger, and worry. Lu Jiechan put down the woman. The children jumped at him, surrounded him. Lu Jiechan said gently, "Brother and sister, you behave yourselves. We'll leave here tomorrow, okay? The good thing is that the children are very good. Immediately quiet down." Lu Jiechan looked at the woman next to him and said, "Is your leg okay? It should be broken, plus not receiving treatment for a long time." The woman was a little frustrated. She was also only 25 years old, but now she was disabled, and also with a doll. In the future, she couldn't find his husband could really not know what to do. She introduced herself. "My name is Chen Lingxiu, a native of Haichang, traveling over here." Lu Jiechuan nodded and said, "My name is Lu Jiechuan, not as big as you, just call me Xiao Lu. We need to work together next, otherwise you are afraid that you won't be able to walk out of here. I'll listen to you. What's the plan?" "I can't leave today. I'll leave tomorrow. I'm going out to find food and medicine now. You look after the kids, don't let them make a mess. Can you do that?" Chen Lingxiu nodded and said, "Good, don't go out until I'm back. Don't open the door even if you hear knocking. I'll be back soon." Lu Jiechen left without looking back after explaining. The children looked at his back, unwilling to give up and can't help much. A few even complained in their hearts, wanting to grow up fast and help. Chen Lingxiu leaned behind the door and said, "Children, don't be afraid. Brother Jiechen is very powerful. He will bring us a lot of delicious food later. We will just be good and obedient." In the kitchen, the children sat obediently. The scene was very wretched. Evening. From the orphanage, Lu Jiechen drove to find hospitals and supermarkets. His physical strength is limited. The system is worried that he is overdrawn. Also reminded, "Host, today you've already worked hard. You can't overdraw your body anymore. Be meticulously up and steady." Lu Jiechen, who was driving, responded, "Okay, I know my body myself. I also don't know how Xiao Dan is doing." "Quick look, host, there seems to be a supermarket up ahead." Lu Jieduan found a place with fewer zombies to park, turned out the lights, then took the scythe and carefully approached. The supermarket's door was locked tightly, and a few zombies were milling around. The system reminded, "Host, theoretically, the sickle in your hand can also cut the lock." Lu Jiechen lifted his scythe and hacked down. The scythe broke into 2 pieces, and the lock did break. "Let's just say I didn't lie to you. Then what do I use next?" "Physical combat. Exercise your physical fitness." "And who said a broken scythe can't be used?" "Look, now it's kinda like a broken sword. The host doesn't want to have a sword or knife. Now it's good." Lu Jieduan ignored this talkative, vindictive, and loved to raise the bar special system. He carefully walked in. Supermarket is very large. Inside the things also have everything. Lu Jichen looked for a bag. "Will be closer to the things a bag loaded up, not loaded to too much will be behind a stick knocked out." The system reminded, but Lu Jichen did not react. Chapter 13, Without a system, you can only be slaughtered. When he awoke he was already tied up. The second floor of the supermarket. There were about 10 people inside, 7 men and 3 women, with an average age of 24. The 2 women were curled up in the corner. The rest were sitting normally. Lu Jiechen woke up and was noticed by one of the men. The yellow-haired man walked over and said softly, "Big brother, this kid has woken up. This name, this line." Lu Jichen guessed to guess what kind of people they are, but is not exactly the social mixer. Well, slightly handsome, wearing a better than the others, a 3/7 hairstyle man close. Yellow hair complimented, "Big brother, how do we deal with this thief who steals things?" The man called Big Brother didn't say anything. He took out a gun from his waist, ducked in front of Lu Jiechan and waved it around, saying, "You're alone?" "Yes, alone. I have no grudge against you. What's the point of arresting me?" Lu Jiechan thought to himself, "I don't know what's going on over at Chen Lingxiu's side. Damn it, I actually got sneak attacked by these guys. Gotta find a way to hurry up and escape." The man shamelessly said, "I found this supermarket first. You stole my stuff. Do you think I should arrest you? I cannot want the things. You let me go. What kind of person do you think I am? You come and go as you say? Then what do you want?" Lu Jieduan wanted to hurry to get out of the way to find those children, while at the same time, he was diverting the attention of several people. At this time, he had an extra blade in his hand. As long as he untied the rope, he would not necessarily lose. At this time, the man all in black also approached Lu Jiechan and said, "The first time I saw you, I felt that you're not an ordinary person. You're also a strange person." Right. Lu Jiachen shook his head frantically. What strange encounterer? I'm not. If you're not a strange encounter you could have survived until now? It's already a corpse city out there. And it's still expanding outward. Who believes you when you say you're not a strange encounter? The leader shook the gun in his hand and said, don't you know by comparing? After saying that, he sat down on the stool. The man in black clothes touched Lu Jiechan's shoulder. And in just a few minutes, Lu Jiechan almost froze into ice. And his surroundings suddenly got cold. As countless more ice swords appeared around Lu Jiechan, the boss patted the black-clothed man's shoulder and said, Li Hua, don't mess up the person all at once. Torture them slowly, otherwise it won't be fun. The woman wearing a cheongsam with an open front walked towards the boss and said, Little Wang Chief, do you want me to go get you some food to cheer you up? Little Wang Chief pushed Fang Yuan away and said, if you are sincere let them serve me. As he said this, he looked viciously at the women huddled in the corner. One tight jeans with a body shirt, one wearing a lolita, and both of them were not low in face value. The white body shirt woman looked very neighborly and innocent, while the lolita woman was on the cute and childish side. Both of her and Fang Yuan were bosom friends. In such a turbulent environment, they accidentally fell into the hands of Wang Tao. Fang Yuan, as her name suggests, is even more greedy and fearful of death. In the face of Wang Tao's coercion and temptation, she compromised and offered herself to Wang Tao, and now she wants to persuade her girlfriends to go from each other. Although the two women were quiet and looked cowardly, they had backbone and swore not to obey. Fang Yuan let a few henchmen pull the two women into a room with fewer people, and gave the two impervious girlfriends a small stove. One of the minions moved a chair. Wang Tao sat down and asked, Hua Zi, are you sure you can beat this guy? Li Hua glanced at Lu Jiechan and said, it's hard to say. I'm not sure what strength he has right now. Lu Jiechan said, Big brother you guys let me go. I'm really just an ordinary person. I'm just hungry and came to find something to eat. I don't know why. The system gave Lu Jie Dustblade after no longer communicate with him. As downtime, if there is no help from the system, Lu Jie Dust want to win these people is impossible. Li Hua said, since you untied the rope yourself, how about I give you a chance for a fair duel? Wang Tao got up and said, what? It's all tied up like this and you can still untie it? It seems to be more or less something, but not much. Get it up, get it up. This bout is also really depressing. Knowing that he could not hide it, Lu Jiedwan had to get up. The other room from time to time came from the two women's cries. The voice sounded as if they were beaten. Wang Tao licked his tongue. If not Fan Yuan solved the urgent problem, it is estimated that he can still continue. Li Hua said, I don't know how capable you are so far. You'd better be the odd one out or you'll be miserable. The two of them were in close combat. Lu Jiechan was losing. He was silently calling the system while dodging. System, save me. I'm being beaten up like this and you're still not going to step in and help? Can you at least give me a weapon? I can't hold out any longer. Save me. This system is more or less anti-bone. The host needs to be rescued. She doesn't put up a fight. The host wants to be quiet. She's being a chatterbox. When being chased and beaten, Lu Jiachen felt that in the end, he still had to be strong on his own. Relying on external objects was not reliable at all. Wang Tao found that Lu Jiedwan seems to have no skills. Li Hua also began to doubt his own judgment. Wang Tao said, stop. By coincidence, Wang Tao stopped and Fan Yuan also came out with the beaten woman. He whispered something in Wang Tao's ear and Wang Tao glanced at the Lolita woman with a scowl. Lu Jiedwan was beaten to the point that he couldn't stand still. After all, he was a 19-year-old young man. How could he possibly beat Li Hua who was in his 20s? Mainly because he himself had just fought with the zombies for such a long time. What's going on? Hua Zi, didn't you say that this guy is a strange person? Facing Wang Tao's questioning, Li Hua didn't know how to answer. I don't know either. Rubbish. Wang Tao was furious, after which he laughed and said to Li Hua, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about him, wasting so much of our time. Real damn. Saying that, he got up and came over, kicking and punching on Lu Jiedwan, and after getting tired, he pulled the Lolita-suited woman and gnawed on her, biting the other party's thin lips with one mouth. Lolita woman cried pearly rain. Wang Tao said, thought there is much difference. Also all the same well. Lu Jiedwan's body trembled. As if he had been drinking, he felt cold. Wang Tao said angrily, what? Scared? Now you want to ask for forgiveness? Kneel down and sing a conquest. Crawl under Lousy's crotch and let you go as a mole. Right, Hua Zi, you are now my gold medal fighter. The crowd burst into wild laughter. Lu Jiedwan was scared to death. Thinking of those zombies, the fear became even more wild, roaming around his body at will. Wang Tao continuously stomped on Lu Jiedwan's hands, after which he stopped. The gun in his hand kept shaking as he said, I thought of a fun way to play. He walked back to the stool, looked at the white-shirted woman, and said, you're clean, or else like this, the two of you. Wang Tao clapped his hands. and the crowd burst into a fit of maniacal laughter. The white-shirt woman was extremely aggrieved. Lu Jiedwan was still trembling. A few henchmen pulled the two together. Wang Tao said, "Be proactive." He rushed at the woman's feet and fired a shot. Li Hua said, "Boss, this will attract zombies." Wang Tao suppressed his emotions and said, "It's not that there's still you, Hua Zi. You're my gold medal fighter. With you, I'm not afraid of any ghosts. There are too many zombies. When the time comes, I may not necessarily consider you. Hua Zi, you're threatening me, aren't you?" Wang Tao got up, pointing his gun at Li Hua. Li Hua upper and lower jaws clenched, dared to be angry but dared not say. Wang Tao turned and said, well, don't be so petty. I listen to you, okay? I don't shoot. Can use the knife to open a few slits in their bodies should not be a problem. Li Hua didn't say anything. Wang Tao took out a dagger from the supermarket shelf, and then said, "Whoever doesn't take the initiative, I will cut their meat off one by one, and then throw it out for the zombies to eat." At this time, Lu Jiedwan trembled even more and even let out a grunt. The white-shirt woman retreated in fear, and Fang Yuan said, "Mr. Xiao Wang, this guy won't be infected." Li Hua responded, "No, if it's infected it couldn't have taken that long to kick in." Wang Tao kicked Fang Yuan in the ass. She fell on top of Lu Jiedwan. Wang Tao said, "You rotten bastard is so active. Then you come first, be quick, I'm not patient." Lu Jiedwan's body's blood odor is very heavy. In addition to now has been trembling, the original handsome face is also stained by blood dust, cannot be seen at all, such as the flower child is generally woeful. Fang Yuan side upside said, "Wang Xiao, I'm already your woman, you let me with him." Wang Tao shook the gun in his hand and said angrily, "Give it to me faster, bullets don't have eyes." Okay, aggravated Fang Yuan. Chapter 14, a few more people to travel with. She glanced at Lu Jiechen and thought uncomfortably in her heart, "It's kind of cheap for you." Lu Jiechen slowly assisted the shelf next to him and prepared to get up. Everyone watched. Li Hua went up to stop him, but Wang Tao said, "Don't hinder him, I'd like to see what this rash man wants to do." Before he could stand still, Wang Tao got up and kicked the man down with a big kick. He laughed, "You punk, just tell me what you can do now." Lu Jiedwan was lying in a big word. Wang Tao said to Fang Yuan, "It's a good angle, don't you take the initiative yet?" Fang Yuan had thought that because of this man's resistance to make this Mr. Wang forget about her. Who would have thought that the other party was still staring at her, thinking that it was impossible to hide. She leaned over step by step. Lu Jiechen no longer wanted to resist, but he could never let anyone dominate him. Once again, he made an effort to try to get up, and just as he crouched down, Wang Tao came over with interest, pressed the man to the ground with one foot, and after that, he crouched down, patted Lu Jiechen's face, and said, "After all of this, what the hell do you still want to resist? I'm giving you welfare." Suddenly, Lu Jiechen's eyes turned black and his body was filled with power. He directly got up from the ground with a stance that everyone couldn't react to and directly ripped off both of Wang Tao's arms. Blood could not stop flowing out. Wang Tao's face still retained fear, but the fear had not yet receded. Lu Jietsuan pressed his shoulders with one hand, pressed down on his head with the other hand, and turned. Wang Tao's head 180 degrees dislocation. People died on the spot. The fear on his face has not receded. In addition to the three women, the remaining several henchmen have been Lu Jietsuan with the blade in the hand to wipe the neck. Li Hua wanted to escape at this time, but there is no chance. A few rounds will lose. Lu Jietsuan pinched his neck. Will be lifted high up. Li Hua said, "I didn't expect your strange encounter to be a demon. Falling into your hands, I died without complaint." Lu Jiedwan did not say a word. He choked Li Hua's neck from the supermarket second floor run jumped down. Outside the zombies heard the movement have gathered. Lu Jiedwan slowly retreat. Li Hua's fight against the end of the crossbow. But more and more zombies came. He finally could not support. The zombies will eat him. Lu Jiedwan came to kill all the zombies, as easy as crushing ants. Gradually, he collapsed. I don't know how long he collapsed. He had a nightmare in which the teenager and Chen Lingxiu both turned into zombies, and he woke up from the dream. He was lying on the first floor of the supermarket. The sky outside was already bright. The sunlight penetrated through the shelves. Next to him were three women, naturally the three from yesterday. After he fainted, it was the white-shirted woman who dragged him in. The white-shirted woman said, "Are you better?" Looking at the sky outside, Lu Jiachen decided not to wait any longer. The children had waited for him for a long time. Right, he quickly got up, but the injuries on his body made his movements become much slower. The white shirt and Lolita woman assisted him. He said, "There are still friends waiting for me. Please load up those things." The white shirt said, "Okay, sit down and I'll load them for you." Fang Yuan, however, said, "It's all for you, so what are we going to eat?" Lu Jiedwan looked at Fang Yuan and said, If you say one more word I'll throw you out. The woman didn't dare to flare up again. The white shirt and Lolita went to load the food. Lu Jiachen sat down to rest. He thought about how miserable he really was yesterday and tried to sense with the system. Are you there? What are you doing? Why are you ignoring me? You didn't come to help me even though I was beaten so badly yesterday. Thinking about this, Lu Jiachan was not sure how exactly he got out of the trap yesterday. He opened his mouth and asked, "White shirt, how did we escape yesterday?" The three women looked at each other in disbelief. Lolita tilted her head and asked, "You don't remember anything from yesterday?" Of course Lu Jiedwan didn't remember. The white shirt said, "You were the one who killed those people yesterday. My name is Bai Jia. This one next to me is called Louis, and her name is Fong Yuan. I killed them? How? Why don't I have any impression at all? Could it be that the system controlled me to kill those people when I was weak?" Lu Jiachen listened in to Bai Jia's introduction, but he didn't care. He took the nearest snack and nibbled on it, thinking to himself, nowadays, Lu Jiachen was afraid that it would be a bit difficult to catch the road, and it was even more unlikely to bring food. Just as he was about to take the three women with him to leave this place, the system voice rang out, "Dog host, you're so miserable, how did you get like this?" Hearing the system's voice, Lu Jiachen's heart was finally put down. Finally he didn't have to consider that he couldn't make it. He responded, "You're quite a dog too. Yesterday I was beaten up, and you didn't come to my rescue. Dog host, it seems like nothing happened yesterday. Dog fart, I could have been beaten up. Really? It was the host who told me to rest yesterday. I don't know what happened after that. How could I?" Wait. Just then, Bai Jia and Louis filled 2 bags of food and placed them in front of Lu Jiachan. Bai Jia said, "These 2 bags are about right?" I don't know if it was a psychological effect or the support of the system, but Lu Jiachen actually stood up by himself and stretched for a while. The 3 women were stunned, but it was not surprising when they thought that Lu Jiachen was a strange person. Lu Jiachen said, "Thank you, let's leave it at that." Bai Jia originally wanted to use the other party's injuries as a reason to request to bring a few of them along to leave together, but now it was indeed redundant. She could only be honest. "Hello, can we follow you? We can take care of each other." "Then what can you guys do?" Lu Jiachen casually asked, but was spat on by the 2 women. The system said, "Dog host, don't treat girls like that, not gentlemanly at all. Deduct points." Fong Yuan said, Man. However, it can't be helped under these circumstances. As long as you open your mouth, I'm at least willing." Lu Jiedwan almost didn't throw up. He said, "Just you. Forget it, you all know how to drive, right?" Bai Jia said, "We have 4 years of driving experience. We can drive. It's just that we don't usually drive much. If you guys want to genuinely follow me, then follow me closely. I still have a lot of people to take care of. It will be very hard when the time comes. If you can't keep up, you can always leave on your own." Lu Jiedwan finished going upstairs to look for his scythe. Bai Jia and Louis brought 2 more bags and quickly loaded things. Fong Yuan can be smarter than others. The 2 girlfriends are so cooperative. It is impossible for her to lag behind, so she also looked for bags to load food. Upstairs, Wang Tao's death was extremely ugly. Lu Jiajia asked, "By the way, yesterday you didn't come out to help?" "No, host." Lu Jiedwan was confused and said, "Those 3 women said that I killed the people." "Host, you're so brutal. Afraid. Be serious. You know I'm an ordinary person. I don't have this skill at all." "That would be strange. Do you think I will have other strange encounters besides obtaining a strange encounter like the system?" Mother Hannah, but the man chosen by this system, who dares to rob him? Right, there's a need now, so appear in your human form. Oh, the system transformed into Ice. Only it was different than the last time she saw it. She was wearing a black dress. Lu Jiedwan was curious. "Why don't you go be a reporter to be my system?" "Dead like, dog host." The appearance of this system is based on the image of the host licked but cannot hallucinate. Shay, off. What lick but cannot? The old man is not licking dog. And the old man has a girlfriend, okay? Oh, no, not lick but cannot. Is lick all lick cannot lick? The host is not worthy. And, you sure now girlfriend or real girlfriend? Lu Jiedwan, a whole person, is speechless. Finally he still shut up. Cannot think of too many things? Then first do not think. This has always been his Lu Jiedwan way of thinking. When he went downstairs, the 3 girls downstairs had already filled several bags of food. Seeing more than one woman, the 3 women were even more surprised. Fong Yuan reacted and said, Ice, how do you strange encounterers still pack and deliver objects now?" Ice said, "Don't speculate too much, do whatever he tells you to do." Lu Jiedwan expressed his initial good feelings towards the 3 women who were actively cooperating. At least it was worth staying around. He said, "Alright, all that cooperative. Let's go then. Ice, the 2 bags of food are yours." Ice's heart a burst of displeasure. but did not face-to-face with Lu Jiedwan fight. The remaining several women also carried the bags. Lu Jiedwan said, "You wait for me inside. Yesterday I drove over. I drive the car over. Then do not have to be so troublesome." A few women didn't have a chance to speak. He went out. Louis moved over with small broken steps and said, "Bing Bing sister, I like you. Can we take a picture? Really super like that kind of like, please please please, let's take a picture." Chapter 15, Not Too Late. Bing Bing was pulled to take pictures before she could refuse. Fong Yuan also came over. Only Bai Jie stood by herself, observing Lu Jiechen's dynamics. This is a world with zombies. Hey, why are you taking pictures? What are the women thinking? I spat inwardly. Lu Jiedwan quickly drove the car over. A few zombies followed. Lu Jiedwan got out of the car and carried things to the car for a few people. After they all got into the car, Ice said, "He's been tired lately. Which one of you will drive?" Fong Yuan volunteered. "I'm the only one here who knows more about cars. I'll do it." She got into the driver's seat, looking like she was ready to go at any moment. Bai Jie shouted, "Lu Jiedwan." Lu Jiechen, who heard the voice, hurriedly ran to get into the car. The number of zombies was just too much to fight. Fong Yuan kicked the gas. The car hit the zombies in front, and then stalled and stopped. The zombies behind them followed closely. Fong Yuan said awkwardly, "I usually, automatic gear drive a little more." Bai Jie on the passenger seat said, "I'll drive it." Lu Jiedwan asked, "Is it okay, you guys?" Bai Jie and Fong Yuan switched places and the car quickly drove out. On the other side, Han Xiaogong brought back his mother, who had turned into a zombie, and then tied her hands and put braces on her. Paying attention to her mother along with his sister, Rem, who was hanging in the air, said, "Little sister, don't be afraid. I will protect you. I won't let you suffer any harm." On the side, Ryuk looked at Han Xiaogong and said, "Xiaogong, what are you thinking? Is there a way to cure people who have turned into zombies?" Han Xiaogong didn't say anything. He couldn't actually do anything about it, but he couldn't just let his mother wander the streets. His sister took his hand and said, "Brother, what should we do? Don't be afraid. I'll think of a way. I'll make sure to make our mom normal. We're a family. No one should be left behind." The zombies spread extremely fast. It didn't take long for them to spread to many places. Nowadays when you walk on the road, there are zombies in any place. Han Xiaogong thought of Lu Jiechan. So many people have gained strange encounters, so there must be a way. I don't know if that guy has a method or not. I have to go out and take a look. He looked at Han Xiaomei. "Xiaomei, when brother isn't back you mustn't wander out. Obediently wait for me to come back." Before Han Xiaomei could say anything, her own brother ran away and the door was closed. If there was no earthquake and no accidents, the home was safe enough. Plus they lived on a high floor, so there wouldn't even be any zombies that could come up easily. Orphanage. In the kitchen, several children covered their stomachs and lay curled up. Chen Lingxiu's children had also not had anything to eat for a long time and cried from hunger. He comforted the children. "Children, hold on a little longer. Brother Jie Chen will definitely come back. He will bring us many, many things back. We are all strong children. We will definitely wait until he comes back, right?" Xiao Qiu, whose lips were purple, looked at the pale Chen Lingxiu and asked, "Sister, do you know how to sing Bugs Fly?" Chen Lingxiu's child couldn't stop crying. She coaxed her own child while saying, "Yes, we will. Let's sing softly together. Okay, let's sing Bugs Flight, and brother Jie Duan might come back." The song Bugs Flight came to mind in the kitchen. Chen Lingxiu looked at the child in her arms and thought, why am I looking forward to Lu Jiechen's appearance more than the child's father at this time? Chen Lingxiu, you can't be imagining things. Over and over again, the bugs flew without being able to wait for Lu Jiechen. Instead, the earthquake came. House leakage. Who would have thought that an earthquake would come at this time? The tremor was even stronger than usual. Several cracks appeared on the wall. Chen Lingxiu panicked all of a sudden. Now there are zombies outside. The house looks like it will collapse. The children have been hungry for a long time. What should we do now? Chen Lingxiu asked. "Children, are you afraid?" Some of the children covered their stomachs and curled up. Some of the children's gazes were devoid of animation. Xiao Qiu got up and said, "Auntie Chen, we're not afraid. Little Autumn is the bravest. I'm sure the other children are just as brave as Little Autumn, right?" Except for Xiao Qiu, who affirmed her words. The others didn't interact with her, and a few of them even cried on their negativity, pulling them full. Mother Dean doesn't want us, and brother Jiechen definitely doesn't want us either. Lu Jiechen was originally a child too. He won't care about us. Ooh, why do other people have moms and dads and I don't? The child in Chen Lingxiu's arms cried louder as if it could capture the negative emotions. In order to save more children, Chen Lingxiu had to do something. Otherwise, if Lu Jiechan came back and the child had an accident, she didn't know how to explain. The cracks on the wall were getting deeper and deeper. This small kitchen didn't look like it could hold up for long. After some agonizing, Chen Lingxiu looked at the child in her arms, and then said, Xiao Bao, you have to remember that mommy loves you very much, more than everyone else. She handed the child over to Xiao Qiu and said, Xiao Qiu, Auntie would like to ask you for a favor, can you? Looking at Chen Lingxiu who had tear marks on her face, Xiao Qiu said, Brother Jiechen will come back. Xiao Qiu don't want Auntie to go out. Let's wait here for Brother Jiechen. Okay, little Autumn, listen to Auntie, can you? After a moment's pause, Chen Lingxiu said, Brother Jiechen will definitely come back, but this place will definitely fall down. Auntie go out and look for a place. Look for Brother Jiechen. Let him protect us, okay? The zombies outside the door intensified their pounding on the kitchen when they heard the movement in the kitchen. Xiao Qiu cried, Brother won't let us go out. Xiao Qiu, you're a smart kid. Trust Auntie, okay? Auntie will definitely bring Brother Jieduan back. She finished handing over her precious child to Xiao Qiu. The little girl hugged the child and didn't say anything. Chen Lingxiu touched the child's head. After that she flung her head away and didn't look at it. Tears sprinkled with it. In order to keep her child alive and well, she was willing to make sacrifices. Chen Lingxiu quietly opened a crack in the door. Looking at the outside of the crow's nest of zombies, she was scared to death, but thought of her own back 20-some children. She decided to try a hand. For the mother is just this is not wrong at all. Chen Lingxiu thought of their own children will be because of their own bravery today and live a happy life as children. There are young people do not know sadness growing up. There is the youth of the spring breeze of the horse's hooves. There are middle-aged after the sea all the landscapes and lakes. And the old age of the spontaneity of the free and easy and do not overstep the rules. All of these coalesced into her power to rush out. She just limped one side of the leg to run out. While running and shouting, Hejai, met you. I have no regrets. You must take good care of our children. Chen Lingxiu almost shouted at the top of her lungs, and the zombies gathered at the sound of her question. Unsurprisingly, her life ended there. The zombies were getting closer and closer. The earthquake shook terribly. The sound of a car came towards the woman. A group of zombies chased behind the car, and a group of zombies followed behind Chen Lingxiu. The zombies kept gathering in all directions. The people in the car saw Chen Lingxiu. Lu Jiechen also saw it. Bing Bing said, looks like you're in for a hard time. Lu Jiechen opened the car door and jumped down. Ice Ice likewise quickly jumped down. Unlike Lu Jiechen, Ice Ice disappeared after jumping down. The remaining few women didn't know what was going on. Only Lu Jiechen knew that at this time, Ice Ice was already on his finger. Dog host, hold the weapon given to you well. The system voice just stopped. Lu Jiechen hand will be more than 2 guns. Look with the child Z water gun toys. Lu Jiechen couldn't think too much. He directly started shooting. The left gun fired out something surprisingly inept, while the right fired out an unknown liquid. Those liquids could make the zombies turn into a puddle of blood in a few minutes. When Chen Lingxiu saw Lu Jiechen, the power she had put up gave out and she collapsed at Lu Jiechen's feet. She said, I'm doing my best to stall. Save the kids. The kitchen is going down. The women in the car looked at Lu Jiechen. They only felt that this youth could do magic tricks and looked at Lu Jiechen with surprised eyes. Only by Jia. She seized the opportunity to get out of the car and pulled Chen Lingxiu, the injured woman, into the car. Lu Jiechen dealt with the zombies while communicating with the system. Is there something faster and more powerful? Ice Ice. I want to fight quickly, or else if I'm late later, Of course there is but here it is recommended that the host does not use it. This system through the search and scanning, found that there is a secret room here in the orphanage. Very solid. Where is it? Chapter 16 Cooperation. It's in the dean's office. Lu Jieduan couldn't figure out why the dean's mom would set up a secret room in her own office, but it wasn't the right time to think about that. He decided to take the kids inside to hide for a while, or at least fill their stomachs first. While fighting off the zombies, he shouted, drive the car to the kitchen door. Let Xiao Qiu take you to the dean's office. Bai Jia drove the car over very steadily, and Lu Jiechuan gave them the go-ahead. Chen Lingxiu said, Xiao Qiu, open the door for Auntie Chen. Brother Jiechen is here. Xiao Qiu opened the door. Fang Yuan and Louis assisted the injured Chen Lingxiu. The 2 women who saw a bunch of children froze. Chen Lingxiu was sweating profusely, took his child and said, Xiao Qiu, thank you. The child who was crying just now unexpectedly Xiaoqiu fell asleep in his arms. Bai Jia said, do any of you know where the dean's office is? Brother Jieduan asked you guys to take us there. Xiao Qiu, like a child king, clapped her hands and said, quickly get up. Brother Jieduan has brought food back. Let's quickly get out of here. Walk out and there will be food. A group of children got up. Under Xiao Qiu's leadership, they walked out of the crowded kitchen and went to the even smaller dean's office. Lu Jieduan said, after you guys go in and look for the mechanism, there's a secret room inside. Open it up and let the kids go in. Then carry in the food from the car. I'll definitely protect you all. Good man. Dog host, come on, quietly with the host through a bottom ha. The host is now immune to zombie virus. Oh. Lu Jichen was not very happy. Always felt that after obtaining the system to fight monsters and upgrades to strengthen is the task. A few women managed to find the secret room. Under the cover of Lu Jichen, they managed to put the children and food inside, thanks to Bai Jia and a few women. Otherwise he was afraid that he would not be able to busy himself with so many things. The secret room was damp. There were only a few rusted iron shelves, and on one of them there was a box of things. Fang Yuan looked around and pinched his nose. This place really stinks. Bai Jia said, if you're not used to living here, get out yourself. What do you mean? Is it a fight? Louis looked at Fang Yuan, moved her small steps closer towards Bai Jia and said, I wanted to talk about you just now, but I've just been busy. I don't want to be BFFs with you anyway. Bai Jia and Louis thought about what Fang Yuan did yesterday and were completely disappointed in this BFF. Fang Yuan sneered, right, you guys are noble. You're proud. If it wasn't for me sacrificing myself, do you think you guys would be in one piece? Don't put such a high hat on yourself. You're just scared, Bai Jia said. Chen Lingxiu couldn't listen and said angrily, what's the noise? We still have a companion outside. If we really have nothing to do, then go out and replace Lu Jichen in. Not only the three women, the teenagers who were whispering didn't dare to say another word. One of the teenagers wanted to reach out for a snack. Xiao Qiu on the side slapped the back of the teenager's hand and said, we can't eat yet. We have to wait for brother Jiechen. He's still outside. Lu Jiedwan went in after a fierce battle for half an hour. The zombies in a few miles around were eliminated by him quite a lot. Determining that there is no danger for the time being, Lu Jiedwan dragged his tired body into the dean's office. He spat with the system, I'm exhausted. I'm sure I'll fall asleep regardless when I enter the secret room. I'll sleep after I'm full. Host, this system really didn't pick the wrong one. You're really good. Between people of the same age, it's already great. Go to the secret room and you rest. I promise not to disturb you. That's very good behavior. When Lu Jiechan came to the secret room, Xiao Qiu pounced over and pulled his hand. Brother Jiechan, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Why did you just come in? Xiao Qiu is even better. She came right over with her aunts. The snacks I brought for you all. A few bags of snacks hadn't moved yet. Xiao Qiu said, Brother Jiechan, we're all waiting for you. Can we eat now? Lu Jiechan thought of his dean's mom, who had once taught them not to grab when eating, to wait and eat when everyone was together. Several children were already starving. Some were already covering their stomachs and curled up. Yet they were still waiting. Lu Jiechan said, dinner is ready. Younger brothers and sisters, there are no conditions today. So what? We won't wash our hands, but we can't rub our eyes. Lu Jiechan distributed the snacks to the children. Making sure that there was no favoritism, Lu Jiechan took one of the bags and came to Chen Lingxiu, after which he squatted down and said, thank you. Have something to eat? I met with an accident yesterday, so I've kept you guys waiting for a long time. No, didn't come late. It was you who saved us. Eat something. If you don't eat enough, you can't hold your own child. You can't take care of him. Lu Jiedwan touched the child's fleshy face. The new life was that cute, yet tenacious. The next road, have to work harder for you. Lu Jiechan didn't say anything, took some things and put them in front of Chen Lingxiu. After that he carried the bag towards the middle of the three women who were supposed to be bosom buddies but were divided into two camps, and complimented. You're all doing well. Come over here and eat something. Eat enough to catch up on the road. Bai Jia and Louis walked towards him first. Fang Yuan finally came over anyway. The three of them didn't say anything. Lu Jiachen said, I don't care what your relationship is. If you want to follow me, you have to be obedient. Otherwise don't follow. The system spat out. Dog host, you're also too fierce. Chauvinistic, really down on your head. Lu Jiachen didn't retort. He just gave a few more thanks to this external system. If it wasn't for it, I'm afraid that he would have already become one of the thousands of zombies. Although he was thankful, he couldn't talk about liking it or accepting it completely. He always wanted to have a sword. Holding a sword, a burst of killing is more handsome and smooth. He has long wanted to spit the system. However, the more you want something, the more you can not get something. The big black umbrella to support to blisters. Sickle used to vomit. Two guns used to sweaty palms. Always a little bit not smooth. But what can be done? The system does not give. Bai Jia looked at Lu Jiedwan's body's white clothes have been stained red with blood. She asked, are you okay? Lu Jiachen had felt that he was indeed quite macho just now. But Bai Jia, this woman, cared in a gentle tone, making him wonder if he was too kind just now. It's fine. You performed well today. Keep it up next time. If you find clothes outside the clothing factory, get yourself a set. If your conscience is not good enough to pay, if you don't have it, I can lend it to you first. Lu Jiedwan thought to himself, what is this woman barking at? Can't understand it at all. Lu Yi, who was wearing a lolita, also came up and said, Brother Jiachen, you're so handsome. Today, hey, right, where's Sister Bing Bing? Didn't she jump off the bus with you? Where is she? Jia Dust brother. If you lack a girlfriend must say out oh. I rule Q waiting. Lu Jia Dust still brain align. What the hell nerves what is in a woman's head? The system said, yo yo yo. Host, mighty oh. Circle powder countless. Really have you? Is not said to come to sleep well. How not sleep? Talkative. Lu Jiechen spat out 2 words. Bai Jia and Louis looked at each other in disbelief. Fong Yuan burst into a sneer. Lu Jiechen put the bag in front of Chen Lingxiu, and after that, he turned around in the secret room. He was really curious as to why Mother Superior had made a secret room here. Bai Jia remembered that Lu Jiechen had specially gone to find some medicines. She found the medicines to bandage Chen Lingxiu's wounds. The children ate their food while singing in low voices the bug's flight that Mother Superior had taught them. Lu Jiechen quickly locked a box of information on the iron shelf. He rummaged through it. It was full of toys and some information on the orphans. He picked up his own copy of the file and heard the system's voice before he even started to read it. Host, that guy with the Shinigami seems to be scanning for something and has another Shinigami with him. What should we do? Are you afraid of them? Lu Jiechen asked. Che, who's afraid of them? 2 ghosts well. Afraid of. Hard contact. I don't wimp out okay. Yes. You are very good. Okay, go, we will meet them. Ha, what? Let's meet them? I didn't hear it wrong. Dog host, you're out of your mind. That death god Ryuk is trying to kill you. Sure, Lu Jiechen said. You guys stay obediently. I'm going to bring a few friends in. Be careful, Bai Ji urged. Lu Jiechen waved his hand and walked out. The system said, Dog host, can you not play with them together? The system and the god of death aren't on the same channel. They can't play, and they will kill you. It's not good to say it's cooperation. Cooperation. It is really art. The host does not know the horror of death without dying once. Chapter 17, My system is too human. Han Xiaogong originally wanted to come directly over to find Lu Jiechen, but then there was an earthquake. Worried about his sister's side of the accident, so he brought his sister over. Brother and sister both exchanged with the god of death the Eye of Death. This way over, the 2 in the death note densely written many zombies' name. Those zombies also died on time. The siblings who had been writing names for a long time were also exhausted, and they tried their best not to make a commotion. Han pulled her zombie mother and asked, Ram, are you sure they're here? Ram replied gently, Yes, master, I'm sure. Ryuk also said, That's right, I also sense that they are here. Han Xiaogong looked at Lu Jiechen decapitating the fallen pile of corpses. He was a bit scared. This strength wasn't weaker than his death note. Ryuk said, he must have taken that death sickle to harvest the zombies. Otherwise how could it be so smooth? Xiaogong, you promised me yo. Han Xiaogong didn't say anything. Lu Jiechen walked out and asked, Are you looking for me? Ryuk was agitated. Yes, it's him. Where did the death god Scythe go? This obnoxious guy. Why is he holding 2 toy guns? Rem said, Those aren't ordinary toy guns. Next to 3 or 2 zombies. Han Xiaogong selected one of them, and then wrote his name on a piece of paper. Only a few moments, the zombie's head exploded, and many zombies surrounded it. The system said, Che, show what? Host, bite him. Lu Jiechen said, Are you telling me that you are a strange person who can kill zombies out of thin air? It's not limited with killing zombies either, and also killing people. Of course I will when things don't go my way. When I first obtained the notes I always felt that human life shouldn't be trampled on at will. But after having them for a long time I realized that it's hard to see real people in this world. Don't look like you've been through it all. I won't sympathize with you. Of course, if you want to kill me with your method, you can try. The system spat. Host, this wave is playing a bit big. Hey, what if you really die? What if I can't save you? Then you'll change hosts. You are already my 99. In one more term I really cannot mix in the system world. What licking dog system? What the more unruly the more ferocious system? And what constantly strengthened the human body will also be ding a small child system will laugh at me. The system of the old system of yellow. Ryuk looked at the black ring and loved it in his heart and said, Xiaogong, quick, write him to death, write him to death. Han Xiaogong had seen the movie. He knew the final ending of Night God Moon, so facing Ryuk's request, Han Xiaogong didn't always go to satisfy it. He had his own idea. Lu Jiedwan said very nonchalantly, Want to cooperate and make an alliance to evacuate this place? You have to realize that your ability alone is limited. That's what I mean. Han Xiaogong said, You said it earlier, causing me to make a wild guess here. Hard to guess what you're thinking. Cooperation is certainly possible, but you can't take her with you. Han Xiaomei called out, Brother Jieduan, just bring mother with you for us. We promise we won't let her harm anyone. Strange, how come all of you family act like you can see my name? How come you can call out anyone? Han Xiaomei said, If you don't want to take us with you then forget it. Then I'll write your name in my notebook and make my own way. You little girl, do you like to hold grudges? Ryuk floated over to Han Xiaomei and said, Xiaomei, quick, write his name down. Han Xiaogong said, Ryuk, come back, little sister. He shook his head, and Han Xiaomei knew what her brother meant. Lu Jietsuan continued, I invited you before, you refused, and now you're taking the initiative to come over and look for me. I'm not something you can just look for if you want to and not if you don't want to, Han Xiaogong said. I can promise you 3 conditions. In addition, if one day you're on the verge of death, I'll lay down my life to save you once, and when I have to kill you, I'll give you a chance. The system quit and said, Brother Dust, cut him, he's saying we're inferior to him again. Can we still tolerate it? Lu Jiedwan heard this but said, okay, no problem, I promise. Old Han Ah, you should have come over earlier. I'm really a bit unable to kill alone Ah. As he said that, he went over and took Han Xiaogong's shoulder. The 2 Han family members along with Ryuk and Rem were stunned. They couldn't figure out what this youth covered in corpse blood was thinking. Ryuk was puzzled. Xiaogong, this kid is afraid that he's not simple. Digging a hole for you to use deceit. This kind of slippery person can't be kept. Rem also said, little sister, this person is unfathomable. If the corpses that fell here are all his battles, then we can't easily afford to mess with him. Several people hadn't gone far before there was movement behind them. 3 zombies that didn't use their feet to walk floated in front of a group of zombies, and a long-tongued creature was also among them. Han Xiaomei shrank back in fear, and Han Xiaogong blocked in front of his sister, saying, Xiaomei, you take your mother and go in first. I'll take the rear here. Lu Jiechen said, alright, please, little sister, I'll take you in. Han Xiaogong froze. Han Xiaomei similarly did not move, leaving his brother alone here. What is the matter? Lu Jichen said, go ah, there is your brother. Brother and sister standing. Han Xiaomei holding the hand of the zombie mother, turning over the notes, one by one zombie name to write. Strange as the 3 zombies hanging in the air have no name at all, and there are long-tongued creatures have no name. Not only Han Xiaomei, Han Xiaogong also behold won't, can only write the name of other ordinary zombies? Lu Jiechuan asked, ice. In fact, I am now very panicked, but can't let them see out. What equipment? This long-tongued creature is seen. The guy hanging in mid-air is afraid that it is a new species. I don't have much certainty. Lu Jiedwan asked and pressed a shot. However, it didn't help. The system said, you also no panic? Rem said, little sister, that man doesn't seem to have any intention of making a move. If you have the chance you should run away. I will hold them off for you. Han Xiaogong looked at Ryuk, who spread his hands and said, this is the first time I've encountered this situation as well. Lu Jiechen was inwardly crying out for help. System, ice big beauty, help, really can't beat them ah, begging for equipment. Host Sing Conquest, give you equipment oh, this, I'm afraid it's not good. Then I basically can't mix in the world of the system owner in the future. Give a way to live. There's no need to talk. You have to listen to the conquest. Sing it out loud. Forced by the situation, Lu Jiedwan had to open his mouth and sing. Conquered by you just like this. Cutting off all retreats. My mood is solid. My decision is muddled. I've been conquered by you. Drinking your hidden poison. My storyline has come to an end. My love and hate are in the ground. Not only the people, the 2 Shinigami were baffled. Rem took the unprecedented initiative to approach Ryuk and asked, is this guy sick? Ryuk said, it's marvelous. I just don't know what he's doing. It's hard to tell. What are you talking about? Han Xiaogong shook Lu Jiechan and said, what are you doing? This is not the time to sing. The 3 zombies hanging in midair felt that their dignity had been challenged to the point that they instantly flew over and were coming towards Lu Jiechen, who swung out a heavy punch uncontrollably with his body. The zombie that flew over was knocked out 5 meters away. The remaining 2 also instantly came over. Lu Jiechen punched one. His body felt warm currents swimming around. The system voice said, seeing his singing so earnestly, I'll give you a set of heavy punches. Long-tongue creature tongue rushed Lu Jiechuan over. He did not panic at all. Direct fist to take down. Long-tongue creature tongue was flattened. Not finished. Lu Jiechuan pulled that guy's tongue and flung it around. After that, he even directly punched through. The 2 Han family, as well as the 2 Shinigami all looked dumbfounded, and inwardly only want to ask Lu Jiechuan exactly what bull horse. Hanging zombies wanna fly to Han Xiaogong. Han little sister. Lu Jiecheng suddenly appeared to intercept. After a punch one, knocked them flying. One of them was pressed by him on the ground friction. Punch after punch, directly to death. Those 2 zombies smartly left. Lu Jiechen patted his hand. His hand was still stained with blood. Ryuk said, damn, actually just like this he was mounted. It must be related to his ring. Shao Kung, you have to cheer up ah, or else I'm afraid that someday you will also have to be killed by his messy punch. Han Xiaomei ran towards Lu Jiechen. swallowed her saliva, once again seriously surveyed him and asked, "Brother Jiechen, you are so fierce." Lu Jiechen laughed and said, "Base do not 6. Han Xiaogong finally also stopped being condescending because he was a kier. He said, "When I can't, I still ask you to step in." Chapter 18, Divergence. Ryuk said, "Xiaogong, how can you say you can't do it? Try it and see what happens to this guy in the end? The source of his power should be the ring. If you write him to death, the ring is yours. You can just as easily leave on your own." Lu Jiechen walked towards Ryuk, tilted his head to look at him, and said, "If you are still this ungrateful, I will split you into 8 sections. A ghost, calling yourself a god of death. You think a god would be as shameless as you?" The system had shown Lu Jiechen 2 gods of death long before. Han Xiaogong said, "You can see him? Why not?" Rem blocked in front of Han Xiaomei. Lu Jiechen said, "You're really protective of your master. Don't worry, I won't hurt her." Han Xiaogong, since you're sincere about joining together on the road, let's do it together. But I have quite a lot of people here, so it'll be very busy at that time. To each his own. I will assist you in evacuating together to the safe zone. Let's go. Go inside and recuperate for a while before coming out. Lu Jiechen led a few people inside. After speaking with the rest, after a brief rest, Lu Jiechen took Han Xiaogong and Bai Jie out to look for a car. No matter what, he had to get the children to the safe zone first. The general car really cannot pull so many. The 3 will be the Wuling Hongguang as the target vehicle and then began to look for. There are a lot of cars on the road, but there is no key, can start, enough gas is still a problem. It seems that in addition to love, a lot of things are like this. You put in the effort, more or less will be rewarded. With manpower, their search for the car and the transfer of the children to the car went very smoothly. Road, 3 Wuling Hongguang were traveling, chasing a group of zombies behind them, and the sound of the engine kept attracting zombies, the number of which kept increasing. Han Xiaogong was leading at the front, Lu Jiechuan was behind him, and Bai Jie was in the center. Ryuk and Rem followed on both sides of the car. Han was observing the road while writing down the names of the zombies on the side of the road. Ryuk said, "Xiao Kung, that kid is unpredictable. He's really not easy to deal with. How about we write his name on it and try it out? If he's really capable, he definitely won't die easily. Then we'll just cooperate with him again when the time comes. But if he dies, then it means he's not that strong. Everything on him is ours. We can leave here just as well." Han Xiaogong didn't listen to Ryuk and didn't even respond. Ryuk was infuriated, but there was nothing he could do at all. Lu Jiechen in the back finally didn't have to struggle so hard alone. But the system was disgruntled and said, "Host, that death god Ryuk tries to kill you at times. Why do you keep him around?" "Of course it is to give us more rest time. With them blocking the front, there is no need for us to charge into battle. And there is not still you. If there are any accidents, you will certainly take action. District Foreign Ghosts, we will exterminate them in minutes." Right. The system finally stopped talking. They traveled all the way. The scenery is quite good. Lu Jiechen has not been so relaxed for a long time. The car's teenage girls also have laughter. Even if now outside running a lot of zombies, but at least now they have someone to protect. Children without parents from childhood is very poor. They lack of love, not to say, live also carefully, afraid of being abandoned. Compared with the average child, they do not dare to have a rebellious period. Along the way, they met a lot of people in need of help, but also did not get off the car to lend a helping hand. Now they have to protect themselves first. Lu Jiechen to send the children to the safe zone. This is the dean's mother's dying wish. He cannot make a little trouble. Evening. Bai Jie in the middle said into the phone, "It's been a day of rushing. Or let's go to the surrounding hotels and stay there first. There are still 2 days of traveling." Han Xiaogong said, "That's fine. Lu Jieduan, the smell on you is getting rancid. You should find a place to wash." "Good. Let's find one then. I do want to take a good bath too." The addition of both Han Xiaogong and Han Xiaomei did bring a lot of convenience to Lu Jiechen. The two of them blocked the many zombies in front while he took a few women to find a place to stay. Everything is quite smooth. Lu Jiechen, in order not to let their siblings' distraction, will take the mother of Han a piece of the hotel. The people arranged to a clean hotel after he went downstairs to bring the Han family siblings up. Those zombies are also good is relatively common. Just so write the name. Brother and sister, 2 hands are sour. Lu Jieduan was at the door and called out, "It's arranged. Come in." The 2 siblings slowly retreated, writing names as they retreated. They came in and Lu Jiechen closed the door. He complimented, "Pretty good, huh? Reliable." Han Xiaomei asked, "Brother Jiechen, how is she doing with my mom?" "Don't worry, I've arranged it properly. You can see her when you go up." The elevator was quiet. Lu Jiechen broke the silence. "Last time we met in the elevator you weren't being nice, were you? If you don't have anything to say you cannot say it. It's good to be quiet." Han Xiaogong said. He seemed to answer something, but then again, it seemed like he didn't. Instead, reflecting someone who couldn't talk. they came to the door of the room. And in a room with a half-covered door came the laughing and joyful voices of children. And one of the teenagers said, "Shoot her, shoot the zombie, they're the ones that bite, bad." The three people outside the door felt something bad. Han Xiaogong even guessed something bad. He pushed the door and went in. The children who were placed in the room pulled the rope and stomped on his mother 1 foot at a time. One of the children held an ashtray close, ready to smash the head of the zombie. Aside, Fong Yuan was busy looking at the mirror, did not pay attention to what the children do. Also lazy, originally arranged to stay here by Jia, nowhere to be found. The ashtray held by the teenager was about to fall on the head of the zombie. Lu Jiachen shouted, "Don't!" Han Xiaogong rushed over. A big kick to the teenager. The teenager flew out. Han Xiaogong hurriedly drove a few children away, hugging his mother, nervously checking if there were any injuries on her body. Han Xiaomei also came in, crying and pulling her mother. Fong Yuan was soon disturbed by the commotion. Lu Jiachuan went over to check if the boy was alright. The teenager covered his stomach and cried. He couldn't comfort anyone, even less now. After all, it was the children who bullied Han's mother. He angrily said, "Bai Jie, Bai Jie." Fong Yuan responded. She said she forgot something and ran out. Lu Jiaduan came in front of Fong Yuan, looked at the woman, and angrily said, "I asked you to watch the children, and this is how you show me." If it was usual, Fong Yuan would definitely return the favor. But looking at the now furious Lu Jiachen, she really didn't dare to say a word more, and could only press her head down. "Next time, you won't follow us." Fong Yuan was aggrieved, tears welling up in her eyes, but she didn't dare say a word. Where did she go? Fong Yuan shook her head. Lu Jiachen could only turn to Han Xiaogong when he didn't get an answer and asked, "I didn't make arrangements this time. There won't be a next time. I'm sorry, you take care of them here for a bit. I'm going to go look for someone." Lu Jiaduan finished going out. He looked for one room. Bai Jia is not in it. The system said, not angry, not angry. Angry, no one to replace. Host, be calm. Can you search Bai Jia's location? I'll try. A few seconds later, the host responded. She's in 1,000 meters near the hotel's clothes puller. Not good. Host, she's in danger. There are quite a few zombies next to her. Lu Jiaduan ran down the stairs and ran towards Clothes Lacer with a vigorous pace. Bai Jia had to work hard to run from there to here, the purpose of which was to get a clean set of clothes for Lu Jiachen. After arriving, he found that there were quite a lot of them, so he brought quite a few with him, but when he was going out, he accidentally stepped on something, making a commotion, and the zombies next to him leaned in. Bai Jia immediately panicked. Good thing Lu Jiachen arrived in time. He killed a few zombies in 3 or 2. After that he pulled Bai Jia to run. Bai Jia said while running, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to sneak out. I just saw that you didn't have a change of clothes on you, so I came out. I found a few sets of good ones for you." Lu Jiachen has almost exploded with anger, but the other party is also for him, so think it is not good to be angry, so he had to not say anything. But running, Bai Jia will be a little unable to run, only close to the hotel. Lu Jiachen will find a tragic death in front of the Hotel Fong Yuan. A group of zombies in the body of a woman eating. Lu Jiachen eyelids jumping wildly. Looking at the upper floors, he pulled Bai Jia around into the hotel. After coming in, Bai Jia stopped walking. Her back was a bloody color. "Jiachen, I can't go up." Chapter 19. Her vital signs gradually weakened, and Lu Jiachen hugged her. "What's wrong? What's wrong with you?" "Very tired. I can't walk anymore." Lu Jiachen touched the blood on her back. He recalled running all the way over here. He hadn't been caught by the zombies, and his back was still dry when he held Bai Jia. Her face was normal except for the scarlet color. All sorts of links together. There is only one possibility. This is Han Xiaogong's revenge. It is very strange as originally talkative system actually in Lu Jiachen holding Bai Jia ran that time no sound. Lu Jiachen was even more annoyed, and was about to hold Bai Jia to go up and confront Han Xiaogong, when Bai Jia pulled him back and said, "What are you angry about?" Her voice was soft. Lu Jiachen didn't say anything. Bai Jia added, "Is it because I disobeyed you and sneaked out to make you feel troubled?" Lu Jiachen shook his head and denied. "Of course not. You're the one who allowed me to live a few more days. I'm very grateful to you, kid." Bai Jia reached out and touched Lu Jiachen's face, saying, "Quite handsome, and I don't know what kind of crappy life I had. I wanted to say that I would find clothes for you, and seriously cooperate with you, and slowly get to know you, so that you can get used to it. But this originally frozen progress bar has only just started to appear, and I'm out of a life. Life is more than a paper blog. I admit it, but I still want to tell you that I like you a lot. When you kill zombies you are heroic and handsome. You are indeed fierce when you are ferocious, but when you play with the children, I think you are obviously a gentle person. Harmonize our conflicts. Take us out of the dangerous place. You are again a capable and dare to be responsible. I don't know if you've met a girl you like before me. Have you ever been confessed to? Of course I want to ask, but I don't dare. I'm afraid you'll say I'm talkative. If you have someone you like, make sure you stay together and be happy. If not, then just wait. There must be someone you like. Just can you not forget me so quickly? These days you've been planning hard for us, killing zombies. Really, it's very handsome. The clip of being held by your hand and running just now must be the happiest moment for me in these 25 years. But my happiness was really short. I lost it before I could even begin to remember it. The clothes I prepared for you. You have to change them yourself and dress cleanly. That's sure to get a lot of likes. Jedi, you're my hero. It's the first time I've said so many words to someone, or to the first person I liked. Lu Jiechen. You have to think a little more for yourself. Live well. Bai Jie braced herself to finish many words, but some never made it to the end. She was forced to come to the end of her life. Tears slipped from Lu Jiechen's eyes, not because she really wanted to cry, it was just plain hard. A long time passed, he let out a deep sigh of relief and turned to clench his fists. He put Bai Jie down, after which he said, "You're good, I won't forget you." It is natural to say that I like this woman is not yet to that point, but after spending a long time together, of course, I will still be sad and sorry. The hotel where Han Xiaogong was, none of the children were spared. Their faces were twisted and hideous as they lay. Lu Jiechuan looked up to the sky. He couldn't wait to tear the 3 Han family members apart right now. He hurriedly rushed into the other rooms. Luckily the children in the rest of the rooms were all safe and sound. Chen Lingxiu asked, "What's wrong?" Louis from next door also came when she heard the sound of the door opening and asked, "Brother Jie Chen, did something happen?" Lu Jiechen didn't know if he was sad because he lost those kids or he saw that the kids in the other rooms were fine and relaxed. The whole person couldn't stand up steadily and could only crouch and sit against the wall. Xiao Qiu ran over and touched Lu Jiechen's head, saying, "Brother Jiechen, did you encounter something sad?" Lu Jiechen still did not respond. Chen Lingxiu whispered in Lu Yi's ear, after which Louis took a few children to another room. The children who went there cried, and Louis also sobbed. Chen Lingxiu thought it was not wrong, it was that something happened next door. Just do not know what exactly. Lu Jieduan squatted, holding his head and scratching there. Xiao Qiu sang in his ear the insects fly taught by the dean's mother. Louis came over with a piece of paper in his hand. Chen Lingxiu read it and said afterward, "It's not your fault, Jie Chen. We still have a long way to go. That guy left some words for you. If Bai Jie died for Lu Jiechen is just sympathy and regret, then the dean mother care of the child died. For him is absolutely grief, self-doubt. If not his own arrogance will not cause such a tragedy." At this time the emotion of wanting to slaughter the 3 Han family members only rose. In today's situation where the killing intent was about to run into his face, the system unexpectedly didn't say a word. Lu Jiechen felt even more annoyed by this system. It didn't say a word when it was asked to speak, and then it droned on and on when it wasn't. Lu Jichen raised his head. His eyes were red. The 2 women looked heartbroken. He faced the zombies alone. One-person fierce battle were not as wretched as now. He took the piece of paper. Han Xiaogong's writing is still quite a brushstroke. He wrote on it, "You must want to kill us now. I can even understand you, but I can't help but run. You also have people, things to guard, and when the ones you are bent on guarding are bullied and threatened, how can you stand it? My sister and I were brought up by my mother with great pains. When we didn't get notes, our family suffered from the world's whipping, bullying and insults. Now that I have the ability to protect my mother, naturally I won't let her suffer a bit. Whoever harms my mother, I will spare no effort to kill him. Don't argue with me about the 3 views. Those who are alive, those who have a good life, they all deserve to die. Of course, I also think you deserve to die. If you read this letter then it means you're not dead, and it also proves that your wonders are at least better than mine. Then of course I have to hide a little bit and avoid you. You didn't take us out, so there was no need for me to fulfill what I had promised you before. I didn't move except for the people in this room. It was a bit of sympathy for you. I can understand some of what you've been through, and you're more deserving of sympathy than I am. I don't thirst for you to forgive me. And I don't regret it. I just hope that if you come across me and kill me, you don't implicate my sister and my mother. I did all this. My sister even stopped me, but I couldn't get past that hurdle in my heart. What good is an opportunity if you get some kind of chance and don't favor your family or the people you're supposed to protect? The first half of my life without the Death Note was full of bullying and humiliation. And the second half of my life with the Death Note, I don't crave for freedom, but at least I can't let the people I care about be aggrieved. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Goodbye, Lu Jiechen. Of course, I still hope that we will never see each other again, because it will be very troublesome for us to meet. After reading the letter, Lu Jiechen crushed the letter into a ball, after which he stood up and said, "All of you rest. We will continue our journey tomorrow." Louis asked, "Brother Jiechen, Sister Fong Yuan, Sister Bai Jie, all of them are down there and will never be able to come up." Chen Lingxiu patted his shoulder and said, "Get a good night's sleep, there's still a lot to do tomorrow." Lu Jichuan wandered back to his room. Xiao Qiu followed behind. Seeing the dead child's face, Xiao Qiu pulled Lu Jichuan's hand. Lu Jichuan said, "Xiao Qiu, go back to sleep, otherwise you won't be able to get up tomorrow. Mother Superior said that you can't leave anyone behind to sleep together, so little Autumn should be obedient and go back to sleep. Today little Autumn accompanies brother Jie, okay? Little children can't sleep here. Little Autumn has to go over there to sleep. Then brother Jie can't sleep here either. We'll go over there to sleep. Brother isn't a child anymore. Don't. Xiaoqiu will be here tonight, accompanying brother. That's fine, as long as Xiaoqiu isn't afraid." After Lu Jieduan finished speaking, he took his backpack and went into the bathroom, took a shower, and changed into the clothes Bai Jie had picked out for him. A cross-country outfit that was very resistant to dirt. Xiaoqiu placed the several dead children one by one while Lu Jieduan was taking a bath, then covered them with a quilt. She mouthed, "This way you won't be afraid of the cold. Sleep well and listen to mommy." Lu Jieduan came out and looked at Xiaoqiu neatly placing the children together and covering them with quilts. His heart saddened again. Orphans are really more delicate and sensitive than ordinary growing children. He rubbed Xiaoqiu's head and asked, "You gave them the quilt? Then how are we going to sleep tonight? There are still quilts on the bed. Where did little Autumn find it?" Chapter 20, Tough but not bad. "There's it in the empty room next to it." Lu Jiechen rubbed the child's little head. "How is my sister so good and understanding? Xiaoqiu is also going to wash up. Brother, go to sleep quickly. You can't stay up late. Go." Lu Jieduan looked at the children who were lying quietly. He was ashamed of Dean's mom. He wanted to go get another quilt, but found that the bed was two quilts. Both quilts were naturally carried over by Xiaoqiu. He picked up a quilt and leaned against the side of the bed. Xiaoqiu came out, looked at Lu Jiechen and asked, "Brother Jiechen, why don't you go to bed? The bed is for girls to sleep on." Brother purposely reserved it for Xiaoqiu, but Dean mom used to let us sleep together, ah? She said as she walked towards Lu Jieduan, who looked at the thinly dressed Xiaoqiu and asked, "Is it cold?" Xiaoqiu shook her head. The two siblings sat down together. Lu Jiechen played the role of the eldest and said, "Xiaoqiu, in the future you have to remember to sleep by yourself when you go out with strange boys. If someone else wants to sleep in the same bed as you, kick him out of bed. If they move their hands and feet, then call the police. Got it?" "Why?" Mother Dean told brother Jieduan to teach Xiaoqiu that. "Okay." Little Autumn listens to brother and mom. In the future, if brother isn't around, little Autumn must protect herself, study hard, and eat well, okay? Will Jiechen brother also leave Xiaoqiu? Because brother has a lot of things to do, and little Autumn has to grow up on her own. Ah, good. Then when little Autumn grows up to be a big girl, will brother come to look for little Autumn? Of course I will. Brother will take little Autumn to far away places to see lots and lots of scenery. Then let's pull the hook. The two of them pulled the hook. Xiaoqiu's mouth recited, "Pull the hook and hang yourself for 100 years. Whoever cheats is a puppy." Good. Xiaoqiu obedient. "Then go to bed and lie down to sleep." The girl obediently went to bed and lay down. The two of them were not talking for a long time. Xiaoqiu asked again, "Brother, will you miss mom?" Lu Jiechen thought for a moment and replied, "Dean mom will always live in our hearts." "Brother, Xiaoqiu misses mom. Little Qiu is good. Go to sleep. Go to sleep." Lu Jiechen gently patted the quilt. Xiaoqiu, who hadn't rested properly for a long time, fell into a deep sleep. The night gradually deepened. Lu Jiechen also gradually relaxed his vigilance and slept. Dream. Han Xiaogong and Han Xiaomei wrote everyone's names in their own notes. Han's mother pounced on Lu Jichen and bit him to death, and all the children died without any immunity. Lu Jiechen suddenly woke up in the daytime. Xiaoqiu looked at his brother with wide eyes. He asked, "Brother Jiechen is not dreaming, ah?" Lu Jiechen embraced the little girl into his arms. Xiaoqiu patted his shoulder and said, "Not afraid, not afraid, it's all a dream." A few people ate. Lu Jiechen was ready to arrange for a few people to get on the car. The gun he used before in his hand disappeared. The big black umbrella and the broken side all disappeared. Lu Jiechen silently shouted, "System, system, bing bing, come out and answer the question." No response at all. This is not the first time this situation. The last time he was beaten badly was because the system was not responding. He was stumped again. If there is no system, no weapon, then is he not a waste? Just when he ran out of ideas and wanted to give up, he thought of the conversation with two great men in the time gap, especially the Prime Minister, who said, "The problem is bound to exist, but the problem is to be used to solve it." Thinking of the turbulent times back then, they faced a difficult problem and overcame it again and again. That kind of courage should not be cut off in the young generation, and even more so should not be cut off here in him. Lu Jieduan said, "Get ready, we're leaving soon, don't leave anything behind." Lu accidentally hotel door found his girlfriend. Sadness quickly let her lose fighting spirit. Chen Lingxiu by Louis support. She patted her shoulder, said, Louis, I understand your mood, but now is not the time to be sad. She also hoped that you are safe and alive. Lu Jieduan also comforted. It's his greatest relief that we made it to the safe zone. He looked down at the outfit. Sadness was also quietly corrupting him. He just didn't show it. Later I'll go attract the attention of the zombies. You guys bring the kids to the car. 5 at a time. 3 times and it's over. When you get in the car, Louis will drive one of the cars in the back. Chen Lingxiu opened the driver's side door. I'll drive it. Chen Lingxiu also wanted to do something, but now that she was limping, she had to say, thank you, to one without leaving. Take the child to the car. He finished rushing out, shouting and waving at the same time, quickly attracting the attention of the zombies. Louis first took the 5 children and assisted Chen Lingxiu to go over, and then afterward took the children over in 2 separate times, but fortunately was careful enough that the zombies didn't notice. Lu Jichen's situation is not very good. A bunch of zombies chasing after him. He simply cannot turn back, coupled with nothing in hand. Simply cannot. For the sake of not being exposed at Chen Lingxiu's place, Louis ran out for a while and shouted, Brother Jiechen, we're getting on. The zombies quickly chased after Louis. They all had a bunch of zombies behind them. Lu Jietsuan remembered and called out, use your whole body strength to run towards me. Louis didn't question and ran over desperately. Both of them could clearly see the line of zombies following behind them, and when they almost collided, Lu Jiechen took a step to the side, after which he quickly pulled Louis out as the zombies crashed together. The two of them fought to run towards the direction of the car, after which they quickly started the car to leave this place. Lu Jiechen sighed, and Chen Lingxiu on the side asked, what's wrong? Compared to yesterday, you seem to be under a lot of pressure today. It's nothing. Now you're our backbone. We're all relying on you. You need to tell us if you're under pressure. We're willing to do whatever you want us to do. Really, anything. Lu Jiechen instantly didn't know what to say, but he who prided himself on having a very positive outlook did accidentally think in certain directions. But that thought was quickly dismissed by him as he said, there's a scare. Your child is quite cute. I'm not a random woman. I didn't say anything. Chen Lingxiu's sudden this sentence made Lu Jiechuan dumbfounded. How strange are women's brain circuits. Lu Yi, who was listening to the phone call, eased the atmosphere. Brother Jia Chen, how well did we work together just now? It's fine. It was awesome. I'm still willing to accompany you on your adventure next time. Xiao Qiu's voice rang out. Brother Jia Duan, Sister Lu Yi is very good. Is Sister Xiao Dan leaving you or else with Sister Lu Yi? Although Sister Xiao Dan is also very good to me, but so many times she is so fierce. Lu Jieduan did not respond. Just think of Du Xiaodan. The phone came from the other end of the Louis gossiping after the question. Xiaoqiu enthusiastic answer. Chen Lingxiu looked at this youth smaller than him. The heart has a different sentiment. She even thought about what she would do if her husband also turned into a zombie. Xiaodan, how are you doing now? Why did you leave just like that? Thinking about life is also really like a farce. At first when we were very small, all things were quite ordinary. People were born, grew up, studied, got married, had children, worked, retired, generation after generation, so cyclical. But since the earthquake happened, our whole life is also added to avoiding earthquakes. And then there is also the possibility of encountering a chance opportunity, traveling through a gap in time, seeing many people who have been living in books, discussing life with them, and watching Daofu Zi turn into the sun high in the sky where there is no sun. And then there was an outbreak of the zombie virus. I wonder what other uncertainties we will encounter in our lives. I hope we still have a chance to see each other again. Along the way, they encountered a lot of tragedies. Lu Jiechen, who didn't save Dean's mom, was already very sad, and he also didn't manage to save all the children and send them to the safe zone. Lu Jiechen blamed himself even more, in order not to let the children in distress. In the face of other people's pleas for help, Lu Jiechen can only turn a blind eye. The man himself is now also incapable. The system has not been given a reply. On the road, they encountered a man with a gun pointing at them, asking them to stop. Lu Jiechuan was torn, because near the man, as well as behind the car, there are zombies chasing. Coupled with Han Xiaogong's previous experience, Lu Jiechuan did not know how to choose. He kicked the gas before going down, wanting to learn Han Xiaogong's values, but when the car was about to hit the man, he slammed the steering wheel, and the whole car almost overturned. But fortunately God had eyes. He here was not made that murderer, but Lu Yi in the back crashed. Chen Lingxiu stroked Lu Jieduan's back while telephoning to comfort Lu Yi, who cried the whole way. Although there were difficulties and obstacles along the way, they came to the safe zone smoothly. There were no zombies around the safe zone, and only after some negotiation did they let Lu Jiechuan and his party in. But after they went in, Lu Jiechuan felt that something was not right, and always felt that the whole area was full of conspiracy. Chapter 21, Safe Zone? Those leading the way didn't look like good people. There was a certain component of a person's appearance that was also affected by their qualities. 4 or 5 armed men with guns escorted them to the residence. Lu Jiechen observed the surroundings. He has been trying to connect to the system, but as before was a dream of nothingness, not a single voice to give him a response. In front of the middle-aged man leading the way, tall and big, full of flesh, Lu Jiechen such a small roll he can pinch death with his bare hands, as easily as crushed ants in general. The back followed by a few people look is not good. They not only have a gun, there are electric batons, sabers, dress is even safer. General zombies are not necessarily infected them. The big man in the lead opened his mouth and said, "My name is Zhao Jinhu, the small captain of the management of law and order. You guys can just call me Big Brother Jinhu." Several people's gazes were placed on Chen Lingxiu and Lu Yi from time to time. The two women felt especially uncomfortable. Lu Jiechen said, "I'll be obliged to have Big Brother Golden Tiger lead the way today. Well, in the future, you mix well here. Just don't forget me when you do." Are there any precepts here? There are a lot of rules. Compared to normal society, this place is 1,000 times more complicated. Isn't this a safe zone set up by the state? It is very safe. The people inside really won't be threatened by zombies and earthquakes. It's hard to say. You guys can slowly understand it yourselves. Xiao Qiu ran forward and pulled Lu Jiechen's hand. Since entering the safe zone she also felt that everything around her was strange. Chen Lingxiu also noticed it, while holding the child. He observed and also paid attention to Lu Jiechen. Xiao Qiu said, "Brother Jiechen, isn't this a safe zone? Why isn't there a single person in?" All the people they passed by after they went in were armed men. Very few were in civilian clothes. Lu Jiechen followed the conversation and asked, "Right, Brother Jinhu, why isn't there anyone?" There still is. Take your time to see it." Lu Jiechen felt more and more that something was wrong, but now that he had come in, he couldn't do anything about it, and the system wouldn't give him a response. They quickly came to a temporary living place where tents were pitched. Zhao Jinhu pointed to an empty space and said, "This is where you will live. You can buy your own tents or ask us for them, but we will have to add money for providing you with tents and pitching them." "Extra money? What does that mean?" Louis asked in confusion. A man behind her slapped her but with one hand and Louis jumped up, after which she shrank behind Lu Jiechen. The man sniffed his hand and smiled lewdly. "You think bringing you guys in is a free service? If you don't even provide it, how can we do it for free? Unless you guys just pay $150,000. 100,000 is for bringing you in, and $50,000 for taking care of you. And if you want to add tents and stuff, just add 200,000. The crowd dropped their jaws in shock. Lu Jieduan expected it, but had no method at all. He had no money at all right now. The gang looked like they were going to make a move if they didn't pay. Chen Lingxiu said, "We can give you money, but can you tell me about the real environment here? I'll give you an extra 50,000. The crowd's eyes fell on Chen Lingxiu. Lu Jieduan. Louis likewise felt surprised. Didn't think that there was actually a rich lady in their midst. Zhao Jinhu stretched out a hand, 5 fingers open, said, "I like to communicate with the cool people. 500,000. We'll talk right away." Chen Lingxiu tangled a bit, nodded and said, "How do I give? As long as you have it, electronic transfer, cash payment are all supported. We can take you to a nearby bank." Chen Lingxiu took out a bank card from his own pocket. Zhao Jinhu reached out for it. Chen Lingxiu wouldn't let go. "What do you mean?" Lu Jiechen snatched the bank card and said, "The money can be given to you, but you have to guarantee that we won't be extorted by others. 3 days, give you 3 days of rookie protection. Please trust my level of professionalism." Boom! A gunshot rang out. Just as Zhao Jinhu finished saying this he was killed by a sniper who didn't know where he was hiding. The rest of the few people searched for a target and a fierce gun battle began. The children were scared and crying. Scared. Lu Jiechen and Chen Lingxiu organized the children to get down. While lying down, while looking for cover, the few armed men with Zhao Jinhu were all shot dead, and these gunshots also surprisingly did not scare the people in the tent. Lu Jiechen and his party began to wonder if there was anyone in the tent. When the fierce battle came to an end, Lu Jiechen also almost succeeded in finding a suitable cover, but before he could move he was aimed at by countless red dots. He raised his hands to get up. A few minutes or so passed. A shorts, long-legged royalty wearing a leather jacket, a dirty braid, many infrared sights around her waist, and carrying a sniper rifle in her hand appeared with a lollipop in her mouth. As she walked over, she said, "You kid can do it. 1 person, 2 chicks, and so many children?" Lu Jieduan was not clear about the other party's position so he didn't know how to open his mouth. Chen Lingxiu also stood out after handing the child to Louis and said, "We are not in the kind of relationship you said. He is a good person who brought a group of us here. If you are not evil then please help me. Just pretend I didn't say anything and I'm resigned to my fate." That imperial lady said, "You are brave. I won't kill you guys anymore, but I still need to rob the money. Understand. For the sake of life. She raised her sniper rifle at Lu Jiechan. Chen Lingxiu said, the money can be given to you. Then bring it. Is it hard to wait for me to give you an invoice? Chen Lingxiu walked towards Lu Jiechan, took the bank card from his hand and said, there's $1 million in the card. I'll give it all to you. How about you protect us for a few days? The woman bit the lollipop in her mouth and chewed it. Then said, today is also the first time to do this business. You guys are considered to have encountered a good bandit. Okay, same as the dead one. Give you 3 days of rookie protection. No more. Don't worry. Sis is very professional. Whoever is pointing a gun at me, I can KO him before he can shoot. I trust you. What's the name? Pay and say. Just call me stewardess. Not stewardess of stewardess. It's the original name is stewardess. Lu Jieduan interrupted. Your family must love to fly in the sky. The stewardess snapped her fingers and said, that's so smart. My dad is in the Air Force. My mom is a real stewardess. They know each other in the sky. That's why I call me stewardess. What's the flabbergasted thing? Pay the money. Give it faster and you'll be able to live a moment longer. Chen Lingxiu gave the bank card to the flight attendant and said, the password is 66. Sister smiled. The children were still lying on their backs. Lu Jiachen wasn't sure if this stewardess would be the same as Han Xiaogong, so he could only let the children continue to lie on their backs as he said, you're not going to backtrack on this, are you? I also have a work ethic, alright? As promised, tell all those kids of yours to get up. With this flight attendant here, you guys can definitely live through 3 days. Collected the money. Stewardess smiled like a sweet child. A look at the bank card. The children one by one up, some still crying, some bowed their heads. Do not dare to look at the stewardess. Chen Lingxiu asked, isn't this a safe zone? How did it become like this? The so-called safe zone is only safe for a few people. Let's go. Follow me and talk as we walk. A group of people followed the flight attendant as she talked about the internal environment of this safe zone. Originally is indeed the country for the prevention of zombies and earthquake disaster erected, but the corrupt officials exist everywhere. Is that there is such a group of people use the geographical advantage of occupying the mountain, people entering the safe zone to charge, and gradually formed a kind of crooked wind. Just about everyone is like this. Some rich people came in and then desperately smashed money, pulled up the team, began to resist. There are also some is composed of ordinary people. Multi-party forces mixed together, and became such a safe zone now. Not only this one place, but other places are also very different. The world is bustling with people who are accumulating wealth for the zombie virus to pass. The stewardess quickly brought the people to a cave. Not inside the safe zone, but outside. She pointed at the cave and said, the general environment is clear to you, and the place is here. You'll be here for the next 3 days. Lu Jieduan said, what about you? Said to keep you safe for 3 days. Well, that's certainly also an First said can raise conditions, but do not go overboard. Right now is considered stable, but this is not a long-term plan. After settling down the crowd, Lu Jieduan decided to let the stewardess to take him into the safe zone inside. One to figure out the various forces inside. The second is to find some weapons, in order to evening out. He had already figured out where to get the weapons from. On the way into the safe zone, the stewardess said, you kid, you're quite good. A little bit of conscience. Say, is there any strange encounter? I don't know if meeting you counts as a strange encounter. Lu Jieduan played a slippery trick. Chapter 22, Rules, Alive. The stewardess gave him a blank look and said, sister knows that she has infinite charms, but you mustn't fall in love with sister me. Yo, unless, you can survive more than half a month in this safe zone, otherwise don't fall in love. Lu Jieduan nodded and said, to come here and live is my mission. I must live. But sis, you have to provide me with more rules of this small society. The rules are that there is no order. Whoever has more money, more guns in their hands is the rule maker. Whoever has a flexible brain can live for a long time. Lu Jiachen, who heard this, suddenly laughed coldly. The stewardess was puzzled and asked, it's funny? Is there anything funny about it? Of course, when it comes to strange encounters, besides meeting my sister I did have other strange encounters. Tell me about it. Before I had fallen into the gap in time, in a place where there is no time constraints, saw many great people, and they had a lot of knowledge discussions. The great people who built the country. Those who planted rice, those who wrote famous books, those who invented the light bulb, the telephone, those who were smashed by apples, those who wrote the Tao Te Ching, the Analects of Confucius. I met them all, and they taught me a lot of truths, and benefited from them a great deal. The stewardess was a million times surprised. She once again chewed the lollipop and said, so see, tell me, which people did you talk to and what did you talk about? You're too C for this strange encounter. Lu Jieduan also felt that in the matter with obtaining the system, traveling to the gap in time was the most powerful. Those great people, the wisdom of the sages. The personality really convinced him. He said, 3 words can't say, but to my future life must have great significance. I will record it. If you protect me, wait for the zombies. Earthquakes, these storms have passed. I will publish a book. Then you will see in the book. Good guy. 3 or 2 words and you want me to be your bodyguard. The math is really loud. Unless you give money. Otherwise this is really hard to do. What they taught me is really a lot. It's good. Especially remember the Prime Minister said, to be frank, sincere and kind. Flight attendants a face to be cheated feeling. He said, cheat me to give you service, do not use the Prime Minister well. At least you unfolded to say a little. Even if there is no such a thing, you also make up a story to come well. I listen to say that is not good to be cheated to it? He was telling me a lot. It was already the next afternoon after we finished talking. Well, you work hard, live well, I look forward to your book. Under the stewardess's leadership, Lu Jichuan mapped out the division of power in this disorderly little society. Dark Gray was the #1 organization in this small society, made up of people from black and white, with no less than 10 odd people, rich in supplies, and a casino in the safe zone, dragging those who couldn't afford to pay to enter the safe zone to the first level of the casino, pitting people against zombies, or escaping, or locking people up with the strange beasts. The second organization is called the Alliance for the Enjoyment of the Fallen. They have no regard for life, no sense of propriety, and will do anything ridiculous, and those who fall into their hands either choose to fall together or choose inhuman treatment. The rest were smaller organizations. The Zhao Jin who they had just encountered was a small organization with little fame. Lu Zhechen looked at the stewardess and asked, so what organization do you belong to? She said with a proud face, my organization can be awesome. I'm not afraid to scare you to death when I say it. It's also ranked in the top 3 in the safe zone. Isaran, a member of the group. Lu Jieduan pretended to be polite and said, then you are indeed very powerful. A person to carry a team. They are their own little brother, but also their own boss. There is pressure, right? Busy. I'll go back if you're talking like that. Well, good. You can go back. I'll leave the kids' side to you guys. Sure. Don't think that you won't get beaten up just because you're handsome. We're walking around here like a nobody, not because others appreciate you, but because there's this air hostess here. I believe in your strength. But next I still plan to walk around by myself and take my chances. I'm worried about the kids, so I'm requesting you to go back and take care of them. That's fine. I wouldn't want anything to happen to you. After all, I still have to read the book you wrote. Aha. The stewardess took out a lollipop and ate it as she left. If she didn't have so many lollipops, she must have felt that life was hard, that she was dirty. That memory, how could she forget it? Lu Jieduan walked carefully alone. He returned to the place where Zhao Jinhu brought him. He wanted to pick up the pieces, but when he came over, not only the guns, even the people were gone. And after that, I don't know which tent came from a burst of fragrance. Just now the sound of gunfire did not let the tent and the people afraid of let Lu Jieduan feel strange, and even doubt that there is no one inside. He wanted to find out. Just lifted a tent will be dumbfounded. There is a body, the body shriveled up, cannot see the specific age, like being something a hole sucked dry. He called a few more tents. There were people inside, just not as alive as they should be. Some people sitting in a stupor, hands trembling, some holding their own body curled up. Some see Lu Jieduan came in and kneeled down and kowtowed, and begged for forgiveness. There is also a tent, Lu Jieduan close to. Inside came the fragrance. He opened. A few thin old man with a gun pointed at him, said, small thief, is not to rob the food to come. We hear up not too much, just take the amount of 2 guns. To eat their own, pick up the leakage to go. The guns are Zhao Jinhu's line. Lu Jieduan do not want to think deeply, then held up his hand out. Some problems are not suitable for depth to think. He walked out. The outside of the tent was quiet, but there were many people inside. He did not understand what caused this situation. Along the way, he thought of the original calm social environment, thought of the Dean Mom, thought of Du Xiaodan, Lu Su. Memories of things can be beautiful, the reality is miserable. He also had to think about what to do with those children nowadays. How to live by himself was still a problem. If he brought the children with him, he really didn't know what to do. Chen Lingxiu seems to have money, but she won't be around all the time. Lu Zhechen instantly felt that Mother Dean was greater than everyone, than his birth mother. What should I do? Mother Dean, teach me. When 19-year-old youngsters got to the point where they were thinking about their livelihood, they really had a sense of powerlessness. Most of the time, life was really full of challenges and pressure. System, when will you come back? I need you. Their car was driven away by a few of Zhao Jinhu's men, and now it was anything but. Lu Jieduan thought of one thing. He thought to himself, how in the world did I kill those people in the supermarket before? Would there really be a hidden encounter without me knowing? Dark ashes, enjoying the fall, or retrieving their car. He made up his mind and decided to put his life on the line. Mother Dean, you have made a lot of efforts for us. I also want to learn from you and not live for myself a little hard. The stewardess returned to the cave. Chen Lingxiu asked, where is our companion? He's a very opinionated fellow, and went to act on his own. Please go over and help him. We're safe here for now. He still has injuries on him. Please go over and help him. You guys are weird. He's worried about your safety and you're worried about his. Might as well split me in half. Stewardess, please. He's also still a child who hasn't grown up. Don't look at him as strong on the outside. He's actually faking it. Help him. He's our last hope. Xiao Chou also walked towards the air hostess, took her hand, looked up and said, Air sister, go help brother Jiechen. He's really struggling on his own. Okay, I'm afraid of you guys. The air sister pinched Xiao Chou's fleshy face, after which she carried the sniper rifle out. Lu Jieduan searched for a long time, finally found the entertainment place of the dark gray organization. He walked straight up like a warrior that. A few heavily armed people stopped him. He said, I came over here to find death, to give those few masters who can play a helping hand. His voice was so loud that a group of people soon surrounded him, pointing their guns at him. The stewardess quickly tracked Lu Jieduan, but a whole stunned. She was in range to cover ready. Lu Jieduan's voice attracted a middle-aged man in a flower suit, country face, a mouthful of beard, holding a big belly, wearing a gold watch, gold necklace. He walked over. A few armed men respectfully called, Brother Wolf. Brother Wolf ignored the others, looked at Lu Jiechen, asked, you kid weaned or not, come here to look for mom? Lu Jiechen calmly said, I haven't eaten for a long time. I'm hungry and came to change some food. Chapter 23, Out of Control. Wolf gave a thumbs up. You have guts, kid. You wolf master beat in admiration. How do you want to change the food? Or how do you want to make us happy? Lu Jieduan said, I want 2 carts of food, 10 guns, and 6 sabers. You crazy kid, what are you barking at here? The thieving bamboo pole man next to Brother Wolf said. Brother Wolf kicked the man away, kicked him hard a few times, and said angrily, damn it, what lines are you stealing when Lousy is talking? You dead rat, if you dare to talk too much, I'll feed you to the snake. The rat didn't dare to speak, pressed his head down, and his eyes moved up and down from side to side in an unruly manner, as if he was premeditating something. Brother Wolf continued, speak, you continue. Lu Jiechen still looks like a mountain collapsing in front of him without changing his face. Brother Wolf is even more impressed. Thumbs up, praised, you kid, I can see at a glance that you're not an ordinary person. The future is unlimited. Do you want to follow Brother Wolf me? To ensure that the food is good and drink spicy. For the time being, there is no need. In the safe zone, refused my old wolf. You are the first, but I do like you. But well, like to like. You want a little too much, child. What do you take with me in exchange? Don't your casinos have a lot of entertainment options? Of course, but those casinos are only for those with cheap lives. We are happy to watch. My life isn't worth much either, so I want a challenge. That's no good. We can just pull someone and fly with joy. What makes you think you're worth that much? I'm certainly not worth much on my own, but if you add the lives of 15 children, plus 3 beautiful women, is this enough? If it's not enough, I can add something to the first level. You can put zombies, strange beasts, strange people, some strange things in there, and if I can last more than 30 minutes then you release me and give me what I want. How about that? That's enough. Wolf clapped his hands. I wasn't as good as you when I was younger. I admire you, I promise, but you must not get out. I need those things very much. Okay, then I'll bet big for you today. Rat, go inform those big bosses and come to the casino to talk business. Okay, boss. Mouse's refined head agreed, after which he quickly left. Brother Wolf said, come in, if you can come out this time. In the future, not to mention being my little brother. Even if you become my big brother I have no choice. Lu Jiechen went in at Brother Wolf's invitation. The stewardess had learned lip sync. She knew all of what Lu Jiechen expressed just now, and a few times she even pointed a sniper rifle at his head. She thought to herself, how dare this kid play like that? It's simply audacious. 10 or so minutes passed. Lu Jiechen was standing alone on the first floor of the casino. Around him there were trapped zombies, strange beasts, which included long-tongued creatures, and some that couldn't be named. Second floor. Flower Suit Brother Wolf stood with 5 or 6 Big Brother lookalikes. He explained Lu Jiechen's situation with a few people. A number of bosses amongst the few people expressed their admiration, and the bald female Big Brother said, Old Wolf, you can be lucky. Where did you pick up this kind of don't want to die thing? I'm betting that he can come out. You guys feel free. Wolf said. The plainly dressed man next to the bald woman was holding a bottle of tea in his hand. He said, be conservative. I'll bet $5 million that this kid can't come out. In addition, I'm going to add a little more. He said it himself, Add a basket of snakes into it. Old Wolf said. Zhang Lao is as steady as ever. The bald woman said. I'll bet $10 million to double the size of the casino. The old wolf said, you are playing me to lose all my money. I put down 50 million. Give up his life with the gentleman. I bet this kid can live. He said, but in his heart, he was calculating, this is my field. I have the final say. You don't want to win a penny from me. Even if you lose temporarily, I still have other ways to play. The crowd split their bets, the least being Zhang Lao's $5 million. When they were betting, they also added a lot of conditions. The 300 square meters of the venue was narrowed down by them, and now it was only 70 square meters, and that wasn't even the harshest. The zombies they put in were not only ordinary ones, but also some that could fly. Not only that, they also sprayed in long-tongued creatures, baskets of cobras, poisonous smoke, and chili powder wipes. Old Wolf looked at Lu Jiechen under the field and asked, young man, are you ready? Lu Jiechen also made a request. He only needed 2 sabers, and a rope. In the face of such a serious challenge, the old wolf gave it to him. Ready, Old Wolf said. Bosses, today is a visual feast. Enjoy. The zombies rushed and ran out. The long-tongued creatures came out. Cobras crawled around the zombies' feet, and there were some behemoths that had never been seen before. Poisonous cigarettes and chili pepper powder all came down. The original not wide field was filled. Lu Jieduan coughing. Eyes were made to open. Breathing became difficult. Cobra was zombie scratching and biting. Infected with the virus. There is no chance of winning Lu Jieduan on the tightly gripped saber, holding the rope in his hand, looking for a chance to survive. Originally thought of all make not come up. He knew that human nature is very evil, but never thought it would be so vicious. Upstairs, the old wolf frowned tightly, thinking, knowing that you can't hold out for too long, but you mustn't just fall down, boy, or I will let your friends fulfill your last wish for you. A few bosses upstairs were chatting about something not so interesting. Lu Jiechan could no longer hear them clearly. His head began to faint. The cobra that approached him was sliced in 2 by his knife. The zombies that rushed towards him were also repelled by him waving his dagger. But the number of them was just too many. The poisonous smoke, the chili powder made his consciousness unclear. Bing bing, if you don't show up I'll really be finished. No voice answered him. He said darkly, I don't know what else is in the strange encounter inside my body. If I lose consciousness later, you can kill the people here. But please, take the food and guns out. His steps were getting messy and the rope wasn't working. After that he collapsed in a daze. The long snake creature came flinging its long tongue. Lu Jiechan finally couldn't stand up. His legs and feet were pulled down by the walker. The people watching upstairs only saw a bunch of beasts pouncing on Lu Jiechan, and in the only breath he had left, Lu Jiechan wanted to say, I'm sorry, Mother Dean. I wasn't able to protect my younger siblings. In fact, after he said that he sent the children and a few women as a quid pro quo, he sent the edited message. Chen Lingxiu saw it and naturally found a way to take the children away. He just felt sorry that he hadn't found a home for the children. Zhang Lao patted Old Wolf's shoulder and said, see, in the end, you're still young. Thanks. I was worried that I didn't have enough money for my own retirement, but now there's no problem. Old Wolf just laughed dryly, but the rest of the few people were really happy. I thought it would end like this, but Lu Jiechan suddenly stood up. His eyes were all black, not to mention a little bit of what a person should look like. He clenched his fists. A few punches punched several holes out of the long-tongued creatures, and the zombies were pinched to explode their heads one by him. Old Wolf got excited all of a sudden. Look, see, the fight isn't over. That kid can still fight. Lu Jieduan, who lost his mind, madly killed those monsters. The originally small space was also hard hammered by him. His eyes like the god of death scrutinized his surroundings. The first floor was already devoid of any creatures. He opened the gate with his bare hands, and after that he pounced on the people on the second floor like a cheetah that way. Those people were purely rich, purely bad. They were not Lu Jiechan's opponent at all. They were all killed soon. He only left the old wolf alone. He said angrily, what I want, where are you preparing? In the building, downstairs. You said you want, I'll give you permission. Prepared. Lu Jieduan directly threw the man down from the second floor after he learned where the stuff was. He then jumped down and stomped the old wolf to death with one foot. He rushed out and quickly took care of the minions before driving away. The stewardess looked at the man, sure that he had lost control, then did not dare to approach, had to follow behind. Lu Jieduan will drive the car far away, and then stopped, did not move for a long time. After a trial and error, she slowly approached. Chapter 24, a long way to go. Lu Jieduan fainted in the car. The sun hit him straight in the face, and it was this ray of sunlight that saved him. If the car is 1 foot further is a cliff. The only effort that the fainted Lu Jieduan did was to stop the car. Flight attendant close to him after hanging heart also tend to calm. Good in the person fainted. Otherwise it is also enough. This guy in the end what the ghost. Too fierce. Lu Jiachen, Lu Jiachen. She called out a few times and didn't get a response. She had to open the door of the car and drag the person to the back, shedding the locomotive she had picked up from someone else. The stewardess drove the car to a place she thought was safe, but now she was already being watched. The dark gray organization had their hands full in this place, and they couldn't escape wherever they went. On the other side, Chen Lingxiu and Louis evacuated the cave with the children, but before they could go far, they were intercepted by a group of armed men with firearms and brought into a safe zone. In a room, the fight of Lu Jiedwan in the casino was projected on the big screen, and two men in black stood behind the screen. After watching it, it was switched to video tracking. The silver screen clearly showed the flight attendant driving the car. A teenager's voice came from nowhere. Tell Iron Hands to take a few brothers to follow them. I want to see what this person's upper limit is. Coming to mess with dark gray is troublesome. Yes, the two men in black went down. There was no one in the room. The screen was off. The lights were on. The brown wooden box on the table was particularly noticeable. I don't know what was contained inside. The wooden box suddenly disappeared. Lu Jichen has not yet woken up, but the system is one to call out to him. Dog host, get up, get up. Why did you injure yourself so badly again for a good reason? Dog host, hey, if you ignore me, I can ignore you too. Lu Jiechan didn't give any reply to the system. The stewardess in front of him drove while observing Lu Jiechan's situation in the mirror. This guy is really daring. Now that we have all the food, we can use it for a while. It's just a loss. We should have gone in with him. Then we could have brought out both carts. She drove the car towards the cave, which was surrounded by armed men. The stewardess had to drive around and wait for Lu Jiechan to wake up. This guy won't really sell those women and children. On the other side, it wasn't smooth sailing for Han Xiaogong after he left Lu Jiachen. The siblings were really a bit tired, especially with their zombie mother. But they wouldn't give up on her no matter what. Their mother was the one they clung to and held on to. Now that they were on their way to the safe zone, the journey was tough enough, because they are not the opponent of some strange beasts, so they can only hide and come here. It is hard to find a car but not enough gas. Found and encountered an earthquake to break the road, and can only walk through the big rift and find the car again. The road met some people who blocked the road. In order to protect themselves, the Han siblings can only use the death note to take them away. They do not feel guilty. After all, when they were living an ordinary life, when they encountered difficulties, the ones who watched their drama and fell on their sword were only too many. People were truly complicated. Han Xiaogong drove the car on the flat road. Han Xiaomei held the hand of her zombie mother, who tried to bite him and grab her several times, but suffered from her teeth being secured by several braces, and her nails didn't grow out. After Han's mother turned into a zombie, Han Xiaomei took care of her living. All kinds of things were helped by her own daughter, and because someone took care of her, the zombie mother was not as bloody and dirty as the zombies outside. Brother, can we really find a cure for mom? Han asked as these days made her feel tired. There will be, little sister. The world is so big, we will definitely be able to find a cure for mom. If there isn't one in the Dragon Kingdom, then we'll go to a foreign country. There will definitely be one. She didn't give up on us before when her life was so hard. It's even more unlikely that we'll give up on her now. Tears fell from her eyes drop by drop. Han Xiaogong comforted. The road ahead is hard, but as long as we don't give up there must be a way. Little sister, believe brother, our family of three will definitely not be separated. There is something to cling to, so live. Because of the hiding along the way, they didn't go too far at all, and the food was gone. Han Xiaogong stopped the car at a place with fewer zombies, and said softly, little sister, wait here, I'm going to look for food. You stay in the car to take care of your mom, and don't run around. Well, you have to be quick. Han Xiaogong ran out. The zombies around him fell down one by one because he saw their names, but gradually, the names of those zombies were a little blurry to see. He glanced at Ryuk, thinking that Ryuk was still angry at him for not helping to take Lu Jiechan's ring. The sigh, but Ryuk said, Shao Kung, don't look at me like that. It's not my fault that you can't see the names. I can't see their names myself now. With the passage of time, those zombies can no longer be called human, so the names are no longer obvious. This sentence was considered a fatal blow to Han Xiaogong, but what could be done now? Although he didn't care about other people's deaths, and would even take some of them away, they were only a few, and if he couldn't see the names of the zombies himself in the future, then he would have to use some extraordinary means. He was careful all the way through, finding a few supermarkets that were emptied of their stuff, and just as he was getting disheartened, he heard the sound of speech coming from the roller shutter. Grandpa, when is Daddy coming back? Xiaoshuang misses him. The old man's voice answered the wizened boy's query. He's coming back. One has to go home eventually. Grandpa's words sounded comforting to the young child, but in Han Xiaogong's case there was a kind of powerlessness. Ryuk said, did you hear that, Xiaogong? There could be a lot of things here. Han Xiaogong looked up. not expecting it to be a small supermarket. The sign said Honway Supermarket. After thinking about it, Han Xiaogong approached and knocked on the door. The old man in the house shielded his granddaughter behind him, holding a kitchen knife in his hand. Han Xiaogong said softly, "Old man, can you open the door? I'm a living person. I've escaped for a few days. It's too chaotic outside. I haven't eaten for days. Can you give me something to eat?" The old man thought about it, looked at the goods on the shelves, and said after a slight pause, "We don't have much left either. Not enough to eat. Old man, please give me some. I have a mother and a sister waiting for food. They are dying. Please, you go." "Young man, I don't have any food here either. I'm having difficulties myself." Han Xiaogong saw that the people inside were indifferent. He had to use extraordinary means. "Grandpa, do me a favor, give me a bag of bread as well." Again, such a disastrous world. Be a bodhisattva. My mother and sister really can't hold on any longer. After all, the old man was moved with compassion, and he said, "You wait." After that, he loaded 3 bottles of nutritional fast food, a few bags of bread, and opened a small slit of the shutter to hand out the things. Han Xiaogong's hand was quick. His right hand grabbed the shutter. The old man was shocked, and said hurriedly, "Kid, I'm giving you something. I advise you to obediently go away, or I'll not be polite." Han Xiaogong did not let go. He still wanted to lift the shutter up. The old man is not ambiguous. Directly a kitchen knife cut down. Han Xiaogong's right hand only left thumb and index finger, although he let go, but he did not stop, and turned to kick the roller shutter door, and soon attracted the zombies. The zombies ran over one after another, and the children in the house heard the sound and let out a cry. The zombies got even more energized. The old man covered his granddaughter's mouth, sweating and comforting. "Xiao Shuang, don't cry. Don't cry. If we don't talk they won't be able to find us." The child managed to stop crying, and the flapping outside the door gradually decreased. But when it was about to stop, Han Xiaogong found a lot of things and threw them over one by one. The zombies were even more frantic, flapping, and soon the roller shutter was broken. An old man in black with white hair had a girl in pink behind him. The old man was holding a kitchen knife, and Han Xiaogong was watching from afar. After seeing the names of the grandparents and grandchildren, Han Xiaogong quickly wrote down their names. The grandparents and grandchildren died of angina, died very quickly, basically did not feel the pain for too long. Han Xiaogong thought to himself, "This is the only thing I can do to help you guys. I'm sorry, I have to live too. If there is a chance to live, but have to make a trade-off between my own life, my family's life and other people's lives. I'm not a saint." After the zombies left, Han Xiaogong packed up the contents and took them away. When she came back, Han noticed that a few fingers of her brother's right hand were missing, and she said with concern, "Brother, your fingers." Chapter 25, The Storyteller. Han Xiaogong hid his hand and said, "It's fine. Just now I was caught by a zombie and had to excise it to save my life. It's too dangerous. Brother, let's stay together when we act in the future. It's fine. Let's continue to rush." "Okay, but it's better for me to drive. I've pretty much learned enough in the past few days." "Good. Brother trusts you." Han Xiaomei and Han Xiaogong exchanged places. She started the car steadily and drove on the road afterward. The zombies behind her were attracted by the sound of the car but didn't follow after a while. She concentrated on driving, deeply afraid of accidentally stalling the car. Han Xiaogong comforted, "Relax, it's fine. Brother, there's something I want to tell you." "What is it?" "Just now, I was going to use my laptop to kill a few zombies, but I couldn't see their names." "It's okay, take good care of your mother. I have brother." "Can brother still see?" "Yes, no problem." The 3 members of the Han family weren't yet clear on what was going on in the safe zone nowadays, so they were trying to make their way over here. Evening, the periphery of the safe zone. The stewardess was carefully operating the vehicle. There was a group of people behind her chasing after her as well. Lu Jiachen, who had been asleep for half a day, woke up in the rattling vehicle. He rubbed his eyes. The environment was unfamiliar. He had just woken up when he heard the familiar voice of the system. "Dog host, you finally woke up." This system almost released the invitation for the bereaved host to all the major systems. Seeing Lu Jiachen woke up, the stewardess said, "Big brother, you finally woke up. Look at the back. There is a group of crazy dogs chasing us." You quickly jumped down. After a long whistle to the sky, a burst of messy kills. "Don't worry, you kill them is not a crime. The cars behind us are chasing after them, constantly shaking them with their lights." Lu Jiachen silently communicates with the system. "Let's not catch up on old times. Quickly tell me what I should do. Give me some equipment." "Host, you've been overloaded with fighting lately. This side suggests you use a gun, but I'm not always accurate. Enhance the system, the world is unrivaled." Lu Jieduan said, "Flight attendant, is it okay to borrow your sniper rifle for a bit? Put it on the back. You can use it, but it's best not to waste bullets. Can't shoot it. Take a normal gun." or take a knife to fight. Aren't you fierce? Lu Jiedwan did not talk, picked up the sniper rifle sniper. With the help of the system, close to the person one shot a fall. The stewardess complimented, 100 shots. Practiced? No. Talent. Your kid is so powerful. Why don't you go and challenge the leader in the dark gray organization? I heard that he's not very old, but he's powerful. He can kill people invisibly. He's also a strange encounter, and he has more than one strange encounter. Luckily I didn't run into him during the daytime, or else I'd really be screwed. I see that you are also fierce. Lu Jiedwan shot while talking. Finally a few were killed, but there are still a few left. How to hit cannot be shot down. The bullets are always outside the glass and fall off, as if they are blocked by a layer of transparent things. The system said, useless host. They are the strange encounterer, followed by 3 other cars. The stewardess said, how about you drive? I'll fight the remaining 3 cars. Are you sure? Not much certainty, but you have to give me a chance to try. The system said, host, she's also a chance encounter. Oh. Lu Jiechen said, then I'll leave it to you. The stewardess moved to the co-pilot and Lu Jiechen handed her the gun, quickly sitting in the driver's seat again himself. Old friend, you can't disown me as your old master just because a 100-shot guy touched you. The stewardess said this, after which she aimed at the enemy behind her and fired a shot over. The bullet pierced through the glass and into the man's forehead. Another shot was fired and the driver of the other car was shot and fell down as well. Now there was only the last car left. The stewardess also seemed to feel the pressure and breathed a sigh of relief, after which she fired. The bullet didn't enter the car, but bounced back and went straight through the stewardess's left arm. She did not change her face, retrieved the gun, said, fight in 3 games. You fight in the first game, I fight in the middle game. Now I'm wounded. The next game will be yours. Lu Jiechen stopped the car. The system said, host, you have overloaded your body. The system can only keep you from being killed, but can't give you any other support. The car behind him also stopped. Just as he got out of the car, the big and burly man stopped. It seemed that someone was communicating with him. A few moments later he walked towards Lu Jiechen and said, you're very good. We in Dark Gray welcome you to be our guest. Be sure to come. Your friend is here with us. The Iron Hands got into his car and left after saying that. Lu Jiechen and the stewardess both found it incomprehensible. Is it hard to chase them all the way just to deliver a message? Lu Jiechen walked towards the car that was battered with holes, looked at the air hostess who was covered in sweat grains but kept quiet, and said, we're safe. It looks safe, but I'm wondering if they're sick. All those trips to try to tell us one thing? I guessed it all. Get out of the car. Came to a pretty nice place. We'll spend the night here tonight. There was a lake next to them. There were zombies around, but the number wasn't much. Both of them were capable people. It wasn't a big problem if they rested here for the night. The two got out of the car. Lu Jiedwan tore off a piece of his own clothes, and afterward bandaged the stewardess. As he did so, he said, I'm afraid you won't be able to kill people with a sniper rifle so cool in the future. You'll have to switch to a pistol. Nothing hangs, as long as it's a gun. I can't say I can hit 100 times, but I cannot waste a single bullet. What are you talking about? Just now you were talking? Lu Jiedwan listened to a Versailles and felt that this woman was more or less inflated. The stewardess said, all of your partners have been captured. Next you have to think of a way to save them. Or do you choose to just run away? Don't worry, no matter what you choose, I won't laugh at you. After bandaging up, Lu Jiedwan lay down on the lawn and looked at the stars and the moon in the sky, then closed his eyes and thought about the sun in the sky and said, do you know that our world once lost the sun? Well, it was cloudy for half a year in a row. The sky was dark and gloomy. Where was the cloudy sky? It was clearly the absence of the sun, the absence of light, and the sun we have now was visualized by an old man I know. Oh, do you want to say that you are the torch that brings the light? I'd like to say I'll go and save my friends and siblings. I'll go no matter what. I appreciate your firmness, but I hope that you won't easily say that you regret it once you've made your choice. Lu Jiechen shook his head. So far, I don't seem to have done anything that I regret. That's good. I on the other hand am not so lucky. The stewardess fell into a sorrowful past. Then she also lay down. Tears had slipping from her eyes for a long time before she said, I'll tell you a story. Do you want to listen? You tell it. She dwelled on it for a while, then spoke. A long time ago, there was a girl with a happy family and loving parents, and one day an accident happened in the environment she lived in, and both of their parents were involved in a plane crash in the sky, and never came back. The girl was left alone to struggle to survive, worked as a laborer, as a flower child wandering, and then the zombie virus spread. The girl brought a group of people to the safe zone. The safe zone charges expensive. Poor people simply cannot afford to live. Some of the administrators of the safe zone to see the girl. The girl had won several times to give up their lives to save the people have a plan. Of course they will not self-sacrifice. but with the sacrifice of the individual. To save the collective, this kind of curve to save the life of the girl to deal with those administrators. The girl is reluctant. They coercion and seduction. The girl's tutor told her to have a sense of sacrifice when her personal interests conflict with the collective interests. So she went, and that group of people came in, and after they came in, those administrators used inhuman means to treat the girl every day and humiliated her. None of those who came in only because of the girl came to her rescue, and that's even if they did. Some took advantage of the situation, and some dropped stones. The girl learned to kill after only 3 days of survival in the safe zone. She killed all the people she saved from the zombies on her way, and killed all the people who abused her. She gets special strange encounter. It's not difficult to kill people, but the girl is very contradictory. Her 3 views do not allow her to kill people so much, but in reality there are always a lot of people who need to die. The girl really doesn't know how to live. She often feels that she doesn't know how to live. In order to resist this boring bull life, she has to lie to herself every day that her life is very tasty with some candies. Humanity isn't all bad. Chapter 26, of course we'll do our best. The stewardess stopped her narration, seeming to make light of it, but only the girl who had experienced it knew how painful those days were, how much she loathed being alive, and how much she wanted to kill for fun. When a person sees someone's deep painful memories and feels the same pain, they may feel that hell is just like that. Lu Jidwan said, that girl should be dead. She died in her own contradictions, but the girl who would show kindness from time to time and not trample on life so easily, she will always be the brave one. The stewardess didn't give a direct response, but just smiled with tears in her eyes and said, the night sky is quite beautiful and the moon is nice. I'm sure we can all sleep well and see the sun tomorrow as you said. There are some things that have always existed, and we take it for granted that it has no value, even if it would have been worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Lu Jidwan said, we could have accepted the darkness, if we had never seen the light. Their voices trailed off. The system said, host, there are so many zombies next to you, how can you sleep? Sleeping can turn into a zombie. You're not here. I'm not afraid. But host, you are too badly injured. This system has to repair you first. Repair is very consuming energy, and the host's current physical condition cannot withstand any given. That bad? Of course, the host can thank this system properly. Otherwise you are afraid of dying several times. Yes. Thank you Ice system. If it wasn't for you I would have died, but I have to criticize you. What's there to criticize? I'm not good at being a system? Why didn't you step in when I was beaten to a dog? This system doesn't even know when the host was beaten up. How can it step in? You haven't interacted with me since yesterday. There are 3 days in a flower's life. How far do you want to exploit this system? Besides, I'm a female system, so I have to be special for a few days. So what did you do yesterday? To be honest, this system doesn't know. I also have been trying to communicate with the host, but there has been no response. I thought you didn't want to care about me. Could it be that I hid the strange encounter to occupy my body and then you couldn't get out? Checked for the host. The host only has a super invincible and awesome ice system and nothing else. For your beauty, then try to fix it for me. I still have to go save the children tomorrow. No problem, but the next host will feel body cold and hot at times. Have to endure you. Lu Jiechen didn't say anything. He just sat up and meditated with his legs crossed. The stewardess actually slept shallowly for a while in front of this young man. It was very reassuring, but it was indeed just a while. It wasn't long before she heard the sound of Lu Jiechen gasping for air. She quickly opened her eyes. The grass around Lu Jiechen had become withered, and the temperature of his body had been rising. What's wrong with you? The stewardess asked. Lu Jiechen didn't answer. She was standing beside Lu Jiechen at this moment as if she was standing beside a furnace. She was out of ideas and didn't know what to do. Good reason why suddenly like this. Should not be anything. He is so fierce. Strange encounter, a self-protection mechanism? A few zombies approached. The stewardess raised her gun and was ready to shoot. Lu Jiechen's body suddenly recovered again. It didn't take long. It was cold again. As cold as if he was in the winter in the north. The dewdrops on the leaves froze. Lu Jiechen said, "Flight attendant, the zombies coming over will be yours. I need to heal." After he finished speaking, his body trembled terribly. The air hostess was relieved when she heard Lu Jidwan's words and only said, "No problem, but your way of self-healing is really different." Lu Jiechen didn't say anything, and the zombies actually didn't come closer. They seemed to be afraid of this temperature. And the air hostess suddenly had an epiphany. How come I never thought of it before? Zombies are afraid of water. Because of the cold air revealed on Lu Jiechen's body, the surrounding zombies had withdrawn far away. More than 2 hours had passed before Lu Jiechen came out from that feeling of ice and fire. The stewardess on the side is also very difficult. At first also worried about those zombies will sneak attack, but in the end they did not come. On the contrary, He was Lu Jiechan, sometimes cold and sometimes hot temperature to make it not very pleasant. One minute he wanted to take off his clothes, but the next he pulled his clothes from Lu Jiechan's body and wrapped them around his own body. But unfortunately his legs were too long, and his clothes couldn't cover it all. Lu Jiechan's body recovered. He got up, stretched, did a few sets of stretching, stretched and said, "Much more comfortable." The stewardess on the side was not very nice and said, "I hope you remember me. Today I was made cold and hot by you." Sounds like a lot of tiger talk. I didn't do anything. The second half of the night, the two men took turns resting. The three Han family members arrived at the safe zone at dawn, and Han's little sister was overjoyed, saying, "Brother, we're here." Yeah, it wasn't easy all the way. Here we are. Go in first and settle down. As he went in, he thought of Lu Jiechan. He brought those kids. He should be coming here as well. I hope I don't meet them. He was intercepted just as he went in. The ones fell down before they could bring the people to the place where the spoils were divided. Han Xiaogon picked up their equipment and continued inside afterward. He didn't want to trust anyone easily, as long as the ones that came close would be in his death note. Only by letting others die first would he be safe enough for his own safety, and his mother and sister's safety would be secure enough to be safeguarded. This had always been Han Xiaogon's way of doing things, and Ryuk was very accepting of it. Relying on the death note, as well as his high level of caution, Han Xiaogon was doing quite well in the safe zone. Only what surprised him was that it wasn't really safe, but it made no difference to him whatsoever. As long as I try my best to stay alive, keep my sister safe, and let my mother recover, nothing else matters. Lu Jidwan went in after the three Han family members went in the safe zone. He and the air hostess said goodbye at the entrance of the safe zone. The air hostess said, "I couldn't persuade you not to go in, and I also know that you also have a strong enough wonders, so good luck to you. I just can't follow you anymore. Sorry, it's okay, you've been great. Stewardess, I'll leave my load of food and weapons with you for now. I'll ask you for them if I make it back alive. Don't you dare hide. I'm quite complicated. At one time I hope you live, at another time I hope you die inside, get it? Then these things are enough for me to use for a period of time. Also don't need to take the job by myself. Think about it good. But well, still want to see the book you said. I'll wait for you to come out. I'm not ashamed of this writing, but I have a friend, Hair Small. He is very good at writing. When everything returns to calm, when he comes back, I'll tell him about the experience. Let him write. I think it will definitely be able to fire. He's just too stubborn, unwilling to cater to the market. The future will get better and better. I also absolutely have to. Everything try my best, everything to the good. Here you go." The stewardess handed over a lollipop to Lu Jidwan, then continued, "If you feel a bit miserable and live feeling that life has little flavor, then give yourself a little taste." Lu Jiechan didn't refuse and took the lollipop and said, "Thanks, this candy will definitely be of use," he said as he opened the package and sent the sugar into his mouth. At this time the two lollipops, one on the left, one on the right, there is really a symmetrical beauty. The stewardess said, "You think life is bitter now? Then I'll give you one more." Lu Jiechan shook his head and refused, said, "Thanks, one is enough. I just taste what the sweet taste is. It's different from what I thought. Now that I tasted it, there is a difference, but it's okay." After he finished speaking, he walked in. The flight attendant looked at the youths dashing back and thought to herself, "I hope you can come out alive. In the meantime, I'm sorry, I would like to be teammates with you, but I don't have the courage to continue risking my life anymore." Lu Jiechan's back was fading away. The flight attendant turned around and left. From the beginning to the end, the two's traces had been monitored by Dark Gray, and Lu Jiechan's return to the safe zone was also expected by them. Chapter 27, Guests in the Safety Zone. "My lord, he's disappeared from surveillance." Iron Hands sat in front of the surveillance screen and the armed henchman behind him said. Iron Hands said, "I saw that. Pay more attention to the guests who have recently entered the safe zone. They are not simple." "Yes." The two men went down and Iron Hands said into the shadows. "There's more than one person entering the safe zone. What should we do?" The teenager's voice replied, "Expand our forces if you listen. If you don't, you know what I mean? Okay, boss. I've been out for a bit lately. You guys act according to the original division of labor. Just decide everything on your own. Don't ask me about everything." "Good." After determining that the teenager was not there, Iron Hands breathed a sigh of relief. He remembered when Dark Gray was first built. At that time, there was no zombie virus yet. The dozen or so oddballs each had their own strengths, all thinking of being the leader. No one was convinced of the other. They were going to use the on-stage competition to conduct the election, but they were attracted by a teenager's voice only when they got on the stage. "Don't you guys fight back and forth? Let me do it. It's not a loss for you guys." The teenager did not appear in front of the crowd, and the dozen or so oddballs each had their own skills yet could not detect his location. He continued, "Don't look for it. If I don't let you guys see it, no one will see it. As soon as the teenager's words fell, a man with a black mask appeared behind dozens of people, carrying a wooden box on his back that was taller than he was. All of them were shocked, and one of the oddballs who was good at darts threw a dart and the teenager disappeared. In just a few moments, the dart-playing wanderer died on the spot. Someone checked his body but there were no external injuries. No one knew how the dart-playing wanderer died. The teenager said, "How about I lead dark gray? Anyone who has any objections will have the same result as him." Fear from the unknown is the greatest fear of all, and no one dared to challenge the teenager who hit his head as he said, "Kneel and bow down." No one was willing to kneel, and the teenager's rather oppressive voice rang out again, "Kneel." The crowd surprisingly knelt down, and the teenager said, "My name is Ing D. In the future, when you hear my name put your heads down, do whatever I tell you to do, and whoever dares to disobey will die." The teenager left. The crowd got up and looked at each other. No one knew the strength of the teenager and no one had seen his true face. The only thing confirmed was that this teenager was very strong. Every time Iron Hands thought about it, he felt that he and the group of oddballs were too stupid. Why didn't they combine their efforts to strangle him at that time? To this day, several oddballs were at his mercy like puppets. Lu Jiedwan's appearance made a few people who were dissatisfied with the teenager see an opportunity. If the two of them fought, it was estimated that Dark Gray could usher in a reshuffle. Outside the safe zone, 3 people were walking together. They were followed by a group of dead corpses. The old man in the middle said, "2 brothers go in first, clear the way for the old man. I'm afraid these jumping corpses behind me can't go in directly." The middle-aged man on the left said, "Tianchi Zhang, you just want to take them to a safe place. How come there are still people stopping you? People are going to die after all. They will always need your help if they die in a foreign land. They will understand." Zombie chaser Zhang Tianchi said, "The people in this safe zone have bad hearts, worse than the zombies outside." Lin Hui, Lei Jun, old me needs your help. Lin Hui said, "Since the safe zone isn't even safe anymore, what are we doing here? Don't you guys think so?" He turned back as he spoke, and behind him followed many different kinds of spectral ghosts and monsters. Tianchi Zhang said, "In the end, we are considered peers. You should understand. Yes, we are peers, and those guys inside aren't normal people. It's easy for them to detect us." The youth Lei Jun who hadn't said anything finally opened his mouth. "You 2 old geezers don't be mute. Then let me scout the way for you." Lei Jun took out a bow and arrow from the wooden case at his feet, but in the case there was only a bow, not an arrow. The middle-aged and the elderly both laughed, and Tianchi Zhang said, "Then I'll trouble you, brother Lei." Without a word, the youth held the silver bow and arrow and walked in. Those who came towards him were shot by him with a drawn empty bow. The dead armed man's body did not have any wounds. Lin Hui and Zhang Tianchi watched from afar. Zhang Tianchi said, "Brother Lin Hui, I'll go in first. Be careful on your way. Lin doesn't want to have an extra soul-bodied heavenly master Zhang in the safe zone." The older man said, "Young man, there's still a long road ahead. You should be careful too." Tianchi Zhang shook the bell in his hand and went in. The jumping corpse behind him followed him in. When the people went in, Lin Hui followed behind as well, and a ghost with only a head floated over and said, "Should we do him at night?" Lin Hui shook his head and said, "Don't humiliate yourself. The 3 of us are not much stronger than anyone else. Try to make as few enemies as possible in a world like this." I also floated over and said, "Kill if you can. Don't be too conservative. You guys have seen the way he killed the zombies on the road. Where do we get a chance to do it?" Lin Hui followed on his hind feet, and after entering the safe zone, Lei Jun moved around the safe zone by himself while Zhang Tianchi and Lin Hui went to the place with the heaviest stench of grudges and corpses. Half an hour passed, and there was another old man in the safe zone. He wore button-down clothes and black cloth shoes, and stopped at the entrance of the safe zone with his hands behind his back, thinking, "The world doesn't believe in my school of Tai Chi, and they still think that the movements are too slow. So today, I'll show those young people to know what the real Tai Chi is." Master Ma Qian went in with a firm step, and because there were 3 people to open the way, he went in very smoothly, thinking, "My aura has subdued all those young people who don't talk about martial virtues." Ever since people knew that the country had erected a safe zone, there were people who came from thousands of miles from time to time, but no one knew that the safe zone was not safe. The zombie virus did not know where it originated from, but its spreading speed was fast as hell. The whole world was now shrouded in terror. Everyone was thinking about how to survive. It was simpler for the chimera to stay alive, but if they encountered a difficult zombie, or a chimera beast, they would be very passive. The arrival of the husband of the original appeared in the Dragon Country novel. Notes of the strange encounter reduced by half. The rest are not written in the book, and some are unknown author fabricated, or foreign. Today's world is not as pure and simple as before. A new big shuffle. Everyone may accidentally die, but also may become a party character. In such a world, staying alive, plus having more people, More oddities following will keep you alive, such as organizations like Dark Grey, who are not easily threatened with their lives, especially the oddities who are high up in the world. Enjoying the Fallen Alliance, which was not much different from Dark Grey, also continued to expand their ranks. Only they were too casual. In the midst of the alliance, anything and everything ridiculous could be done. Lu Jiedwan's disappearance was due to the system's signal interference. The system manifested into an entity that appeared in front of Lu Jiedwan's eyes, but it was no longer an icy appearance, but an ice pear that was 50 centimeters in size. How did your entity become so cute? The ice pear was on Lu Jichen's shoulder and said, "It's not because the energy was consumed yesterday repairing the host's body. Now it's very weak. If it's not for the fear of exposing the host's whereabouts, I wouldn't have appeared." Lu Jichen rubbed its head and said, "Thank you. Hard work, doing so much for me. Mere thanks. Host, don't make a death wish. We have a system, but we also need to be meticulous and steady to be good." "Well, good. I try to listen to you. Don't worry, host. No one can see." Lu Jichen looked at the ring in his hand and was surprised to find that the ring had turned a little whiter. He asked, Ice, what happened? How did the color of the ring change?" "Because of weakness. Rest well then. Don't worry about me being exposed. They only feel safe if I show up. You just have to make sure I still have a breath left. Say goodbye to the dog a little." "Host, forget again. I can't help it. The children have been captured. I have to get them out. Alas, I'm really a bitter system." At this time, Chen Lingxiu, Lu Yi and the children were being held in a dark gray prison. Lu Jichen tried every possible way to sneak in and look for them, but the dark gray's territory was just too big. He hid in the distance, and when he turned around, a man dressed up as a bit of a pussy was behind him, and Lu Jichen was startled. Chapter 28, The King of Women. Nymphet covered Lu Jiechen's mouth and put one hand on his mouth to make a shushing motion. Ice Dun Dun laughed. "Host, don't underestimate this fake woman. She is also a strange encounter." "Oh." The woman naturally can't hear Ice Pear's words. He took Lu Jiechen's shoulder and said, "Little husband, your guts are really big. This place is very dangerous." If a woman said this, it would definitely have a different flavor, but when he, a man, said this in a rough voice, it only made people want to do something. The fake woman gave Lu Jiedwan a card and said, "This is my contact information. Remember to call if you need anything. Anything can be done." He finished, then twisted his hips and walked away. Lu Jiechwan was covered in goosebumps. He looked at the card. A few big words introduced into the eyes. The woman Wang Thurchin, fallen angel, number 198 x times x times x times x times x. Lu Jichen was once again trembling all over, but the word fallen attracted his attention. System, what ability does it have? I don't know. This system only knows which ones are chance encounters and which ones aren't, but it can't know their specific abilities. Didn't you know that before? Categorically deny it. There is no such thing. Lu Jichen had to figure it out on his own. Now that the system is weak, I'm probably going to be miserable if I go alone, so I might as well see if I can pull some people from the enjoyment of the Fallen Alliance to help. After some agonizing, he decided to go forward to meet this Enjoy the Fallen organization. On the other hand, after Lu Jiedwan entered the safe zone by himself, the stewardess fell into self-communication as she thought to herself while driving. Lu Jichen looks like a good ally. Why don't you follow him to save people? What's with that? That guy is too desperate. He'll do anything for others. He's sure to suffer. You've been stupid once yourself, and you want to repeat the same mistake? Lin Kong, you just don't dare to face yourself. One mistake negates all good intentions? You talk about Lu Jiechan, and those women, the children, are they really evil? It's not like you haven't experienced it before. Who was once tortured by a few children? The shackle marks on their hands and feet have disappeared, and you feel that humanity is inherently good again. Is that right? Just as the stewardess was lost in thought, the car crashed into a dirt slope. She reversed the gears, after which she turned the car around and turned back. Lu Jiedwan came to enjoy the activity area of the Fallen Alliance. He had seen all kinds of scenes. Some uncouth voices kept reaching his ears. From time to time there was blood stained on the wall, and there were those who cut each other with knives, only just to be a look like a tank flower dress woman stopped. She wore a white pants, legs with the elephant leg that way, holding a cigarette in his hand, said, "Hey, mama, just finished. How'd a handsome little brother? How? Is not life cannot carry pinch?" The woman said while taking out a bunch of money from the bag. In front of Lu Jiedwan shook, said, "Little baby, come on, make anyway, there is a lot of time." Ice Dun Dun couldn't bear to look at it and said, "Yak, host, you're so heavy-handed. If you want to have physical contact with her, this system will immediately dissolve the system relationship. Lu Jiedwan must not be possible to really life cannot carry. Even if really cannot carry will not be as contemporary young people that have no interest." He said, "I am here to find someone. Is auntie not pretty sexy enough? Or auntie give less? Don't worry, the service is in place. You just say a number. I came here to play a very new thing. I'm afraid Auntie will not play. The woman became even more excited and said, I like new things the most. Tell me. Auntie dared to call a few people together. Little young man, you are very bad. Oh, play so flowery. But Auntie likes it. No, Auntie, hear me out. I want to take you to the dark gray people to play and end them. The woman flipped on the spot after hearing this. Wasting my old lady's enjoyment. You kid is not decent. Auntie, think about it. Let's defeat dark gray and annex their organization. Then we will be the ones to say what to do. And arrest all of them strange faces and dispose of them at Auntie's discretion. Isn't that good? Of course the idea is good. But unfortunately it's just too crazy. Alright, I'll ask someone else. Does Auntie know where Wang Sirkin is? Who are you looking for? Lu Jiedwan was a bit confused as to why this aunt was suddenly so surprised. He said, Woman Wang Sichin, kid, do you know where the last person by that name went? Lu Jiedwan shook his head. The woman said, his eyes were taken fishing. The body is divided into 8 breaks. Flesh and bone separation. Part of the meat to do burritos, buns, dumplings, part of the made into dog food. As for the bones, of course, to be cracked as fertilizer. Ice Dun said, Host, this old woman did not say falsehoods like. Lu Jiedwan said, it's okay, you can't reach her in this class even if, I'll call myself. After he finished speaking, he took out his own phone and called Wang Sichin, who told him to come over right away. Hanging up the phone, the woman even kneeled down, with the sleeve to Lu Jichen's shoes, said, Brother-in-law, I'm like this, cannot? Lu Jichen was even more incomprehensible and backed away, saying, what are you doing, brother-in-law? Just now it was Chung Ching who was unintelligent and had eyes that didn't recognize him. Tai, brother-in-law, you mustn't tell your sister about this. What's with that? You're simply inexplicable. Please brother-in-law, don't mention me to Sister Wang. I thank you brother-in-law. Chen Qing thumped her head and Lu Jichen said, nervous. Lu Jichen turned his back to the woman. Cheng Qing got up and said, brother-in-law, you must not say that you've seen me, or, you say that you came in and didn't see anyone, or else I wouldn't have enough even if I had 100 lives. After she finished speaking, she left with quick steps. Not a few minutes. Wang Sichin saw Lu Jichen from afar. She instantly moved over, patted Lu Jichen's left shoulder, then moved to the back. Lu Jichen turned back. No one was there. Wang Sichin patted the right side again. He instantly moved to the back. The ice peer on the side was so disgusted that he vomited. He said, Dog host, punch hard to the back. Lu Jiedwan did as he was told, and sure enough a punch was thrown. The man covered his eyes and tears slid down in big chunks, and those who were moving around rushed away when they saw the scene. I thought someone was sneaking up on me. Are you alright? Wang Thurchen rubbed his eyes and said, I was crying. A moment later, she added, I faked it. Lu Jiedwan was helpless for a while. Ice Peer if it was in human form was probably also a blank stare. Wang Sichin said, Little husband, how long has it been since you've seen me? And you miss me? Just now you hit that punch is really cool. Or the first time to give people like this. At this moment, Lu Jichen and the system's brains were a mass of black lines. Where is this? Who am I? What am I doing? Wang Sichin pulled Lu Jiechan's hand to be pampered and cute. If it was Du Xiaodan then it would be fine. But this in front of him was someone who was a man from his essence to his image to his past. Lu Jiechan finally couldn't stand it and shook off Wang Sichin's hand to deliver a frantic output. A left hook. A hook again. And a big foot. While Wang Shuichin is laughing. Said, ouch, itchy, don't tickle well, brother, people know wrong law. Ice Dun on the side said, host, I help you. Said, Lu Jiechan hands and feet become powerful. He directly have the impulse to die. But the thought of the other side so far has not let him see the harm will stop. Lu Jiedwan stopped. The fake woman who curled up into a ball had a bruised nose and swollen face, but still smiled. For so many years, you are the only man who made me so happy, little Prime Minister. Fierce oh. Ice Dun found a corner and squatted there shivering. Lu Jichen was covered in goosebumps. He asked, System, can I kill this guy? Don't say it, host. I also have this kind of thought, but it's not good to trample on other people's lives randomly. We are all a combination of 3 super positive views. Lu Jiedwan exhaled and said, can you be normal? Looking for you to ask for your help or not? The fake woman patted her leg and said, the young Prime Minister makes the decision. I'll listen to you for everything. I want to go inside dark gray to make trouble. Marry a chicken and follow the chicken. Marry a dog and follow the dog. I'll listen to whatever the little Prime Minister decides. Although goosebumps rose straight up, but at least someone was helping. Just not sure if the other party was really helping or not. Lu Jiedwan asked, how many people do you have on hand to help? 40. A little bit less. The odd one out counts people but only 3. but the biggest advantage of a woman. The young Prime Minister should understand it. Chapter 29, Getting Involved with Women. The goosebumps on Lu Jiechen's body were afraid that they could be turned into a set of armor that was impervious to swords and spears. He shook his head and said, I don't understand. Woman King nose and face got up with the shoulder top. Lu Jiechun said, bad man, knowingly, you men's mind, you still do not understand yourself? At this time the ice dun had already vomited. The Woman King said, by the way, just now you stood here. There is no which woman seduced you, right? Lu Jiechun shook his head, running with the idea that more is better than less, said, no. The Woman King asked, the smell on my body, do you smell it? Well, it's very special. Is it? Do you like it? This question is really hard to answer for Lu Jiechun. How can I like it? The first time I met him, I was smoked by the fox odor on his body. This time I met him, he was sprayed with perfume. But the smell of fox odor and perfume mixed with a piece of smell really makes people get off their heads. Lu Jiechun, if it is not begging for others, have long turned away. He madly called the system, help. This man really down head. Ice dun on the side has not finished vomiting. For a while Lu Jiechun said, okay, that's fine. Do you believe in love at first sight? Lu Jiechun dead shake his head. He is not believe. Just afraid of this man said to him at first sight. Head is twisted sour. But the Woman King still said, I see you as love at first sight. Of course, you said to see the color of the heart. I am not good to refute. You shui, you have the right to say. Then say it. Why go to break the dark gray? My friend and my sibling got caught by them. Boyfriend? Girlfriend? Or just friends? Met on the run. Regular female friends. I can help you. But after helping you rescue people, promise me 3 conditions. What conditions? I'm not thinking about it right now. I'll tell you when I think of it. Committing crimes, killing and setting fires, burning and looting, violating moral justice. These I don't do. The other is not considered excessive, you say is. Wow. More like it. I just like so principled people. When do you plan to go? The sooner the better. Then go. Gather the sisters. The Woman King pulled Lu Jiechun and headed for the house. Ice dun stretched out her own white hand and called out, no, dog host, you can't fall. It's not useful at all. Lu Jiechun was just pulled by the Woman King. Just when the ice peer was some distance away from Lu Jiechun, a voice full of vicissitudes rang in Lu Jiechun's ears. Don't take risks in the future. I can't save you. You can't accept me wholeheartedly, and I won't control you again and again to do things that go against your will. Ice dun disappeared and the color of the ring on Lu Jiechun's hand returned to its original black color. Lu Jiechun looked around and asked, did you hear anything? The Woman King covered her mouth and laughed, saying, no meaty words. Oh. Lu Jiechun shut up in embarrassment. 40 women were quickly assembled. 39. Chang Qing didn't show up, and Wang Siqin asked, where is everyone? One of the pretty women said, Sister Qing said she had something of her own, so she didn't come. No matter what methods are used to get her here. This lazy woman, no one will want her like this. Lu Jiechun asked, is she a strange encounter? No, the 2 oddities are like this in. We enjoy the fall. This organization is not small, divided into several parts. I lead the woman state is one of them. There are other. I can't call them, because the pursuit is different. But when someone does damage to the Enjoy the Fall Alliance, they will be united. But our entire Enjoy the Fall Alliance of the oddities is not as much as the Dark Gray organization. A woman asked, Sister Wang, did you gather us here for something? What happened to your face? Was it injured by someone? No matter who the other party is, we have to give you back your face. Lu Jiechun lowered his head, not daring to face the crowd. The Woman King's old face reddened and said, nothing. Today I mainly introduce you to your brother-in-law. He has plans. The women applauded. No one questioned their feelings. Lu Jiechun wanted to deny the identity of brother-in-law, but now he wanted to utilize these people's skills, so he had to go against his will. He said, thank you all. I do have something to ask you. The crowd looked forward to what this brother-in-law had to do. Lu Jiechun paused for a while and said, I want to infiltrate inside the Dark Gray to rescue my friends and younger siblings. Is anyone willing to help? Not reluctantly, voluntarily. No one said anything. There was a silence underneath. Wang Siqin said, I'm willing to help. As Jie Duan said, voluntarily. The other sisters can choose for themselves. One after another at the bottom said, I am willing. There wasn't a single one that said they wouldn't go. Lu Jiechun bowed to all of them and said, thank you all. When I get them out, I'll be sure to thank you all properly. And thank you, he said as he looked at Wang Siqin. The woman Wang whispered, who made me like you? Lu Jiechun had another head full of black lines that he couldn't rationalize. And Wang Sirkin said, Lan Hong, you go to the armory and give the sisters weapons. Teach them to use them if they are not familiar with using them, and we'll leave in the evening. Okay, Sister Wang. The women went down. Lu Jiechun sat down, somewhat regretting the decision to leave in the evening. His friends and siblings had been locked in for more than a day, not knowing if Dark Gray would give them food. Wang Sichin also sat down and said, "Don't worry, we will definitely save your friend and siblings." Lu Jiedwan nodded and did not say anything. Wang Sichin asked, "By the way, how many younger siblings do you have?" "Originally there were 20 or so, then on the road. Now there are 15 left. I'm an orphan. It was the dean's mom who raised us. Your mother's superior is a great woman, by the way. In fact, just now you didn't have to make a special point of volunteering with your sisters. As long as I go, they will definitely go. They are afraid of you." Wang Sirkin shook her head and said, "That's not the main reason." "Then what is?" "They trust me. We are quite a miserable group of people. We are not accepted in the world. The outbreak of the disaster is even more alien. Some self-proclaimed normal people think that we are not normal, so they treat us differently. Plus the women are supposed to be the disadvantaged group, and they are often ostracized in this place. I came and enlisted them to take care of them, and to protect them. Don't look at us as doing the same thing as an alien is what the world has unacceptable to the world, but we are also human beings, a complete human being. This statement is not to be doubted. This world indeed too many things have a framework. Others slightly special will feel deviant. Some people die in their own special." Lu Jiedwan responded, "You're pretty good too. Thank you. Get ready. Do you want to go to the weapons depot to equip something?" Lu Jiechen's cell phone rang and he said, "Answer the phone." It was a call from the air hostess, asking where he was. She was willing to help. With the help of the air hostess, this rescue would go smoother. Lu Jiechen hung up the phone and said, "Another friend of mine is also willing to help. I'll go pick her up. I'll come with you piece by piece." "No need. I know the way myself. It'll be quick." Lu Jiedwan received the stewardess and explained the situation with her. The two of them walked and chatted at the same time. The stewardess complimented, "Your kid's luck is indeed quite good. I've been in contact with this woman king. He wanted to let me join him, but I refused. They are a special group of people. I feel embarrassed to be there." "I have the same feeling," Lu Jiedwan said with great certainty. The stewardess laughed. "There is no that, right?" "What? How can? Impossible thing. Sooner or later, if people help you save people, you do not repay? This woman king is very special. He will go to confess when he sees a slightly handsome man. He feels that since he is so special in the eyes of the worldly people, he definitely has to use a special way of courting." Looking at the stewardess who was holding a lollipop, Lu Jiechen asked, "Why do you hold a lollipop from time to time? Do you always feel that life is not as good as you want it to be?" The stewardess smiled without saying anything. The women were sitting together. In front of the table was a map of the interior of the Dark Gray organization. They were studying the strategy of surprise attack and escape. The route. Don't look at the special of these women. The idea is not inferior to any power mastermind. Evening. The women have a part of the beautiful choice of plainclothes seduction. After the armed men relax their vigilance to kill them by surprise, there is a part of the choice of armed confrontation. Lu Jiedwan stood on either side of the stewardess and Wang Sichin. He bowed and said, "Thank you all. If I can return safely, I will definitely thank you all heavily." Woman King said, "Just do your best everyone. The most important thing is to come out alive. Okay, sisters." "Good, good, good." The 40 women replied in unison, and the Woman King ordered, "Start moving." The sun that Dao Fuzi had transformed into was half hanging over the mountain, spilling out absolute rays of light, and as Lu Jiechen watched the sun gradually go down in the moonrise, he thought to himself, "Thank you all for your rays of light." Chapter 30 Deliverance. The system spat out, hurry up, don't emote. Dog host, we are the life of the brain plot flow. You don't make a brain romance flow, it will be disliked by the people who listen to and read our story. Just you talk too much. Where is the audience? Their own life. They are the interpreter. Recall is also the audience. Only themselves. But you have the system. This is not exactly the proper male lead. A Wonderful Life always has people cheering and spitting. Don't believe you read the comments section more. Lu Jiedwan did not go with the crowd on the same road. According to the plan, after Lu Jiedwan came out the stewardesses followed behind, and when they found a stalker they solved it. Some of the Woman King's people were responsible for attracting firepower, and some sneaked into it, and the odd man out was responsible for destroying the Dark Gray organization's surveillance system, as well as providing cover for the Wang Thurjan. On the surface, it was the people who attracted firepower to help Lu Jiechen rescue the children, but this was too risky, and everyone was bound to pay attention to him, so Lu Jiechen gave this task to Wang Sichin. The biggest advantage he had over others was his stature and agility. No one could outshine him in enjoying the Fallen Alliance. Lu Jiechen appeared under the sight of the Dark Gray organization, and the Dark Gray organization began to make preparations. At this time in the cell, 15 or 16 children were already pale. Chen Lingxiu's face was even more unsightly. The child in his arms had just drank milk and went to sleep, and there were grains of sweat on the tip of his nose. Louis paced back and forth in the prison, and every time she stopped in front of the iron door for too long she was met by the armed men guarding the prison banging on the door with their batons. She walked up to Xiao Qiu, who was gray and had disheveled hair, and said, "Sister Louis, don't worry, Brother Jieduan will definitely come and take us away." Louis rubbed Xiao Qiu's head and said, "Will do, Xiao Qiu is so good, Brother Jiechen will definitely show up." The children present had basically cried around. Even if they hadn't, they had shed tears, except for Xiao Qiu, who had never cried and cried. Others were sad and cried and she would still try to comfort them. The dark gray organization was bustling with activity. A few shots rang out now and then, and the sound of something falling was heard. Xiao Qiu stood up and said, "Listen, do you hear that? Brother Jedi Dust is coming." The crowd also felt that they had a chance to get out of the trap, and all of a sudden, their facial expressions were not that stagnant. Outside the dark gray organization, Zhang Tianshi, Lin Hui stood together, looking at the dark gray that was about to be bloodied. Lin Hui said, "Tianshi, in fact, we can totally work together. In the future, you'll be responsible for the corpses of the dead, and I'll be responsible for the return of their souls." Celestial Master Zhan was very happy and laughed. "This idea is very good. Then we are allies in the future. We have to share the same enemy, ah?" Lin Hui responded, "Of course, when they're finished, we'll rush in." "Good plan." That Lei Jun kid didn't listen to advice and went in as well. "In case he stays inside, it's fine. Let's erect a monument for him. As for his corpse, leave it to you as usual, Heavenly Master. I'll keep his soul." Yes, then it's a deal." Lei Jun came in holding his bow and arrow. He didn't have a position. He simply wanted to experience the experience. The bow and arrow in his hand sucked blood. Every time he shot an arrow it strengthened his body. Master Ma Qian also came in at an unknown time. The armed man saw this old comrade and went forward, trying to put the man down straight away. Master Ma used up his martial arts skills which he had rarely lost. The armed man was put down. Someone put in a cold shot. He dodged it with a quick pace. He had two purposes for this trip. The first of course was because of the vast chi in his chest. He wanted to make some contribution to the society. And the other was that he wanted to show those young people who didn't know martial arts. Once the failure was only because he was sneak attacked, and that young man had no grievances with him. Master Ma was unwilling to lay his hands on him. Today was different. He was representing justice to destroy the enemy, so he would go all out. It had only just come in not long ago and he had already put down more than 10 people, and not a single shot fired by those people had hit him. The other side. Narrow alley with high walls on both sides. Lu Jieduan walks carefully. The air hostess snipes behind to open the way, but not yet gone far will be stopped by a stooped couple holding double knives. The air hostess's bullets are slow to fly over. Lu Jieduan turned back. Behind him there is another scarred man with a hand carrying a blood droplet. The man's tattered clothes are like a flower child, and the hand of the blood droplet is surprisingly new. He said, "Are you waiting for your friend to shoot us dead?" Lu Jieduan doesn't answer. "But it does. But it seems there's trouble on the stewardess's side." The rickety old woman said, "Son, this is a dead end. You can't get in. You can't get out. If you know what's good for you, you should call your family, report your death, and come here year after year to honor your memory, if they're still alive." Lu Jiechen still didn't say a word. He only silently communicated with the system, getting rid of these 3 people. Is it hard? What class this system is out of? Host, this system will provide you with a weapon. To deal with them, taking this weapon is enough. Soon, Lu Jiechuan hand more a big scissors. The scarred man ruthless words not much. Directly throw the blood droplets towards Lu Jiechuan. Lu Jiechuan wanted to spit this scissors. However the blood droplets of the fast set of the head was deflected, and directly stick to the big scissors in death. The system said, "Host, quickly press the 3rd switch on the right hand side." Lu Jiechen quickly pressed it down. The big scissors had super strong lightning conduction through it. The scarred man lasted less than a minute and collapsed. The flesh of his body was cooked by the electricity. The ickle couple still want to reap the benefits. I did not expect Lu Jietsuan's this side so strong. The husband and wife mixed doubles. The speed of the speed. The moves of the harshness of Lu Jietsuan a little bit lost. But in the end, still in the big scissors helped subdue the 2 people. 2 people action due to the magnetism of the large scissors and slowed down. Just when the 2 people close to Lu Jiechen opened the scissors. The 2 people directly by the large scissors and the knife went to blow through the heart. The 2 people fell down. The system turned into the appearance of Ice Dun, shaking around Lu Jiechen, said, "How is it? Feel the awesome technology and ruthless living yet?" He looked at the 2 corpses, and afterward said as he walked, "It's awesome, but I'm a fan of swords for good reason. Can you give me a whole sword? A sword would be fine too. Those are cold weapons. Technology is so advanced. Who uses cold weapons to play with you? Except for these three tampers, who think they are strong. Here in this system, nothing. Yes, yes, yes. You are powerful. Should say no. This big scissors is still used smoothly. That no. The system produces absolutely 13 fine products. The stewardess was also targeted by the sniper. The two were shooting at each other, so they couldn't care about Lu Jiechan. When Wang Sichin was almost close to the prison, a man walked out. He reached out to stop the way. Iron Hands said, "What? Sister Wang, you're not in your woman's state to bring your sisters, but also come to wade in the muddy water? I thought it would be witch scum stopping the old lady's way. It turned out to be the Iron Hand boss. People are really flattered it. Send a so powerful guy over to deal with people. Flattered is it? You're better suited to remove the middle two words. Dead sissy. After today, there won't be any more news about you in the safe zone." Iron Hands possesses the heavy hand of a million enemies, and is also in existence in the top 3 in the dark gray ranking. The two were of equal strength, and it was difficult to distinguish between them for a while. When the confrontation begins, there will be many uncontrollable factors. Originally wanted to let some people to help Wang Sichin, but nowadays it is very chaotic. Manpower deployment cannot come out. Right now only Lu Jiechwan is still relatively safe. The rest of them are fighting. Only he can personally go to rescue the children. Just let him cannot figure out why the people he met are not so strong. Is it possible that he is too strong? Although the system had an element of arrogance, he denied Lu Jiechan's thoughts and said, "There's something fishy about this." None of the truly powerful strange encounters came. Strange, what exactly are they premeditating? As he got closer and closer to the prison, Lu Jiechan saw a teenager in the distance, carrying a wooden box. Seemingly peeking at something, Lu Jiechan asked, "System, is this person a strange encounterer?" The system took a long time to respond. "Well, host, I can't tell. Right now I can only also hide it first." "You can't even sense it? What the hell is this guy?" Lu Jiedwan thought about it and finally went up. It turned out that the teenager was watching the sparring match between Iron Hands and Wang Thurchin. The two were still indistinguishable. The teenager was watching in awe. From time to time, his mouth whispered, "Fight, fight, stupid ah, flash ah, will not." Without being sure of the identity and strength of the other party, Lu Jiechan had to choose to take a detour, but didn't go far before stopping his feet again. If the other party is someone from dark gray, then wouldn't Wang Sirkin be? Chapter 31, can't get any worse. He returned when the teenager is still watching, still carrying a wooden box, a dark-toned dress, inch head, the appearance of the standard, big eyes and high nose, surely deeply loved by the girls. Lu Jiedwan and the Tangle directly shoot people dizzy or go forward to verbally test. He looked at the big scissors, finally still walked forward. The teenager gesticulated while saying, "Fighting how to fight like this. Simply go to the children's pile in the future. Can't be better." Simply big speechless. Lu Jiedwan patted his shoulder. He didn't turn around, only said, "To see it properly, don't disturb others. Believe it or not, I'll cut your head off with a pair of scissors." In the face of Lu Jiechan's threat, the teenager still only focused on watching the show by himself. "Who are you? Why are you here? What do you care? I'm the administrator of this place." "Oh, I'm not from here. I just got here today." The teenager finally gave up his head to turn to look at Lu Jiechan, not expecting him to be surprised. "Hey, how is it you?" As he said that, he also touched the big scissors with his hands, then covered his mouth and laughed. "You're also a strange encounter? This big scissors? It can't be your strange encounter." Lu Jiechan said, "What? You recognize me?" "Recognize? How can I not recognize? I've seen you in my dreams." Lu Jiechan, right? Didn't expect the teenager to be able to directly call out his name. Lu Jiechan was a bit passive. He hadn't recognized this teenager a bit. The teenager was also familiar with himself. Said, "My name is Qin Zheng. I just came here a few minutes ago." "You just lied to me, right? You're not the administrator here at all." Lu Jiedwan said, "You don't properly find a safe place to stay. Come here to do what? Managing again. Again, isn't it? Why do you manage more than my parents? The same as a strange encounter. You can come. Why can't I come? See, this box behind me. There's something to save my life." Lu Jiechan looked at the wooden box, like the sword box in the ancient TV series that, thinking of all the good-looking and smooth swords inside, he was ecstatic and asked, "What's inside you?" Qin Zheng probed head to see the two more and more fight farther and farther away. Also difficult to distinguish between victory and defeat. Mouth said, boring through the top, playing so long fight, they are afraid not in the fight endurance it. Stupid cup. One hit kill in the end will not. Lu Jiedwan said expectantly, "What are you loaded inside? You want to see line, then I open to you look good." Qin Zheng a little not to see outside the box down, and then inserted into the hole through the fingers. A turn, the wooden box open. Lu Jiechwan has done a good eye, and even open to borrow a sword to play the mind. Did not think that it is loaded with another wooden box. At this time the system said, feel it, host, he is also a strange encounter. Lu Jiachen was helpless, he said it himself. I still use your horse's hindquarters now. Qin Zhang looked at the frozen Lu Jiachen and covered her mouth and laughed. What, want to see it so badly? Lu Jiachen didn't say anything. Qin Zhang said, my grandfather's masterpiece. He said that for security reasons, so he gave them so many locks, for fear that some wrong-minded people will steal them. Your grandfather is right. Lu Jiachen, sure that the other party will not easily open the box to him to see, then gave up, thinking that the other party may really as a playful teenagers do not want to continue to delay time. He can still have important things. Qin Zhang didn't continue to watch the game, but followed up and asked, what are you doing? None of your business. You can either continue to watch them fight or leave. It's dangerous here. I have them. What are you afraid of? Tell me what you're doing here. It's not good to say I can help you. How long have you been here? Just arrived. Then you can't help me. Go away. I'm at least a strange encounter. You say you can't help? Who are you bullying? I'll help you with this favor. Lu Jiedwan didn't know whether to say that this teenager was ancient or juvenile. Said, as you wish. Just don't add to my mess, or I will really kill you. With me here. What kind of person dares to jump it? Directly beat it until it serves. Lu Jiachen didn't pay any more attention to the teenager and ran away by himself. The teenager also followed behind. Because of Han Xiaogong, Lu Jiachen had more heart and mind and was no longer so gullible. System, can you judge the stance of the strange encounter possessed by this strange encounterer? I can't judge it. Anyway, the host has to pay more attention is, run quickly. This system gives the host acceleration. Lu Jiachen's legs became extraordinarily powerful. His running speed was much faster. He quickly found the prison and quickly put down the armed men guarding the prison. The children were overjoyed to see Lu Jiachen coming. Chen Lingxiu and Lui looked at him, unable to say anything, but after seeing Lu Jiachen, the heart that was hanging in the air dropped. None of the 16 children had an accident. They are also still alive. There is nothing more worthy of happiness than this. Lui and Xiaoqiu got up and walked to the iron gate position. The children's faces were white. Lu Jiachen looked at them with a burst of heartache. Xiaoqiu said, Brother Jiachen. Xiaoqiu knew that you would come. Lu Jiachen took Xiaoqiu's hand and also gently put it on the back of Lui's hand, and said, Children, brother will take you out. We will be able to eat good food when we escape. The iron door was tightly closed. Lu Jiachen was about to ask a question when the system said, Don't worry about the cut. It's hard. 3 times, the iron door opened. Lu Jiachen was ready to go in. The back suddenly flashed in people. Lu Jiachen was stabbed in the back. The speed was so fast that the system didn't react. Everyone was shocked but couldn't do anything. Lu Jiachen ran forward, and turned back afterward, only to see a tall woman with a white dress tied with a high ponytail, a harmless expression. But in front of him hangs a silver knife, and the blood of Lu Jiachen remains on the knife. Xiaoqiu ran forward to stop the woman and said, Bad woman, you are not allowed to hurt my brother Jiachen. The woman said, I won't hurt him, this is helping him, he's too tired to live. At this time, the woman suddenly had her feet off the ground. She put her hands on her neck and struggled for her life. The calmness that was on her face was shrouded in fear. The teenager slowly appeared in front of the crowd from a state of invisibility. He had his feet off the ground and was hanging in mid-air. His right hand was still around the woman's neck. He smiled and said, Sister, you just said that he's too tired to live. So is it you who's tired now? The woman didn't say anything. The teenager directly held the woman down on the ground and said, What a good-looking woman, but it's a pity that it's too fierce. This world is still better to have more gentle women. Qin Zhang finished, then popped the woman's forehead, then turned his head with a smile and said, What is it? Lu Jiachen, just say I'm handsome or not, and scare her to death. At this time, the system was incredulous and said, Host, these two people's abilities are above ours. They are too strong. They simply can't be beaten. Lui assisted Lu Jiachen, with a concerned face. Just at this time, the woman in white dress suddenly took advantage of Qin Zhang's inattention and escaped. And I don't know how this woman got away. The white dress stayed in the same place, but the person disappeared. If she was seen sneaking around outside, how bad would it be? When the woman got away, Lu Jiachen collapsed. He said weakly, Her knife is poisoned. Qin Zhang realized the seriousness of the problem, and he didn't know how to detoxify himself. He said, Wait, I'll go after someone. Lu Jiachen pulled Qin Zhang's hand and said weakly, Don't go. The children surrounded Lu Jiachen. Chen Lingxiu sat, holding the child in her arms, heartbroken. Xiaoqiu pulled Lu Jiachen's hand and cried, Brother, don't die, don't leave us. Lu Jiachen was sweating profusely and said, Xiaoqiu, good. Qin Zhang, can I trust you? Qin Zhang was no longer playful. What is it? You tell me. Send the children out safely for me and find them food. please. Okay, I can promise you, but you also hang in there for me. Lu Jiedwan took out a flare and handed it to Xiao, saying, when you guys pull out, shoot it into the sky to make them retreat. Qin Zheng carried Lu Jiedwan on his back. Chen Lingxiu limped behind Qin Zhang. The children covered their stomachs and walked out of the prison. Lu Yi followed behind. She was also scared, but she was more scared that her favorite person would be sad and lose one of her siblings. The system said, host, are you entrusting an orphan? It's not that far yet. This system equips the host with the skill of being invulnerable to all poisons. I know, a stab in the back and a serious injury. There is still some strength left to fight against the occasional need, but I can't use it right now. I have to see where this Qin Zhang stands first, otherwise it will be dangerous for him to follow us. The host has really matured quite a bit after the Han Xiaogong incident. They carefully retreated. They didn't encounter any trouble along the way. They met with Lei Jun, but the youth didn't give them a hard time. He even used his bow and arrows to clear the way for them. On the other side, Wang Siqin was still fighting with iron hands. The difference in strength between the two was too small. The key was still to fight for physical strength. Chapter 32 Inevitable Gains and Losses. Just when both sides are ready to give each other a fatal blow, a woman suddenly appeared. Wang Thurchin backstabbed a knife. It is a white dress woman. Wang Thurchin did not react quickly. The white dress woman forcefully slashed and pulled a knife. Iron Hand stood still, but very angry. Wang Shuochen turned back, the silver dagger across his neck again. This time, the sky appeared. Lu Jiedwan issued a flare. The red flare looked festive, and his neck, the blood on his back complemented each other. Wang Siqin collapsed. His body convulsed, blood kept leaving his mouth. His mind at this time was thinking of Lu Jiechan. I'll help you here. Believe it or not, you are the best, nicest, kindest person I've ever met. And I did fall in love with you at first sight. You must never remember me. It's better to never remember. Living with memories is really worse than being dead. Goodbye. I hope the person you like will like you too. This life, that's it. Wang Siqin's life came to an end. The last thing he thought of was a girl. When he was in college, he was reading a book in the library. Reading in the dark. A little girl couldn't reach a book she wanted to read. He helped to bring it down. The girl made with him, flipping through the pages of his book, resting her chin and said, Senior Wang Qin, it would be nice if you were a girl. Then we'd definitely be very good sisters. The two got closer and closer uncontrollably, and the girl liked Wang Qin as her sister. But one day, the girl had an accident, and from then on, Wang Qin became Wang Siqin, because the girl's name was Qin Sei. In the end, the dark gray loss of half, but a few main force is still safe. Enjoy the fallen alliance of women. State cannot walk out of a Wang Thurchin. Walk out to add up to a total of only 13 people. The next morning, Lu Jichen only just woke up. Will be the only survivor of the strange encounter. Zhang Zishi tugged on the sleeve and questioned, our sister Wang where? Last night when they came back. Except for Lu Jichen, who was seriously ill and recuperating from his injuries. The rest of them were waiting for Wang Siqin, waiting for the remaining 27 people, but they didn't wait for any of them to come back. Lu Jichen knew that there were bound to be sacrifices, but he didn't expect Wang Siqin to not come back as well. All of them were waiting for Lu Jichen to wake up. Louis came limping over with Chen Lingxiu in his arms, and said, he's injured as well. Can we give him a rest? Zhang Zishi angrily said, Sister Wang and her sisters perished precisely because they saved you. Who are you to speak here? This is our territory. Qin Zheng, who had come in through the doorway, flashed in and said, I don't like women who are too aggressive. Zhang Zishi became even angrier. You bunch of white-eyed wolves. In the end, the teenager pinched her neck and said, can't you talk properly? Do you think you have a long life? The remaining 12 sisters were ready to fight at any time. Lu Jiedwan called out, Qin Zheng, put the person down. The teenager put the person down. Lu Jichen continued, it's my fault for letting you guys risk your lives. I will definitely help you bring the person back. Louis looked at Lu Jichen and said, but the poison on your body, it's not in the way. It's already detoxified itself, right? Qin Zheng said, aha, your strange encounter is a bit of something. I'll accompany you on this trip. No need. I can only kill without fear when I'm alone. Lu Jiedwan's killing intent was stronger than ever at this time. He had just stepped out of the main entrance of the enjoyment of the Fallen Alliance when he was stopped by someone. The people who came were Tianchi Zhang and Lin Hui, as well as a person who was wrapped in a plastic bag all over his body and couldn't see his face. Lin Hui said, are you Lu Jichen? Lu Jichen, eyes full of blood, does not speak. Behind the women also looked at the two. From time to time the eyes fell on the person wrapped dead. Qin Zhang said, where to block the road? Believe it or not, Lousy beat you to death. In the take your strange encounter to play. A corpse, a collection of souls. Not afraid of your death, no one to collect your corpse? Lin Hui was infuriated, pointing at Qin Zhang, was about to swear, but Zhang Tianchi said, Lin, old brother, don't be angry. don't be angry. People here can't just point at randomly swearing, or else how to lose one's life don't know. Calm down. Zhang Tianshi continued, everyone, poor Tao just come to talk business with you. All said that the hand does not hit the smiling face of the people. Cannot business is not negotiated also make enemies is not. Lu Jiedwan said, have a fart quickly put. Good. Quick man. Everyone's sister corpse I have received. This is one of them. The rest want to take back to our brothers to pay a little honorarium on good. Zhang Zishi went forward, looked at the bodies and recognized the sisters. She asked, where is Sister Wang? Of course she's here too, but we have to collect the money first. How much? A total of 28 people. This is a group rate after all. A 50% discount for all of you. $10 million is enough. The stewardess said, so much, why don't you guys go and grab it? Xin Zhang said, people aren't just robbing you guys. Lu Jiedwan looked at Chen Lingxiu and asked, can you lend me $5 million first? I will definitely pay you back. Chen Lingxiu pressed his head down and said, I'm sorry, all my money, I gave it to her. The flight attendant was helpless and said, come on, it's a waste of effort. She threw the bank card to Lu Jiechan, but it's not enough, and can't just redeem some of it. Lu Jiechan said, I'll give you $1 million first, and I'll figure out the rest, okay? Lin Hui said at this moment, no, this kind of business who hope to do often. Seymour you are afraid of also too. Only support a one-time payment, in addition to the body. I here can still have your sister Wang's dying words. Everyone is looking forward to it, but there is a little way out. At this time, Louis stood out and said, I'll give it to you guys. After she finished speaking, she pulled out a bulging wallet from her own bag, and handed it to Lu Jiechan after drawing out 3 bank cards, saying, take them to get the money. The bank card passwords are all the same. XXXXXX. Everyone couldn't believe that this tiny woman would actually carry so much cash with her. Just like that, they smoothly took the money to redeem the body, and Lin Hui finally gave everyone the chance to release Wang Sichin's soul, the base of the woman's state. Wang Sirkin looked at the crowd and said, I really didn't expect to think that I would meet you all in this way. I thought I wouldn't have the chance to do so. I'd like to give a special thanks to Taoist Lin for being willing to help out and giving me the chance to leave my last words. Luo Ling, He Ting, Zi Shi, I don't know which of the 3 of you is still alive. I certainly hope that you are all safe and sound. That woman Bang is the same with me or without me. You will certainly be able to lead your sisters without being bullied by anyone else. But if only one of you is left, then it will be one of you who will lead. Go out more often. Look for strange people. We are a group of strange and special people, so we have to help each other more and unite with each other. Turn around and you all are gone. Then, Lu Jiachen, please, take them for a while, at least stabilize them before leaving. Please, just like you asked me at that time. I agreed without hesitation. I hope you won't reject me. Sisters, there's no need to feel sorry for me. This life and death thing should be looked away from. I'm not very sad. Death is death. It's nothing, and don't blame Lu Jiachen. He's very good, very kind. I just appreciate him and like him, so don't blame him. If he's willing to stay, then let him take you all with him. I hope our women's state gets stronger and stronger. Well, that's it. Goodbye, sisters. After watching everyone's mood was hard to calm down. Tianshi Zhang and Lin Hui took the money and left happily. Enjoying the Fallen Alliance. Such a place of pandemonium is indeed not suitable for small children to stay. But nowadays there is no good place to go. Lu Jichuan even more can't leave at this time. At least find a burial place for Wang Sirkin, and wait for the mood of the woman's state to calm down a little bit before making other plans. Wang Sichin's unreserved help and unthinking promise at that time made Lu Jichen deeply pressured. Must choose a good place for her. Not a single mistake can be made. A few days of busyness. Chen Lingxiu and his younger siblings he didn't have time to take care of. All of his mind was busy finding a good cemetery for Wang Sichin and woman Bang's dead sisters and purchasing some funeral items. Since the frequent earthquakes, few people are willing to spend time to get a funeral. Zombie outbreaks even less time to get. Corpses abound. But the women stayed after all because of his Lu Jichuan's request to sacrifice, and now can do for them is to send them off properly. The stewardess and Louis, Xin Zhang is positive to help, go together to prepare things, but just when a few of them left, the woman state suffered to enjoy the Fallen Alliance internal blow. Chapter 33, Trouble in the Woman State. Due to the departure of Wang Sichin, all of them are not as depraved as before. Lu Jiduan took the air hostess, Xin Zhang, to go outside the safe zone to prepare some things, the purpose of which is naturally to consider for the survival, but also to give the dead sisters of the women's state a grand funeral. Outside the women's state activity area, some members of the enjoyment of the Fallen Alliance surrounded their way out, clamoring on the periphery about pickups and other obscenities. It should be known that when Wang Sirkin was still alive, the women's state was one of the parts of the enjoyment of Depravity Alliance, and what they did was also very depraved, and this place was simply out of order, and was a completely dehumanized hell. After learning that the rest of the woman state had lost its backbone, of course, they wanted to fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the situation. The screens outside quickly attracted Zhang Zishi and Louis. For the sake of the children's safety, Louis could only look for Chen Lingxiu to discuss how to solve the problem or notify Lu Jiechen and the others. As for Zhang Zishi, now that she was the odd one out in the women's state, guarding the rights and interests of the many sisters, as well as giving the women's state a quiet environment before the sisters finished their funerals, she had to go out. The women's state was surrounded, and Zhang Zishi walked out, followed by several heavily armed sisters. When she came out, she was pulled by a short and ugly old man with a shaved head and asked, "I say kid Xia, you women's state still accept customers now belongs to the drought of the drought death, flooding of the waterlogging death." Sister Wang New Morning, Zhang Zishi now take on the heavy responsibility, so have to be a heavy task. She suppressed emotions, politely said, "Really sorry, the fourth master, our women's state is not very convenient lately. In a few days, you all come, surely we'll be happy to return. This temper can't match Don't others say that Zishi is the violent temper in our fallen alliance? It doesn't feel out at all So is there something that can't be done or don't want to do it? Sixth master, more understanding. We do have very important things to deal with. In that case, where is your sister Wang? Call him out. A few days ago he said he wanted me to introduce him to handsome men. I've brought quite a few now. He'll definitely like them. Sister Wang has been suffering from a health condition recently. It's really inconvenient to meet guests. I hope Master 6 understands. Then you see, it turns out that you guys are just doing some delightful things here. Now you suddenly say that you won't do it anymore. How can we count this trip that we purposely made to come here? Zhang Zishi of course knew that this sixth master had brought people here to cause trouble. If she had acted according to her previous style, this old biddy would have had his arm removed by her long ago. But times are different nowadays. She said, "When we're done, we'll offer a 30% discount for 3 consecutive days to the sixth master and his brothers. Is that okay? Is 10% off okay? I'll book you in advance." The old man looked at her colorfully, and the crowd laughed, noisily shouting, 10% off about hey, 10% off about hey. If eyes could kill. At this point a bunch of people had already been killed 1,000 times by Zhang Zishi's eyes. The women's state was one of the fallen leagues, but not everyone's fall was the same. Zhang Zishi's depravity is even more pure. She just likes to read some deviant books, and also, she feels that living has no meaning at all, but she is afraid of dying and doesn't dare to find a way out, so she has to follow her own will, and whoever makes her unhappy will kill the other person. That was her degradation. The old biddy raised his hand and clenched his fist. The crowd was not shouting. He said, "I have heard all about it. Your sister Wang is not for a little white boy heroic? Don't need to be afraid. We belong to the same enjoyment of the fallen alliance. Help each other out. What difficulties to tell us, but there are prerequisites." He looked at Zhang Zishi's body, swallowed his saliva, and wanted to get on. The woman behind him shot, because this old man's wonder was magnetic. The bullet stopped in his hand, and with a smug look on his face, he said, "Maisie, is this the way of hospitality in your women's state?" As the words fell, the old man threw the bullet at the woman. The bullet hit her forehead. The woman was killed on the spot. The rest of the sisters simply couldn't swallow the breath. Zhang Zishi also exploded, and they fought right at the door. The sixth master brought too many people. In a short while will fall down. Zhang Zishi's strength and the sixth master is not the same, but because of their own side of the people are not enough, so it is very passive. Zhang Zishi was stomped by the old man at the heart position. He said, "Feeling good feet, how is it? Is it cool? Let go of me. Have the balls to have a fair duel. There's definitely balls. There's even more when you come to the safe zone. You're just about to swing it, Shimei." He gulped as he spoke. Suddenly, a large pair of scissors flew out and cut towards the sixth master's neck. Behind the scissors was Louis, a cute girl in Lolita. The magnetic force on the sixth master's body quickly increased to maximum. The big scissors couldn't cut at times. Louis's forehead was soon covered with beads of sweat. The old sixth master gulped, then reached out to caress Louis's face. Excitedly said, "Well, very moist. Fresh blood. This woman I like." Louis panicked. For a moment, she forgot how Lu Zhechen taught her to use the big scissors at that time. Just when she was torn about which button to press, the crowd fought again. Luckily Zhang Zishi blocked it, but she was alone and alone. She would definitely fall at this rate. Lu Yi thought to herself, "I can't let brother Zhechen down. I can't let him down." She pressed all 4 buttons in succession, and the sixth master was first rendered unconscious by a burst of lightning, then his body was cold and hard, and then softened by a gust of wind. He had absolutely no power to fight back. Louis forcefully closed the scissors tightly. A human head fell to the ground. The crowd backed up. One of the men said, "Good, we remember this revenge. Woman Bang, we will make you pay." The man said and fled. The crowd also withdrew. See, the people all withdrew. Louis collapsed, twitching, hair more like deliberately cut an explosive head that fluffy. Zhang Zishi, clean up the mess, take Lu Ian to convalesce. The other side. A certain skyscraper. Lu Jietsuan and his party met a person on the road who asked for help. The person told them that there were many survivors on the 7th floor. Running on humanitarianism, Lu Jietsuan still wanted to go and rescue them. Corridor. Just as Louis pressed the 4 buttons, Lu Jiechen spat out blood from his mouth. Xin Zhang and the stewardess assisted him, and the host voice rang out, "Host, bad grin. The scissors you left for that girl got played with by her." The flight attendant said, "Lu Jiedwan, what's wrong? Did it backfire by your strange encounter?" Xin Zhang acted as if he knew everything. The system said, "It's not a backlash, host. This person is harboring evil intentions. He's trying to provoke our relationship. Quickly let him go. Don't let him follow." Lu Jiechen ignored the system's petty emotions and said, "I'm fine. It should be that the woman's state is in trouble over there. We have to go back as soon as possible. It's only just come out not even a day ago. We haven't gotten what we want yet. Go back empty-handed?" The stewardess said. The thick-eyed Polytechnic man leading the way said, "How are you? Are you alright?" Lu Jiedwan got up and said, "It's fine. Let's go. Let's go check it out. But I've encountered something troublesome here, so I have to be quick." Polytechnic man nodded. He brought Lu Jiechan and his party to the company. In their company there were really more than 50 people gathered. He opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, this is the strange person I met outside. He can get us out." Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Jiechen and his group, as if they had seen a savior that way. Lu Jiechen likewise had some thoughts. The glasses man continued, "The following due to him telling us about the rescue plan." Lu Jiechen said all about the situation in the safe zone. The crowd was mixed. He asked, "I've finished. You guys decide. Do you want to leave here to go to the safe zone?" The crowd gathered in piles to discuss. A few minutes passed and the man with thick glasses said, "Mr. Lu, we have decided. We will follow you guys to head to the safe zone. When the time comes, we can also take care of each other." Xin Zhang pulled back Lu Jiechan, who wanted to speak, and said, "I'll say the following strategy." "Are you sure? Looking down on who?" The stewardess said. "With your strength, I'm completely sure." Xin Zhang said to the crowd, "You can't follow us back." The crowd looked at each other. Some were disheartened. Some cursed. The scene was a little out of control. Lu Jichuan also did not understand what Xin Zhang was trying to express. The thick glasses man said, "Do not take us out, then what do I do here with me? Is it to embrace the group? With us to ask for something to eat? Must not be possible. If you don't help, then hurry up and leave." The teenager had a cold smile on his face, then shook his head and said, "You guys can't follow us on the road." "But I didn't say I won't help you guys." But this attitude of yours, is it on behalf of yourself or on behalf of your entire collective? Chapter 34 Edition. At this time, a sharp-tongued woman got up and said, "Four-eyed boy, what the hell are you talking about? The 3 gentlemen are all strange people. How can you question their words and kick them out? You're the one who should get out." The crowd was on the same page at this moment. "Get out! Get out!" The thick glasses man looked at the crowd. At this moment, he was ashamed and annoyed. Xin Zhang, as if he knew the situation beforehand, said, "This is the person you want to save. A bunch of foolish and selfish desires. Are you sure you still want to save them?" While the crowd was chasing away the man with glasses, Lu Jiechen actually observed that not everyone in this group was accusing and trying to chase him away. Some stayed silent, some were making movements with little sound coming out of their mouths, and some were angry, but for what they were angry was not available. Lu Jiedwan said, "If you have a strategy, hurry up and say it. If you don't, shut up. I'll say it. Don't waste time. Abusive person. One day you won't even know if you get killed." At this time, the system also voiced out. It said, "Although I don't like this person, but he said this sentence is very right. It, dog host, you are just an ordinary person who owns a super invincible and awesome system, not a savior. To save people should take your own safety into consideration first. What's important to us now is to bring the stuff back and solve the trouble over there. They'll definitely be fine here for a while. If a person really wants to live, they'll try to save themselves." Lu Jiechen responded to the system, "Take them along for the ride if it's within your ability. It's fine. They can't harm me. I know it. It's life in the end. If I hadn't gone to the time gap, hadn't met Sister Wang, and hadn't met you, then I definitely wouldn't have saved them." The system could not be persuaded, but still did not resent the host's choice. At this time, Xin Zhang had already started to speak, saying, "Alright, then let's add some popularity to our team." The stewardess actually didn't care whether to save or not. She had already lost her trust in humanity, but for Lu Jiechen, Xin Zhang and the two of them had some good feelings. After all, they were the strong ones, and they still had the heart to help the weak, which was quite good. The gazes of the crowd fell on the 3. Some questioned whether these three youths with an average age of no more than 25 could save them from getting out. But in the end, they only thought that way and didn't say anything. Qin Zhang said, "Actually, if it were me I would have refused to save you guys, but our steward said save, so we can only obey." The crowd was anticipating the teenager's strategy when Qin Zhang said, "It's true that we can't take you all with us, but we can find cars for you, provide some weapons, and a map. That way you guys can always get there safely. And if you run into an unexpected situation, consider it your bad luck that God is going to take it." Originally there were no strings attached, but I want to add it now. We provide the cars and weapons for free, but if you guys get to the safe zone and want to ask for help, you have to come with sincerity, supplies, or money. As for how much, I won't say yet. You guys try to prepare as much as you can, and when the time comes, more will be refunded than paid for. Having spoken, who is in favor and who is against? Raise it. Lu Jetsuan's way and method was similar, but he did not ask them to prepare supplies, but he had no doubt about this strategy of Qin Zhang. The other party's ability was even greater than his. It did not seem too much to mention some requirements. No one said anything. Lu Jidwan said, "Those who can make a decision, raise your hand if you agree with this program." One person raised his hand without even dwelling on it. After that, there were people raising their hands. Lu Jidwan said, "Good, then it's decided. You guys split into 8 groups. One group of 7. Send an old driver to follow us. We'll prepare vehicles for you." Under the arrangement of the stewardess, soon divided into groups, a group of people go out together. Nowadays the outside fell outside the zombies everywhere. A few people follow Lu Jechan. 3 people is absolutely safe. After a tight deployment, they found 8 cars on the road, and later found weapons in the police station. Under the cover of the 3 of them, these 50 or so people smoothly sat in the car and left the place, sending them away. The 3 of them began to prepare what they needed again. During the process, Lu Jietsuan rescued 3 more groups of people, totaling more than 300 people. If they all came without any problems, the place in the women's state was not expected to be enough to live in, and then they would have to think of other ways. The supplies around the safe zone have been looted empty. They have been until 6 in the morning to get enough of what they want. 8 o'clock to rush back. Has been another day and a half of hoofing to rush back. Evening. Women's state because of the offense of the 6th master, coupled with the news of the death of Wang Sichin. All the people targeted. Other people enjoying the degeneration of the coincidentally at this time to take advantage of the situation. But the 2 sides have only begun to prepare for the fight will be dark gray sneak attack. This safe zone has almost turned into a war zone. Not much worse than the zombies outside. The sound of gunfire inside scared many people to stay at the entrance of the zone, waiting for Lu Jiechuan and his party, and finally did wait. 3 people get out of the car. The crowd with look at them with the eyes of a hero. Qin Zhang is pragmatic, completely regardless of the situation inside. Said, "You are fast." I said, "The things are ready?" I can say, "If not, we will not protect you." Now it's also confirmed that the safe zone isn't that safe. Mr. Qin, we have prepared some, but how much are your requirements? Before Qin Zhang could finish, Lu Jidwan said, "You guys wait here first, we'll go and settle things inside and talk afterward. We'll come and pick you up in person then." The 3 of them got in the car and went inside. The stewardess pulled out her pistol and said, "This hellhole, I have to use a gun every day. My hands are getting thick calluses." Qin Zhang spat, "Those who can do more work, you are good." I'm afraid that the things in the wooden box are rusty. So you really have a lot of swords in your wooden box? What are their names? How many? Qin Zhang did not say anything. Lu Jieduan, who was driving in front of him, said, "Are you ready to fight? Brothers, who's with you brothers? Don't yell." They quickly killed the battlefield. The stewardess held a gun in her hand, walking and shooting through the crowd. Not a single person could do anything with her. Qin Zhang, the teenager, was even more evil. He disappeared after the enemy saw him, and then just a few seconds later, appeared in front of the other party. A hand knife slashed on the enemy's neck. The enemy's heart was shattered. Lu Jiechen held a brush in his hand. He no longer had the idea of spitting this time, because no matter how much he spat, the system gave him could not be a knife or a sword. Get used to it. The system said, "Dog host, you can't give this brush to anyone. This backfires even more." Lu Jiechen responded to the system while using the side brush to deal with the enemy. "So you also admit to backfiring on me, right?" Bah! Slip of the tongue. It's not backfired. Anyway, the host has to remember that this thing has to be used by himself. Otherwise it's troublesome, and if it's serious, it might cause the host to fall asleep. Okay, got it. Should not say. This brush is really some good use. Lu Jiechen took the brush after the speed will be faster. Also support remote attack. Those people as long as the ink stained will not be able to move. After a few minutes some calmly lie down. Some people cover the heart to fall down. Lu Jichen even have a kind of get Han Xiaogong strange feeling. The system said, this is not what death brush. This is called the good deposit. Was ink point to the people will not move in 3 minutes. In the fight with their own thoughts, good and evil choices, can be in 3 minutes to make a good choice from the good people will calmly lie down, can not be angina pectoris, sleep for 5 days, live or not to live down to see his own. Lu Jiedwan more satisfied with this brush, this is quite good, you give me so many weapons, the only thing that makes me satisfied is this. Che, unseen host. The war quickly stopped, Dark Gray's people didn't lose much, instead, quite a few of the strange people who enjoyed the Fallen Alliance were killed. Originally it was just the women's state swarming with dragons, but now it's even more. The women's state lost a few more people, and now only 6 people remained. Zhang Zishi's face was bloodstained. Instead of being relieved when she saw Lu Jiechan, she ran over and slapped Lu Jiechan hard in the face. Broomstick, if it wasn't for you, why would woman's state be reduced to such a situation? Lu Jiechan didn't fight back, lowered his head and said, I'm sorry. Zhang Zishi's eyes became heavier and heavier. She fainted. Lu Jiechan and his party cleaned up the mess. Well, the women's state novice promised that the children were all right. The mouth of the safety zone. A group of armed men came out. Leading one said, they are not available now. Let me come to take you in. Chapter 35, Grandeur. The people outside the zone looked at the men as if they had been given a new lease on life. And one of them asked, so how much supplies do you want? Or how much money? The armed men said, no money, just follow yourselves in. Some people sighed that the hearts of people were still good. They were still so aggressive when they met, but now they were willing to lend a helping hand for free. But there were some people who felt that something was wrong. The man with thick glasses asked, why aren't Mr. Lu and the others here? The armed man growled, what the hell? What do you guys think you are? They don't have anything going on? Sending my old man to pick you guys up is already considered grand. At this point there were some people accusing the man with glasses, but the man with glasses said, I want them to come out to pick me up, otherwise I'm not going in. You love to go in or not. In the end, more than half of the people followed them in, leaving more than 100 people still waiting. Waiting until 7 o'clock in the evening, the guard began to slacken. A few zombies skulked around. Some people blamed the stubbornness of the man with glasses for causing them to have no one to take them in now, and they were afraid that something would happen if they went in on their own. When a zombie was approaching, the stewardess fired a shot from a distance. The bullet entered the zombie's head. She walked out alone, and a few people finally looked happy. The stewardess wasn't surprised that there were so many people left. She said as she approached, you guys are smart and obedient. Very good. I'm here to pick you up and take you in. You're safe. Let's go. The crowd followed, driving behind and illuminating the dark corners of the safe zone as far as they could. The man with the glasses ran up and asked, they all call you stewardess, can I call you that? The stewardess, with her lollipop in her mouth, said, I wouldn't say yes if you didn't call me that. The armed men during the day were not one of yours? The answer is yes, definitely not. Nothing else, but 90% of those who follow will surely die. Thick glasses gulped. Who understands the pleasure of that kind of lucky escape? He asked again. So the gunfight that happened today was a war, and the end? The winner wins, the loser loses, and the dead die. Why didn't Mr. Lu and Mr. Chin come? Why? I came alone, unworthy to pick you up? The man with glasses was sweating profusely and denied. No, I'm just curious. Don't be curious. Live well. Want some candy? The stewardess took out a lollipop from her mouth. The man with glasses shook his head. The stewardess pulled out another lollipop from her bag. The man with glasses was about to take one. Just as he reached out, the stewardess put the candy back in her pocket and said, you don't have enough class now. Later, first try to live for a few days, and then live well. Not good enough for a few days and I'll give it to you. The man with glasses was not saddened by this, but instead felt a little good about the stewardess. The stewardess walked with a group of people. At this time, a child said, Dad, I'm hungry. I want to eat candy. The father's pale voice said, bear with it for now. Let's get to a safe place first. Flight attendants followed the voiceover. The child is a pothead hairstyle. Head is big, wearing thin. The child's father is very tall. Head is small. The flight attendant squatted down. Kids should eat candy when they're hungry. She pulled out a handful of lollipops from her bag. The crowd stops. No one dares to disturb the flight attendant. The big-headed child looked at his small-headed father as if asking if it was okay. But the flight attendant didn't even give the other a choice. Took the child's hand, gave the child all the lollipops, and left without saying anything. The father and son looked at the long-legged flight attendant stashing back, and the big-headed child said, Dad, where's my mom? Lost. Dad. What? Tell Uncle Mo that I want to change my mom. The small-headed father kicks the kid in the ass and says, can't walk away from it, can you? The kid took the lollipop and ate it, delivering the people. Lu Jiechen and Qin Zhang. The stewardess met with the people. Except for the stewardess and Qin Zhang, everyone else wore morning clothes, even Lu Jiechen wore it. The newcomers of course did not know what was going on. Qin Zhang said, "You can arrange it for this group of them. I haven't slept enough in the past few days. I'm going to sleep. Just remember to call me for the fight," he said and left. The stewardess didn't follow and left. She just sat and watched from a distance, not saying a word. Lu Jidwan looked at the crowd and said, "Since you all came in and are all still alive, then live here properly from now on. This place also needs more manpower lately, and you all came at the right time. Tonight you guys will rest outside first. If it rains or something like that, come in to take shelter. Give the money and supplies to the stewardess and go purchase tents tomorrow. I have a lot of things to be busy with lately, so don't get into trouble, and ask the stewardess about anything else, and don't ever get into a conflict with people here. That's all," Lu Jiechen said and walked away, leaving the latter things to the air hostess. In the room, Zhang Zishi woke up. Lu Jiechen didn't even have time to greet his companions and siblings before he came to see her. Her face was ugly. Lu Jiechen asked, "Are you feeling better?" Zhang Zishi didn't say anything. Lu Jiechen had to say his own. "It's fine. You can keep quiet. I'll talk next. Just listen. First of all, thank you for keeping your promise and helping me to guard the children. Secondly, right now the women's state is understaffed. I've brought in more than 100 people. If they are willing, you can consider letting them join. If not, forget it. Of course it's up to you. I'll stay for a few days after I'm busy with the funeral of Wang Siqing before I leave. Third, in the face of this change of heart, you tell me who started it. I can snatch their territory and expand the area of woman state. Fourth, I'm thankful for what Woman Bang has done for me, and at the same time, I'm heartbroken by the sacrifices of Sister Wang and the other sisters, so I'm going to give them a grand funeral that will be held for 3 days. That's it. I'm done." Zhang Zishi still doesn't want to talk. Lu Jiechan said, "Then I won't disturb your rest. Come to see them off tomorrow." He was ready to leave when Zhang Zishi said, "Don't be too cocky. Did I tell you to leave? You left after you killed Sister Wang. What about Woman Bang in the future? In order to pay back, you have to stay. Otherwise we will chase you to the ends of the earth and watch you die." Lu Jidwan can't step out. After thinking for a while, said, "Get up early tomorrow. You have something to discuss. I am also a part of it." After completing the matter at hand, Lu Jidwan returned to the room where the children were. Everyone was very happy to see him back. Chen Lingxiu had to sit down because his legs were not easy to use. Louis had been lying down since he was injured before. His face wasn't looking very good, and there was still that big pair of scissors by the bedside. The children ran over to interact with him. Lu Jichen also very happy. He looked at the children are very happy. After the children were tired and all rested, Xiao Qiu came next to Lu Jichen and said, "Brother Jichen, Xiao Qiu told you something." "Oh." Lu Jichen stroked Little Autumn's head and said, "What is it, Little Autumn?" "Just during the daytime, we were all about to be killed. A woman in black clothes with a mask appeared. He killed a lot of people, saved us, guarded us for a long time. Xiao Qiu talked to him and she ignored people, ran away when you guys came." Xiao Qiu scratched her head and continued. She said that she wanted Brother Jiechen to not be so desperate and kind, to think more about himself, go to bed on time, and not stay up late. Lu Jiechen immediately thought of Du Xiaodan. He took Xiao Qiu's hand and asked, "Does that sister's voice sound like Sister Xiaodan's?" Xiao Qiu shook her head. "It's not like it." Xiao Qiu also thought she was, but the voice can be nothing like it. "Alright, brother knows. It's getting late. Xiao Qiu should rest." "Well, brother should also be obedient. Quickly go to sleep." "Good." Lu Jiechen, after Xiao Qiu slept, walked towards Chen Lingxiu and asked, "How is it? Have you contacted your husband yet? I can go get the person here if I've contacted him." Chen Lingxiu shook her head in disappointment and said, "Lu Jiechen, you really shouldn't be so nice. Don't always think about others. You need to think more about yourself. I'll take care of my own matters." Lu Jiechen didn't understand why a simple greeting would make this woman so angry. Finally, it wasn't good to ask more. He came to the bedside to take care of Louis. The two of them whispered, and Louis also almost seemed to be crying. The next day, the entrance of the woman's state was bustling early in the morning. There were a lot of people surrounding the door. Almost all of the strange people who enjoyed the Fallen Alliance had come. They were coming to seek justice, and the teenager Qin Zhang was woken up. Chapter 36, Funerals and Gifts. Lu Jichen didn't sleep all night. The other side came to the scene so aggressively that he realized that the people who just came here were uneasy. They were afraid that they would lose their lives if they just came to this safe zone. But no one dared to go out. Zhang Zishi was trying to go out to investigate with her injuries. Lu Jiechen appeared next to her at an unknown time. He patted Zhang Zishi's shoulder and said, "You take a good rest. Leave this to me. Of course you have to step in, but I have to follow." What should I do in case you're in cahoots with the other side? The stewardess walked out from another room and said, no need to worry. This kid still has a bit of conscience. Don't worry. I won't follow him if I don't think he's trustworthy. The man with the glasses hadn't slept all night, so he sat, thinking, watching. The action outside caught his attention. The appearance of the stewardess gave him the courage to come over. He asked, is there something going on out there? What can I do to help? You, come on, just hide and don't waste 1,000 miles coming to the safe zone. The stewardess said nonchalantly. The man with glasses said, I'm not weak, and I want to do what I can for everyone. Qin Zhang suddenly appeared in front of the crowd and said, hey, where's the good fight? Call me. If it wasn't for being woken up, are we going to forget about me? Lu Jieduan said. That said, after so long, I haven't seen you fight seriously. How about these outside are given to you to fight? How about it? Small point. Then you stay well. No, you still have things to do. Leave the outside to me. Qin Zhang said and left. The stewardess called out, Junior, so handsome? Really don't want sister's help? Okay, stewardess, you give this guy surnamed Lu a good hand and let him rest. This guy likes to show off. Lu Jieduan didn't know if he was acting too obvious or this Qin Zhang was observing keenly. I don't know when it started. Lu Jichen's original carefree person has now become less spontaneous. His sleep is very shallow, and he hasn't even had a good rest these days. The stewardess said, look, people are so spontaneous. You have to learn. Lu Jieduan responded, I am also spontaneous. Zhang Zishi asked, is he really okay? Right, air hostess, you'd better go and remind him, don't kill too many people. Persuade them to surrender mainly, so as not to have the trouble of disposing of the corpses when the time comes. As for you, don't worry, let's give Sister Wang and the others a good send-off. Lu Jieduan went in. Zhang Zishi also had to follow. The stewardess looked at the man with glasses who couldn't interject, and said, go back to your position. Don't worry, it's not your turn to be on the field yet. After she finished speaking, she left as well. The glasses man stood frozen in place, a little inferior, and a little hateful to these high and mighty wanderers who ignored his existence. A man in the distance shouted, Tang shirt, forget about it, we're not wanderers after all, just squat properly and stay alive. Lu Jieduan and Zhang Zishi took the sisters who died yesterday to burn the bodies and prepare for the ceremony. Outside the door, the stewardess told Qin Zhang all about what Lu Jichen wanted to deliver, and Qin Zhang only said, Mother ***** her chirping, come and don't kill but still keep it to harm yourself? But people are the big brother in charge after all. Still have to listen. I do quite admire you as a person, capable and big. A bunch of people at the door looked at the two people as if nothing was happening to strand them. They're chatting, then they were very annoyed. A man called out, you women's state are now to this point? Calling a child and little woman out. Weaned? Kid. The young man suddenly disappeared, and in just a few moments, a gust of wind blew by, and Qin Zhang stood next to the man and said, you're still quite capable of screaming, even if you're not an oddball yourself. I admire your courage, but you have to die. Qin Zhang put his right hand on the man's shoulder. A few moments later, the man even turned into a puddle of blood. The crowd was stunned and stepped back. The people who came were enjoying the fallen alliance. They just wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to annex the women's state. Even the most capable General Assembly president came. What they hadn't counted on was that the woman's state was still hiding such a character. The stewardess herself looked dumbfounded, knowing that this teenager was very strong, but not expecting it to be so terrifyingly strong. Qin Zhang returned to the original position in a victorious posture, did not speak with those people, but stretched a lazy waist, said, Stewardess, our management of the matter of the absolute dust big brother is to let us less kill, but not kill. Then you see this is okay. I killed the strange encounter. The remaining left to you. Voluntarily persuade to surrender. Who do not surrender we then kill. How about it? The stewardess people stupid. Words cannot say. The presence of the strange encounter can be not less than a dozen people, plus this unbeatable president. To deal with them is simply some arrogance. The vice president said, Joke, you are very strong, but we still can't kill you together? Gentlemen, let's give this brat a taste of his own medicine. I'm looking forward to it. After all, let me have fun messing around and killing happy hardly ever. Then come on, air hostess, find a place to get high and wait. A group of strange people surrounded and attacked the teenager in the crowd of flexible weaving. Hard no one can catch him. Fighting he also feel that this group of people something. They are ready to get serious. The teenager hangs in the air and reaches out to an old man, who flies straight at him. He chokes the old man and punches him furiously, then kicks him out of the room. A few people take a few steps back. A few people lunged towards him, and the teenager disappeared, reappearing no longer in the same place, but behind the vice president, kicking his opponent down. After a few minutes of fighting, the stewardess praised Qin Zhang's fighting style. The rest of the ordinary people watched the gods fight. They wanted to go up and help but couldn't intervene, so they had to watch. The teenager felt it was really a bit boring, so he took down the box on his own back and placed it horizontally in mid-air. The stewardess came to be interested. What she and Lu Jiecheng had always been curious about finally came on the stage, and she stared carefully and attentively, deeply afraid that it would be over if she wasn't careful. A dozen or so strange people used their full strength, never able to curry a little favor. But this teenager before it seems to have not gone all out. Now take out the weapon, afraid that it will be the end. The teenager opened the wooden box and chose 2 out of the 12 guns, a purple thin pistol and a red slightly longer pistol, after which he shot. The one shot by the thin pistol quickly fell down. Their bodies could not see any appearance of being shot, and a large hole appeared in the body of the one shot by the long pistol. Not a moment's effort. All the people fell. The president also drink hate Northwest. The teenager seems to be very easy. All the people stunned. The stewardess is also stunned. Originally thought that it was loaded with swords. Did not think that it was a gun. Moreover, did not think that enjoying all the fallen alliance of the strange people so unbeatable. She thought to herself, this little guy wouldn't already be the world battle ceiling. It's simply terrifying. Qin Zhang looked at the corpses lying on the ground and said, finish the fight and call it a day. Next it's up to you guys. Do you want to remove the word alliance from the enjoy the fallen alliance and just join us? Stewardess, come register. Don't want to hear it. You know. After he finished speaking, he went inside, muttering, at this level, and you still come to disturb my sleep. Those who knew the time were the best. Everyone was willing to listen to the arrangements and enjoy the fallen alliance nowadays to be improved. The stewardess informed them to go back first and wait for the arrangements. After that, she informed Lu Jiechwan about the matter. Lu Jiechwan also admired Qin Zhang's power, but was not surprised, because the energy fluctuations emitted during the fight just now had already made him aware of it, and the system bluntly called out that he couldn't beat it. With the help of the crowd, all the corpses were burned and prepared for the funeral. Lu Jiecheng was busy with the funeral ceremony while reorganizing to enjoy the fallen alliance. Wang Siqin and a group of sisters' ashes placed in the house for 3 days. On the one hand, to the living sisters to remember, to the children rescued to commemorate. Thank you. On the one hand, Lu Jiechwan is ready to complete the reorganization of the enjoyment of the fallen alliance. I wanted to give some of the work to Qin Zhang. However, the teenager said that he reads little, organization and so on, will not understand, will only fight. Lu Jiecheng had to be busy without rest. 3 days later, the people held the urn. They took a car to the beach, part of the cover, part of the boat to prepare, and then went to the center of the deep sea. From the mouth of Zhang Zishi and the living sisters, Lu Jiechwan learned that Wang Siqin or the other sisters, they all aspire to be free and unrestrained, so placing them in the sea is the best choice, not having to be affected by earthquakes and not having to be in one place for a long time. More than 3 dozen urns were packed into sealed transparent glass, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, one by one, the glass was gently put into the water and sunk to the bottom of the sea. Some of the rest of the people were burning paper money. Lu Jiecheng said while placing the glass boxes, Sister Wang, you guys go well, I'll keep the women's state well. There is one more gift. Enjoy the fact that the Fallen Alliance no longer exists now, but instead has become the League of the Many Righteous. Chapter 37, Departure. The reason why it's called this is because I hope that those who join in the future will be as righteous as Sister Wang, and the rest of the sisters will become the administrators of this organization, as a gift to you, and compensation. Of course, none of this can be attributed to me. It's all done by Qin Zhang, a powerful teenager. It's a pity he didn't come today. You all rest in peace. After putting all the glass boxes in, those who burned paper did so, those who set off fireworks did so, those who set off firecrackers did so, and that sound lasted for as long as half an hour. In order to prepare a decent funeral, Lu Jiechwan did a lot of things, not only to find a set of suitable clothes for the dead sisters. In the selection of urns are also very attentive. There is also the issue of the sisters' food. Not only a few days of the funeral, the latter days more need to busy him. This sea alone he has searched for a long time. His eyes are sour before locking. In the vicinity of this sea 5 nautical miles there is a small island called the Island of Transmigration. He and the living sisters hope that Sister Wang led the sisters have freedom and at the same time have more choices. When they felt tired of wandering in the sea, they could stop and stay at the Island of Transmigration. They ate a meal on the ship and went back. The entire Doyen Alliance was a scene of mourning, hung with black and white cloths. People were easily infected by their environment. Everyone was less objective except for Qin Zhang, who was the only one who wandered around all day, carrying a wooden box on his back, either strolling around the Doyen Alliance or walking around the safe zone, and no one could do anything about it. Dark Gray Organization. Because of his and his sister's special ability, Han Xiaogong stays in the Dark Gray and becomes one of the Dark Gray management. He is arrogant, but there are many strange people in these places. It is not good to say that someone can cure the mother who has turned into a zombie. It is with this purpose in mind that he and many strange people for good, for him to use, can save the mother are allowed to stay, but those who are not practical, can only be among the death note. The dark gray organization had lost some people, so he was left behind. After a period of time, Han Xiaogong found that no one could save his mother. Only one person had not shown up anymore, and now the only purpose of staying was to finding D, the boss in the dark gray organization. Inside the house, Han Xiaomei asked, "Brother, have you heard? Lu Jieduan and the others are here as well," and she stilled the original enjoyment of the Fallen Alliance's words. "I know, that's why I didn't go out. I'm afraid I won't be able to curry favor if we meet. Brother, let them go, leave here, go somewhere else. There is no one here who can save Mom." "No, there's still one, let's find that person. It's not too late to ask before we leave. We can't let any chance go, but I'm afraid. Lu Jiechen himself is very strong. Now I heard that there is another powerful person beside him. Then we are even less of a match. It's fine, don't worry little sister. Brother can handle it." At this time, their door was knocked. The two looked at each other. Han Xiaogong opened the door. Aside from his mother who was secured on a stool, Iron Hands stood outside the door and said, "Elder brother Han, is it convenient to come in?" "Come in, there's nothing square or inconvenient." Iron Hands entered the room. Han Xiaogong asked, "Big brother Iron Hands came to visit. I don't know what his orders are. Command cannot dare to be. I currently do not know what is the matter with your means of killing people invisibly. Just want to ask Han old brother to do a favor." Iron Hand big brother but say no harm. I have some inside information here. I heard that 2 days later, the many righteous alliance will go out to look for food. I would like to ask elder brother Han to bring his brothers to get some of the food that they brought back at that time. As you know, we don't have enough to eat here either. Who's leading the team from the League of Many Righteous Ones? Unsurprisingly it should be the new man of words, Lu Jieduan. Big brother, I have a small quarrel with this person. If I let me go, I'm afraid that it will make it more difficult for Dark Grey to get his hands on him. But instead, I'll be hated by him. It's okay, all thought out for you. We all strange people go together. You wear a mask he can't recognize you. If it goes well then we will get something back. If not then we will kill him. But his strength can't be underestimated. As well as the two left and right guards beside him. They are all very strong. Then the strange person. Then the degree of power. We are not weaker than anyone. Moreover, in the appropriate situation, the boss will make a move. I told you, worship our boss, more than God. Since Big Brother has said so, then I'll go. The two of them reached a consensus. Han Xiaomei was very worried, but there was nothing she could do about it. She only hoped that their family of 3 would be able to survive in the chaotic world safely. In the evening, Lu Jieduan gathered a dozen people to sit together. He came to arrange matters 2 days later, for which he designed several programs. Qin Zhang, who had only just come out of the restroom, sneezed. He looked at Lu Jiechen, and then at the flight attendant, and said, "Did you two secretly say something bad about me?" The stewardess, still with a candy in her mouth, said, "You're the ceiling, I wouldn't dare offend." "Then it's only you buddy, do we want to find a chance to spar?" Qin Zhang said. Lu Jieduan responded, "I also admit that you're the ceiling and don't dare to challenge. You're my boss, neither is an outsider. Don't hide it. Alright, let's get back to the topic. Let's plan the search and transportation of supplies in 2 days." Lu Jieduan began to talk about his own plan. After finishing, he let the others also express their suggestions. A total of 20 people participated in this meeting, and finally decided on the number of collection targets this time, as well as what work needed to be done. The most constructive was still the opinion of Tang Shirt, the man with the thick glasses. He thought that with the zombies running rampant, most of the producers who were engaged in labor were gone nowadays, so he suggested that while the initial goal was to collect enough food to eat, they should go ahead and collect seeds and bring in some machines to get some of the people engaged in production. The people agreed to his suggestion. The meeting ended and most of the people left. Only Lu Jiechen, the air hostess, Qin Zhang and Tang Shirt remained. Tang Shirt stayed naturally because of the air hostess. While the air hostess stayed, Lu Jiechen guessed that the other party had something to say because just now in the meeting, Lu Jiechen had been dumped by her to others for whatever task he had arranged for her. Lu Jiechen asked, "Say it, what's your business? Usually you're not like this." The stewardess had already chewed and melted several pieces of candy. There were 5 or 6 white lollipop sticks on the table. She peeled off a lollipop and said, "I'm out of lollipops and want to go find them myself. Know that you like this. In a few days, I use a car, specializing in pulling for you. How about it?" Qin Zhang said, "No need. I know you are strong and will do what you say, but I eat my own lollipop. I want to find it myself." Tang Shirt said, "Stewardess, where do you want to find it?" I'll follow you. That's not necessary. You're a good brain. Stay. Lu Jiechen needs someone like you to help him. He's not even as smart as you. You guys go out first. I have something I want to say to Lu Jiechen. Xin Zheng asked. What? Whispering without us? You're too strong to give you a word for fear that you'll look unhappy and slap me to death. He's too weak to know what to say. The stewardess was completely unforgiving. Xin Zheng had to say, come on, let's go. Weakling military division. Don't bother him too, lest heads fall to the ground later. He pulled Tang's shirt as he walked away and said, okay, don't look. The king's woman can't look at you. Hey, the falling flowers have the intention to follow the flowing water. The flowing water has no intention to love the falling flowers. The voice gradually far away. Lu Jieduan said, you have not given me a lollipop for a long time. Here, boss, talker. Lu Jieduan opened the package and ate it, and asked, good for nothing, why did you leave? Sugar is not enough to eat. It was already less. You took away another one with me. Tell me that I can't even realize lollipop freedom with you guys. What's the use of having you guys? When are you leaving? Are you coming back? Where are you going? What are you taking with you? Aya, why are you asking so many questions like a child? Don't be so sentimental. We don't know each other very well. It's not really too familiar. It's just that you robbed $1 million, but finally you returned $1 million, and then together like crazy fighting, killing people, killing zombies, and you have no complaints to help me do something. Never questioned what I let you do. For me to suffer a few injuries. For me to take care of my younger siblings. Just get along with only a few months. You kid. Remember so many things. No wonder you look stupid and sleep little. You just deserve it. I already have very little sleep. You go. I even more overnight. So can not go? You kid. This sneaking around can be 5 stars. Then can you not go? We work together for the life we aspire to. Can we not go? Chapter 38. But you're my light. The stewardess placed the lollipop on the table and said firmly, I have to go. And the reason? Lu Jieduan bit into the lollipop. Really a child? Don't you know that you can't forcefully keep someone who wants to leave? Is it because I've set you too heavy a task? Then later, I'll take the pressure off you later? Is that okay? Or, are you really running out of candy? Then I'll get you a cart. How about that? Or 2, do you have love for me? Or do you just see me as a sister? Or just simply think that I'm a person who can do things efficiently? So that's why you keep giving me things to do? Lu Jieduan was instantly stopped by the question. About this question, he hadn't thought about it. For a moment how to answer seemed inappropriate. The stewardess continued. Don't you like to follow up on questions? You ask yourself properly now. She looked like winning, but also worried about hearing the answer to pick up the lollipop, suppressing the bitterness in her heart. She is actually also afraid to hear the answer. Always dashing. She thinks that feelings are the most troublesome, but it is inevitable that she will not be moved. If Lu Jiechen said he loved her, then she felt she was too dirty to be worthy of such a shining, righteous and kind-hearted person. She couldn't let go of her past black history and couldn't accept such a self. If Lu Jieduan answered to treat her as a sister, or simply a good left arm, then she was again not willing. Why so many interactions? Through all those births and deaths, and in the end, just a partner, for this youth, but she has always looked up to. Women are so strange. When you do not hesitate to answer her question when she will feel that you frivolous, unreliable, to perfunctory definitive denial of your firm choice, but you hesitate. She felt that you do not love her enough. A question actually have to think deeply, but also to weigh the pros and cons of the 4 words to deny you. The stewardess was furious. She bit the lollipop and said, but you are my light. Lu Jieduan looked at the sprightly costumed woman in front of him and didn't know how to respond to her liking. Say thank you? Might as well not say it. Say I like you too? Like you? Say I don't like you? You don't like me? Or that I have someone I like? Do you still like him? Do you specialize in them? Lu Jieduan do not know. He really do not know. The stewardess said, I said I ran out of sugar. It's true. I also heard you and other people said to find me sugar. But I do not want just comrades, partners to give sugar. I want a person who can stand beside me, willing to draw there is a picture of my future, with the identity of the person to give me sugar. With him, I may not want sugar. He is. But if I am really liked by you, I also feel sad that I can't accept that history. I can't forget my past experiences, and I can't accept myself. I'm really tired under such complicated emotions. Lu Jiechen, do you know? If you didn't show up, I could have killed whomever I was unhappy with and robbed whomever I wanted. But you showed up with the wind and rain and messed up my long cold winter. You didn't experience despair. You weren't bullied. You have powerful and strange encounters. You've met many sages and great men. You discuss legends and history with them. You're kind and righteous, warm as light. and you possess qualities that I feel are the same as the one who died in the darkness and mud. But that one can't come out of the darkness, can't come out when her hands are stained with blood. It would have been better if you hadn't shown up, but you showed up, like a ray of light, not denying me anything I did, but just telling me what to do by your actions, and I thought about it. I should leave and learn to treat people the way you taught me in a subtle way. I can't answer the questions you're asking me. I don't know where to go. Anywhere without you would be fine. I could go and rescue people who are surrounded by walkers, or I could be free to walk to where there are walkers and kill them in a flurry and continue to be myself. How long to go? To come back? These questions, I cannot answer you. I may come back, maybe not, depending on the mood of Sister Well. Lu Jiedwan, no, you are very good, but your goodness should be some sharp. Do not do abusive good. More for their own thoughts. Sleep well. You see, you are only a few years old every day to the early hours of the morning before going to sleep. Lu Jiechen, I did really fall in love with you. Or, I fell in love with your quality. I don't know if this is considered love. Of course, I have no qualification to reject or accept us in or out. The current me is too bad. Lu Jiechen, Tang Shirt is a smart person. You can ask him for more advice. Such a person is worth reusing. Really, Lu Jiechen, don't die. Live well. I'll come back when I have the courage. Then you can tell me if we'll be together. Goodbye. Lu Jiechen. The stewardess was in rare tears, looking at the dumbfounded Lu Jiechen. She couldn't open her mouth even though she wanted to ask for a hug. She just took the lollipop stick off the other person's mouth. Sugar has been chewed, but she still sent into her mouth. The taste is still sweet, more or less a kind of comfort. The stewardess turned to leave. Tears slipped from Lu Jiechen's eyes. He did not know why he would leave tears. In such a moment, the stewardess pursued and answered the question. He felt that he was the other party's supporting role, and the stewardess was the protagonist of this script. This melodramatic link. The system is also unwilling to talk too much. Lu Jiechen took out a brush, pointing it on his forehead, tilted his head and looked at the lamp, thinking, do you think I am good or evil? The stewardess just walked out. Qin Zheng said, oops, accidentally passing by. You guys talked about the day this time. The amount of information is so big. I'm a little bit can't stand it. Not to say that I'm strong. You like me a little bit more? That can be, of course. I just acted in front of him as a bitter love script. Now meet you. I took out other scripts. Which plot do you want? With a little color, afraid it's better for the reader. You damn dead. Although the stewardess said that in her mouth, she still hugged Qin Zheng, wiped her tears, and said, thank you. Really, meeting you guys made me see the light again. Good comrade. You're so powerful. You have to hide your sharpness. In case you meet someone stronger, you'll be finished. There's a sky beyond the sky, and there's a man beyond the man. When I'm not there, Lu Jiedwan, you help to take more care of it. I really can't stay. Thank you. Qin Zheng patted the stewardess's shoulder. The person who should be hugged is not hugged. Come here to hug me. You are afraid to be wrong. This scale is too big. I'm still a teenager. Luckily, that four-eyed boy was driven away by me just now. Otherwise he would not want to fight with me if he saw us hugging each other. Then he wouldn't be alive. The flight attendant let go of her embrace and walked away without looking back. Qin Zheng looked at his back, regretful and helpless. He thought that he could leave without any problems, but he didn't realize that Tang Shirt hadn't gone far. He was at the intersection, standing under the lamp. Occasionally a cold wind blew. He was wearing thin clothes, but now he didn't feel cold. His heart was full of doubts. The stewardess walked with her hands in her pockets. Her tears dried, but the tear stains were exposed under the lamp. Seeing Tang Shirt, he said sagely, I've said more than once, I don't like the weak. Why, you just can't understand. I know you won't like me, but as long as I like you and stay with you, it's okay? No, I don't even like you anymore. You are beside me, looking at a woman who has rejected you, not diaphragm. I'm afraid that one day you can't think straight and kill me. No, stewardess, take me with you. If you don't like me to like you, then I don't like you, but can you let me follow you around? Let me protect you. You, better forget it. The stewardess walked away. Not far, she turned back, and said, I like strong people, not necessarily physically strong. A high IQ counts, and one day when you're standing in a high position, high enough for me to look up to you, it's not good to say that I'll like you too, but it's also not good to say that you can work hard now. But you should never think about getting me or anything for the sake of getting me. You just have to do it for yourself. In the meeting, the stewardess confessed clearly and unambiguously, her refusal crisp and clear. Things had been packed long ago. She knew it would be more or less impractical to stay after she finished speaking, so she prepared in advance. After grabbing her things and carrying her own sniper rifle, as well as a few weapons, the handsome woman mounted her motorcycle, which was just as handsome as she was, and left the safe zone that she didn't know whether to love or hate. She didn't know where to go, but as long as she was on the road, she was okay. It was a night of sleeplessness for the two men. Lu Jiedwan in the conference room, Tang shirt under the lights, while the dashing woman partied the night away, raising her sniper rifle, shooting at old buildings, riding her motorcycle down the road on a wild ride, or finding a hotel and giving herself a nice soak. The next day, Tang shirt closed the door. Lu Jiedwan also seems to suffer from love injury, cannot raise interest in doing anything. Chapter 39 Gathering of Supplies. After being brought to the women's state, which is now called the League of the Many Righteous, the children have a safe environment to live in, and they gradually forget the departure of Dean's mother and the ups and downs of the past. Chen Lingxiu can't help any help, so he can only take good care of the children. Louis occasionally follow Lu Jiachuan, occasionally accompany the children, but today she has nothing to do. On the surface, she brought the children, but in reality, her thoughts were wandering. Xiao Qiu was keenly observant and told what she saw to Chen Lingxiu, who was taking care of her own children. Auntie Chen, look at Sister Louis. She seems to have something on her mind. Xiao Qiu is such a smart child. Then go comfort and console Sister Lua. But Sister Lu is not willing to tell little Autumn. Xiao Qiu will go and get Brother Jiechen here, and make sure that Sister Lui's heartache is gone. But Brother Jiechen seems sad that Sister Empty is gone. It's okay, it's not a child's matter. Xiao Qiu, go play. I'll go talk to them later. Okay, Aunt Chen. I'll bring you the little baby. The child was also almost fed. Chen Lingxiu handed the child over to Xiao Qiu. The little baby was also very fond of this child who wasn't much older than him. As soon as he was in Xiao Qiu's arms, he was very happy and smiling. His hands were dancing around. Chen Lingxiu walked towards Lu Yi and softly consoled. What's wrong, my little sister? So preoccupied that a child can't even hide it. Lu Jiechen chanting. Who else? When I went to look for him, I wanted to chat with him. He was mean to me. Okay, understand him better. I understand him. Whoever understands me, will be mean to me? You say, what does he have the right to do? On the basis that you are his important person. Louis didn't understand what Chen Lingxiu meant and looked puzzled. Chen Lingxiu said, why does he only murder you and not the rest of us? It's because he trusts you and confirms that you won't take it to heart. He treats you as someone for emotional support. Is that so? Louis was a little happy, but it seemed like there was nothing wrong with it. Why was he, Lu Jiachan, so good-tempered with everyone else, but so mean to her? Yes, of course, sister can see your heart, but to impress a man, don't say anything, you just accompany silently. When he turns around he will realize that you've been there all along. He'll feel very relieved. Lu Yi's face of gloominess then subsided. Afterward walked out. Chen Lingxiu asked, what are you doing to go? Preparing food for him and accompanying him. Chen Lingxiu didn't ask anything, looking at Lu Yi's back, thinking, loving someone should be so righteous. Like me, I already have a family. The next day, the day to collect supplies arrived. Zhang Zishi, Tang Shirt led the crowd to stay in the multi-Yaider alliance. Lu Jiachan, Qin Zhang took 20 veteran drivers out to look for supplies. The two of them echoed each other, communicating through their cell phones. Jiachen, we can find more food on this trip, but we won't save the people. I've recently read a book that says that the fittest survive. I think they still have to rely on themselves to save themselves. We're not the savior. We still have to save them. It's not a good thing that the world is becoming less and less populated. What's that got to do with us? We're not saviors, not heroes, not officials. Why do we have to work so hard for nothing? Save this matter is not negotiable. Really overbearing. Whatever. When the time comes to create their own sins, don't blame us for not reminding you at the time. The two no longer communicated. A red silk appeared next to Lu Jiachan. For some reason, the system had been generating many weapons since yesterday, and Lu Jiachen couldn't get a response even when he asked why. With the red damask in front of him, as well as the gloves generated yesterday, a flute, a zhuge crossbow, a bamboo, and the brush from before, Lu Jiachen now had a total of 6 magical weapons on him. He asked, you don't just give me these things, have to teach me how to use. The system was quiet, no response at all. Lu Jichen had not even gotten out of the sadness of the stewardess's departure. He was busy looking for supplies. That's even if, now the system is still ignoring him. He's really a little tired. Nearby supermarkets and shopping centers or medical stores have been looted. To find more food can only continue to farther away from the city. If the city, the province cannot be found, it can only go to other provinces to find. The original prosperous city now has no popularity. Very withered. The road are parked cars, and walking zombies. There are some fallen. Do not know whether it did not eat people died or killed. After continuously searching several places, they found no other gains except vehicles and some weapons. Lu Jiedwan led the crowd, eliminating wave after wave of zombies. Those who heard the sound of gunshots gathered together and embraced them. Because of their previous experience, Lu Jiechen and Qin Zheng cooperated very well in rescuing the people and asked them to bring their supplies and head to the League of Many Righteous People. Of course, in the process of rescuing people they also encountered some people with extremely bad attitudes, but they were all unsurprisingly cleaned up by Qin Zheng. The lucky ones were taught a lesson, and the unlucky ones had to ask for his family's condolences. For Qin Zheng, human life, it does not matter. Even if Lu Jiechuan has been around cannot affect him. It seems that this teenager has no respect for life. Lu Jiechuan tried to understand the teenager by asking about his family's situation, and Qin Zheng is not willing to say. Never a playful face, no one can see through. When he is happy to get along with him will feel very relaxed and happy. When he is not happy, he only gives people a creepy feeling. After a few more days of searching, the harvest wasn't much, and there were quite a few saves. Evening, Lu Jiechuan and Qin Zheng arranged the people they brought to a safe place and then came out to kill the zombies to relax. For more than 2 hours, both of them were tired. After that, they could only run. They simply couldn't finish killing. They went to a place with fewer zombies. There happened to be a few cars next to them, and there were 5 or 6 zombies next to the car. Qin Zheng said, "You guys are also unlucky, haha," he said as he solved them one by one. Lu Jiechuan understood that this teenager's killing heart was heavy, so he didn't obstruct. Walked up to the roof of a car. After that lay down, looked up at the stars, looked up and fell into a deep sleep. He has not rested for several days. Qin Zheng solved the zombies, also walked to the roof of another car. Lu Jiechen closed his eyes. He said, "Now you still have the leisure to look at the stars and the moon?" Lu Jiechen did not respond to him. Qin Zheng then said, "Sleep what sleep? Do not pretend to be dead." Still no response. "You're really that bold? Aren't you afraid that I'll take advantage of someone's danger and kill you?" Lu Jiechuan, "Hey kid, get up, let's fight. You have a big heart. If I were a villain you would die? Are you afraid you'll blow me up? Why do you have so much heart all of a sudden?" The teenager was tired of talking and finally lay down as well, looking at the stars and moon, thinking, "You guy, truly big, wait until you wake up to scold." Lu Jiechuan woke up from a bunch of zombies pulling. Qin Zheng was on the side of the mortar and pestle chin to watch. Seeing the person waking up, he calmly said, "If you don't wake up yourself you're really going to be eaten like a meat and potatoes." Lu Jiechuan took out his pistol and shot at the zombie's head. The zombie fell down. He had a few more scratches on his body. Lu Jiechen said, "You this guy, in the end what are you thinking? See, I was caught by the zombie, also do not help me to drive a little. What's the big deal? This zombie virus thing doesn't affect us people. How do you know I am immune to zombie virus? I guessed, like you are such a good person. You want to save everyone. If you are not immune to the virus, you would have turned into a zombie long ago. What are you in the end? Why, I just can't see through you." The young man Qin Zheng chanting, "Your comrade horse. I just watched me get caught by a zombie. What's next? What else can I do? Of course, continue to look for supplies. 2 days later to go back. Out too long there may be some problems. And we saved so many people at once. Too many uncontrollable factors. You also know that it's not good to manage too many people. So why are you still dying to send people there? More people. When the time comes, it's good to divide up some of the labor, such as growing food and producing these. Don't explain, you're just abusive." Qin Zheng walked forward. Lu Jiechuan didn't deny it, but was by no means sure. He was just doing what he thought should be done. They searched for a total of 11 days before and after, along with rushing. The harvest was not satisfactory, but the good thing was that it wasn't nothing. The outbreak of the zombie virus proved one thing: a country without laborers engaged in production, it would face a great physiological crisis. Still in the same formation as before, Lu Jiechuan was in front. Qin Zheng was at the back. The difference was only that there were 2 more big trucks on the way back than on the way here. Qin Zheng said, "The zombies are too unbeatable. Lu Jiechen, next time don't ask me to follow. It's quite boring." Lu Jiechen didn't respond. He just stopped the car. After that all the cars stopped. Qin Zheng almost didn't step on the brakes. Chapter 40, How to Break Through This Big Battle. His head knocked hard to the steering wheel. To be stopped. The teenager cursed, "Mother will not drive." In the end, Lu Jiechuan looked at the block in front of a zombie. Don't know what to do. Not far from the distance. Don't know exactly how many. Anyway, has blocked the road. Up to more than 100 meters long. With the life of the sprint can't sprint past. Mainly those zombies in addition to ordinary zombies. There are also mutated zombies and species. There are even zombie-infected strange people. Standing at the front are 3 zombies riding mutated Tibetan mastiffs. The one on the left is holding a Gatling. The one on the right is holding a big axe. And the male zombie in the center is holding a huge sword. In addition to the blood left in their mouths, their bodies had become much thicker, and they seemed to have human consciousness. The center zombie reached out to make the many zombies stop. The huge sword was stuck on the ground. The zombie's mouth blood left behind also ignored. His right hand on the grip. Behind them, followed by a row of flying pigs followed by long-tongued creatures, standing in 2 rows, and the last 2 rows as well. The long-tongued creatures will be smaller to protect. Next to the long-tongued creatures, there were also mutated zombies suspended in the sky. Their bodies appeared green, with a crystal-like diamond in the center of their foreheads and 2 tentacles on their heads. Behind them were ordinary zombies and infected animals. After Lu Jichen stopped the car, everyone also stopped urgently. After seeing this scene, their faces turned green and their hearts went cold. They feel certain death. Lu Jichen and Qin Zhang and strong in the ability to fight will also be tired. And these guys look not simple. Hearing Qin Zhang's angry scolding, Lu Jichen asked, Xiao Qin, you come out to see if you are sure. Haven't you always wanted to beg for stronger opponents? I feel that they should be enough to fight. Qin Zhang was at the very tail. He couldn't see anything. He said into the phone, Kidney damn ghost thing dares to block the way of this big master. Live tired of it, is it? He opened the door, after which he disappeared in place, and appeared on the roof of Lu Jiedwan's car in a moment. Only just coming out he was sneaked attacked by a flying poisonous thorn, which he quickly grabbed. Lu Jichen in the car tries to communicate with the system. Ice, really need you. I've never seen this battle before. What should I do? The system did not respond to him. Ice, show up, please. There was no response at all. Qin Zhang on the roof of the car pretended to be calm, a look of having seen the world with his hands behind his back. In fact, his own hands were trembling badly behind him. He shouted, Lu Jiachen, just these dirty to scare you like this? Out of breath. At least a strange person, afraid of a ball. The middle zombie even opened his mouth and said, Junior, the old man appreciates your guts and courage. Join us and we'll create a better world together. Right now this world is dirty. Qin Zhang said, Lu Jiachen, I found that Big Brother zombie speaks so well. Let's join them. Can we? Big Brother zombie, we are also a very powerful combination. Lu Jiedwan had no method left. The system didn't give him any response at all. It just generated a pair of dark armor on the passenger side. What do you mean? Don't talk, hardcore? Qin Zhang stepped on the roof of the car and called out, Lu Jiachen, Big Brother zombie is very polite to invite us to cooperate together to innovate the world. Think about it, quite exciting, is not it? Big Brother zombie, although he had a smiling face, but in his heart he was afraid, in case the other side flipped. I am afraid that there is no method at all. At this moment he remembered what the stewardess had said to him. Lu Jiachen quickly put on his armor. After that he brought everything on his body. After that he got off the car. He had a pair of black armor, with white gloves, holding a bamboo, red damask wrapped around his waist. The flute was pinned on the red damask. Qin Zhang looked embarrassed, but still jumped out of the car, patted Lu Jiachuan's shoulder, and said, You're well equipped, but are you sure it's okay to fight zombies? The zombie with the Gatling said, Humans are not the masters of this world. They have limitations, while we will be eternal. You want to fight us for the foolish humans? Qin Zhang hurriedly changed his words. Blah blah blah, wrong words. What fighting zombies? I want to ask my brother if he were so grand to surrender to the zombie clan. Lu Jiedwan raised the bamboo, pointed at the center zombie and said, What a big mouth. Now that you've become inhuman you think you're invincible. Have you begun to forget your ancestry? Qin Zhang pulled Lu Jiedust, but cannot pull. Lu Jiedust said, Human thousands of years of history, and how much light you exist. On your ugly appearance, the existence of this world is not to be laughed at. On you these changed strange encounter zombies still want to transform the world. Want to change into what kind of? Why do you want to change the world? You haven't even realized what you're doing and you've mutated into a zombie. You're neither human nor ghost. Look at you. You're still spitting blood all over the place. You animals still want to create the world? Don't be naive. I'll lose this fight to you guys by and large, but there are definitely millions more of me fighting against you ugly bastards. There was a riot amongst the zombies. Even the zombies next to the giant sword were already ready to fight. Qin Zhang cried and laughed, saying, You're setting me on fire with this line, but we really can't do it, brother, or else pretend to give in and escape first? The zombie with a Gatling roared. Strong winds blew towards the two. The center zombie said, I advise you to think about it. I cherish my talent. I won't be able to let go of it if I kill you. Lu Jiedwan took the walkie-talkie and said with all the drivers, Brothers, we will stall until the last moment. You have the chance to run. Take these things back. His voice similarly rang in Qin Zhang's bag. Qin Zhang awkwardly took out his walkie-talkie and said, Roger, Roger. Those words just now, do they count as secret orders? Lu Jiedwan tightened his grip on the bamboo and said, It could also be last words. Understood. Qin Zhang disappeared after saying that, and soon appeared in front of the three zombies, picking up the one with the Gatling and throwing it into the sky, and trying to continue to pick up the one with the axe. Giant sword zombie. Even in Qin Zhang's stealth state, palm slap in his chest. Qin Zhang forced to endure a set of clouds and water to open the wooden box, take out the largest machine gun, to take the Gatling guy a cutting sweep. In just a few seconds, the zombie head fell down. Lu Jiedwan also rushed up. Those zombies were hit by the bamboo after they all fell down. No reaction at all. The two zombies in the lead just watched, and did not have the intention to make a move. Because of the heavy slap just now, Qin Zhang was seriously injured. Stopped in front of Lu Jiechan and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Jiechan approached, protected him and asked, "How are you?" Following you is considered half of the body thrown into the coffin. But enjoy. Holding a giant sword zombie is a bit strong. This time I'm afraid that either they are all wiped out or we are dead. Fight to the last breath. Survive. Qin Zhang didn't rest for long, then began to shuttle among the zombies. He always stared at those who are powerful, but the giant sword and the one with the axe are particularly strong. He can't get any advantage. And Lu Jiedwan, while dealing with those mutated zombies, pay attention to whether they will run towards the car direction, and also have to keep an eye on Qin Zhang. On the one hand, the teenager was knocked down twice by the zombie leader. The zombie with the axe was impatient, and raised the axe to chop down. Because there is a distance, Lu Jichen had to throw the bamboo in his hand over. The bamboo successfully blocked the axe walker and also blew it out. The section of bamboo was also broken. Lu Jichen's chest fluttered, after which he spat out a mouthful of blood. After getting out of the trap, Qin Zhang hurriedly flashed in front of Lu Jichen. He angrily said, "Are you brain dead? Knowing that throwing your weapon out will be countered still like this?" Numerous zombies came towards them. Lu Jichen didn't have time to respond to Qin Zhang, took out the flute on his waist and said, "Plug your ears." After saying that, he blew the flute. The sound of the flute soon took effect. The zombies actually began to bite each other. Even the zombie with the axe wanted to fight with the giant sword zombie, but was actually suppressed by the giant sword zombie. The two of them had the upper hand for a while. The teenager looked at Lu Jichen, and had some ideas in his heart, but just at this time the zombie with the axe rushed over. Qin Zhang had to give Lu Jichen cover. "I thought this would be safe." Who thought the giant sword zombie with a huge sword flying toward Lu Jichen? No accident. This huge sword will cut Lu Jichen into two halves. Qin Zhang saw that the situation was not good. He wanted to get away, but he was cut by the axe on his arm, and was also kicked by a large foot to fly far away. Lu Jichen closed his eyes and played his flute, but in his heart, he prayed for the system to appear. The armor on his head was pressed down by the sword wind, and the giant sword approached. But finally, the giant sword broke, and the zombie holding the giant sword was stopped by the black sword, and both it and its giant sword broke, but did not die. Chapter 41, Where did the supplies go? A masked man holding a long black sword, standing behind the giant sword zombie. Lu Jichen was pulled away by a few other black-clothed people. The original unfavorable shift in the battlefield for Lu Jichen. Suddenly came three masked men who did not know the depth. Even the leading zombie, even the sword to the body was cut off, which shows their strength. The man in black said, "I don't care if you want Genesis or whatever, but him, and everything he protects, you don't want to get your hands on it, and the next time, the one who will be cut off is definitely your dog's head." The giant sword zombie body slowly recovered, did not look back at the masked woman, looked at Lu Jichen, and then looked at Qin Zhang, said, "I did not expect there is still a backhand. You leave me alive. Next time I will not necessarily leave you. Sure you do not join forces to kill me?" The masked woman said, "I like to watch the show. Want to see how you bunch of jumping clowns act." The Tibetan mastiff ran over. The zombie rode on it and retreated. The rest of the zombies followed, and the remaining ones were the ones that fell down. Qin Zhang holding his arm came over and questioned, "You are so strong, why don't you cut off his head, but also let it go? Later in the encounter can be how to do? No, we can join forces to eliminate them. Ah, good reason to let them go. Why?" The masked woman did not pay attention to Qin Zhang, turned back to look at Lu Jichen, to make sure that the other party is not injured and then want to go. A few black-clothed people suddenly disappeared. Lu Jichen called out, "I know it's you, Xiaodan. Don't go. Stay. I have not disliked you. Really, if you have not recovered we will think of a way together. I now want you to stay by my side." The masked woman said, "I'm not the one you're talking about, but protecting you is the task she gave me. She told you to rest assured that she's fine." The woman finished and disappeared. Pretty wild. Lu Jiedwan, how do you know these people? It can't be the little Dan those kids were talking about. Are all you orphans growing up together that powerful? Lu Jichen didn't respond to his question, only asked, "Is everything alright? Broken arm only, a few days will be good." Just that said, she is not your little Dan, or by your little Dan to protect you, that your little Dan is very powerful. There is no channel. Help me get her contact information. Chant. I want to contact feelings. The driver of the car came down, briefly inquired and got on the car, and they continued on their way. The other side. Gray Deep Alley. After the masked woman left Lu Jiechan's line of sight, she took off her own hood, mask, sweating profusely, and afterward spat out blood in large gulps. The remaining two followed, also took off their own hoods. 3 women. Spitting blood is exactly Du Xiaodan. The two are her biological mother and twin sister. The two look exactly the same. The mother and daughter patted Du Xiaodan's shoulder, vomiting for a long time before getting slightly better. Du Xiaoye said, "Sister, you have recovered. Why can't you be with him? Why did you choose to hide so silently to help him, and not let him know?" Du Xiaodan responded, "I can't see her yet. My physical condition isn't stable enough, and I also lose control from time to time. This would harm him instead. I can't follow him. This would cause trouble for him. If something happens to your sister, don't tell him. You keep an extra eye on him for your sister. Is that okay?" Du mother said, "Xiaodan, what are you talking about? Our family has just been reunited, and you are saying this kind of thing. Mom can get angry." "Mom, I'm just saying just in case." "You can't say just in case. There is no just in case for our family. We all need to be safe and sound." Du Xiaodan knew in her heart that she could not hold out any longer. This time she hurt her lungs. Next time if she lost control she might be completely devoured by the demonic qi. Instead of that, she might as well end it on her own. She said, "Mom, I'm fine. You guys go back. I can take care of myself." Du Xiaoye wanted to stay and accompany her sister, but was pulled away by her mother. On the road, Du mother said, "Xiao Yu, have you noticed? Your sister is not right. She is a love brain who is normal. No, I reckon that something will happen to her during this period of time. Let's not stay too far away from her for too long. I always feel disturbed. She likes a nice young man. She is willing to guard him. Then we will guard her in the future." Good. If it wasn't for my sister, we would really be zombies now. Back then it was our family who had wronged her. I didn't expect this child to return the favor. In the end we are family. Night. In the cave. Han Xiaogong and Iron Hands, the woman in white, and the 2 zombies of the day were sitting at a long table, having just finished talking, and now seemed to be waiting for someone. It didn't take long. A person who had wrapped himself up tightly appeared, still wearing a mask, and when they saw someone come in, everyone got up, Iron Hands and the woman in white, and the zombies called out, "Boss." The masked man let out a pale voice, "All sit, all sit." Han Xiaogong was puzzled. Didn't he say it was a teenager? How did the voice change? The giant swordwalker said, "My lord, there's a powerful force behind that youth. I know about this, Xiaogong, as the new administrator of Dark Gray. How about you go meet those 2 boys who don't know the sky and the earth next?" Han Xiaogong was at his wits' end facing this masked man. He couldn't even see his face if he wanted to write the other party to death. He said, "Boss, I couldn't even win this battle today. I'm even more incapable." "Can't, or unwilling," the masked man finished, suddenly hanging in the air. One hand choked the death god Ryuk's neck, pressed it on the table. Han Xiaogong panicked. Did not expect this dark gray boss so strong. The masked man said, "You're the little kid who ran on Sakura to play killing people invisibly. It's too childish and not quite enough." But, the masked man let go of Ryuk. Ryuk fearfully curled up behind Han Xiaogong. The masked man continued, "Then not, you are still good." Han Xiaogong was all of a sudden respectful, and Ryuk didn't dare to make a fool of himself in front of him. The masked man said, "Alright, just now it was just a joke to ease everyone's tired emotions today. Xiaogong, welcome to Dark Gray." The crowd applauded, and the masked man said, "Then it's up to Xiaokong to take my dark side's right-hand man to get the supplies. Won't let me down, right?" Seeing how powerful the other party was, Han Xiaogong could only politely say, "Xiaogong will do his best." Iron Hands tugged at Han Xiaogong's sleeve, but he didn't want to miss any way to save his mother and said, "Xiaogong has a favor to ask." The surrounding area was previously silent, and Han Xiaogong was on edge. The talkative and curious Ryuk was even more afraid to do anything or look away, and the masked man said, "Go ahead. Xiaokong's mother has been infected by the zombie virus for a long time. I don't know if the boss can have a cure." Han Xiaokong, listen carefully. In my place, you just do things. After I know your claim, you make me satisfied. Even if the sky collapses I will support you. Han Xiaogong hurriedly knelt down and said, "Thank you boss. I will definitely work hard for Dark Gray in the future. Don't kneel me. I'm still a teenager. Kneel your parents go. Don't cheapen yourself. See everyone kneel, this habit you change." The masked man finished and disappeared. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Every time he talked to him there was some major pressure. Deeply afraid that if they were not careful, they would die. Iron Hands patted Han Xiaogong's shoulder and said, "It's up to you next, Xiaogong." After this bout of torture, Lu Jichen and Qin Zhang were exhausted. Qin Zhang had already begun to play around and fell asleep in the back of Lu Jichen's car, while Lu Jichen didn't dare to be careless. fearing that something might happen to the supplies he had worked so hard to find. He didn't dare to squint for a while along the way. At a mountain pass, Han Xiaogong saw the car come in. After arranging for the Iron Hand to go up and block the way, let the woman in white go to kill the driver. He followed the woman in white. If there is a person who can't be killed, he will write the person to death. After the drivers all fell, the dark gray driver to replace it, this time, and then let the odd man out while attracting attention to retreat. The main thing is a quick battle. Everything went according to plan. Iron Hand's appearance so that Lu Jiedwan had to emergency brakes, followed by brakes, but also at this time, the white woman quickly killed the driver. Hidden people quickly get on the car. Lu Jiedwan looked at the deep sleep of Qin Zhang, cannot bear to wake up. Get off the car himself. Iron Hand said, still recognize me? Lu Alliance Master. Fear of accidents. Lu Zhechen did not say much. The system voice rang, dang dang dang. Host, people on the line, cluck yo. Let's fight with this ugly man properly. To the death. The armor on his body turned red, and Iron Hands felt dizzy. Chapter 42, Tang Shirt. This man can handle it. He really has a brain. Lu Jiedwan clenched his fists, after which a burst of frantic output. At this time, the lithe white-clothed woman pulled Iron Hands back. She closed her eyes tightly and instructed Iron Hands, quickly close your eyes. The system burst into a sneer and said, is there any mistake? This is my home turf now. Okay, host, get them dead. Lu Zhechen slammed his fist down so hard that the position where Iron Hands and the woman in white stood collapsed downwards. At this time, a group of oddities surrounded them, and Lu Zhechen quickly knocked them down. Suddenly, all the cars were started. Han Xiaogong stood in the distance and said, Brother Zhechen, do you still remember me? All the cars drove away from Lu Zhechen and went far away. Lu Zhechen was trying to chase after them, but he was suppressed by the firepower from afar. On the one hand, his own safety. On the other hand, he was chasing after the supplies. He didn't manage to chase after the supplies in the end, and he was shot in his left leg. Those people have no intention of putting him to death. Lu Jiedwan sweating, lying on the ground. The system said, host, you are just a person. Do not give yourself too much pressure. Things lost. We and the retrieval is not finished, but they are afraid that they can't wait that long. Why am I so useless? At this time, a car came towards him and stopped when it almost crushed him. Qin Zhang jumped down from the car, his hands covered in blood. He said, what? All of a sudden you have no fighting spirit? What? Did you come to mock me? You're so strong. Why don't you step in and kill those people and grab the supplies back? Easy for you to say. You don't know who are in the car. I can't beat them. And you know that a gentleman doesn't stand on a dangerous wall. It's already a blessing that I can escape. What now? Everything is gone. Either find it again, or go back empty-handed. I have no problem. Lu Jiedwan didn't know what to do. It was Qin Zhang who pulled him into the car. The next morning, Lu Zhechen glanced at his cell phone, after which his brow furrowed as he said to the teenager driving, something happened over there. Let's hurry back. Qin Zhang didn't say anything, just obediently drove back. Safe zone. There were many new faces in the Douyin Alliance. Lu Jiechan naturally couldn't name them, but they all knew Lu Jiechan and Qin Zhang. The two of them went in and Qin Zhang said, if you guys want to talk about anything, just call me for a fight. I hate meetings. He finished and walked away, carrying the wooden box on his back. His back was as dashing as it could be. Lu Jiedwan walked towards Zhang Zixi room door and knocked. Enter. Seeing Lu Zhechen come in grimy and slightly tired, Zhang Zixi's heart was actually vaguely distressed, but didn't show it as she said, did you lose the supplies you were looking for halfway? Lost? How do you know? I didn't understand why you saved so many people who weren't related to you like an abusive person before, but now I seem to understand. Tang Shirt speculated about it, saying that there would definitely be people stopping you on your way to look for the supplies, so he sent some armed people along the way, and the odd one out to follow, and I didn't expect that it would be expected by him. So the supplies, of course we got them back. Why wouldn't we get our own? But how did you do that with your limited abilities? You can go talk to Tang Shirt. He'll tell you everything. Also, I think people like Tang Shirt should really be reused. Lu Zhechen inwardly was happy. At the same time, he also wondered how this Tang Shirt actually did it. On the way to find Tang Shirt, he already had the mind to let the power go. After all, his talent was not worthy of the position. Tang Shirt welcomed Lu Jiedwan to his room and talked about his strategy. From his mouth, Lu Jichen learned that Tang Shirt had used a clever trick, borrowing power to fight. If they fought hard, they naturally couldn't fight, but in the face of such a lack of supplies, Tang Shirt spread the word that there was a batch of material transportation routes, and the forces in other safe zones would inevitably fight for it. Taking advantage of the muddy water to feel the fish, Tang Shirt had the strange encounters of the duo Yi-Shur Alliance strike at the closest distance from their safe zone, and the supplies were snatched back so smoothly. Lu Jiedwan appreciated this Tang Shirt for a few more points, praising, You're quite smart with this brain. You didn't talk about it much before. If you had such a good brain I wouldn't have to work so hard myself. These days it's a worrying time. Tang Shirt responded. This ploy can't be said in advance. It won't work if too many people know about it. You still have to be smart to be a decision maker. Let's do it this way. In the future, you'll worry more about the affairs of the League of the Many Righteous. You decide. Don't trust me so easily. What if I'm sent by someone else to disintegrate you? No. Moreover, I also believe in the Aerostess's choice. She specifically mentioned you to me when she left. Tang Shirt inwardly trembled. The air hostess had already become a forbidden area in his heart. He took out a book of materials he had recently organized, and said, "This is my organization of managing the League of the Doyen. You can take a look at it. It contains every aspect." Lu Jiedwan let Quan's mind was made up, said, "You can look at it yourself later, together with Zheng Zishi and the others. Find some more reliable and capable people. I want to live some of my own days. I don't want to be disturbed by some tedious things. I know that you're capable, and the stewardess definitely won't look at you the wrong way. So are you willing to do it?" Thinking of the stewardess, Tang Shirt then firmly nodded her head and said, "I'm willing to give it a try, but if I make a mistake in decision making, you have to stop it in time." Lu Jiedwan walked out of the room, all of a sudden relaxed a lot. The sun and the sky are brighter than usual. Later days, he held several consecutive meetings. After the decision-making center gradually biased towards Tang Shirt, Lu Jiedwan will also slowly draw back. There is no such thing as a loser when the right person is placed in the right position. After Lu Jichen lost his identity as a decision-maker, he could be himself without having to exhaust himself, and now he could even spend more time with his younger siblings. Tang Shirt was indeed a qualified administrator. The Many Righteous One Alliance was managed by him in a well-organized manner, with strategies internally and guidelines externally, unlike Lu Jiecheng who tried to grasp either aspect but would lose sight of the other. In just 1 year's time, the Alliance of the Righteous has had a constant influx of people, and has also been able to produce and trade on its own, and many safe zones have begun to develop using Tang Shirt's strategy. In the past year, conflicts had however become more frequent. Resource competition between safe zones and safe zones, zombie-human confrontations, relations between countries and zones. On top of that, there were more conflicts that continued to grow and intensify, and today's world was no longer the world of old. In his free time, Qin Zheng always likes to find Lu Jiechwan to play, always thinking of dueling with him, but Lu Jiechwan refused 3 times. A period of contact. Chen Lingxiu finally made contact with her lost husband Hijai. The other party is working in the National Consular District. She clamored to go to find her husband, requesting Lu Jichen to take him there. Lu Jichen did not refuse. Xiuqiu usually plays well with Chen Lingxiu and the child, so she also followed. Lu Jichen did not refuse. Room. Lui also thought to come together, but was rejected. Lu Jiechan did not want to let his younger siblings alone here without anyone to take care of them, and it was inconvenient to bring them, so he could only persuade and plead in a good way. She finally still softened her heart and agreed to stay, saying, "When you no longer think so much, the whole person is much more relaxed. I'm quite happy. You go, take Sister Chan to find her husband, but you must come back safely." Lu Jiedwan was very relieved and said, "Thank you, don't worry, my younger siblings are all here. I will definitely be back." "Well, wait for you to come back." "Well, let's go then." Louis said goodbye after a long time, but Lu Jiecheng had already gone out. Qin Zheng insisted on joining together, but Lu Jietsuan didn't let him follow either. He was non-following, and no matter how much he persuaded and gave favors, he wasn't willing to stay, and just like that, the few of them went on the road together. The national territory is nearly 3,000 kilometers away from the Doyen Alliance, and nowadays there are all kinds of problems in every place, so it will take some time if they want to arrive smoothly. Car. Lu Jiedwan drove the car, and Qin Zheng said, "Good brother, let's go together with a bang. I am taking you no way. Originally did not want you to follow the safe zone although the development is good, but you this war power should stay as a security brigadier." Qin Zheng said, "I thank you so look up to me, but I'm a person who still likes to take risks, and how you can't refuse me today. Why? Master is 16 this year. Birthday, happy birthday, let's kill zombies later to celebrate. You this person, or else you just promise to fight with me. Do your best to fight that kind of thing. Whoever wants to be killed just leave a hand. You're better than me. I can't beat you." Chapter 43, What's wrong with you? How can you spend your birthday like this? Come on Les, just hide it, just hide it. I really can't beat you. Well, even if there is a power, but I don't know how to use it. Now I confess to you, sincerity cannot eye you. That sentence you in the end do not understand? Lu Jiedwan was confused. What words? Department brother to cut me. I am in the Jianghu, waiting for you to come. Just say how much you've charged for advertising. Chen Lingxiu smiled slightly and said, How nice it would be if it was always like this without any accidents. After her words the car was hit by something and stopped, and Qin Zhang said, I've memorized it, so you're just calling it words. Chen Lingxiu was so embarrassed that she couldn't even speak. Lu Jiechen said, it's fine, I'll go down and take a look. Just as he came down, the system spoke, host be careful, there's someone behind you. Lu Jiechen swung his dagger. The masked woman took a few steps back. The outfit made Lu Jiechen think of Du Xiaodan. He didn't go on the defensive and called out, Xiaodan, is it really you? Xiaodan. The masked woman didn't say anything, she just took off her mask. Under her short hair were her three-dimensional features. Lu Jiechen was very excited and said, great, Xiaodan, you finally recovered. The woman took off her mask. Her face was expressionless. Her hands held double knives and slashed at Lu Jiechuan. The system said, host, she doesn't seem to be Du Xiaodan, but there is a similarity in her bloodline. Lu Jiechen didn't want to hurt Du Xiaodan, so he only defended and didn't attack. Du Xiaoye said, you fight me squarely, I'll just defeat you or be defeated by you. Qin Zhang in the car found out a bag of melon seeds and knocked on it. Chen Lingxiu said, brother Qin, aren't you going to help out? Qin Zhang said while getting high on melon seeds, you can't call me with your words. Chen Lingxiu was a bit tongue-tied, and was instantly embarrassed to say anything at all. Qin Zhang said, don't be so careful, I was just speaking off the cuff just now. Being serious is your problem. It's obvious that these two outside know each other. I'm an outsider getting involved. Then I'm the awkward one. Xiao Qiu said, that's Xiao Dan's sister. Auntie Chen, that's Xiao Dan's sister. Xiao Qiu excitedly opened the door and went out, calling, Sister Xiaodan. Du Xiaoye quickly went over towards Xiao Qiu. Lu Jieduan blocked it. Both shoulders were pressed by two black knives. Blood flowed along. Xiao Qiu cried, Sister Xiaodan, why are you bullying brother? Brother hasn't done anything wrong. Du Xiaoye disappeared after kicking Lu Jiechan in the chest. No one knew why exactly Lu Jiechan took this beating. Xiao Qiu looked at Lu Jiechen and cried, brother, are you alright? Why is Sister Xiaodan bullying us? Qin Zhang got off the car and said, tell me, for the sake of your brother you even got your favorite woman to act out a drama for me. This gift is really quite special, he said as he helped the person to the passenger side. After that he drove himself on the road. The car was quiet. No one said anything. Chen Lingxiu's child also immediately fell asleep. Xiao Qiu leaned on Chen Lingxiu's shoulder and slept. No one paid attention to what is on the road. Qin Zhang looked at the road. Far away, they saw a person waving at them. After lying in the center of the road, Qin Zhang did not stop. Directly on the pressure over, the car bumped for a while. Lu Jiecheng opened his eyes. Qin Zhang said, don't care, continue to sleep your sleep. Just now but stepped on the wood, traveling for a while longer. It was dark. They came to the middle of the desolate city. Lu Jiechen decided to rest here for a night before setting off. Nowadays there are few people. The two of them are more than enough to deal with these zombies, so they don't have to worry too much. After covering the people to a safe hotel, Lu Jiechen and Qin Zhang went out, leaving a gun for Chen Lingxiu. The two came out. Qin Zhang asked, why did you come out when you're all handicapped? Didn't I say it's your birthday today? Of course I had to give you some different experiences. Really brought me here to kill zombies. There's something wrong with that. Which person spends their birthday like that? Lu Jieduan just laughed and said, let's split up. We'll round up downstairs at the hotel in 2 hours. You go left. I'll go back. Look for food. Otherwise we won't have enough food soon. What a calculation. My birthday, you brought me out to look for supplies. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Lu Jiechen ran away after saying that. Qin Zhang looked at his back and thought to himself, good guy. What's the point of following this guy? The system voice rang out, host, why are you branching out from him? Bing bing, after getting along for more than a year, what do you think Qin Zhang is like? Very powerful. In general we really can't beat him, at least not at the moment. This I know. I'm asking you how he is as a person? Good or bad stance? Can't confirm, but at the moment, it looks like a dashing person. There is no good or evil. He hasn't grown up after all. I was also playful when I was about the same age as him and couldn't distinguish between good and bad, so I'd say treat him seriously and make him our companion. It's okay host, but ice reminds, don't overly rely on and trust anyone. Lu Jieduan searched for a long time and found some bread. After that he went upstairs in advance to set up, then went downstairs, just in time to collide with Qin Zhang, who said, you guy, said you'd take a turn downstairs. What are you doing up there by yourself? Won't detach me, with that big sister Chen. He. Why do you kids have such dirty thoughts? I have no reason not to suspect. Chen big sister is not ugly. You have seen a few days people return to their husbands. You protect people for so long, also should be, but really do not need to deliberately support away from me. I understand. Go upstairs. The two of them went upstairs. Qin Zhang pushed open the door of the hotel room. It was dark. Only a white candle was lit. The sound of Chen Lingxiu and Xiao Qiu singing a birthday song came from inside. Lu Jiechen also sang along. Happy birthday to you? Happy birthday to you. Qin Zhang moved closer. Lu Jiechen said, it's been really enjoyable getting along this year. You've done a lot for us that we remember. I didn't know how to express it, but I was fortunate enough to know your birthday. The conditions are limited. You just treat it as a grand birthday. Make a wish. By candlelight. Qin Zhang looked around. The birthday cake was filled with peach and plum bread. A few slices of bread piled on top of each other. The vision was really worth spitting out. And there was a white birthday candle on the small bowl that was upside down. Qin Zhang had the heart to curse his mother. When Chen Lingxiu saw this birthday candle, he also knew that it was inappropriate. But Qin Zhang was already coming up, and there were no extra candles on the scene, so he could only pretend not to know. Next to the candle, there are several large bottles of fresh orange, Sprite Coke, as well as some small snacks. Qin Zhang smiled slightly and said, Big brother, touched to the point of almost crying. Tonight you have to be good with me to drink drinks not to urinate, not to return. You guys are also, one cannot escape. Chen Lingxiu said, Brother Qin, make a wish. Qin Zhang closed his eyes and made a wish. After that, he blew the candles. Lu Jiechuan turned on the light. On the clean wall, Lu Jiechuan found red liquid from somewhere and wrote on it, Happy birthday to Qinzhen. Those red liquids didn't dry and flowed down the wall. Qin Zhang had a black line on his head and said, Is this how you usually spend your birthday? How can you be so netherworldly? I wrote my name wrong. Lu Jiechen lowered his head and said, Right. Wrong? Orphans usually don't celebrate their birthdays, because some were abandoned by their mothers at birth and don't know their birthdays, and some think of their mothers as soon as they celebrate their birthdays, so we never celebrate our birthdays. This setting up scene was still the system's idea. At that time it said, of course a teenager like Qin Zhang should have a birthday that's different from others. Lu Jiechan cursed the system, your bad idea. Qin Zhang patted his shoulder and said, have a heart, but it's really netherworldly when you should say no. Next time don't make it like this, okay? Next time for sure. Next time will be better. Seeing as you guys are so into it, let's make this a different kind of birthday then. The four of them sat down and had a birthday purely nibbling on bread, drinking drinks, and eating small snacks, chatting while eating, and it wasn't unhappy. Before the middle of the night, Chen Lingxiu and Xiaoqiu went back to rest. Lu Jichen and Qin Zhang were still eating and drinking too much and grabbing the toilet to pee. After peeing and continue to talk about life experience, Lu Jichen is almost the same. Qin Zhang is not willing to mention too much about the family things, only simply said, I have a grandfather who loves me. My parents are quite busy, so I wandered adventurous to come. Life experience is the best thing for wine and rice. Shallow experience naturally nothing. So most of the time as Lu Jiecheng is talking, he is almost naked and disclose. Chapter 44, Infestation of State Corpses. They didn't do much organizing and went to bed after eating and drinking. It was 3 or 4 in the morning. A gust of wind made Lu Jiecheng feel a little cold, and the sound of ghosts crying and wolves surprisingly came from his ears. As the wind got stronger, Lu Jiecheng woke up and saw Qin Zhang by his bedside. He hazily asked, it's so late, why aren't you resting? Qin Zhang put his right hand on his mouth and made a shushing motion. Lu Jiechan actually remembered the dead Wang Siqin, but soon the sound outside pulled him back to reality. Outside the noisy sound, Lu Jiecheng close, actually found a group of long-teeth zombies tilted their heads to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon. Nearby infested zombies by them to smash the head. These zombies do not suck the blood of the zombies, just kill them all. The moon was gradually covered by dark clouds. The zombies were all dead. Some of the zombies jumped away, some flew away directly. Lu Jieduan asked, how come the zombies all showed up? How do I know? Also only the first time to see the real zombies. Face these afraid that only Taoist priests have a method. You are not sure? Ask this. You are sure? Zombies jump out of the 3 worlds and 6 paths. You say how to kill? The movie did say that you can use fire to burn it, but it hasn't been tried. If Ninth Uncle is there it would be good. Let's go. Let's follow over and take a look. After Lu Jieduan finished speaking, he went out. Qin Zhang called out, hey, you're looking for death. They can be more powerful than zombies. There was no response at all. Lu Jichen ran out. The system said, host don't be afraid. This system also has experience in drawing talismans. Qin Zhang who couldn't call out had to follow. He was also curious. Lu Jichen interacted with the system as he ran. It's precisely because of you that I'm so blatant. But Bing Bing, why haven't you been in the process of transforming into a human form for so long? This, well yes, that's right. What are you stammering about? Nothing, it's not important. Host don't think too much. Qin Zhang followed behind, quickly catching up, running side by side. Weaving through the desolate city, a group of zombies found them and wanted to run after them, but they couldn't catch up at all. Lu Jidwan stopped in the east wind square against the wall position. Xinjiang almost did not break, fortunately was pulled, otherwise it really is a vicious battle. In the center of the square, a group of zombies and zombies duel. Their two living people rushed out must be the meat and potatoes. Xinjiang said, we have a good end. You run out of blindfolding what the Dawn still have to rush it. Zombies take zombies simply cannot help. Soon all were eliminated. Tall zombies look at the moon and the sky, issued a whirring sound. Soon, those zombies will fly away, jump away, left the square. Lu Jiechen was about to chase after them. Xinjiang pulled the two together and said, someone, they hit again. The middle-aged man looked at the prints that the zombies had just stepped on, touched them, and said, Senior Ma, it looks like something big has happened. From the footprints it's estimated that that guy is coming out. We have to organize them. The young Taoist nun responded, good, it's just that we don't know if we can stop it with the power of the two of us. Society is already so volatile nowadays, it's afraid that it will be in trouble if it comes out. The two went after it. The system said, host, the position of the two is righteous. They are descendants of the Ma and Mao families, subduing demons and eliminating devils. Lu Jieduan understood the other party's position and followed. Qin Zheng couldn't stop them so he had to follow. After running for a long time and finally catching up, the zombies stopped in a sinkhole and knelt down to worship. South Mao North Horse hid in the distance for cover. Ma Daogu said, elder brother, the Mao family has been chasing Shogun for so many years. How do you fight? I will cooperate with you. It happened suddenly. I also didn't expect these guys to show up and didn't prepare much. We will mainly focus on stopping Shogun from breaking through the seal this time, and discuss the rest in the long run. Good. The descendant of the Ma family summoned the divine dragon. The zombies were injured. The flying stiff jumped at the Taoist nun. Taoist master Mao kicked it out of the way, and after that he rushed at the zombies with his wooden sword. Qin Zhang lay on his back in the haystack, mortar and pestle chin watching. Mouth said, luckily it came out. It's not more real than watching a movie? Lu Jiechen silently asked the system, what are they doing? They're stopping the resurrection of General Chen. Host, Zombie King Shogun. Yes, what should I do if I want to help them? This system generates spells for the host. Lu Jiechen waste an extra bag. The system said, ninth uncle same bag host quickly on. If you are late, it will be too late. But I don't know how to use these things. Don't worry, these magic weapons all have their own memories. The host just needs to take it and use it. Qin Zheng quickly realized that Lu Jiechen had an extra bag. He asked, what? Your strange encounter gave you another thing to spit out? Lu Jiechen took out some talisman paper and a copper sword and handed it to Qin Zheng, who asked, what are you doing? Let's help them go. These things are useful for zombies. As soon as you use your stuff you vomit blood. Who dares to use it? Not this time. Lu Jieduan took the stuff out and then rushed out, holding the talisman paper in front of the zombies. Taoist Master Mao and Taoist Ma immediately got rid of the zombies and came to the side of the pit when they saw that they had come to help. Both of them recited the incantation at the same time and did the magic. Ma Daogu overdrew again and released the divine dragon, and Mao Daogu jumped down directly. Qin Zhang and Lu Jiechen against the zombies. Jumping stiffs with talisman paper is enough to stop, but the flying stiffs are extraordinarily flexible. They do not have any chance to get close. Lu Jieduan was also almost bitten. If not, Qin Zhang disappeared and fled with the people. I am afraid that there is no follow-up. It didn't take long. The jumping Taoist Master Mao was thrown out. Subsequently, Zombie King General Shin jumped out. It was tall and limber, wrapped in rags with a pair of wings. It raised its head and howled, its long teeth exhaling hot air. Its face like deadwood looked very powerful. Ma Daogo looked at her senior brother had fallen. She also do break the momentum. Since you came out, then how can I let you leave? Even if I put my life on the line, I will beat you down. Blessed by the ancestors of the Ma family, I, Ma Youngying, will do right by the exorcist dragon clan today. The system said, host, it's not good. Taoist Ma is going to use the method of dying together. But, in fact, what she thinks is dying together won't be able to destroy the zombie king. The shogun who had just rushed out had not fully recovered either, and it would not be wise to fight hard. Lu Jieduan said, Qin Zhang, go, save the Taoist nun. If she dies, no one will be able to deal with shogun in the future. Qin Zhang did not refuse. He disappeared for a moment and appeared in front of the Taoist nun. He knocked the Taoist nun unconscious. After that he fired a few shots towards Shuang Chen and then fled. Lu Jiechan carried the Taoist nun on his back and then fled in a deadly manner. Shuang Chen did not chase them. The remaining flying stiffs partly chased the two, partly worshipped Shuang Chen. Shuang Chen picked up the hairy Taoist priest and bit him on the neck. The Taoist nun woke up already at dawn. They had gotten rid of the zombies' tracking. Chen Lingxiu brought a cup of water and said, here, drink some water. The The Taoist nun looked around, after which she found the two people who fought the zombies with them in the night, and her anger came up all of a sudden. You guys simply wasted the cultivation of the Taoist sect. When you see a zombie you don't fight it head on but choose to run away. The shame of the Taoist sect. Qin Zheng playfully said, we are not the people of the Taoist sect, just the progressive youth of society. Do not thank us for saving you, just live well. Not a person of the Tao sect but still using the things of the Tao sect. Say, what are your identities and where did you get them from? Lu Jiechen. Lu Jiechen. See, this is the person you asked me to save. How uneducated. Lu Jiechen walked towards the Taoist nun and said, we are just passing by. As for the Taoist magic weapon you said is nothing more than the result of a strange encounter. Saving you is not for you to scold us. There are countless chances to stay alive, but if you choose to die with us, you will surely die. It may not. Shogun is an immortal body. You can find more people from the Tao sect to seal in together instead of committing suicide. We just met in passing. Let's go. After Lu Jieduan finished speaking, he left with Chen Lingxiu and Xiao Qiu. Qin Zhang said, no one cares to save you, but you shouldn't take your life too lightly. Living is still somewhat useful. Ma Yongying stayed alone in the hotel and sulked. What shogun? Taoist sect is too far away for Lu Jiechen. At least for now he doesn't have to think about such things. He just wants to live well and take care of the people he cares about. Car. Qin Zhang who drove the car said, all said don't save. You have to be a good person. People don't appreciate it, and now they are still scolding you. Do you think it's cool? Chapter 45, Dog Drama. Lu Jieduan said, okay, you adults do not remember the small man. Abusive people die a miserable death. Don't believe you see. On the other side, Han Xiaogong had thought that he would be expelled or targeted by Dark Gray for failing his first mission. However, he didn't, and the masked man even came to see his mother afterward, and even informed Han Xiaogong that he could cure his zombie mother. The condition was that Han Xiaogong absolutely obeyed the dark side of the Dark Gray organization. For the sake of his mother, of course, he had to agree, but also just a change of identity to kill people. He did not matter, as long as his sister and mother can safely stay by his side is good. The woman in white came to look for Han Xiaokong did not know what the task. Room. Han Xiaomei took her mother outside. Han Xiaogong stayed with the woman in white. Han Xiaogong went straight to the point. Does Lord White have any tasks to order for Xiaogong? Can I come to you without a task? Han Xiaogong didn't know why this always unsmiling Lord Bai was talking like this today. He said, Xiaogong is terrified. Please let Lord Bai know. Don't call me Lord Bai. You can call me by my name, Bai Mayan. What do you have to order Xiaokong to do? Bai Muyan got up, and Han Xiaogong got up as well, getting close to Han Xiaogong and breathing out a mouthful of hot air in his ear before saying, I haven't seen you do it for how long I've been here. Do you want to? Han Xiaogong stood dumbfounded, only feeling that this woman was disgusting, but now he was begging, so he couldn't roll his eyes and only said, Xiaogong didn't think about it. Is it because I'm not pretty enough? Lord Bai is very pretty. Satisfied with this answer, Bai Mayan wrapped her hands around Han Xiaogong and pressed herself tightly against the other party, saying, then have you ever had your heart set on it? Or, don't lie to me. Han Xiaogong felt uncomfortable as Bai Mayan said, don't talk. She kissed up for more than 2 minutes, and Bai Mayan said, your body can be more honest than you. After saying this, Han Xiaogong let go, but Han Xiaogong didn't feel very good and stood frozen. Bai Mayan laughed. What? Can't pull yourself away from this? Don't dare. For the sake of his mother, Han Xiaogong could only hold his tongue. On the side, Ryuk, however, said, Xiao Kung, this flower girl is very okay. You have to. Don't be afraid. She can't see me. Only that masked man has that ability. No one else does. Xiao Gong, know what I mean? Han Xiaogong glanced at Bai Mayan, which she caught, and she asked, what? Hate me? Want to kill me? Xiaogong wouldn't dare. I heard that you have a Sakura country death note, right? A death note that can write me to death? Han Xiaokong shook his head, but Ryuk on the side urged him, Xiao Kung, write her to death. It's okay if you can't pounce her. Bai Muyan said, you must spare me. I won't hurt you. More, I will love you. Very much. This is the truth. Ryuk said, Xiao Kung, quick. You have a saying isn't it that a spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold? Quick. Han Xiaogong was indifferent, but all he thought about was his mother, and his sister. At this time, Bai Muyan slapped him on the face and said, why are you thinking about someone else like a log? Ryuk became even more angry. Xiao Gong, what exactly are you worried about? Bai Muyan laughed. Interesting. Okay, I won't tease you. I'll come, and give you a task. May I ask what task? This task is not difficult to say. Not simple to say. Bai Muyan came close to come to his ear and said, the boss let you with me. Han Xiaogong's expression changed somewhat subtly, but he finally nodded and agreed. After 4 or 5 days of traveling, a bumpy ride, Lu Jichuan and his party were finally almost at the national territory. In the car, Lu Jichen asked, Sister Spirit Cultivation, are you really not going to say anything to him? Not saying anything, want to give him a surprise. Qin Zhang said, actually, surprise, shock, surprise is not a big difference. A couple that hasn't seen each other for a year. What will the meeting be? I'm kinda looking forward to it. Lu Jichen, what do you think? Lu Jichen didn't say anything. They quickly entered the country collar area. This place deserves to be called the national collar area. A city is full of people. The zombies can't get in hard. Inside they can even engage in their own production. Trading. There is no difference with a small country. They drove in. The inside is overcrowded. Qin Zhang said, really is the national collar area. Everything has, complete. Just do not know what they want. Rather occupy all the resources here to open a small stove. Also do not utilize the resources to eliminate the zombies. To save the suffering people, their own nest here. A small life is not bad it. Chen Lingxiu said, Brother Qin, there are a lot of people here. There are some things you can't say, and there should be a lot of strange people here. Okay, I won't say anything if you're here. When you find your husband, Lu Jiechen and I will roll, drive and roll. You won't have a chance to hear our voices again. Lu Jiechen changed the topic. There are too many people here. Qin Zhang, you find a place to park. Let's eat first before going over. How about it? Good, that's fine. You're the one who's been helping us again for over a year. I want to do something for you guys as well. I'll treat you guys to this meal. Chen Lingxiu said, it's best. I've wanted to hear this from you for a long time. Qin Zhang looked like he had forgotten the sharp words he had just directed at the other party, and that was precisely why those who were familiar with him wouldn't take it to heart. That being said, they ate quite simply. In the capital city, everything was expensive, and a bowl of noodles in a turbulent society was 35. The stewardess was returning the money to Chen Lingxiu, but when it came to meeting her own man, Chen Lingxiu was still restrained. Before generously taking out the money to solve the urgent need was to survive. But now that she had survived, and still had to meet, Chen Lingxiu had mixed feelings. That $1 million or so used to be the money she and her husband were going to buy a house. There is no coincidence in heaven. Just when a few people were enjoying eating noodles, Chen Lingxiu stopped, her eyes staring at the back of a man sitting not far away. Opposite the man sat a quite beautiful woman with white skin. The two seemed to be chatting happily. Lu Zhechen realized that Chen Lingxiu stopped, so he followed his gaze and asked, what's wrong? Qin Zhang also stopped and looked along. The smart one quickly said, it can't be that dog-blooded, right? The plot of the novel or TV series is going to be staged? The original wife traveled a long way to bring her son to her husband, but the husband picked up a rich white woman and lied that he didn't have a family? Lu Zhechen pulled Qin Zhang, who shot up. Chen Lingxiu handed the child to Lu Zhechen to hold, while she herself stopped behind the man, and the woman across the street said, Miss, may I ask what you want? He Jiai turned around, his entire heart jumping out of his chest, stuttering, Spirit, Lingxiu, you, how did you come? The woman realized something was wrong and asked, honey, who is she? As she asked her gaze looked towards the table where Lu Jiechan was at, and Qin Zhang waved his hand at her. Chen Lingxiu didn't say anything and stood frozen. He wanted to see how He Jiai would solve the matter at hand. He Jiai said, he's from my hometown side. Lingxiu, why didn't you say anything when you came? What person from your hometown side? Chen Lingxiu looked at her husband and asked. He Jiai looked at the rich white woman who was eating at the same table as him and said, beautiful, you wait here, I have something to say to my hometown. After he finished speaking, he wanted to pull Chen Lingxiu away. Chen Lingxiu stood and said, let's talk here. Lingxiu, stop it, I really have something important to tell you, she's very important to me. He Jiai whispered, and Chen Lingxiu's heart went cold, but obviously when they were together they loved each other so much, but now they didn't dare to recognize each other? Is it hard for all feelings to be vain? Lu Jichen came over, holding their children. Qin Zhang at first wanted to pull, but simply could not pull. Chen Lingxiu stopped Lu Jichen. He Jiai played on the subject, a pitiful look at the woman and said, well, beautiful, can't hide it. I'll tell you the truth. This person in front of me is my ex-wife. He betrayed me, and now that he has fallen on hard times, he wants to bring this little white boy to join me. I really. Wang Mei looked at the tearful Chen Lingxiu, then at Lu Jiechan, and the child in her arms, and said, give them some money, and make a clean break. She handed He Jiai a bank card and said, you know the password, come back when it's taken care of. She finished and left. Lu Jichen couldn't stand it anymore and knocked He Jiai down with a hook punch after returning the child to Chen Lingxiu and asked, what do you want to do now? Chen Lingxiu pulled Lu Jiechan's sleeve and said, I'm tired, can you take me back? Then let's go back. Chen Lingxiu threw the bank card they had used to buy the house on the ground and left afterward. and a few people walked out of the store called Sad Noodle House. Hijia's eyes were mesmerized and her thoughts were confused in her head, but she really didn't have a choice. Car. Xiao Qiu pulled Chen Lingxiu, who was crying like a pear. Lu Jiechen held the child and sat in the passenger seat, and Qin Zhang drove while talking more. Chapter 46, Forced Stay. I didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing, It's also rare. Chen, big sister. You don't feel bad. At least you still have a baby. It's good for the object you find in the future, Buy one get one free. In the future he doesn't have to work hard. How good. It's right to stop in time. This kind of man eats from the bowl and looks at the pot. Not honest. Love a person is also love. Love a group of people is also love. Pattern open. They are very comfortable. Women is also let people cannot see through. Bad when bad to death. Stupid and stupid pathetic. I want to not understand. Why do you give him the bank card? Why did you give him the bank card? It would have been better to take the money yourself and go on a vacation. Lu Jieduan stopped this teenager with a broken mouth. Have you said enough? You're the only one who knows, aren't you? Originally, it's not wrong. Chen Lingxiu wiped her tears and said after trying to calm her emotions, let's go back. Jie Chen, I'll take care of my siblings for you. Can you leave me behind? Lu Jiechen of course didn't have anything extra to say. Good. Sister Lingxiu, you're a good woman. It's his loss that man is sorry for you. One day he will definitely regret it. Chen Lingxiu didn't say anything. Lu Jiechen said, go back. So much time has been wasted for nothing, and you've even given the money to someone else. Big sister Chen, or else I'll try to get the money back for you. If you're not happy, I can kill those two for you. You're still finished. Lu Jiechan said. Qin Zhang had to drive, and Chen Lingxiu was filled with the story of her and He Jai, as well as the oath she had once sworn. But I didn't expect love to be such a fickle thing. Is it the people or the love itself? Qin Zhang was heading to the city gates when he was stopped by two armed men. He glanced at Lu Jiecheng and realized that Lu Jiecheng was also observing the front. Then he had to stop. The armed men said, please show your documents. Lu Jiecheng then remembered that Qin Zhang was still a teenager. How could he take it out at this moment? Qin Zhang looked at Lu Jiecheng and said, I won't say this. You do the talking. One of the armed men continued, please show your ID. I accidentally lost it on the way. I wanted to replace it, but there's no place to replace it in this world now. Then please get out of the car, all of you. But we have things to do now. The surveillance shows that this car has just entered the national territorial area, and according to the regulations that have just been enacted, those who have entered the national territorial area cannot leave without 6 months. Qin Zhang said, Lu Jieduan, my hands are itching and my heart is itching even more. The two armed men pulled out their pistols and pointed at them. One of them, a middle-aged man, said, you'd better hurry up and get out of the car, otherwise don't blame us. Get off. Lu Jieduan said. A few people had to get off the car together. The middle-aged armed man said, the reason why the national collar area here was able to strictly control during the zombie virus outbreak before any mistakes were made, we are only acting in accordance with the law. Chen Lingxiu's eyes were still red, and the armed man asked with concern, Miss, are you alright? Are they bullying you? Explain the situation to us, and we'll help you deal with it as best we can. Your whole family is amiss. Are you sick? Holding a chicken feather as an arrow, is it? Dressing like a human but never thinking about others. Conscience and morality are all eaten by dogs, right? You deserve to die. Lu Jiechuan and Qin Zheng of course knew that Chen Lingxiu was taking her grievances against her husband out on these two men, but the two armed men were not aware of it. Qin Zhang gave a thumbs up and complimented. Handsome. Domineering. Both armed men were blindsided by the scolding. The slightly younger armed man said, don't yell at me here. And you, open the case. Routine inspection. Qin Zhang looked at the armed men and asked, are you sure? I'm the odd one out. Hurry up. Don't dawdle, or leave your stuff and come back to the station with us. Qin Zhang just smiled slightly, after which the coach put away his smile and quickly kicked the middle-aged man out, then held down the young armed man's head and pressed it down heavily. The armed man was killed on the spot, and some ordinary people saw the murder taking place and hid away, and even took cell phones to record it. The alarm bell rang throughout the national territory. Lu Jieduan hadn't had time to scold Qin Zhang before it was too late. He said, don't you talk about me, now hurry up and get in the car. Our purpose is to get out. He is only routine. What are you killing them for? Get in the car, or else I'll even kill you together. Chen Lingxiu pushed Lu Jiechan to get into the car. Qin Zhang got into the car and prepared to start the car and then rushed out of the city gates. But just as he was about to fight his way out of the city, the car crashed into the transparent glass made of technology. Qin Zhang tried to crash through. A few times down still can't crash through. Qin Zhang had to turn the car around. Rushed to the city. People only have to be flexible to avoid this unrestrained wild car. Outside the city gates stood dozens of strange people and robots. Qin Zhang cannot get out. It was even harder to escape death by going deeper inside. Other places might be incurable because of the zombie virus, but the national territory was different. And not only did it not relax the legal constraints because of it, but it became even more intense. Killing people in the center of the city is simply a challenge to the law. If this matter is not handled well, there will be no end to it. Qin Zhang said, "Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for this matter. I really don't have a way out, and I won't involve you guys." At this time, Chen Lingxiu but said, "Qin brother, I stand on your side. These people are just abominable damned." Standing on the geographical advantage of bullying outsiders. At the back quite a few police cars were chasing them closely. Lu Jiechen couldn't do anything about it. He only asked, "Then how should you end it now? It's rare to come to this kind of metropolis. Since I'm here, of course I have to make some noise, otherwise this trip will be in vain, right? What do you say, big sister Chen?" "That's right, whatever you want to do, I'll cooperate with you. Just think of it as taking the child on an adventure, so that he knows in advance that the world is treacherous and won't be cheated just like his mother." The two of them singing in unison made Lu Jiechan helpless. Right now he can only assist from the sidelines. As for Qin Zhang's inferiority, wait to get out of the trap and then educate him properly. The system voice sounded, "Host, there are a lot of geniuses and wonders here in the national territory. There are also a lot of robots and black technology. We have to think of a way to get out of the trap quickly, or else we won't be able to walk out in this lifetime." Lu Jiechan asked, "Qin Zhang, what do you want now? At least tell me the plan so I can assist you. In the end, you are a good brother. Having you say this is enough. Alright then, let's disrupt the order here. Let those high and mighty know the unrest of the turmoil outside. I even want to bring in the zombies. It's fine to appropriately suppress some people who are inactive, chaotic, and inactive, but it's wrong to indiscriminately kill innocents, and it's even crazier to bring in the zombies. I strongly disagree with this point, Bodhisattva. Think about it, the outside world is already in such a mess, and they're forming an internal cycle here on their own. It's equivalent to giving up on life outside by default. They will definitely try to solve the current problem. It's just a matter of time. You've already made a mistake by indiscriminately killing innocent people just now. Stop doing something you think is a great relief. I don't want us to be on opposite sides one day. Okay, you're right about everything. Listen to you, okay, but do you think they'll leave us alone? So try to get out now." At this time, the car driven by Qin Zhang stopped, and in front of it stood an old doctor with white hair and white clothes. The system warned, "Host, be careful. This old man is a strange person. He has superb thoughts and can control people's minds." Qin Zhang disappeared and stopped by the car a few moments later. The old doctor was surrounded by some more people, and there was a robot with a submachine gun behind the cars, but Lu Jieduan also came down. Xiao Qiu was the most innocent and was in a state of shock in the car. Chen Lingxiu was holding the child and patting Xiao Qiu's shoulder while still focusing on the outside. The system said, "Host, you have to fight quickly, or you won't be able to run out later. A large number of strange people are coming towards you." The old doctor held his hands behind his back and said, "It doesn't matter if you make a mistake. The most important thing is to correct it in time." Qin Zhang disappeared and appeared in front of the old doctor in a moment, put his hand on his shoulder and said, "Old man, you've read stupidly. I read less, but I also know that rules are set by the strong. Kneel down." After saying that, he exerted a force. The old man's legs went limp and he knelt down. Those strange people next to the doctor wanted to help, but they quickly fell down when faced with a powerhouse of strength like Qin Zhang. The system quickly generated a weapon for Lu Jiechen. Chapter 47. Leave yourself behind. It was actually a pan, but now is not the time to spit. In the face of those robots' firepower suppression, Lu Jiechen waved the pan. Surprisingly, it can beat the bullets back the way they came. The robots were hit by a few bullets and then malfunctioned. The system said, "This is not an ordinary pan, but a pan that can bounce back everything. Oh, host, it's strong." Facing so many strange people, Qin Zhang surprisingly didn't lose the battle. Instead, he got more and more courageous, which Lu Jiechan also felt. A trace of suspicion arose in his heart, but he quickly dismissed this speculation. After more than a year of getting along, he believed that the teenager would not be afraid. He just didn't have a clear stance. As for this sudden strength of his, Lu Jiechan defined it as Qin Zhang being strong when he met strength. For life, the teenager really didn't seem to have too much respect for it. There was no fear at all. She took out her own weapon after opening the wooden box, and a lot of strange people were killed on the spot. I thought that if I killed fast enough, I would be able to escape, but I didn't realize that there were countless oddballs in this country's territorial area. Lu Jiechan had no intention of killing, but in the face of those bullets that came sweeping, the pan bounced back to injure and maim those shooters. The wood has become a boat. He did not want to kill but also killed. Then it had to continue. This also belongs to self-defense. The system voice rang out, "Host, if you're late, you won't be able to leave." Yo, death, certain death. The gifted wonders have already arrived, and even brought weapons. Is there any remedy now? Of course, but there can only be 3 chances. Each orb can only hold 3 people. The 2 children can be together, but there is still 1 person left. Lu Jiechen took a deep breath. Is it time to make a choice again? He gritted his teeth and responded to the system. Ice ice. I want them to escape first. If I die, you'll get a new master. One that's smarter and more powerful than me. At this time, Lu Jiechen's hand had 3 transparent cue balls. The system said, aim them at the people you want to protect and you can send them away safely. Looking at the 3 small orbs, Lu Jiechen frowned, then called out, Xin Zhang, catch it. The teenager caught one of the transparent balls, after which he himself was enveloped by the ever-growing transparent balls. The firepower shot towards the teenager as if it was hitting the air, and the strange person slashed with his sword and stabbed with his sword was completely useless. Xin Zhang asked, what is this thing? Lu Jietsuan did not respond, as he used his pan to ward off the damage while running not far from the car, opening the door and saying, Sister Lingxiu, give the baby to Xiaoqiu to hold. Chen Lingxiu didn't question it and gave Xiaoqiu the baby to hold as Lu Jietsuan said, Xiaoqiu, open the car door, take this. Xiaoqiu took it, after which she got out of the car and was similarly enveloped by a sphere. Chen Lingxiu got out of the car and said, what next? Absolute dust. This you take. And you? Take it. Lu Jiechen shoved the transparent ball into Chen Lingxiu's hand. A connection was created between the 3 transparent balls, after which they slowly came together. Lu Jiechen resisted the fire and the attacks of the strange people while saying, Sister Lingxiu, after you guys get out, hurry back and don't come back. Xin Zhang, you're responsible for their safety. I'll figure out a way to get out of the trap. Don't worry about me. Xin Zhang and Chen Lingxiu. Xiaoqiu understood. Xiaoqiu shouted, Brother Jiechen, come up quickly. Lu Jiechen didn't respond. He just seriously fought against the crowd. Xin Zhang wanted to break free from this transparent sphere, but no matter if he struggled he couldn't break free. The sphere kept rising. Xin Zhang watched Lu Jiechen fight against so many people. There were no waves in his heart, thinking, Lu Jiechen, if you die, then I will make sure that the national color area will be buried with you, and if you die, then I can be more carefree. You'd better not die, or else this world will no longer be so interesting. Chen Lingxiu shouted, Jiechen, put me down. Don't face this by yourself. Before the crowd of strange adventurers came, Lu Jiechen wasn't in a sorry state, but suddenly, several iron hooks came in all directions. Lu Jiechen's 2 fists were hard to defeat, and the iron hooks nailed his shoulders. The feet were soon caught by the rope. The crowd pulled, gusts of pain so that Lu Jietsuan could not hold the hands of the weapon. Pan landing, Lu Jietsuan spit blood, no longer have the will to fight. The system also did not communicate with him again. At this moment, Lu Jiechen is just an ordinary person. The color of the finger ring in his hand turned white. The people floating in the sky could only watch, drifting away. Lu Jiechen opened his mouth. Ice ice, are you gone? The system didn't respond to him. The crowd was still cautiously wary. Lu Jiechen called out once again. Ice ice, thank you for taking care of me this year. I admit, if it wasn't for you I definitely wouldn't be able to live that long, but now I really look like I'm going to die. You should have had enough of me as well. No more regrets. Ice ice, you changed to a more. Boom, boom, 2 shots rang out. The bullet penetrated Lu Jiechen's forehead. All his thoughts disappeared all at once. Nowadays he didn't even have the strength to think. The eyes of the crowd of strange people looked at the shooter. It was He Jiai who was bent on building a career. Xiaoqiu's entire body fainted when she saw it. Xin Zhang clenched his fists, but didn't get too emotional. Chen Lingxiu slapped the transparent ball and cried, He Jiai, why? I've already fulfilled you and her. Why do you still want to kill the people I care about? The transparent ball flew high and far, and everything underneath faded into a dot. One of the strange encounters was very angry and walked towards He Jiai, slapping him in the face. That's not the way to grab credit. Wang Mei's voice rang out, saying, who is robbing the credit? How? Uncle Wei, tell me properly. Wei Changmen hastened to be respectful and said, Miss, it's so dangerous here. Why did you come? If I didn't come, then He Jiai might have been bullied into something. Miss, this person was very helpful to our research, but now that he's dead, we don't know how to explain to Mr. Wang. You guys are so powerful, don't you just make the person alive? When He Jiai was beaten up you guys were doing dead people. Now that he is avenging himself, you guys are bullying him. Do you think that he is a soft persimmon, and you guys can just pinch him? I don't want to see him being bullied in the future. Otherwise I will spare no effort to turn over old scores. Wang Mei finished pulling He Jiai. He looked at Lu Jietsuan who was lying on the ground, after which he turned around and left. A few strange encounters examined Lu Jiechen's body and realized that he had indeed lost his vital signs and felt sorry for him. After the research of the institute, It was found that whenever a strange encounterer died, then their strange encounter would also be extinguished with them. Wei Changmin sighed. It would be great if we could take him for research, then we would have one more type of strange encounter recorded in our database, and also have the chance to replicate one almost as good. This young man's strange encounter is still the first time I've seen it. It's too bad, a masked man said. Teacher Wei, then what should we do with him? Wei Changmin seemed to be a bit torn, not knowing whether to bury him directly or take him for medical research, and it was a long time before he said, let's freeze his body first, and see if there's a need for follow-up. Yes. Lu Jiedwan was carried away by the crowd. On the other side, after Qin Zhang and his party were sent to a safe place, the sphere exploded in a grassy area with a lake. They were gently lowered down. Chen Lingxiu's eyes were red, Xiao Chou fainted, and Xiao Bao, who was pressed on top of her, kept crying for her mother. Qin Zhang was calm and collected. The sphere exploded. He walked towards Chen Lingxiu and said, he was betrayed and still didn't say anything. Now he is watching his beloved being killed by the one who betrayed him. His heart is very bad, isn't it? Chen Lingxiu clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. I can't wait to kill He Jiayi now. She walked towards the child and raised it high, and was about to slam it down when Qin Zheng quickly snatched it away and said, you're not doing a good job as a mother. Why punish a child for an adult's fault? If not for him I wouldn't have run all the way here. Nor would I have obviously had love for Jiechen but didn't dare to express it. His father is an animal, and he wouldn't have been a kind person either. You're extreme when you're like this. You want to kill your ex-husband to avenge the person you like. I'm perfectly capable of helping you, and even letting his heart and mind perish. Chen Lingxiu kowed out and said, please accept me as your disciple. No need, but as long as you are willing, I will definitely help you, and this child will also be a great tool. Qin Zhang returned the child to Chen Lingxiu and said, take your time, none will be disappointed. He disappeared after saying that. Chapter 48 Latency. Chen Lingxiu's eyes were red and full of hatred for the child. Looking at the child, who was no longer crying, and he looked at his mother with a childish and slightly frightened gaze. There was a pool of hot spring under a torrential waterfall, emitting hot air. A curvaceous woman suddenly appeared in the calm water. Her long hair was already waist-high. A black dress was placed next to the hot spring. Du Xiaodan went ashore wetly, after which she draped the dress over her. Du Xiaoye quickly appeared in front of her eyes. Sister, you're done washing. Alright, this hot spring is good. Xiao Yu, you should also go down and take a dip. I'll try it when I have the chance. Sis, I have something I want to tell you. Don't be angry. You say. Lu Jiedwan went to the national territory and was killed. Du Xiaodan spoke for a long time. Lu Jiedwan, who is it? This question made Du Xiaoye not know whether to be happy or sad. She also paused for a moment and said, and nodding friend, I feel quite sad. Nowadays in such a chaotic world we can just live a good life for ourselves. Don't care about others. Well, good. Listen to my sister. But sister, can you stop venturing out in the future? I almost thought you couldn't walk out. Don't worry, it won't happen in the future. After she was injured last time, Du Xiaodan was almost devoured by that powerful force. Fortunately she was smart and lucky enough. In the end, she not only stabilized her physical body, but nowadays she won't be able to change her gender around. But for this reason, she also lost very important things, such as her memory and her ability to memorize. Nowadays, she always needed to be reminded of who she was every other day. Names like Lu Jiedwan, who didn't know what he was doing, didn't ring any bells with her anymore. The two sisters walked and talked about the things she had forgotten. Du Xiaoye wove a beautiful but untrue story for her sister, saying that their family of three had depended on each other, living a more bitter but happy life, and then they had gained strange encounters, and were able to live peacefully in such a turbulent world. The Valley of Contentment. This is a valley almost isolated from the world, in and out of only one cave. The rest of the intersection is blocked by the mountains. In today's world, is definitely the best place to avoid the world. A lot of people come to live here. Now the population has more than 4,000 people. There is no lack of people with strange encounters among them, but the people gathered here are exceptionally harmonious. They will not be assigned to kill each other, and they even often go out to look for food in an organized manner, and after that distribute it according to the labor. They also brought back a lot of seeds. Self-sufficiency, like a small agricultural country, is comfortable. Zombies want to enter cannot enter. The last time Bai Mayan looked for Han Xiaogong was for this matter. Dark Gray, a big organization, found out that this place is rich in produce and has a lot of people, so it wants to take this place for itself. The Dark Gray's never-before-seen boss is a master of his craft, but he's not stupid enough to go out on a limb, so he sends Han Xiaogong and Bai Mayan to sneak in and find out what's going on. If they're able to, they'll just take the place down. If they're not able to, they should find out what's going on inside first. In order to save his mother, Han Xiaogong naturally did not refuse. The two men followed the army and tried to blend in. Han Xiaogong dressed as an ordinary crop farmer, while Bai Mayan was still dressed in white, tied a high ponytail, and led a dozen people to the entrance of the Anil Valley. When the gatekeepers saw that someone was coming, one of them asked, "Where are you coming from?" Bai Muyan said, "We came from the provinces, and we wanted to look for some safe zones, but they wouldn't let us croppers in when they said they were full, and there are others that aren't regular safe zones at first glance. Please take us in. We can work. If even you guys refuse us, then we have nowhere to go." The man inside had a sense of intimacy when he saw a few crop-dressed men outside, and the man inside said, "Wait, I'm going to ask our administrator." "Okay, thanks." Not long, out of an old man, beard white, all hair fall out, also hunched over, but do not use a cane, eyes have God, followed by two young people. The man in the back said, "Master Luo, they are the ones who want to enter our Anil Valley." Master Luo swept his gaze through the crowd, after which his gaze fell on Bai Mayan and said, "The old man has lived for 107 years, and was pulled back by a miraculous encounter the moment he was lying in his coffin, and the old man can tell at a glance who's good and who's bad in the crowd, and who's a miraculous encounterer." Bai Muyan said, "Grandpa, I fled from the city. I wanted to escape on my own, but I saw that these people were overwhelmed by the sudden change in the world, so I really can't bear to leave them behind. If you are worried about my identity as a strange fortune seeker, then I can refrain from going into the Anil Valley, but you must accept these refugees." Master Luo took Bai Muyan's hand, patted it, looked at Bai Muyan's bulging heart with a godly gaze, and said, "Female doll, what is your name?" "Bai Muyan." "Mu Smoke Girl, you are a good woman. Are all Dragon Country people?" "Of course we are to help each other, if foreigners that can be exempted." Hearing this news, a group of croppers were overjoyed. They were all saying words of joy to each other. Old man Luo took the opportunity to look at the crowd. Everyone was happy that they had a safe place to stay. Seeing these, he was sure that these were all crop farmers that would not pose a threat, and even doubled the agricultural production of Anil Valley. He would definitely be credited with a great merit for this, not to mention that his name would be among the candidates for the next Valley Master. Bai Muyan bowed and said, "Master Luo, thank you. I can't thank you enough. I finally don't have to be uprooted either." Master Luo stared at Bai Muyan's bulge and was almost looking at it. He stroked Bai Muyan's back and said, "You're a well-behaved girl doll, a child who understands things. Quickly go inside. Don't be outside. Go inside and arrange a place to stay." Luo Moncler Outlet Online. While walking and pulling Bai Mu Smoke's hand, the heart thinking of the beautiful errand, plus this female doll. I only 7 women. Not much, is not sure if this female doll on the road, or a righteous strange, more or less afraid of some difficult to do. Young while others are too ugly for me. Now God gives me the opportunity, but also can still use. It is considered that God is not thin on me. I love this God. The crowd followed behind. Han Xiaogong and Bai Mayan didn't expect them to get in so smoothly. When it came to arranging lodging, everyone else was arranged by others, except Bai Mayan, for whom Master Luo insisted on arranging it, saying that it was a special care for those who had strange encounters. In the Anil Valley, everything was fine with Moncler Outlet Online Luo. It was some qualities that were criticized, especially when facing beautiful women. He was less likely to be able to resist, but his overall ability was unparalleled. Every time the organization went outside to look for food, he was able to find the safest route and bring back the most supplies. He was also one of the builders of order in the small world during the construction of the Valley of Peace. When faced with a zombie, his hardened middle finger would cause the zombie to fall in an instant. Because of his skill, some pretty women with small portions of food were of course willing to submit to him for supplies, and some wimpy men could only feed off of women. A clean woman into the Anil Valley should be waterproof and fireproof to prevent the Grandpa Luo. This is what the children of Anil Valley made up, not realizing that their mothers had obeyed Grandpa Luo several times for food. After Bai Muyan's tent was set up, a few people left, and Moncler Outlet Store Luo said, "It's quite decent. I'll live next to you. Then I'd like to thank you for taking care of Moncler Outlet Store Luo. You so call but call me old." In the Anil Valley more or less still a bit of status. Truth be told, I first glance I think this girl is good. There is no interest in recognizing me as a godfather. Bai Muyan usually is not interested in their own people, will not say a word. This mission to say so many words she has been very annoying. Now also by this old man diaphragm, the heart of murder, but for the sake of the boss's plan, she needs to endure. She said. Mu Yan also felt affectionate when she first saw Grand Master Luo, but I'm afraid it's not right if I call him godfather. Master Luo took Bai Muyan's hand and said, "We are all strange people. Don't be bound by such things as age. We are afraid that we still have to live for a few hundred years is also impossible to say." Bai Muyan had already been rendered speechless by this colorful old man, and Master Luo continued, "It seems that I have been abrupt, and it's fine if you don't want to." His expression was tinged with loss, and Bai Muyan hurriedly said, "No. The old man's eyes brightened up and said, So you are willing to recognize me as your godfather, right? You have to know that this is beneficial to you without any harm. Chapter 49. No, I'm unwilling, Bai Muyan suddenly said in a decisive manner. The old man's face turned green. This woman is so noble, he said. Not to force, not to force. It seems to be that the Moncler outlet store scared you. Okay, then this is how it will be. You have a good rest. The old man will look for you later. Master Luo left with his hands behind his back. His dashing back looked cloudy, but in his heart, he was calculating what to do to take this woman with poise and charm. Bai Muyan sighed in relief and clenched her fists tightly. Han Xiaogong walked out and said, just deal with it. Don't get anyone killed or it won't be good for us. What? Xiaogong cares about me? What should we do next? Go inside and talk. No, just chat outside. Go in and others will be suspicious instead. You're afraid I'll eat you up, aren't you? Han Xiaogong didn't say anything, and Bai Muyan continued. You should familiarize yourself with the environment first. Figure out which oddballs are here and which ones are more difficult to deal with. And figure it out before making your next move. Okay, this place is really good. Miss Bai, we are really thankful to you for taking us out of our misery. And you don't want anything in return. We are really embarrassed to trouble you for so long. In the future, if you have something to do, you must tell us we will help you even if we put our lives on the line. Bai Muyan noticed the eyes in the dark, also admired Han Xiaogong's prudence, said, I just did what I had to do. When I have the need, I will definitely tell you guys. Well, I don't know where to eat for dinner either. Benefactor Bai, can you find it for me? Haven't eaten in a couple days. I'm hungry too. Find someone to ask. Just like this, they avoided the gazes from the shadows. A group of people ate as if they were refugees that way, and the people of Anil Valley were basically sure that they were just unarmed croppers. And so it was. In order to make the plan even more flawless, other than Han Xiaogong and Bai Muyan, the rest of the people were all found, and were also crop farmers found in the real village, national territory. Wang Mei also seemed to know that He Jiai shooting Lu Jiechuan was significant, so he dragged him to his father, Wang Renjie, to explain the situation, and it was good that he finally got through. He Jiai stood anxiously. Wang Mei hugged her father and said happily, thank you father. After saying this, she pulled He Jiai away. Wang Renjie to his daughter itself is guilty, so most of them are biased in favor of their own daughters, but also because of this, so Wang Mei grew up arrogant and domineering. Of course, all of this is also attributed to the capital. The Wang family does have the capital to be domineering. The accumulation of capital is generation after generation. The Wang family has been passed on for 3 generations, and is still thriving today. The Wang family, which was already extremely dominant, had also obtained major miraculous encounters during the turmoil, which made them even stronger. Even though he controlled a lot of strange encounters, for his own daughter, Wang Renjie really had no way at all. Out of the doorway, He Jiai breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Mei said, see how scared you are. My dad is that scary. I made a mistake. He Jiai, you remember, you are my Wang Mei's chosen man. In addition to me, no one dares to say that you are wrong, and you can't do it yourself. Baby, you are so good to me. You can remember just, in the future is to marry me, not to deceive me. He Jiai floored Wang Mei's shoulders, said, I will always be loyal to my baby, unchanged for a lifetime. He said this with his mouth, but in his heart, he was thinking of Chen Lingxiu, who was probably receiving training from Qin Zheng at this time, in order to kill him successfully. Lu Jieduan's body was lying in an ice coffin. Beside him there was a group of people surrounding him. Wei Changmin took the ring off his hand and examined it from side to side. He just couldn't see anything fishy. The young researcher next to him said, Mr. Wei, Lu Jiechen's body structure is no different from a normal person, not at all like a strange person. Wei Changmin took the ring and gave it to the youth and said, if he's not a strange encounter then how did we lose so many of our colleagues? Also you saw the surveillance on that day. In his hands it would automatically generate weapons, but we didn't get anything from our research. That's what makes him special. This ring is the breakthrough. The youth took it and looked at it. It was no different from an ordinary ring. Wei Changmin said, my knowledge is shallow. It seems that we still need to invite Mr. Wang over. But Mr. Wang said that we should not ask him to come if he is dead. Would it be abrupt to use a corpse to find him? But let's get that person back. His ability is not weak. It's just that his stance is different from ours. But for academic research, we can leave the stance alone. Wei Changmin's mind conjured up an old codger's appearance, and after a moment, he said, in that case, Long Yao, go and invite him, and give it a try. Okay. Long Yao seemed very happy. After he left, the remaining few researchers left as well. Leaving Wei Changmin, he looked at Lu Jiechan's corpse and thought, obviously he's already dead, but why is there still a memory in his brain that can't be read? It's too strange. After several days of observation, Han Xiaogong figured out some of the characters and division of labor here. Bai Mayan had also accumulated a lot of grievances from Master Luo's shameless harassment, and these grievances were enough for her to kill old man Luo. Late night. According to the plan, the two planned to escape from Anil Valley at this point in time, but before escaping, they needed to kill some people to prepare for the subsequent attack on Anil Valley. Old man Luo couldn't sleep, so he came out to get some air. He found that the light was still on in Bai Muyan's house. This matters. She was undressing, her shadow imprinted on the tent, and old man Luo swallowed his saliva. Finally occupied by that desire to dominate, he gently came in. Bai Muyan was so scared that she covered her body with the quilt. With a shy face, Luo Moncler, you come in. Do what? With a face of desire, Grandmaster Luo said, tell me, what does Grandmaster want to do? He sat down, pulled the quilt, his hand reached in and pulled out Bai Muyan's feet. Bai Muyan said with desire, Grandmaster, don't do this. Hush, everyone else is asleep. Let's be careful. It's not good if we disturb others. Grandmaster, you can't be like this. Girl, I promise to be good to you. Half of Moncler outlet store your food. No, it's all for you. Bai Muyan's eyes went downward. Moncler outlet store Luo seemed to think there was something to play with, and continued, Master never cheats. When I say I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you. I'm afraid. Don't be afraid. Big Master will hurt you. Luo Moncler pounced on him. Bai Muyan lifted the quilt to cover the old man, after which she pulled out her usual weapon and stabbed and poked at the quilt for a while, when she lifted the quilt only to realize that inside the quilt was a scarecrow. Tricked. At this time, there were people standing outside the tent. Master Luo said, if it wasn't for a person who tipped me off, I would have almost been deceived by you. Girl, your heart is so poisonous. Don't you remember who brought you in? Bai Muyan changed into white as she spoke. I really don't want to say one more word to someone like you, so you die. She used her flexible and athletic body to get close to old man Luo. Old man Luo himself was a wanderer and was likewise surrounded by wanderers, so it was somewhat difficult for Bai Muyan, but for a white with a dead heart, she wouldn't think about whether or not she would lose her life. She only thought about whether or not she could take someone with her. Soon the people who should fall fell, while Bai Muyan was seriously injured. She gripped the dagger tightly and flew towards Luo Dai. A knife wiped the other's neck. Luo Dai was drenched in blood, covering his neck, and fell down. At this time, another group of strange encounters walked out. The tall and lanky He Zuqin said, Master Luo died tragically at the hands of this dark gray organization thugs. Let's avenge Master Luo's death. A bunch of strange encounters swarmed up to Bai Muyan. Bai Mu Smoke had no strength to resist and was finally killed as well. Everything developed according to plan. Han Xiaogong walked out. He glanced at He Zuqin, and afterward looked at the dead Bai Mayan, and said, I can only condemn you. Who made you stand against me? As early as before the late night plan with Bai Muyan, Han Xiaogong had written a letter to Luo Daki, asking him to beware of Bai Muyan. Luo Daki, of course, Moncler Outlet Online was aware of it, but also started a battle with her. And all of this is Han Xiaogong's plan. He just want to let Bai Muyan die, then his position in the dark gray will be more forward again, more chance to cure his mother. As for killing Master Luo, it was purely because He Zuqin and this old man had a problem. In order to draw in He Zuqin, Han Xiaogong let Master Luo be the victim. Afterwards, He Zuqin spread the news. Chapter 50, The Right Hand and the Left Hand. He did not say that this is Han Xiaogong's strategy, but declared to the public that the old man Luo C-color. Several times in Bai Mu Smoke had an altercation, and finally the two died together. For all the property of the old man Luo, tomorrow will be treated as public property. Everyone will have the opportunity to share. Luo old man's reputation was not good. Now Anil Valley, because he died, can also share some property. People are even happier, so they do not go to think deeply about this doorway. The strange people knew about old man Luo and He Zuqin's feud, while the ordinary people felt that they were too far away to think about it, so they didn't think too much about it. Some people died as they died, and there wouldn't be one more person to remember him and wonder why he died. The next day, Grandpa Luo's property was indeed confiscated. Basically everyone had a share. In He Zuqin's tent, Han Xiaogong was sitting across from him. The two of them were drinking to each other. He Zuqin was very happy and said, Brother Han, I'm really thankful to you for this vengeance. If it wasn't for you, it definitely wouldn't have gone so smoothly. It's nothing, I'm just letting the damned die. He Zuqin heavily slapped the table and said angrily, this beast does deserve to die. Brother did the right thing. He sent a mouthful of wine to his mouth, after which he added, this beast, sneaking into my tent while I was out hunting, and giving my wife and daughter. You are my own brother. Really, thank you very much, Xiaogong. If you hadn't come, I don't know when I would have been able to avenge my wife and daughter, because after that incident, I drank day in and day out to relieve my boredom. My wife and daughter's mental state is not good. It's me who didn't take good care of them, and gave them a face when they were the most vulnerable. Finally, they took the poison and killed themselves. When I saw them, it seemed to be praying for my forgiveness, but, instead of blaming them, I felt that it was my own fault. I was not yet capable of resisting the Luo dog, so I just watched and couldn't do anything. After the death of my wife and daughter, I became powerful. People said that I had gained a miraculous encounter, but in fact, only I knew that I had not gained any miraculous encounter. But it was the kind people of Anil Valley who comforted me that said so, and my own share of the food gradually increased, but it was no use at all. My wife and daughter died, and that beast is still at large. No one can sanction him. Ordinary people are always ordinary people, and they deserve to be abused in the face of the powerful. Han Xiaogong sympathized with He Zuqin and said, "Big brother it's alright, it's happened, and now that he's dead, you're considered avenged. As for your comment about ordinary people being bullied in the end, let's not be ordinary people. As long as we're willing to work hard and learn more, we won't be any worse than anyone else. After all, He Zuqin is a person who can't read big words." The more he said, the more he got on. The more he said, the more he felt that Han Xiaogong had a great favor for him, and directly cut out his head. Han Xiaogong hurriedly helped the person up. "Big brother what are you doing?" "Xiaogong, I'm really thankful to you." "Big brother, you're overstating it. We still have a lot of opportunities to work together in the future. It's okay that Big Brother doesn't want to be an ordinary person. I know that Big Brother is thick and moral. I'd like to give Big Brother as my right arm." "Brother you are really my nobleman Big brother, in order to achieve great things, we must first suffer our hearts and minds, labor our bones and muscles, starve our bodies, empty our bodies, and do what we do. Make it simpler. I really don't understand." Han Xiaogong came close to He Zuqin's ear and said softly, "Big brother, I'm a strange encounter. I'll be your right-hand man. Not to mention this Anil Valley. In the future we will go out in a bigger, more people. I can also manage to get us a piece of our own sky." He Zuqin thought that this Anil Valley was already big enough, but Han Xiaogong's words struck him like a thunderbolt, and his heart thirsted for power and money, as well as things he never dared to think of in his life. Han Xiaogong said, "Big brother, you must be confused as to why I would choose to help Big Brother. So today Xiaogong will make it clear to Big Brother. Xiaogong is a farmer's child. He also has ambitions, and has also been bullied by rich and powerful people." When Big Brother said his own experience, Xiaogong empathized with him. "We are people who share the same illness. Mother is still with the Dark Grey organization, so we must try to rescue her, and Xiaokong is alone. If we can use the power of the Inlu Valley, then the rescue will go more smoothly. Big brother, we are all people who strive to live for the sake of our loved ones. Now that Big Brother's revenge has been avenged, but Xiaokong's mother is still in the Dark Grey organization. Big Brother must quickly take power and rescue his mother for Xiaokong." He Zuqin slapped the table and said, "Mother her. Go, brother. I'll let those brothers in my hand go and save the people now. Although I'm not a strange encounter, I have a lot of strength, and those brothers of mine are all true strange encounters. They're willing to help." Han Xiaogong felt some relief and said, "Thank you Big Brother for thinking of Xiaogong, but now is not the time. Wait for Big Brother to become the Anil Valley's Valley Master, or else it's simply an egg against a stone." He Zuqin moved closer and asked, "Does Xiaokong really have the wrist to make me this?" He gave a thumbs up. Han Xiaogong said with great certainty, "Of course. Xiaogong has read a lot of books and learned a lot about the art of managing people." He Zuqin's heart burst with excitement and said softly, "Then we'll trouble Xiaogong for more ideas in the future. You say where and how, and Big Brother will go get it right away." "Good. Right now there is an urgent matter to be dealt with for Big Brother to do." "Brother say it is." Han Xiaogong came over to He Zuqin's ear and whispered. After he finished speaking, he walked out, thinking, it's true that sometimes it's more convenient to use someone else. It's always risky to do everything yourself. "Lu Jiechen, are you ready?" Lu Jiechen's body was still on the ice coffin, which was bubbling with white vapor. The door to the research room opened. He Jiayi looked around from left to right to make sure no one was there before he came in. Looking at Lu Jiechen's body, he said, "I've investigated you. Don't worry, I'll destroy everything you care about. Consider it as your burial goods. Don't thank me." He took out a dagger and stabbed at Lu Jiechen's heart. Suddenly, Lu Jiechen opened his eyes. His eyes were all black. There was black smoke floating out from his eyes. He Jiayi was pinched unconscious by him and put into the ice coffin afterward. From Lu Jiechen's perspective, the surroundings were gray. He looked at his chopped-off finger. The ring was no longer there. He threw himself up to the sky and shouted. The research room soon rang the sound of the alarm. A group of strange encounterers had sensed to come. Lu Jiechen ran out. When Wei Changmin arrived, Lu Jiechen was no longer there. The only person lying on the ice coffin was He Jiayi, who had a lot of ice on him. The crowd put him down. and Wang Mei rushed over on the back foot. He pushed everyone away and hugged He Jiai, calling, Jiai, Jiai, wake up, wake up. He Jiai woke up hazily. Wei Changmin wanted to ask Lu Jiachan where he was even more, but now that this Wang Mei was here, he wouldn't dare to open his mouth to offend this aunt who was about to join the family. One of the young researchers, however, spoke up, He Jiai, where is Lu Jieduan's body? Wang Mei assisted He Jiai, looked at the young man, and asked, what are you? And you're worthy of asking about my Wang Mei's man. The young man acted like a rash young man and said, this is the National Collateral Area Research Laboratory. It's not a place for you Wang family to spread your wild ways. Uncle Wei, is this guy newly recruited by you? Yes, MS. Wang. Good. I don't care what method you use. I'm going to let this guy die before tomorrow. If the person is still alive, or if the person is gone, then Uncle Wei, you'll just lie on the ice coffin yourself. Oh no, it's all the researchers, together. There's no negotiation on this matter. Wei Changmin's face is green. To this big lady, he really has no method at all. Wang Mei is trying to leave, but He Jiai is dying and said, Mr. Wei, Lu Jiachan, he didn't die. It looks like he is even more powerful than before. I do want to break him into pieces when I sneak in here, but he himself suddenly woke up and knocked me out. Wang Mei said, He Jiai, are you going to die? You're still talking so much even though you're so badly injured yourself. Do you think you have a long life? In this way, the people were taken away, leaving only the clueless Wei Changmin. He really can't do anything nowadays, and he doesn't know what to do with the youth who didn't know how to contradict Wang Mei. Even if he found Wang Renjie to talk about this matter, the result would be the same. There is no room for maneuver. The youth asked, Teacher Wei, this Wang family. Chapter 51, Being in the Old Country. The youth didn't finish his sentence. Wei Changmin patted his shoulder and said, it's fine, I'll take care of it, you don't have to worry. After he finished speaking, he left. The youth called out, Wei. Before he finished speaking, the youth collapsed. His heart and lungs were fibrotic. The crowd looked at Wei Changmin's back and had a shuddering feeling, but they didn't dare to ask a word more. After escaping, Lu Jiachuan woke up again to find himself in a strange bed, and there was a beautiful woman in ancient costume sitting beside the bed, and the chopped finger grew out and the ring was worn on the hand, completely transformed into a woman. Lu Xia called out softly, You're awake, Jia Chen. Who are you? Lu Xia had changed so much that he didn't recognize him for a moment. Lu Xia said, It's only been a long time since I've seen you and you've forgotten about me. You've been away from the time gap for but a day. A gap in time? Lu Jieduan recalled things from beginning to end. The last fragment was himself being killed by 2 shots. He touched his forehead. Nothing. Lu asked, What's wrong? You were shot in the outside world? How did I end up here? It was the Premier's half a wisp of residual soul that told me you were back again, and then I picked you up from the outside. What do you mean? Half a spirit? Of course you don't know. The day you left, the natural disasters continued. They are saints, great people. Naturally they have to sacrifice themselves for the sake of more people. But don't worry, as long as they exist here with this kind of residual soul, it won't take too long for them to grow back again. Lu Jiachen thought of the system. He silently communicated with the system, in or out. Ice. The system didn't give him any response. Lu picked up the bowl and said, This is the medicine boiled for you. Hurry up and drink it. By the way, tell me what the outside world has become. Lu Jiachen took the medicine and drank it, saying, There's nothing good about the outside world. Then are you still going back? Back? Why? Because I was born in that place. The reason is too far-fetched. Is it because of Danny, Xiao Qiu, Chen Lingxiu, Qin Zhang, Lu Yi, Han Xiaogong, or the flight attendant? Lu Jiachen was puzzled as to why Lu knew, but quickly reacted and said, Am I talking in my sleep again? Yeah, just why didn't you call my name in your dream? And Xiao Dan's name? You were the one you called the least in my dream. Lu Jieduan was a bit embarrassed and said, I don't even know what I dreamed. By the way, how long did I sleep? Almost about the same time you left then. So, another year or so has passed outside. I wouldn't go back if I were you. To be honest, it's nice to stay here. There are a lot of friends over there that I care about. And I'm not? You said yourself that it's fine here. But in today's world, it's really confusing. Do you want to be the hero of a novel again? Lu Jieduan finally still couldn't speak. Lu said, In the past, I always insisted on writing novels, even if no one reads them or few people write them. But I just believe I can succeed. Then now that I have changed my identity and gender, I didn't insist anymore, and I started to relax myself, and I realized that compared to the obsessive fool I was before, the current self is the normal one. But I think it's admirable that you keep on writing. Then you'd better stop admiring it now. You've given up? Well, give up. Okay, Do not chat about writing novels, this kind of crap. Normal people who stare at the phone or computer every day to code words. The main people who read it is not much. The effort is not good anymore. You get well, I have something to go out. You as your own home is good. Lu left. Lu Jiedwan could smell the scent of her bed, and the scent of flowers wafting in from outside. He touched his forehead again. It didn't pop empty. In it, host, the system is still there. It's just that the demonic nature in that woman just now is too heavy. I'm afraid she'll notice it and the host will be in danger. Thank you. It was you who saved me again, right? No, oh, host, this system also don't know it. According to reason, the host will be unbound after death. But after the host died, this system also followed the slumber. Woke up and found himself already here. Why didn't I die into it? Did the host want to die badly? No, just have questions about why I didn't die. I really don't have any other strange encounters. Anyway, this system can't find out. Maybe there is. If I really die, are you really changing hosts? It's not like the system can choose whoever it wants. When the original host dies, the system will be in a swimming state, and it will not really start until after the selection of the system. If the host dies, the system will be sad, but it won't be able to remember the host at all, and there will be a new host to replace it. But this system is an exception. Oh. Lu Jiechen got out of bed and walked out. Looking at the flowers in the yard, there was a feeling of open-heartedness. He opened his mouth. Prime Minister. A gust of wind blew, and a voice actually answered him. Yes. I'm sorry, I've failed you. It seems like I didn't accomplish anything myself this year, but I've messed up a lot of things. Lu Jiedwan was saddened. It is necessary to properly pressurize yourself, but not to that much. Jie Chen, you have done well, but surely you will do better. Prime Minister, right now I'm conflicted. While thinking about going back, I'm afraid of going back. Afraid of what? Facing those powerful, awesome things that I have no way to solve. You've been through a lot this year, but it's come and gone, and you're still doing well. But I'm really scared of making choices. Sacrificing myself would be compassionate, but not for long. But when it comes to the fact that multiple parties are at stake and the choice is in my hands, I'm really scared. You are a kind person, Jie Chen. You can remember, when things are not decided, you can ask the spring breeze. The spring breeze does not say, both with the heart, boldly go to the choice. The more you are afraid, the more you cannot make the right choice. Lu Jiechen went through so many places in the time gap again. He found that there were many fewer people, mostly because of the reduction due to escorting him away last time. For some reason, after coming here, Lu Jiechen felt so relaxed that he wouldn't think about or be afraid of anything, perhaps because there were his admirers here. The next day, the courtyard of Lu Jieshuan's house, the few teenagers who had crossed paths with Lu Jiechan before came to visit him. They mainly wanted to hear about what Lu Jiechan had experienced outside. They all found it interesting after hearing it. But when Lu Jiechan asked, "Are you guys willing to go with me to see a world like that?" no one spoke at this point. They might not want to, because life here was quite stable and the aura was sufficient. And they might be willing, but they couldn't help it. For example, if they left this place, they would be revolted, or they simply couldn't leave. They were the products of this heaven and earth, fixed products. Lu changed into a green dress, her long hair cascading, and came out with a plate of flour cakes. She said, "Treasure children, eat flour cakes." A teenager went forward, took a piece and ate it, gave a thumbs up, praised, but, Lu Xiu sister's craft is really good. You or else you'll have to sell cakes in the future. Go out with Lu Jiedwan, sell cakes in the outside world, surely a big profit. Lu Jieshuan said with a smile, "My cake is not suitable for outside. It is still suitable for you guys." Everyone ate a piece each. Lu Jieshuan said, "I didn't expect that you would still make flour cakes now. I study it when I have nothing to do." A teenager said, "In the future, we should look for Cloud City's object. The male draws the cake as flour cake. The female can make flour cake. How is it not a loss?" Another wise teenager asked. Lu Jiechen, "What do you think of Lu Su?" Lu Jiedwan sat on the flower-crawling swing and leisurely said, "My brother, can I say he's not good? He is now a stable woman body." "What brother?" Lu Jiechen, "You have a unique condition. Do you want a brother to become a woman?" Crowd. A burst of laughter. Lu Jiedwan said, "Roll calf. What treacherous words are said, right?" Lu continued to say, "You say this kind of words again to make Lu Jiedwan difficult. I will not give you to make flour cake." Another teenager said, "Who the hell eats flour cakes when we have wedding candies to eat?" Lu Jiedwan, "The world you mentioned is exciting and adventurous, but not as good as here. You stay." From Lu Xiu, "All her flour cakes will be yours in the future, and the people will also be yours." Chapter 52. Han Xiaogong's scheme. You kids have so little sense of boundaries? Any more jokes like that and I'll be waiting for my brother to kick them out. Lu Jiechen said nonchalantly. Lu Xieshu laughed slightly and said, "Jie Dust, This group of teenagers who will never grow old is nothing more than an appearance. Their actual age can be hundreds of years older than us. The youngest one is 200 years old. A teenager said, "I'm the 200-year-old one, how about it, kid?" As he spoke, he picked up a piece of flour cake and ate it with relish. Lu Jiedwan looked at them horizontally and thought they were teenagers. The teenager named Yunyan said, "Don't think about it, there is nothing strange in the world. You will see more strange things in the future." Before, it was because of Du Xiaodan's existence and the urgent need in Lu Jiechen's heart to find a way back, but now he finally had the time. For one thing, Lu Jiechen wanted to stay here for some time to cushion what had happened in the past year or so, and secondly, he still wanted to bring Lu Su to reality. For some reason, Lu Jiechen always felt that this place was not as simple as it appeared to be, and that one day it would break. Sometime in the afternoon, after the dabbling teenagers left, Lu Jiechen was still sitting on the swing by himself. Swinging around, Lu Su was dressed up and was about to go out. Lu Jiechen called out, "Are you busy? Why? You want to ask me out?" Lu Jiechuan asked with a smile. "We haven't talked for a long time. Sit down and let's have a serious chat. If you want me to go back with you then forget about it. I might go back, but not now. If you want to talk about something else, then wait for me to come back. I have a date." After she finished speaking she left, leaving Lu Jiechan alone. On Lu Valley, with Han Xiaogong's advice, He Zuqin's reputation rose quickly, becoming the second in command of Lu Valley in just 1 year. Inside the room built of earth and wood, He Zuqin was holding his newborn son and coaxing him there. His newly married wife was still unable to walk on the ground, and the family of 3 was sitting together, a scene that could not be described as unhappy. A youth came in and said, "Big brother, Mr. Han is back." He Zuqin returned the child to his wife, got up and said, "My brother Han is back? Where? I'll go pick up." Han Xiaogong heard He Zuqin's excited voice as he entered, and he said as he entered, "Big brother, congratulations, your sister-in-law gave you a big fat boy. It's indeed a happy event." He Zuqin spread his hands and hugged Han Xiaogong as he said, "I'd rather you come back soon. It's not back, just letting big brother down. No disappointment at all. You can come back. Big brother has been very happy. There is no disappointment in this statement. Brother, these months outside the broken-hearted, people have lost a lot of weight." The two loosened their embrace. He Zuqin said, "Huar, turn around and instruct the nanny who serves you to prepare more when she prepares the tonic, to give our brother a tonic." Flower is naturally He Zuqin's wife. Looks are not picky, is a little fat, but this is now the second in command of Pleasant Valley He Zuqin's aesthetics. He firmly believes that dumplings eat hot, wife married to fat. That day will be prosperous. This is not just married to give birth to a big fat boy. He Zuqin has no reason not to pay attention to Han Xiaokong. This more than a year time Han Xiaokong gave him advice several times. Now have everything as Han Xiaokong appeared after He Zuqin get. Even this daughter-in-law are Han Xiaokong to him matchmaking only to say. Huar said, "You're heartless. You'll leave us alone when your brother comes back, won't you?" He Zuqin, with the demeanor of a do-gooder, said, "Brothers are like hands and feet, and wives are like clothes. I read it in the book and I like it very much." Han Xiaogong, as the military division, hurriedly rounded off the scene and said, "Reading books is a good habit, but just now the words cannot be." Xing said, "The person who said this, is not worth advocating. His wife died, his son did not teach him well. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Daisy, to get one can be safe in the world, and in the end the two people are dead, but he has never got this world. Oh, so just now I said that word is quoted wrong. I apologize. Dead looker, if it wasn't for the Xiaogong brothers, you don't know how many more detours you would have to take." The 3 of them laughed, not realizing that the kid was smiling sweetly as well, seeming to understand the interaction between the adults. The nanny who took care of Huar arrived, and she placed the mother and child in a wheelchair and rolled them out. Han Xiaogong had gone out for the past few months to look for more seeds and supplies, but there hadn't been much to show for it, and there was serious competition for supplies in the outside world, with wars occurring every day. The national territory also stepped in. After more than 2 years of precipitation, the national territory intends to begin to eliminate the zombies, and then the scattered areas together to manage. If it has been according to the current development, it will not take long, will certainly fall apart. Or rather, it has already fallen apart, and if it is not reorganized in time, it will be very troublesome. For this reason, the national territory has already begun to take action, issued several documents. The purpose is to tell the various security zone managers to respond positively to cooperate, or else to use some extraordinary means. Originally, it was a good place to ride under a big tree, but the wind and rain are all over the building. Several places close to the national territory surrendered one after another, and the obedient administrators could get some rewards, while those who thought they could resist were of course, imprisoned without exception. Those who think they can resist are, of course, imprisoned without exception, and in severe cases, executed outright. The national territory's momentum to eliminate the zombies and protect the safety of all the people has risen. Not only did they send out to fight, but there were also robots and all kinds of armored weapons. Seizing on the zombies' weakness of being afraid of water, their sprinkler equipment was also very sophisticated. 2 years ago, they were unprepared, but today, they are fully loaded and ready to go. And the situation where the safe zones are camping separately and eating each other is about to pass. It's time to see which are the practical junglers. Han Xiaogong informed Hizuchin of all the developments outside, and after listening, he said, "This is as it should be. Xiaogong, when do you think we'll respond?" "Never." The two words made Hizuchin look at him. "Why? What should we do then?" Han Xiaogong was of course unwilling for Hizuchin to compromise. It would be detrimental to him, and even if he wanted to compromise, he should do so after the people from the Dark Grey organization cured his mother of the zombie disease. Otherwise, his mother will not have half a chance of survival. On the promulgated document, Han Xiaogong clearly saw a line. After 2 years of research, the zombie virus is incurable. In order to avoid the scourge, this extermination of the zombies must be comprehensive, leaving no one behind. Han Xiaogong said, "We are now close to that position. Just give up. Big Brother willing? For ordinary people like us, who have no money, no power, and a low level of education, what can those high and mighty people in the national territory give us?" Hizuchin was actually also unwilling to lose what he had now just like that. He said, "But how are we going to withstand their army? Big Brother, imagine, let's say, someone owns $10 billion, and then a powerful organization wants to take it away, and also take it away in a righteous manner. Do you think someone else is willing? What should I do if I'm not willing? It's very unreasonable. Of course they have to resist." "Yeah, what Big Brother understands. Don't others understand? Brother, everything I have now is from you. Brother, you say, I'll follow your method." Han Xiaogong secretly rejoiced inwardly but didn't show his face, saying, "They're like a force to be reckoned with right now, but it'll take some time to get to us, so we can start by not resisting or responding. Let's see their speed first, and their strength, and wait until the end to wait for the price. This is the best way." Hizuchin was puzzled. "Just waiting? Yes, but we can't just wait. We also have to settle the people of Anil Valley, and there's another person. It's time for us to think of a way to get rid of him. Of course, letting Shao Kahn do this kind of thing will be fine. Big Brother just has to be a good leader. I got a lot smoother after Xiaogong but when dealing with them, can we persuade them to surrender mainly? Every time I kill people, I will have nightmares. Big Brother, which era doesn't kill people? It's fine. I'll try to do things according to Big Brother's request. Can I? That would be troublesome, Xiaogong, but we don't give any response to those people in the country's territorial area. Is it really alright? Big Brother, put your heart in your stomach. With me here, what are you worried about? Good, Xiaogong, Big Brother and Anil Valley can be left to you. We're brothers who were born to die. When persuading Lin Ju to surrender, brother, try not to make it too difficult for him." Chapter 53. What's more interesting than a novel? Don't worry, Big Brother, it won't be too difficult for him. That's it then. You go down first and rest for a while. Han Xiaogong went down. Ryuk appeared next to Han Xiaogong. "Xiaogong, I didn't expect you to be a smart person. This fool is a good use. But what exactly do you want to do? How do you want to play it? I remember I told you not to hang out in places like this. Don't you know? What if you get caught?" "Don't worry, Xiaogong, they didn't detect my ability. Have you forgotten the experience of being strangled once? Not everyone has that kind of strength." Shao Kung. A gap in time. Lu Jietsuan finally waited for Lu Su to return, and with joy still floating on his face, Lu Jietsuan had already prepared dinner. Lu Xiecheng smelled the aroma of the meal and said, "Being attentive to nothing is either treachery or thievery. How do you have the leisure to cook today? In my impression you are very reluctant to cook, especially when you were 9 years old, because of craving for food, after grabbing meat and vegetables with your hands and getting burned. Can you spare some face for me?" Lu Jiedwan responded, "You have thick skin. I don't think you need face. Let's chat while we eat. Drink some? Sure, but this meal is considered practicing. You're leaving after dinner? Yes, I'm happy to stay here, but I'm not sure about that side. I'm not going to persuade you. Anyway, eat more. You don't persuade me, huh? People are now in a daughter's body. If they're not happy, but they'll give an order of expulsion and drive you away in advance." Lu took out her own brewed peach blossom brew and said, "You are blessed. No one else has the chance to drink it. It's in Miss Lu's favor." As the two ate and drank, Lu Jiechuan asked, "Someone told me before that novels are destiny. One will read a lot, write a lot, and die without giving up. I can still remember this. Revenge. You're definitely revenge. Lu Jiechen, haven't seen you for a while. How did your revengeful heart become so heavy? It's only a tea break here, but in our world, 2 years have passed. We are a year gone. You're 1 year spent here. Theoretically you are also only 19 years old. The appearance is changed. Grow a beard. Seems to have matured a lot, but we will always be 19 years old. At 19 we didn't have too much to worry about. And you were still generating power for love and insisting on writing novels. But now, I'm no longer so spontaneous. And you didn't insist on writing novels. Lu thought about it and said, what's there to be sentimental about? It's just writing novels. I feel like I was wrong before. Why do I still try to do it when I don't have the talent to do it? Just because you like it? Can liking without talent be considered liking? I don't think so. It's like liking a girl. You like her, maybe because of her looks, her body, her personality, and so on. But then she doesn't like you. No matter how much you insist people don't like it. Then what's the point of insisting? You must be giving up. People are fickle. Everything is variable except change which is constant. So, can we stop talking about things like novels? Lu Jiedwan realized that he was no longer able to ignite the fun of this persistent youth. So he said, then the last sentence, are you sad that you've given up what you insisted on? Is there anything that interests you now? Of course, it was sad at first, but not when I found something more interesting than fiction. What's more interesting than fiction? History, the long history, the true history, which if one wants to witness, one should seek immortality. Giving up fiction hits you too hard. You're crazy. According to you there are so many strange encounters in the world today. Is it hard to live forever? Lu Jiedwan didn't know how to respond for a moment. Lu continued, although this is a time rift, I can always hear a voice, and that voice has always told me to seek immortality. Because of this you are unwilling to go out? One of the reasons, I guess, and half of the reason is that I'm disappointed with that world. False feelings, insatiable greed. People of great goodness merely have only great goodness. People of great evil have great umbrellas to protect them. There is no goodness to be extended. There is no malice to be requited. I hate that kind of world. You say, I go back. What can I do? Elevate myself to extinguish the world? With the help of the previous paragraph, if you feel that the motherland is bad, you go to build. If you feel that the government is bad, you go to the examination of public officials. If you feel that the people do not have the quality, from you start to be a high-quality people. If you feel that your compatriots are stupid and ignorant, from you start to learn and change the people around you, rather than a single-minded abuse, complaining, fleeing. Lucia laughed and said, talking is even better than singing. This cake cannot eat by itself. Such a dream cannot be done. I deny everything. Where do I get that much strength to do it? And they're all set in their ways. And if we're not careful, we're all gone as people. So what's the point of talking about change? Why is it that I've never seen you so resentful of the world before? Maybe, we are not really know each other yet, but I understand you very well, including Xiao Dan, Dean's mom, those younger siblings. I haven't forgotten their names, hobbies, I just remember them all, but I don't say it. Lu Jiedwan originally wanted to persuade her to go back with herself to protect the children, but now see that it is not possible at all. He said, then you stay here. Well, I will never persuade you to go back again, but if you go back, must find me. I might have gone back when I had the chance, but if you have to be the embodiment of justice, it's not good to say that you don't welcome me. Drink. Lu Jieshuan didn't answer positively. He only raised his glass and drank. Lu Xiu was not very drunk and soon became drunk. Lu Jiechen carried the person to bed. His own state was already slightly drunk, but he knew he couldn't continue to stay. Looking at Lu Xiu, he said, Ah Xiu, I hope you live well here. I won't come back to bother you in the future. Don't carry such deep resentment. Make peace with that world you don't want to go back to, or forget it. He said he was going to turn around to leave. Lu Su pulled Lu Jiechen's hand and said, can you not go? You stay. The person didn't wake up. Lu Jiechen patted her hand and said softly, have a good sleep. You'll be fine when you wake up. Lu continued and said, I really didn't lie to you, Jiechen. I can hear the voice that told me to break through this heaven and earth and search for immortality. I didn't lie to you. The only thing is that, I used to love Xiao Dan too, but I knew that you guys had a heart-to-heart, so I didn't say anything. Lu Jiechan couldn't take a step at once. He didn't expect Lu Su to actually like Du Xiaodan. He stood for a long time, but finally left, as if he never heard about this. Lu Jiechan closed the door and walked out. Lu Su said, Jiechan, I actually loved you later on. I don't know why this happened. It's really pathetic that I'm crippled like this. If there is a day that I'm standing against you, then don't ever hesitate when you kill me. After walking out, the system voice rang out. Host, are you still okay? Don't worry, I'm fine. The system transformed into Bing Bing's appearance, assisted him, and said, aren't you clear about how much you drink? Drinking so much for who? Lu Jiechen just faintly smiled. After that closed his eyes. Ice carried him up and said, "This system is still the first time to carry the host. In the system world is afraid that there is no stalled such a host. I cannot do anything about it. The main thing is not even injured, but dry wine drunk." On the other side, after resting for half a month, Han Xiaogong started to deal with Lin Ju. Unlike other Qi encounters, this Lin Ju had obtained a crisis awareness Qi encounter, and whenever someone harmed him, he could always notice it quickly, and his Qi encounter was just as unnoticeable. Han Xiaogong still hadn't figured out what had kept this young man alive for so long. Lin Ju looks ugly, not tall, but reflexes, character, IQ are very high, and especially self-discipline. Every day at least run 10 kilometers, pull-ups, push-ups, basically every day 500 up. He can become the first person in Anil Valley with his sense of crisis. After sensing timely adjustment, he entered Anil Valley in the same year as Han Xiaogong, but he chose not to show off in front of the many encounterers, and when he realized that there were fewer and fewer encounterers, he himself came into his own, and quickly gained the trust of the crowd. This young man is about 13 this year, but his intelligence is superb, and his ability is also superb. Han Xiaogong once had a murderous thought towards him, however, he was recognized by him. Chapter 54 Counterpoint, Junior Lin Ju, Crisis Awareness. The teenager was always able to lurk in the crowd and wait for the right moment when the oddballs were standing around, and he was able to step up in time when Han Xiaogong was about to eliminate the oddballs and support He Zuqin. Such a teenager was really frightening. Could it be that today's children all had such a deep city? Half a year ago, Han Xiaogong utilized his death note to write to death anyone who was more powerful than He Zuqin and had great prestige in the Anchor Valley, the remaining being Lin Ju, and was about to write the teenager's name on it when the teenager knocked on his door as if he had already noticed it. The two had a meaningful conversation. Even He Zuqin didn't know what they talked about. Since then, Han Xiaogong no longer thought of assassinating Lin Ju, but instead, he had a little more admiration for this teenager. Han Xiaogong also didn't expect that in the short few months since he left Ank Valley, Lin Ju had become the most popular one among the strange encounters, and now he had to think of a way to get rid of this teenager. To do so, he left Ankuko Valley to plot further afield. Compared to others, Han Xiaogong's advantage lay in killing where others could not see. He said goodbye to He Zuqin, who didn't ask too many questions and only told him to be more careful. Han Xiaogong drove off alone. Car. Ryuk hung out of the car window and said, "Xiao Kung, I can't see through you more and more. I didn't say I was going to deal with that ugly teenager. Why did you leave Enlu Valley? Where is this going? I'll tell you when I arrive." The dark gray organization wasn't far from Enlu Valley. Han Xiaogong stopped at the entrance and Ryuk asked, "Why did you come back? You didn't kill by Mu Smoke. Aren't you playing with fire by coming back?" Han Xiaogong ignored Ryuk and drove himself in, after which he went straight to the room where his mother and sister lived. The siblings were hugging each other. Their zombie mother was tied to the bed, and Han's little sister was taking care of her mother. "Brother, why did you just come back? What the hell did you go and do?" "Little sister, you've worked hard, but I'm doing all this so that my mother can recover faster. That day is getting closer and closer." "Little sister, really? Can mom really recover? Trust brother. Brother won't lie to you." Soothing his sister's emotions, Han Xiaogong started the assassination plan. Or rather, the assassination plan had started a long time ago. Before Han Xiaogong left, he gave a message to those strange people in Anil Valley who had surrendered to him, asking them to stop Lin Ju when he left, and if they could, to just take the person out. Of course it didn't go that well. Ank Valley. Lin Ju was stopped when he went after Han Xiaogong, but those people were no match for him and were quickly subdued. Those people were now tied up in 5 different ways, and the earth room was stuffed with a dozen or so oddballs. The short and ugly teenager sat in the center and said calmly, "I don't seem to have offended any of you, right? And I've treated you all quite well, so why do you want to harm me?" No one gave him a response. They knew that Han Xiaogong had installed a listening device in this room. If they dared to say one more word, they would die. They all witnessed Han Xiaogong's murderous tricks back then. Lin Ju continued, "It doesn't matter. I know even if you guys don't say anything. You guys were also instructed by someone, right? I even know who instructed you. Han Xiaogong, right? That's Han Xiaokong. Don't you guys wonder why this guy can kill without being seen? He has a notebook. He writes down the name of whoever he wants to kill, and whoever he writes down will die according to the death method he set." Han Xiaogong, who was using the monitor, was shocked, not expecting this teenager to be so keenly observant. He continued, "However, his notebook was dropped by me." Lin Ju took out his notebook, still on the ground, and said, "You guys can be honest now, or don't blame me for being merciless. You just need to tell me where he went." One of them obviously held it in for a long time, and hurriedly said, I say. These days being forced by him also did do a lot of things against his will. His heart is ashamed. "I say, can you not kill?" Words did not finish. The man vomited blood and died. followed by one after another fell. It is Han Xiaogong is using Han Xiaomei to kill people. Han Xiaomei didn't ask questions, she only wrote down the names one by one, and after all the people fell, Han Xiaogong sent a message over, the notebook you got is real, but who told you that I only have a death note? Lin Ju's face is white. I didn't expect that I always still lost slightly. At this time, the outside has been parked full of people. Now it was sort of unexplainable. Nowadays there should be no more opponents for him in this Anil Valley, but Han Xiaogong was meticulous, so he couldn't take the risk of rushing out. Fortunately, there is a backhand, because the earthquake subsided. So many places have built a house with an adobe structure. For emergencies, Lin Ju dug a secret passage under his house. First someone knocked on the door, but there was no response, and a few moments later the door was broken into, and as the people came in, all they saw were bodies, and there was a passageway underneath the ground, and all of them chased after it. 10 or so minutes passed and Lin Ju came out after making sure it was safe. At this time he changed into the clothes of an ordinary person. After putting them on he quickly ran out of the Anil Valley. Everything was fine. At this time, his sense of crisis crawled all over his body. Han Xiaogong's determination to assassinate him was very strong. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and ran while making a phone call. He also recorded a voice along the way. When the call connected, Lin Ju said, Han Xiaogong, I know that you're the one who wanted to kill me, and I also know that your goal is to foster Izuchin. He's actually good. I agree with what you're doing, but it's really redundant for you to kill me for such an action. I'll return the notebook to you, and I'm also willing to become your other hand. If I can't, I'll leave Anil Valley forever. What do you think? Just please let me go. Han Xiaomei looked at Han Xiaogong, and Xiaogong said softly, I'm no Han Xiaogong, but you must die. Han Xiaomei did as she was told, and Lin Ju stopped and laughed, after which he said, in a world where everyone is a wunderkind, I'm just an ordinary person, so forget it. Lin Ju collapsed and tore off his ugly face, after which he lay down and waited for death. The sunlight hit his handsome face. The black mole between the teenager's eyebrows was eye-catching, like evidence of his intelligence. The people who passed by to chase him passed by when they saw it wasn't an ugly teenager. At this point Lin Ju was safe instead. Han Xiaomei looked at the photo Han Xiaogong provided and wrote down Lin Ju's name. Han Xiaogong said, thanks to you this time, Xiaomei. They didn't hang up and Lin Ju said, so you finished killing me? The siblings were shocked. Han Xiaogong was even more so. Apart from Lu Jiechan, the rest of the people he wrote about almost all died. But now why didn't it work? He looked at the notes, and there was no time of death written on them. It should have been an immediate death. But, not hearing the siblings' response, Lin Ju was like a newborn and said, I finally understand. Thank you, elder brother Han. You returned my life. I probably know why you couldn't kill me. I won't go and expose you, and I won't go back to Anil Valley. But this death note of yours, I wanted to give it back to you, but you didn't want it, so you can only let me do what I want with it. Jun Lang Jr. wrapped this notebook up with his clothes, after which he fled this place as fast as he could. He did rely on this mask to survive, which was proof enough that sometimes a false mask could protect oneself. Han Xiaogong pounded the ground heavily. The phone call simply cannot get through, and his notebook cannot be returned, and also cannot figure out which part of their own actually went wrong. Ryuk said, Xiaogong, don't worry, you still have the remnants of the notebook in your hand. As long as the notebook is not destroyed, you can still dominate the life and death of others. This was exactly what Han Xiaogong was worried about. What could be done in case this teenager intended to destroy the notes? Han Xiaomei asked, brother, what now? How can I help you? An evil thought arose, but Han Xiaogong dismissed it, saying, take good care of your mother. I'll definitely resolve this matter satisfactorily. Brother, you're just an ordinary person now. How can you solve it? Tell me, how can I help you? I don't want you to be the only one to pay for our one family in silence. We are relatives. We have to pay for each other. I'm not afraid of suffering. Brother, tell me, how can I help you? Han Xiaogong of course loves his sister, not wanting her to get involved in danger, but nowadays his ability is limited. While agonizing over whether or not to let his sister join in, he finally made a decision and said, you drive to the Anil Valley. I have the route here. You follow the route to find your way over there. Stop when you find a 1-meter-4 ugly man. Use the Eye of Death to see his name. As long as it's called Lin Ju, you kill it. Good. Then I'll go now. Chapter 55. Even though he was no longer willing to make such a decision, there was never any other way. Because if Han Xiaogong chose to go to Lin Ju on his own, he would probably have the death note torn up by him, and then he would no longer be able to use the note to kill people, and would even have to pay for it with his own life. He still hadn't figured out the method by which the death note couldn't kill Lin Ju, but from the words he had prayed for just now, he presumed that the death note was still able to kill him, but it was just that it wasn't clear what the problem was yet. Letting Han go forward was also to give his sister a chance to practice. Just as his sister left, Iron Hands came in, and Han Xiaogong's gaze shifted from the bed where his zombie mother was to the door. He rushed to be respectful. Iron Hand, why didn't you tell me you were coming? Iron Hand was also very forthcoming, saying, I heard people say you're back? Of course I came over to take a look. I see. Xiaogong should have gone to Iron Boss's place first. Don't be so polite. The boss's business is important. Right. What did he ask you guys to do? Han Xiaogong couldn't catch whether Iron Hands was asking knowingly or he really didn't know. Seeing Han Xiaogong didn't say anything, Iron Hands hurriedly said, Nothing. What the boss commanded to do seriously. Is there something important that Boss Iron Hands wants to order? It's not anything important. Right. Where is Bai Muyen? How come I haven't heard of her coming back? She can't come back. This sentence made Iron Hands have infinite blind thoughts, but they didn't dare to ask for clarification, and only said, We don't have a choice in what the boss has given us. Just do it carefully. Shao Kung thinks the same way, so never question any of Mr. Big's instructions. Not bad. It seems you are deeply appreciated by the boss. Your mother should be saved soon. This is something that Mr. didn't say outright. He only told Xiaogong to do what he had to do. Dark gray is a whole. As long as it's Mr. Big's instruction, Xiaogong will do it. So is Iron Boss bringing any mission? Han Xiaogong seemed to see this Iron Hand's fear of that great gentleman, and for a moment he actually took hold of this Iron Boss. Iron Hand said, Actually, this mission was given to me by the boss, but I seem to be a bit overwhelmed by myself. Is Xiaogong willing to help me share some of it? Han Xiaogong thought for a moment and said, Even though Xiaogong still has things on his hands, he can still spare some time, so feel free to speak up. Iron Boss. Iron Hand thought about it and was also pressured. He said the task the masked teenager gave him to Han Xiaokong and hoped to get help. After staying in the Dark Gray organization for so long you must have understood. The Dark Gray organization consists of two parts. We belong to the dark color, the bright side, killing people to get rid of goods, and this kind of thing is done by us. There is another part that is gray. They are in theory have equal status with us but have a privilege. That is to mobilize us dark colors to carry out their plans. Recently, the national territory has been like a breakthrough. It has been radiating to the periphery. It will soon reach us. Our dark gray organization's main strength is the dark color, but nowadays the dark color's strength is constantly being weakened. The boss told me to absorb more oddballs, and there are also those guys from the gray that have been needing to use oddballs as well. Nowadays the smart ones have chosen to join the national territory. There are also some with skills that have already chosen the camp. The remaining scattered ones are also waiting to be sold. The pressure is just too much. Shao Kung is a smart person. Can you give me some help? You've heard about the strange encounters in the national territory area even, and recently there are still people joining. This is really unfavorable to us dark gray. Han Xiaogong heard and understood that Iron Hands was trying to get his help. Han Xiaogong, who held the initiative, naturally wouldn't easily agree to it. Nor would he not agree to it. He had a bold idea. He said, if it's an ordinary matter Xiaogong will do his best, but this is a difficult matter. Xiaogong still has tasks in hand that are no less important than this one, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to be distracted for a while. Xiaogong, if you have any difficulties, just say so. Iron Hands, will definitely give my full support. With that, the two conspired on how to accomplish the two things together. National territory. Training ground. A heavily armored chimera stood in front of a group of people and loudly called out the names, with a rather military-like demeanor. Shen Yan, present. The young woman called Shen Yan responded loudly, followed closely by the next few who did the same. Chen Qingyan, here. Air hostess, arrived. Hong Fei Huang, arrived. Li Man, here. Luo Shaoling, here. Deng Zaixian, here. Lu Jiahao, present. The roll call ended, and the armed strange encounter who took the roll call glanced at the crowd. Basically all of them were young people, except for one mature-looking uncle. The rest of the few people had an average age of around 24 years old. The armed wanderer saluted everyone, then shouted at the top of his voice, My name is Wang Zhenxiong. I was the best warrior of the last batch of Wonder Company. From today onwards, I am your captain. The crowd applauded. Wang Zhenxiong continued, I was the captain of the inaugural batch, and now I am also your captain and senior brother. A lazy voice said, Wow, good day senior brother. Wang Zhenxiong roared, Were you the one who spoke just now? Come out. Hong Fei Huan walked out, young samurai hairstyle, small and long face, wearing a sweatshirt and black casual pants, overall feeling lazy. Wang Zhenxiong was tall and big, as domineering as his name. He looked at the youth and roared, Was it you who spoke just now? Knowing and still asking, this is not a knowing offense. Hong Fei Huan lazily replied. The crowd whispered. Wang Zhenxiong roared, Quiet. A few people stopped talking. Wang Zhenxiong continued, Look at you like this is very displeased with me being your captain. Is that right? Hong Fei Huan touched his ears and responded, Not really, Even if someone else comes along, I have the same attitude. Our strange encounter company is also just 2 sessions. Yes, there are rules, but in the matter of choosing a captain has always been simple and rough. A fight is enough. You guys, those who don't like it can fight with me. It's not a problem to go together, but those who lose obediently obey the orders. Hong Fei Huang said, you are the officer sent by the National Collar Area. We fight with you is not the following offense. It is not good to say. The stewardess walked out and said, what is called Huang Fei Hong? You are not disobedient. Fight with him. To be honest, I am also disobedient. Everyone still has who's. All stand out. Don't hold it in your heart, lest you will not be happy in the future. Even if you are driven back in the end, it doesn't matter. Where is the strange one? Not a fight. Wang Jinxiang glanced at the stewardess, then said, a bit of guts. If you lose, behave yourself. The stewardess responded, that's fine. Afterward, she looked her gaze at the crowd and asked, anyone who fights the captain together? The remaining few people looked at each other in disbelief, but there was really someone who stepped forward, and soon, the whole team was surprisingly willing to challenge Wang Jinxiang a little bit, probably because of the youth's competitiveness, but also because of the individually displeased Wang Jinxiang, or because of the team spirit in the future. Wang Jinxiang said, good, you guys are unprecedented unity, this is very appreciated. Our inaugural session are not as united as you guys. Get ready, start straight away. In order to be fairer, I will take off my equipment, lest you guys are unconvinced. Hong Fei Huang asked, are we surrounding you to fight, or some other way of fighting? The stewardess looked at Hong Fei Huang and said, Fei Hong, your kid's direct nature. Sis likes it. Wang Jinxiang said, you guys have the final say. Alright, then we'll fight until we admit defeat. After Hong Fei Huang finished speaking, he swung his fist and hit Wang Jinxiang's stomach, but the punch was as soft as hitting cotton. Without a few seconds, the force of Hong Fei Huang's punch on Wang Jinxiang rebounded and shook him back. Hong Fei Huang retreated several steps in a row and said after stopping, what are you waiting for? Do it! The crowd pulled away. Those who attacked in close combat stayed close to Wang Jinxiang, and those who fought in long range quickly pulled away from Wang Jinxiang. On the observation platform, General Qian Chang was followed by a middle-aged man next to him. The middle-aged man asked, General Qian, is it okay to let these kids make such a mess? Don't you understand Jinxiang's strength? The student is just worried that Captain Wan will break them. Qian Chang smiled and said, the chaos has been going on for so long. The fact that these kids can survive so many doom and gloom shows that they have some skills, and they are also a bit arrogant. It's good to let Jinxiang poke at their sharpness, so that they won't be disobedient to discipline. Didn't you guys do the same thing a few months ago? The middle-aged no longer spoke, carefully observing the battlefield. Chapter 56 Second Session. The people have generated their own weapons in their hands. Shen Yan. Chen Xingyan is a bamboo horse problem. Also obtained the same strange encounter. Shen Yan hand holding a white knife, Chen Xingyan holding a black knife. In the past battle results, as long as against them, the zombies' result is a miserable. The stewardess got her own sniper rifle and quickly ran away, looking for a suitable firing point. Hong Fei Huang threw out a silver lance, while Li Man held a rather national-style fan. Although Luo Shaoling was a petite girl, her fists were so hard that breaking marbles was no big deal. Tang Zixian stood at a distance, unassuming, no one could tell what he was capable of. Lu Jiahao also stood still and did not display his weapon. As the crowd surrounded and attacked, Wang Jinxiang had an extra brown wooden shield in his hand, and those people together couldn't even hurt him in the slightest. Utilizing the advantage of having a large number of people in a melee, Wang Jinxiang had them facing each other and hindering each other. The stewardess found the right opportunity to shoot. When the bullet flew over, Wang Jinxiang easily caught it and threw it at the stewardess. The stewardess's sniper rifle was broken. Of course she wouldn't personally compromise, and took out another 2 pistols, and even the grenades on her waist were taken out. She said to herself, catch a bullet with your empty hand. Right, then I'll see how you catch a grenade. Luo Xiaoling's ability to punch through marble was like a game in front of Wang Jinxiang. It was of no use at all. Instead, it backfired and hurt herself. She admitted defeat after a few attacks. Several people in melee were attacking Wang Jinxiang on the surface, but in fact, they were interfering with each other several times, and did not gain any advantage. Tang Zixian took out the leaves he picked up in his bag and blew them. Some bugs flew over. His strange encounter was to use sound to control all the bugs for his use. Lu Jiahao also finally struck. Many vines grew on the ground to chain Wang Jinxiang. The crowd of weapons have stabbed at Wang Jinxiang. Wang Jinxiang suddenly disappeared. Soon appeared in front of Deng Zixian and Lu Jiahao, a foot to knock down the two. Soon threw the two to Xin Yan. Chen Xingyan, Hong Fei Huang side. The 3 quickly put away their weapons. Wang Jinxiang hand more a thick iron wire. A few people were quickly tied. The stewardess took the opportunity to shoot with her pistol, firing 2 shots in a row. and then threw the grenade over. Wang Zhenxiang was blasted black. One of the 2 bullets was caught by him, and another hit his arm. The stewardess was about to continue her attack. Wang Zhenxiang had already appeared behind her. She quickly conceded. You're great. I concede. Okay. Okay, go. Wang Zhenxiang turned to go. The stewardess swung her own broken sniper rifle as to smash his head. Did not expect the other party suddenly disappeared. The stewardess hit empty. After that was a force the whole person lifted up. Let go of me. Let go of me. Wang Zhenxiang brought her to the arena and threw her on the ground, asking, you guys, serve or not? No one said anything, and Wang Zhenxiang continued, that means you don't serve. You can continue to fight, but you no longer have a chance for a fair duel. Captives don't deserve fairness. Thinking that he would be pressed and rubbed, Tang Zixian hurriedly said, I submit. Captain, I submit. Convinced. The air hostess also said very pragmatically. The crowd said one after another, leaving Hong Fei Huang alone. All eyes looked at him. Hong Fei Huang looked at his silver gun that had defeated all the zombies and said, you do have something, I have to be convinced. Wang Zhenxiang suddenly thought of something. After a moment, he tore off his own sleeve and gouged out the bullet that hadn't completely disappeared into his arm. Green liquid flowed out of his wound, but it didn't flow much and was soon gone. He said, very well, from this day forward, you are my soldiers. He untied the wire, then stood in front of the crowd and roared, good, now all rise. The crowd didn't dare to disobey and rose to stand. Wang Zhenxiang said, do you know why you guys lost? Hong Fei Huang said, it was because you were too strong. Then, if you meet an enemy that is stronger than you, how should you respond? Is it only death? Without responding, Wang Zhenxiang said, I've seen your strengths and wonders. 3 long-range controlling the battle and 4 melee fighters. Such a team isn't weak. The fact that you guys lost doesn't mean that you're weak, much less that I'm strong. The reason why you guys lost is because you are light on the enemy. Know yourselves and know your enemy and you will win 100 battles. You rushed out without knowing the enemy, and with no plan at all. Such an unorganized and undisciplined team can only lose and die. Stewardess, from today onwards, you are their vice captain. Cooperate with me. The flight attendant saluted and said, yes, very good. Now, all of them, turn left. The crowd obeyed the left turn, and Wang Zhenxiang said, as your first lesson of insubordination, you will be punished by running 30 laps around the 400-meter racecourse. The crowd was certainly not happy in their hearts, but they had no choice but to obediently obey. The middle-aged man said to Qian Chang, they're finished, chief, it's not over yet, isn't this still running? But you have been waiting for them here for a long time. It's fine, these children are the hope of the motherland, it's worth waiting longer. The middle-aged stopped talking. The stewardess thought as she ran, Lu Jiachen, when will a hot-blooded promiscuous person like you join the company of strange encounters? You shouldn't be absent. Surely you won't be. If I graduated first, then in the future you'll have to call me sister. That's not bad. Lu Jiedwan, how are you doing now? Being a hero in the pile of women, you should have a lot of people like it. Already forgot about me. It doesn't matter. We can always meet. When we meet, I hope I no longer like you so much, or no longer loathe myself so much. In the year I left you, I went to many places and saved many people, but I didn't let them become dependent on me. It's still pretty good to do things your way. At this time, Hong Fei Huang from the back said, by the way, Vice Captain, my name is Hong Fei Huang. Remember that. Don't be calling me the wrong thing. Okay, Fei Hong, won't be called wrong. You damn. A smile appeared on the flight attendant's face. The breeze blew her hair, and a burst of fresh fragrance entered Hong Fei Huang's nose. After running, everyone except Wang Zhenxiang, the rest of them were panting and sweating. Wang Zhenxiang shouted, all of you, stand at attention. Qian Chang walked over. Wang Zhenxiang saluted and then stood at the head of the platoon of 7. Director Qian said, how is it, boys? Is the way Captain Wang leads the team still satisfactory? No one dared to say a word of no. Qian Chang laughed and said, I see you from dissatisfaction to satisfaction. The heart is very happy. Then I now come to ask you the same question. Satisfied or not satisfied with me as your director? If you're not satisfied, you're also the same method just now. Just beat me until I'm convinced. All people trembling, Wang Zhenxiang shouted, satisfied. The rest of the people also shouted together, satisfied, 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 satisfied. Satisfied is good. I can be scared to death. If you guys aren't satisfied, then my old bones should fall apart. After all, I'm different from you guys. I'm not a miraculous person, and I don't have much heavenly ability. I just have a mouth to eat. This statement was half believed by the rest except for Wang Zhenxiang, who didn't believe it, but since the captain obeyed him, they had no choice but to obey him as well. Director Qian said, your strange encounter company is directly under my management, and no one else has the right to intervene. So, From today, you are the second batch of students of the Strange Encounter Company. For me as the director, do you have any requests to mention? Or, are there any special requirements? Luo Shaoling opened a big eye with a face of collagen and innocently asked, "It's all inclusive here, right?" At that time, you guys could have said so. Everyone wondered why this clueless loli was here. Mainly because she was still a hard puncher. Chief Money smiled and replied, "Of course, can I get a paycheck advance here? I'm in urgent need of money on my side." Wang Jinxiong said, "I'll answer these questions of yours later." Oh, Director Qian spoke with the crowd about the nation's affairs, the significance and mission of the Company of Strange Encounters. On the other side, Lu Jiechan had been in a coma since he came out of the time gap, and when he woke up, he was unfamiliar in all directions, and the things on his body were gone, so he asked the system, Ice, where is this place? This isn't going to be another strange encounter for me, is it? A long time passed and the system didn't give him any response. He thought to himself, another special period? Ice, are you playing soy sauce again? Lu Jiechan, who couldn't get a response, could only think of another way to find his own way out. Chapter 57, Not being a human being in the past life or the next. Lu Jiedwan, a thatched hut stopped. A roughly clothed linen-dressed woman pulled a child out. The child was 4 or 5 years old. Pothead type. Big sister, can I ask for a drink of water? Lu Jiedwan said as he went over. But the other party didn't seem to hear him. It shouldn't be. It should be audible from that close a distance, he thought as he went over. The woman and the child didn't seem to notice Lu Jiechan in front of them. Lu Jiechan asked, "Big sister, can I ask for a sip of water?" But without thinking, the woman passed over him. What kind of place is this again? They can't be some kind of powerful deity or beast again. No matter, since they can't hear or see me, I can only facilitate myself. Lu Jiechan approached the thatched hut, and through the doorway, there was a man lying on the bench inside, drunk and bearded, and at a closer look, that man looked exactly like him. Lu Jiechan. What kind of plot is this? My ancestor? Or my long-lost father? No. The system's voice sounded at this time. Come on, host, hurry up and explain to me what's going on here. Congratulations to the host for coming to his past life. What? This is my past life? Yes it is. Why did I come to this place? System reward mechanism. You call this a reward? What else is it called? Is it hard to believe that there are people who aren't curious about their past lives? Lu Jiechan thought about it, and it seemed that having a chance to see his past life was kinda nice. The system said, the host can hear and see himself, but he is unaware of the host's existence. Lu Jiechan pushed the door in. A gust of wind hit the scruffy man's face. The room was filled with the smell of alcohol. He said angrily, "Tay mother asterisk, don't close the door when you're gone." Stinking, the man said as he drunkenly closed the door, and also covered the door from the inside. Lu Jichuan thought to himself, shut the door like this. How can his wife and children come in? Perfecting oneself in the present life by looking at one's past life. That's the meaning of this trip, isn't it? So I'm just going to keep watching him sleep? Of course not. The host can wake him up or follow his wife over to take a look. Lu Jiechan thought of a way to play. After that he went to open the door again. The man was woken up by the wind again. Then he got up and closed the door. Every time he closed it, Lu Jiechan opened it once. 3 trips down. Finally the man got impatient and kicked the door. I'm afraid that I've hit a ghost today. I have to go and count. Go and count. Other than that, the man's execution is still possible. Said to go counting on the counting, but also more or less indifferent to fame and fortune. Completely not worried about home things lost. Passing through the not-so-big market, the man accurately found his wife and child begging place. A broken bowl of a few coins grabbed up. Said, how so half a day to earn so little money? Dead. Obviously there can be a faster and better way to earn money. Have to use this way. The wife didn't dare to look at the man, and there were still slap marks on her face. The youngest son took his father's hand and shook it, whimpering and unable to speak. The man's other hand landed directly on the child's face, and the boy was hotly slapped, and it wasn't over yet. The man kicked the child in the small of his back with a big kick, and the woman hugged the child and cried, do you have to kill the child? He's already deaf from your beating, and now he can't speak. What the hell do you want? Cut the ing crap. If you can't earn $50 of ocean today, don't give me a chance to go home. Lu Jiedwan on the side of the gas are angry. Did not expect the previous life of himself as such a person. The system consoled, host not angry. At least in the future he will not be so to his wife. Is progress oh? Lu Jiechan continued to follow the man. The man came to the wine shop, picked a bottle of wine that was not expensive, and drank it as he walked. System, do you have any method so that I can hit my past life self? No. Oh, it's against the rules then. Host, pisses me off. The past has become clouds. Host, don't get too into it. The man entered the gambling house again. Lu Jiechan could already define that his previous life self was a person who ate. drank and gambled. Then, he probably didn't have that much money, and was also very violent and brutal to his wife and children. System, I'm not looking, I already know what I was in my past life. Sure about leaving? What's the point of not leaving? Looking at your own diaphragm? Alright, then let's go to the next stop. Where else? The future. Lu Jidwan's eyes went black, and when he returned to normal, he was already standing in the middle of an economically prosperous metropolis, and among the bustling crowd, he didn't find the person who looked like himself. Where is my person? System, the host is a pig. Why are you still cursing? No, the system is reminding the host that the host is a pig in this life, because I wasn't a human in my previous life, causing me to be unworthy of being a human in this life, right? Did I not do anything good and change anything in this life? This life simulation is according to the situation where the host didn't obtain this system, so I still have a chance to be human, right? I don't know, but what's so great about being a human? Host, see what kind of pig you would be in this life itself. Then why don't you take me there? Where in this big city would a pig come from? Just finished. A punk dress-up person holding a pig that has been wearing clothes came over. Lu Jidwan said, "This woman is my host? Cool, right, very cool." The little white pig was chained, and the mistress didn't put much effort into it, like it was a specially domesticated pet. Lu Jidwan followed behind to see how his piggy life was going. The hostess took him to the pet store, bought a lot of toys, and gave him a physical examination, which showed that he was a normal pig. Back home, mistress unlocked the chain and said to the piggy, "Big silly, mommy is sleeping, don't ever disturb mommy." Oh, the silly pig squealed, and the hostess added, "If someone calls, piggy has to help mommy hang up the phone." Oh, the woman lay down on the sofa to rest. Lu Jidwan found a seat to sit down and said, "If I become such a city pig, it's also quite good. It's too much better than those who need to struggle every day." I don't know how long passed. The mistress woke up, she patted Piggy's head, then went into her room, changed into a literal young woman's appearance and walked out, calling to Piggy, "Come over here, sister." Piggy, for some unknown reason, Piggy took a few steps back and was still shivering a bit. Lu Jiechan's heart tightened. Something bad isn't going to happen. The system seemed to be looking forward to it as well, and responded, "Host, please look forward to it." After mistress changed her style, Lu Jiechan had a shuddering feeling. She approached Piggy. "Big dummy, quickly come to sister." Chapter 58 Return to reality. Judging by Piggy's behavior, the current mistress must have been extremely scary. Mistress moved closer and then picked Piggy up in a hug as she said, "Sister just slept. Why don't you recognize your sister?" An intriguing smile appeared on the mistress's face as the system said, "Something good has happened." Piggy kept squealing miserably after being held in the woman's arms. Mistress carried Piggy to another room and closed the door. There were all sorts of torture devices in the room, and mistress threw Piggy on the floor as he squealed a few times. The system said, "Yak, host, I'm afraid your pig's life is over." The hostess took out a sharp knife and said with an excited face, "Piggy, sister is also for your own good." Piggy desperately running, the hostess continued to intimidate, and then grabbed a hand, holding Piggy, said, "I said you are a big fool, now believe it." Mistress hand up, knife down. Pig quickly castrated. Lu Jiechwan with a hand blocked. Always feel that the knife is cut in his body. The system gloated. The happiness of the pig's life was cut short just like that. Tragic. "Oh, you shut up," mistress said. Well, big stupid. You have to understand, sister. Sister is also for your own good. You keep that thing is also useless. Tomorrow sister in playing with you. Piggy curled up alone. Tears kept slipping down. The mistress walked out. Lu Jieshwan walked towards Piggy, reached out to touch it but didn't. He said, big dummy, it's all life." He got up and looked at the other instruments of torture, and a thick file with records of the various pigs, the time the mistress bought them, and the time they were killed. How can this woman be so horrible? Lu Jiedwan sighed. Unsurprisingly, the pigs would definitely be killed for meat as well. Lu Jiechen said, "System, I finished watching 2 lives. I really don't know the significance of what you're showing me. The host will understand later. Let's go back. Just think of it as a journey." Lu Jiedwan woke up, finally coming to his seemingly familiar surroundings. He woke up from the submerged beach and climbed up to the shore. A few zombies rushed over. Lu Jiechen had an extra golden iron rod in his hand. The zombies were knocked out of the way in a big way, and the system asked, "This is a powerful rod, isn't it, host?" You better be talking about the iron rod." "Of course, what kind of system do you think I am?" The zombie that was knocked down by the iron rod quickly disappeared in place. "The rod doesn't have a lifespan, does it? Careless host. Don't you realize that the weapons the system gives you can be used as long as you don't lend them out or throw them out?" Lu Jiechen thought about it. Indeed, the first few times it didn't work because he threw the weapon out. "Alright, in the future I won't throw my weapons around so easily. If you're willing to give me a sword, or a knife or something, I can always carry it with me and promise not to throw it out. Next time for sure. Lu Jidwan rushed to the safe zone after finding a car, but on the way, he was stopped by armed men. There were 4 or 5 of them on the other side. The system reminded, "Host, they're all oddballs." Oh, a man said, "Please show your documents." Lu Jidwan had a driver's license, but in such a chaotic world, he had lost it long ago. This scene was really a bit similar to the previous time of Qin Zhang, and he wondered if the teenager had taken the person back. Another man said, "Ask you, hurry to take out the documents." Lu Jidwan, in order to avoid the previous trouble, bluntly said, "I have a driver's license, but lost. In such a chaotic world, can live has not been easy." Another man with sharper eyes saw the stick in the car and asked, "Are you also a chimera?" Lu Jiechen held up the stick and said, "For self-defense." The man who was still acting impartially had a pleasing face and said, "Have you heard of the Strange Encounters Company formed by the National Territory? Will you consider joining it?" "I don't know what Strange Encounter Company. Now I just want to go back." "Are you guys going to stop me? How can I?" "Here, this is my contact information. If you need it, you can contact me." Lu Jidwan didn't understand the reason for this change in attitude. The men made way and he drove off. An armed woman said, "Captain, aren't we dropping the ball too much?" The armed man said with a look of deep understanding, "Nowadays, this country is in mourning and in pieces. It needs youth to fight for it." Lu Jidwan picked up the card after leaving their line of sight. It read, "Gao Bin, Captain of the Company of Strange Encounters. Contact 110x times x times x times x times x. I thought it was some people forming a black alliance. I didn't expect them to actually not make a move. The national team, why don't I have much of an impression? Dog host, pig memory, tell me how long you've been in the time gap?" In the face of the system's relentless mockery, Lu Jiechen was already used to it. After continuously rushing for more than a day, he finally arrived at the safe zone. Nowadays, this safe zone was very different. All those small groups no longer existed, leaving only the two divided Dark Grey Organization and the League of Many Righteous Ones. Under Tang Shirt's guidance, the Doyan Alliance had absorbed quite a few oddballs, and the level of economic development was also very fast. Lu Jiechen naturally had to find Zhang Zishi and Tang Shirt if he came back, but before he arrived at the place where they lived, the two of them walked towards him without a second thought, and he asked, "How did you guys know that I'm back?" Tang Shirt responded, "This safe zone is just that small. Who's in and who's out, you can tell at a glance." "That's also true. Our Doyan Alliance should be developing well." "Right, and also, have Qin Zhang and the others come back yet?" Zhang Zishi went forward and hugged Lu Jiechen, saying, "They said you couldn't come back. I thought I would never see you again." Lu Jiechen was a bit uncomfortable and said, "Our relationship shouldn't have reached this point yet. I dreamt of Sister Wang, and he asked me to do that for him." Despite the far-fetched reason, Lu Jiechen didn't say anything more, and Zhang Zishi loosened her embrace. Tang Shirt said, "Mr. Lu, during these days of your absence, the League of the Doyan has developed well. That's good. It's still you who has a brain. It definitely wouldn't work if I came. By the way, how are my younger siblings doing?" "Don't worry, they are well placed. There are still teachers giving them lessons." "Okay, I wanted to go and say hello to you guys, but I didn't expect you guys to come by yourselves. I have to go. I still have to go see my siblings." "Are they still in the same place?" "Not anymore. Let's take you over there. While going over there, I'll tell you about the changes in this year." Lu Jiechen said, "You guys are busy people. I'm afraid it's not good to delay so much time for me alone." Zhang Zishi said, "Cut the crap and take you there when you say you will." The system randomly spat, "Host, this woman seems to be sticking it to you. Give her a chance. You haven't had a girlfriend for a long time. Go." Lu Jiechen said. Tang Shirt asked, "Mr. Lu, what did you say?" Chapter 59. Lu Jiechen hurriedly responded, "It's fine, it's fine." Tang Shirt followed up with a flurry of introductions, and although Lu Jiechen didn't want to listen, he still listened carefully out of respect. It didn't take long to arrive at the place where the orphans lived. When the children saw Lu Jiechen, they all ran towards him and surrounded him. Lu Jiechen felt very relieved to see his younger siblings safe and sound. Louis saw Lu Jiechen from afar, but he couldn't believe his eyes. It could be said that the adults had all learned that Lu Jiechen had died in the country's territory. Only the children didn't know. Now that she saw him come back safely, Louis somewhat could not believe her eyes. She walked over step by step, and Lu Jiechen said, "Have I changed a lot?" Louis shook her head and couldn't stop her tears from flowing out. Lu Jiechen really didn't know how to comfort this lowly who couldn't move without shedding tears. "I thought you would never come back." "How could I? You're all here." "Of course I'll come back." Louis hugged Lu Jiechen. The children also hugged him one after another. The few people who originally did not have any blood relationship looked very much like a family. Tang Shirt left with Zhang Zishi, Lu Jichen was pulled by the children to tell stories and experiences. It was rare to have such a safe environment. Of course he was happy to do so, and even made up a lot of real stories. Louis also as the children. Pestle Chin a piece of listening. On the other side, Han Xiaogong borrowed the mission of Iron Hands to bring a large number of strange people from Anil Valley into the Dark Grey organization. He wanted to slowly infiltrate the Dark Grey in this way, and then use his power to force the masked teenager to save his mother. But now there is another important thing. His sister went to chase Lin Ju has been some days. Still do not see back. Contact cannot be contacted. Which had to let Han Xiaogong to spend extra effort to look for his sister. And he cannot leave the Dark Grey organization for a long time. If so left, then no one to take care of the mother. Han Xiaogong had just fed his zombie mother. He sat on the edge of the bed, took his mother's hand, and said, "We've been busy with other things before. We haven't had much of a chat. Let's talk today. Mom, in those days when you can't see, I didn't forget about you and my sister. I just went to do something. In order to let you slowly recover. I really want to do a lot of methods, and go to a lot of places. Currently, I know that there is someone here in Dark Grey who can save you, so I stayed and tried to use various methods to get him to cure you. Mom, don't be afraid. My son has grown up and can be a pillar of support for you and my sister. Our family will never be separated for the rest of our lives." The zombie mother only wowed. A touching story. You are not a filial son anymore. The door to the house was closed, but at some point a person actually sneaked in. Even Ryuk didn't notice. Who else would possess such a powerful force besides the masked teenager of the Dark Grey organization? Han Xiaogong looked over, and sure enough, it was the masked teenager. Han Xiaogong hurriedly knelt down. "Xiaogong has met you, sir. Your ability to kneel is rather like your scheming. It's getting more and more slippery." The teenager sat and said calmly, "Xiaogong has always followed the organization's work and has not overstepped his bounds." "What? The always smart you actually didn't fight your own battles as well? Is it hard to believe that Mu Yen died by his own bad luck?" Han Xiaogong seemed to know this teenager's hand and eye and kowtowed. "Sir, Xiaogong just wants you to step in and save Xiaogong's mother. As long as Sir is willing to step in, Xiaogong will certainly bow and die to the best of his ability. I wouldn't dare to use someone as smart as you." On the side, Ryuk also trembled when he saw this teenager, and he didn't dare to say a single word when he had a lot of words. The masked teenager said, "Compared to before, now you're quite well behaved." Han Xiaogong remained kneeling. He knew that if he didn't convince this teenager to save his mother this time, his mother would lose one of her few chances to recover. The masked teenager said, "Get up and speak. If Mr. doesn't save Xiaogong's mother, Xiaogong will kneel for a long time." Clever, really clever. "Now the Dark Grey organization has a large number of strange people that you brought here. All listen to you. If you don't give orders, the Dark Grey can't run right. Xiaogong wouldn't dare, but that's what you're doing. Alright, get up. I know all these things you've done. Saving your mother. It's not impossible. Can please ask for your hand?" "Sir, get up first." Han Xiaogong got up, not daring to raise his head too high, and the masked teenager said, "Was that notebook of yours taken away?" "Yes." Han Xiaogong didn't expect the teenager to even remember this kind of thing. He said, "You did have bad luck and kicked the bucket, but for now I can tell you that he won't destroy your notes and your sister is fine." This was something Han Xiaogong knew. If the notes were destroyed, then Ryuk would cease to exist. The teenager said, "I have insight into everything you do, including your little mind. There is no escape. Please atone for your sins, sir. Shao Kahn will surely assist you wholeheartedly in the future." Such words as wholeheartedly should be said less. "I know what you are doing. I could even stop it, but didn't choose to do that. Do you know why? Shao Kahn is a fool. Sir, show me. Because you're smart, capable and ruthless enough. I lack such a brother. As long as Sir is willing to make a move to save Shao Kahn's mother, Shao Kahn will definitely saddle up." "Alright, less flattering. I came to see you do have something for you to do. Please speak." "Sir, you know about the Company of Strange Encounters in the National Color area, right?" "Yes. I'm asking you to bring the Strange Encounters you know to rendezvous with the Meeting Hill Zombie Legion, and you'll lead them and uproot the Strange Encounters Company, to take the oddities and the legions of zombies directly to the national territory? It's not that troublesome. Once you arrive, just improvise and make some noise in the Azu Mountain. Those justice of the Company of Strange Encounters will rush over there and will come forward. You have to think of a way to hold it off. Can this mission be accomplished? Shao Kahn does everything he can. No, you have to use your life to accomplish it. If you succeed, I'll step in to save your mother. If you fail, you figure it out." "Yes." Han Xiaogong simply had no way back, and after he agreed, the teenager disappeared again. Ryuk was sure that the strong man had left before he breathed a sigh of relief. "Shao Kahn, this person is too terrifying. Staying is not good for us. Why don't we leave?" "No, he has a way to save my mother. I can't just leave." Han Xiaogong's trip to Huishan was a must-do. After telling and listening to many stories, Lu Zhechen finally put the children to sleep, and he and Louis came out from the children's dormitory. Thank you, Louis, even though we don't have much of a close relationship, I'm touched that you're still willing to stay with the children. Louis was thunderstruck as she listened. She hadn't even begun to make her feelings known yet the other party was already sending out good guy cards. Chapter 60, The Huishan Tragedy. She was very angry, but did not lose her temper. Just feel aggrieved. Tears flowed down again. Lu Zhechen immediately by this woman whole will not. Most men are afraid to see women shed tears. Lu Zhechen is more so. Said, how also? Crying on? Is it that I said something wrong? Louis shook her head in aggravation. Tears followed by fluttering left and right. She said in aggravation, eyes into the sand. A long time ago Lu Zhechen knew Louis's feelings for her, but before that, she had been busy and didn't have time to deal with these childish feelings. Now she just had the time, in order to let Louis die. Lu Zhechen firmly said, not sure which kind of emotion you have for me, but I only treat you as my sister. More precisely it should be a sister who looks like a sister. I'm really touched that you take care of your younger siblings' lives for me, but there's no extra emotion beyond that. Louis's heart cooled down, and he said with his mouth full, I also, wholeheartedly regard you as a brother, or more precisely, a brother who looks like a brother. The two looked at each other and both laughed, but Louis's laugh contained tears. The two headed to their rooms and separated afterward. Han Xiaogong took his mother with him and drove away from Dark Gray. At the same time, he took a lot of people from the Dark Gray organization. Not only that, most of the people from the Anil Valley followed. No matter if they were ordinary people or strange people, not many were left behind. In addition to Han Xiaogong's mother, He Zuqin also followed. He asked suspiciously, Xiaogong, with so many people, you even brought the Dark Gray's strange encounters. Where are you preparing to go? Big brother, we're going to Mount Huishan. Going to the meeting mountain? To do what? It's a surprise. Wait until we arrive. Big brother will know. Good boy. You do things. Big brother is absolutely assured. Thank you big brother trust. Mai is superstitious. Said that we are bound to encounter big trouble this trip. Which can right. Let's gong old brother arranged. Can harm me not? Right. I gave her a scolding right then and there. Big brother. Husband and wife before getting along should be discussed. Do not say a word to scold. I can discuss everything else. But what old brother Xiaogong asked big brother to do? Big brother must fight for it. Han Xiaogong smiled. I really appreciate big brother's trust now. Family, what are you talking about? Han Xiaogong took his mother's hand and didn't say a word. He Zuqin, who had great empathy, seemed to sense his oldest brother's bitterness, and afterward accompanied silently, not saying a word. After traveling for 2 days, they came to the vicinity of Mount Huishan. Han Xiaogong said, Big brother, you take your brothers and wait here. Little brother will go in for a few minutes and come out. There were piles and piles of zombies around Huishan, and He Zuqin said, something's not right here. Old brother, I've noticed it too, but it wasn't like this when I came here before. Big brother better wait here. I'll go in and scout it out before going in together. Elder brother Han, you can't be the one charging forward every time. You also have to give elder brother the chance to protect you before you can do so. Even if we say that you won't let elder brother go in by himself, then elder brother should accompany elder brother to go in as well. Han Xiaogong thought for a while and said with some difficulty, alright, brothers working together, their benefits will break the gold. He explained that everyone would wait for him here, and then the two of them drove in. Just went in. A group of zombies surrounded. The two got out of the car and fought back. A few moments later, Han Xiaogong took a dagger and stabbed He Zuqin. He Zuqin, a whole person, froze, completely unclear what happened. A few moments later, he was zombies divided. Han Xiaogong hurriedly climbed onto the roof of the car and held up a sign, saying, please ask the leader of the zombie army to come out and discuss the great cause. His voice was loud, and the piece of gold sign in his hand was quickly taken away. A few seconds passed, and a roar emanated from the entrance of the meeting cave, and the zombies timidly made way. The bitten He Zuqin got up, covered in blood, his eyes all black as he looked at Han Xiaogong on the roof of the car. Suddenly, a human-headed, snake-bodied beast scurried out, directly piercing through He Zuqin's body. It stopped in front of Han Xiaogong and said, did that lord send you here? The things have been taken, don't you think so? What did he send you here for? To order you all to cooperate with me. By what authority do you command us? For one thing, of course, it's Mr. Hand. And for another, if you cooperate in the completion you'll get a large batch of fresh blood, which I've brought with me. It's all out there, and when it's done you're at liberty to do as you please. And in addition to that, of course, there's those fellows from the National Collar District. Rather some sincerity. So be it. From today onwards, you all have to follow the command. The human-headed snake-bodied zombie growled, after which all the zombies knelt down to worship Han Xiaogong. Han Xiaogong said, Very well, as a meeting gift, I certainly won't be without a sign. After I bring them all in and split a batch of people out, you guys can enjoy yourselves. Han Xiaogong brought all the people in and informed everyone of Hizuchin's death. From him, all the people knew was that when the two sides were negotiating, Hizuchin sabotaged the negotiations and was finally killed in a fit of rage. The people in the Dark Grey organization's headquarters didn't care about this, and the Ammo Valley Strange Encounters had always assumed that Han Xiaogong was the one with the actual rights, so they turned a blind eye to Hizuchin's death. Those ordinary people, of course they were puzzled, and had gone on to think that it was a power struggle, or something else, but they always represented the disadvantaged, even if they had doubts in their hearts. With their abilities, it was simply an exercise in futility. Han Xiaogong deliberately arranged the strange people together, and then arranged the ordinary people together. Facing zombies, ordinary people were of course afraid, so Han Xiaogong arranged them far away from the zombie horde. To the oddballs, he also considered them in place and said, "Don't worry, we're in a cooperative relationship with them, they won't do anything rash." After noon, Han Xiaogong installed a surveillance in the place where ordinary people lived, and to all of them, he pretended to protect their safety, but in reality, he silently turned on the live broadcast. The sky grew dark when the sun set all the way down, and under Han Xiaogong's instructions, the zombies rushed into the ordinary people's living area, and those ordinary people were quickly scratched and bitten to death. More than 200 people. They didn't have the slightest ability to resist. When they saw the zombies, they would only run and yell, but the door of that place had been locked. They couldn't run out. When they got tired of running, they could only become the food of the zombies. Ordinary people's lives were trampled on like this, and Han Xiaogong knew that this was not enough, and released the video clips to all the major platforms. The Huishan tragedy soon sensationalized the whole country, and of course the national territory couldn't watch others go so wild without doing anything. They located the IP address and ordered the first strange company to come over and solve it. Chapter 61, No One Left Behind. On the road to the meeting mountain, in the frontmost car sat Gao Bin, and 4 members of the Company of Strange Encounters, followed in the center by 24 robots with heavy machine guns in their hands, 2 water sprayers behind the robots, and the remaining 4 members of the Company of Strange Encounters in another car to break the back car. The female Strange Encounter opened her mouth and asked, "Captain, we've made such a large-scale deployment this time. The other side won't run away, right?" Galbin thought for a moment and said, "No, they opened a live stream and posted a video just to provoke us. How dare they? It seems they are very confident. This time, we have to do our best and leave no one behind. More than trying our best, we have to fight for our lives. We are a newly established organization. If we fail, the work of the country behind us will be difficult. Who cares how many? We have so many brothers and equipment. I don't believe we can't end them." Galbin didn't say anything. He just knew in his heart that they wouldn't be able to get out in one piece this time. The robots given by the state, and the water spraying devices probably wouldn't be able to deal with those things. On the other side, Lu Jiedwan saw the video and decided to go forward to meet those guys in Huishan. Tang Shirt has already deployed weapons, vehicles and manpower to Lu Jichen. He did not show up because of other things. This trip Zhang Zishi and 6 or 7 strange encounter companions. Lu Jichen certainly didn't refuse Tang Shirt's arrangement. There would definitely not be any major problems. Louis wanted to travel with him. This was of course something Lu Jichen couldn't agree to. In front of the caravan, Lu Jichen spoke bitterly to Louis, who was much shorter than him. "Louis, you know how dangerous it is out there. I really can't go all out against those things with you." "Then don't go What are you going to do? The people from the national territory will be out to fight, and our small safety zone is so weak. What's the point of joining in on the fun? If everyone thinks that way, then no one will be willing to fight. If we are righteous, then we will go. But what if you bring me along? How many times do you want me to say it? I don't have that much heart to take that much into account. And if you stay, I'll be relieved to leave my younger siblings in your hands. Don't wait here properly, I'll be back." Lu Jichen got into the car, closed the door, started the car and left. Louis looked at the car that was far away. Tears indisputably left again. She thought in her heart, "You must come back safely." Looking in the rearview mirror, Louis was in tears, and Zhang Zishi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, said, "Are you that desperate? He just wants to follow you. It's not like you don't know how dangerous this trip is. If you don't want her to follow and are afraid of her being in danger, aren't you afraid of me being in danger?" Lu Jichen didn't know how to answer this question when Zhang Zishi added, "Sister Wang has entrusted us all to you. I haven't forgotten." The two couldn't talk to each other and ended up having to be quiet on their own. Lu Jichen concentrated on driving. Zhang Zishi looked at the scenery outside the window. It was indeed much better than in the past. There were indeed less zombies on the roadside. Huishan, the giant sword zombie from before appeared. It was the second lord after the human-headed snake-bodied zombie. He had just come back from afar and came to visit Han Xiaogong. The two of them had seen each other before, so they weren't exactly strangers. Mr. Han is indeed a good hand, sending us so much food in one go. Compared to that lord, there's more than enough. People have different abilities and naturally have different ways of dealing with things. If I had the strength of Mr. Big, then I would be willing to choose to beat you up before asking for your help. The fact that Mr. Han can be taken seriously means that he has his own means, and this time the big gift to our legion is proof enough of your ability. I do have one thing to ask you as well. Please speak, Lord Han. As far as I understand it, after being scratched and bitten by a zombie they all turn into unconscious zombies. Why are you conscious? Naturally, it was that lord who helped. What? He didn't talk about it with his excellency? Alright, I know. Go get ready. I feel a lot of power approaching this way. The giant sword zombie left. Han Xiaogong's heart was finally at peace. He was at least certain that the teenager hadn't deceived him. The meeting mountain soon came alive. The first round of attack of the Chance Company started by the robots. All kinds of zombies poured out. The two water spray trucks followed closely behind. The general zombies fell down quickly, but some zombies with self-consciousness weren't afraid. Gao Bin and the strange people also followed behind. The first wave of fighting were first with firearms fire suppression, but never thought that these zombies actually have strange people. Those zombies do not know through what way to recognize the enemy, but every time will avoid teammates to capture the enemy. The number of zombies continued to flow, as if the source of zombies under the sky were all going out from here. Less than a day, robots malfunctioned and collapsed, and the sprinkler trucks went on strike as they ran out of energy. Most of the members of the company have also been sacrificed, and now there are only 4 of them left, bruised and battered, their backs to each other. They are surrounded by zombies, and some of their hands are shaking terribly. This was the most tragic of their confrontations with the zombies. The swords in Gao Bin's hands were half broken, and the only remaining girl asked, "Captain, did you already guess our end on this trip?" The captain did not respond, and the girl continued, "Dying for our country is considered heroic, and in my next life, I will fight for more people." After saying that, she swung the black whip in her hand. The whip hit the zombie as if it was struck by lightning that way. It quickly fell down. After another half an hour of fierce battle, the girl died heroically. Only one of the remaining 3 people was in a relatively optimistic condition. Both of them had been scratched by the zombies, and it wouldn't be long before they would all turn into zombies. Gao Bin said, "Peace, now you are the only one left. Are you afraid?" Facing the raging zombies, of course Peace was afraid, but his mouth said, "Swear not to retreat. Heping, you have to listen to me now. Save your life. Go back safely and bring the situation here. Otherwise it's useless for as many of them to come." "No, Captain. We must retreat together, and advance together. Peace, you are the youngest of us here, and at the same time the most capable. If you want to leave, they can't catch you." "No, I won't leave you guys behind. That's an order." "Peace, listen to me. Find a chance to run out. Don't look back, and inform the new class of Chance about everything that happened here. Don't let more needless sacrifices happen." After saying that, the captain and the Chance One pounced on the zombies and fought valiantly, while Peace, who had no choice but to follow orders, ran away without looking back, tears slipping from his eyes. As a soldier, of course, to obey orders, this is the mission. 22-year-old young man ruthlessly fled. The captain and his teammates soon turned into zombies. Chapter 62, Position Unclear. To be examined. All of the Chance Company's forces were wiped out before Han Xiaogong stepped in. Looking at the 1/3 dead zombies, he was even more curious about the masked teenager. What kind of person could make millions of zombies so afraid? The giant sword zombie and the human-headed snake-bodied zombie were on either side of Han Xiaogong. The human-headed snake-bodied zombie roared with a deafening sound, and on the side, Ryuk said, "Xiaogong, you're getting more and more courageous lately, and you aren't even afraid of being with these brutes. But still, you have to be careful. They won't think twice about it when they're about to turn against you." Han Xiaogong didn't pay any attention to it. All the zombies went back when they heard the voice of the human-headed snake-bodied zombie, and the fought oddities didn't lose much. One of them went up and said, "Shao Kung, I didn't expect that Bison could still work with zombies. You're too good." Han Xiaogong responded, "It's also because of all of you that it went so well this time. Uncle Chenbang, stay with me and tell my brothers that when things are settled here, I will definitely not treat you all poorly." "What do you mean by treating you poorly? Everyone who works with you has a secure heart. As long as everyone's heart is at peace, this is my honor. You arrange for everyone to go back and rest. I'm afraid that there will soon be a second round and a third round." Chen Bang went down, and the giant sword zombie said, "Mr. Han has a very high position in the hearts of the strange encounterers. No wonder that Lord relies on Mr. Han so much. Han Xiaogong didn't intend to pay attention to this giant swordwalker, and he didn't know what to say or how to respond to his words. The giant sword zombie suddenly said, Mr. Han has a death guardian, yes? Where is it located? This location? This location? Or this location? He pointed to locations around Han Xiaogong, even to Ryuk. Ryuk thought he had been seen again. Han Xiaogong asked, Are you really curious? Do you want me to make him show himself to you? Forget it, zombies aren't under the control of the god of death. The giant sword zombie turned around and left after saying that. If it wasn't for the masked teenager, Han Xiaogong would have been beheaded by this giant sword zombie. The human-headed snake body said, His temper isn't that good. If it wasn't for that lord, Mr. Han would have been afraid. I'll make a note of that. Han Xiaogong turned to leave after saying that. Peace fought to run away. Due to excessive exhaustion, the road was accidentally hit by Lu Jiechen and his party's car. Lu Jiechen stomped the car to a stop. Zhang Zishi hit his forehead, and the car behind him came to an emergency stop. Lu Jiechen got out of the car to see. Peace has not dying. The two met. Peace said, Do not go to the meeting mountain. Go to the national collar area. After saying that he fainted, Zhang Zishi on the side asked, What should we do now? It's getting late. Like this. Let's rest first and we'll see tomorrow. Good. They found a place to stop. Lu Jiechan and Zhang Zishi patrolled the neighborhood. They found that there were very few zombies here. Zhang Zishi seemed to understand what Lu Jiechan wanted to ask and said, It should be all done by the Strange Encounter Company. The previous video of the meeting mountain should have been sent out by the zombies provoking the national territory, and they should have taken it up as well. If they came here, then it's not surprising that there are fewer zombies. Lu Jiechan became curious about this Strange Encounter Company and asked, What exactly is this Strange Encounter Company? An organization formed by the National Collar Area to take in strange encounters who have the ability to work together to destroy the zombies and fend off those with bad intentions. If he hadn't died a life there in the National Collar Area before, Lu Jiechen would have definitely joined in the first place. But instead, something happened there, and he could only wait and see now. Zhang Zishi continued, This is a question Tang Shirt wanted to ask you a long time ago, but he was afraid that you didn't have the time, so he never opened his mouth. Should we respond to them and join the company of strange encounters? The position is not clear yet. It is yet to be examined. Let's take another look. When Lu Jiechen returned, Peace woke up and yelled to see Lu Jiechen, by a pile of fire. Lu Jiechen walked over and spoke, You're looking for me? Peace had obviously recovered almost enough. He said, We've met. Do you remember? Tell me. Don't get close. Peace knew that the other party also remembered him, so he went straight to the point. You should have seen the captain's contact information. I believe that these days you more or less understand the nature of our work. Do you want to consider joining the company of strange encounters? No consideration. Lu Jiedwan simply refused. Why? Don't like it? I can fight the zombies myself. Sometimes you'll feel like you're alone too. He said this with a low mood. He thought about the sparring match during the day. His once self had traveled back and forth among the zombies, and he could easily eliminate any number of powerful zombies. But with this number today, it was just hard for him to imagine. Lu Jiedwan said, What? Waterloo today? Zhang Zishi also sat down by the fire and said peacefully, All dead, all dead. The more he talked, the more he lost his mind, and he even slapped himself hard. A person next to him said, Brother, don't be like this. You are all heroes. Don't be afraid of losing the scene. Just get it back again. Peace continued to slap himself. Some people want to go forward to pull, but Lu Jiechen stopped, called out, Do not disturb him. He likes this, then let him do it. Like to see, continue to watch. Do not like to see on the sleep. The crowd watched. Zhang Zishi said, You are quite ruthless sometimes. Really? I think I'm sentient. Lu Jiedwan responded. The other party wasn't talking and turned to walk away. For an unknown amount of time, Peace, with a red face, stood in front of Lu Jiechen and said, I need your help. Seeing as you invited me to watch you smoke yourself, quite satisfied. You say, but I won't necessarily help. Why? We're obviously laying down our lives to save others, working for all of humanity. And you have such murderous intentions towards us. You want to know why? That's fine. I haven't moved my muscles in a long time. Do your best. Fight me, and I'll tell you afterward. Good. He got up, with an extra shield in his hand, and a crossbow, different than normal bows. His bow was perfect for both long-distance attack and melee combat. Seeing that there was a battle unfolding on this side, the crowd gathered around. Those who hadn't seen Lu Jiechen fight had long longed for it, and now that they had the chance to see it, of course they couldn't miss it. Lu Jiechen silently called out, System, operationalize, properly, host, for this kind of strength, we can fight 10. Peace quickly pounced over. Lu Jiechen swung the stick in his hand, not realizing that the other party dodged away. The system spat, Ouch, not bad, oh host, This guy not only has a bow and shield, there is also speed wonders. Such a person has both offense and defense, is also a powerhouse. Oh, can you do it? Department Dog. Watch. Chapter 63. Lu Jiedwan had an extra cell phone in his hand, and the system said, 123. Woodmen. After the words, peace cannot move, the people next to him looked on dumbfounded, as if they had discovered some new continent that way. Lu Jichen looked at the cell phone and silently asked, this thing works on everything? How can it be that good? Dog host, what are you thinking? It can be tapped 3 times, each time with a different attribute. The person tapped may be suspended, frozen, or struck by lightning. Mean system, why don't you set it up more? It's not like I'm the designer. Peace's eyes dripped, and he prepared a few words in his heart to greet Lu Jiechan's family, but he couldn't get them out. Lu Jiechan moved closer and said, is this what you're capable of? The other party still did not say anything. He added, do you want to put your best foot forward and unlock my art control? Peace also thought about it, but he couldn't unlock it at all. At that moment, he deeply knew that he was so bad in front of Lu Jiechan. This was ability suppression. System, how do I unlock it? There is a red button on the cell phone screen. That one is cancel. Don't ever press the green one. That's delete. After pressing it the person won't exist anymore. Lu Jiedwan pressed the red buttons. Peace can finally act. The crowd beside them were puzzled. A few of them asked, Jia Dust Boss, where did you buy your cell phone? How much? Absolute Dust Boss. You this cell phone can sell me not? It's not much better than those fancy ones. Peace looked at the smiles on the faces of the crowd as if they were laughing at him, but he didn't care and said, I admit defeat. This is admitting defeat. Is this the strength of your strange company? I'm afraid such strength isn't quite enough. It's not that I'm too weak. It's that your equipment is too good. You mean you guys can beat it if I don't use this cell phone? The other party didn't say anything. Lu Jiedwan put down his cell phone, took off his jacket and said, without using the chance ability, we'll fight? Peace, after some agonizing, finally stood up, and the crowd surrounded the two in the fire. Lu Jiedwan reached out, curved his 4 fingers, and said, come here. Peace clenched his fists and ran. The two quickly fought together. Both sides did not hold back. Fists to flesh. The people who watched were also very enjoyable. Not seen so pure fights for a long time. The degree of sensitivity or peace is better. Lu Jiedwan was punched a few times. The system said, host, why don't I help you? You're simply too passive. The other party is obviously better at fighting than you. Stay well and watch. Lu Jichen insisted that he didn't need the system's help. He believed that he would be able to defeat this youth. As they fought, both of them fell down. Peace gained the upper hand and pressed Lu Jichen is hammering. Lu Jichen at first just blocked it, but as he blocked it, he was a bit overwhelmed, and his body suddenly had a force to burst out. He punched the Peace in the abdomen, and then reached out and choked the other side of the neck. His eyes black. Peace was pressed underneath. He clearly saw the black eyes of Lu Jichen. Lu Jichen heavy punch is falling. Good thing in the end did not hit the Peace body. He is still in control. Collapsed beside the Peace. Forehead sweat beads grain. Onlookers have a shock. The system said, host, just now I felt the overbearing power in your body. This is the first time I've felt it. Host, what's going on? I don't know. I also felt it grabbing control of my body with me. Also for the first time, it guessed that it was the same power that struck out to kill people in the previous times when you weren't there. This power is too overbearing. Host, if you're not careful, he'll devour you. Lu Jichen didn't respond, and said peacefully, you almost couldn't control yourself just now. That power is very overbearing. You weren't able to control it. Good guess. Don't you want to know why I don't like the strange company coming from your country's territory? Peace didn't say anything, quietly listening. Lu Jiedwan said, I once brought my friend to the country territory. Obviously it's a chaotic world, and the other side still has all sorts of rules to constrain them. My friend brought her child with her. She was supposed to join her husband, but his husband was attached to a woman from a rich family, and that's not even a problem. When we left, we were stopped, and there was also a war there. In the end I sent my friend out, and was killed myself. I am the one who died once, in your country's territory, and my friends, who have not yet returned. I am not sure whether they were killed or are in hiding. Better hide, or I am truly willing to destroy the national territory. Peace couldn't get a word out. Lu Jiedwan stood up by himself. As the people gradually dispersed, Zhang Zishi came over and said, how was it? Comfortable just standing? A little better than just now. He helped the lying Peace up, and Peace said, thank you. Lu Jiedwan went to the dark place. Peace spoke, we, the Strange Encounter Company, will definitely give you an account of the grievances you suffered in the National Collar area, but can you help me once? How do you want to help? Take me back to the national territory. No way. That place I will go unless I get an account, or else I will absolutely only destroy that place. Peace was lost, and Lu Jiedwan continued, I'm not going to go, but I can lend you a car and you can go by yourself. Thank you, that's enough. Looking at this direction you guys are heading, you should be going to Huishan as well. Don't ever go there now. The morale there is in full swing, and there are a lot of zombies there. With you guys you have no chance of winning at all. How do you know we are going to fight zombies? What if it's the meeting mountain? You're not like that. You'd better hurry up before you're late and the walkers catch up or they get away. Thank you. We will definitely meet again. My name is Peace. Remember me. Lu Jiedwan just smiled, after which he walked towards the darkness. In the crowd, two people were discussing. Is this Lu Jiechen always that handsome? You think he's handsome too? If I wasn't a man, I would have followed such a youth and made my feelings known, but you still have a chance. Forget it, he has a high eye. She can't even look at a beauty like Lu Yi's sister. This place is really free of zombies because of the appearance of the Company of Strange Encounters. If this Company of Strange Encounters is really bent on destroying the zombies, then joining wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. Lu Jiechen thought as he walked. The system said, Host, be calm who was killed by 2 shots there last time. I can't forget. I'll return it sooner or later. Then how did you escape? And also appeared in the time stitch. I don't know. If it wasn't you, then it's the only one. Just when did it enter my body? Does it really have nothing to do with you? I don't know. Every time it appears, this system is also shielded. Study it slowly later. Chapter 64 Strategies. In an environment with no extra zombies, Lu Jiechen strolled leisurely, as if those turmoils no longer existed. As he walked, he thought about his experiences along the way. Growth more or less didn't seem to manifest itself, and what he clung to with one mind was constantly lost. National territory. The Company of Strange Encounters had just finished their training. Emperor Hong Fei called out, Lieutenant, is there any time? I have quite a few things I haven't figured out. The flight attendant turned her head to look at him and said, You haven't gotten enough beatings, have you? Or I'll call the captain back? Is there any bit of comradeship? Simply ruthless. Luo Xiaoling said, He's just been beaten too little. The two left. Hong Fei Huan was speechless, but he really didn't have anything important to do, so he wanted to make an appointment with the stewardess. But this Luo Xiaoling was hanging around the stewardess more than once, and there were some words he was too embarrassed to say. Li Man opened his mouth and said, If you want to ask someone out, you have to be heartfelt and sincere. Sincerity is the only surefire way. Go go go. You're the only one who understands. I just really want to ask her some techniques to deal with zombies. Not sincere. Emperor Hong Fei was too lazy to argue with him, so he just left. The next day, the Strange Encounter Company had finished assembling, and the members of the team looked at Wang Zhenxiong's face, which was not very good, so they did not dare to say anything more. After a few minutes passed, he opened his mouth and said, The first batch of Strange Encounters is now down to 1 person. The remaining 7 are all dead. It's time for us to run to the battlefield. During this period of time, everyone is free to train and wait for the organization to make arrangements. He finished and turned to leave. The crowd began to talk. The stewardess said, Free training is not practicing with your mouth. All move. On the other side, Zhang Zishi came to ask Lu Jiechen about the next arrangement. Lu Jiechen in the car said, Wait first, we don't have enough cars either. The Company of Strange Encounters went up to the meeting mountain, and ended up coming down but just one. It can be seen that there are quite a lot of them. With this number of people, it's better not to go up easily. Is it to wait for the chance company? Cooperation? It's not easy to say whether to cooperate or not. We can take a look first. Then we won't do anything now? We can do it. We can do nothing. It's up to you guys. But the surrounding zombies have all gone up to Huishan. Even if some of them don't go up to Huishan, they've already been wiped out by the Company of Strange Encounters. Zhang Zishi glanced at him and had to turn around and leave. Lu Jiechen sometimes stayed in the car, sometimes wandered around by himself, but did not find a single zombie. 2 days passed. The rations that Lu Jiechen and his party brought with them had very little left. Lu Jiechen didn't have a better method, so he could only let the people be self-sufficient and go looking for food themselves. After a windy journey, Peace arrived at the national territory. He informed the organization about the matter, and the organization quickly arranged for the second batch of Chance Company to prepare for the battlefield. According to Peace's narration, the national territory sent all of the second batch of Strange Encounters, plus 200 robots, 10 water-spraying vehicles, plus 50 of Wang's researched semi-strange encounters. The semi-strange encounters are the medicines developed by Wang to allow ordinary people to gain certain abilities within the range of the medicine's effects. This time, He Jiayi led the crowd to Mt. Hui. The Strange Encounters Company naturally didn't know who He Jiayi was, but only knew that the other party's official title was not small. The new company's team was heading to Mount Huishan in great numbers. Huishan. Without any instructions, Han Xiaogong could only blindly guess how many people the other side had sent. Tactics were formulated based on different numbers of people. At this time, the masked teenager appeared. Xiao Kung, you're quite dedicated. If I tell you how many people they'll send this time, are you sure? Han Xiaogong hurriedly bent over respectfully and said, Great sir. Alright, no need to be so polite. I don't like it. Yes, great sir. The number they sent this time is much more than last time. 9 strange encounters, 50 half-strange encounters, 10 water tankers, 200 robots, and at the foot of the mountain, Lu Jiachuan, who you don't want to see, has also brought a group of people to wait, so it is estimated that they will be coming up together at that time. Xiao Kung, do you have a plan to deal with this? Han Xiaogong's brows were furrowed, and after a moment, he said, in the face of this scale, we can only surprise and fight separately. Tell me in detail. Han Xiaogong said, the ones we brought with us also have strange people. When the time comes, let a group of them go down the mountain, pretending to go up the mountain to crusade against the zombies for video reasons, and after mixing in, they will solve half of the strange people and robots. There's bound to be a showdown when they're discovered, and that's when we take advantage of the fact that while our chance people are being dealt with and the other side is dropping their guard, another group of hand-picked zombies with consciousnesses will appear and destroy their water wheel. If they have lost almost all of them, then we will all surge up and they will surely die. If they still have a chance to fight back, then we will send another group of zombies with abilities in the second tier to meet them. The teenager listened and said, sounds like it's still a war of attrition. What's the difference? Han Xiaogong said, of course there's a difference. If we let them take the initiative and we are passive and defensive, this will lose the head start and their morale will be sufficient, which is not good for us. But if we take them by surprise, without any preparation, our sneak attack can definitely increase our chances of winning. After the first sneak attack there will rarely be a second one. When they think they are done by resolving the first batch, the appearance of the second batch is enough to make them lose their fighting spirit, and when the third batch reappears, they will easily lose when faced with this kind of unpredictable battle. The teenager clapped his hands and said, it seems like what Xiao Kung is best at is fighting psychological warfare. If this can increase the chance of winning, then that's how it's done. But like me, which echelon did you place me in to sneak attack? Han Xiaogong looked puzzled. Mr. Big also wants to. This battle should be hilarious. Yes, it is tempting. I do look forward to fighting Lu Jiachan if he also comes up the mountain. You know him as well? Not really familiar, but I heard that you all are afraid of him. So I intend to test the waters and see what this guy is capable of that you are so afraid of. It would be easier if your lordship joined in as well. Is it? It's better not to underestimate your opponent. Yes. Alright, I heard your plan today and thought it was good. When you kill all the chance company so that I can fight Lu Jiachan, then your mission will be considered complete, and then I will take the time to treat your mother. Xiaogong will definitely do his best. The teenager had had enough of Han Xiaogong's politeness and simply disappeared. Ryuk made sure the teenager disappeared before he dared to appear and said, Xiao Kung, aren't you afraid that this man who was more powerful than the Grim Reaper will kill you one day if he's not happy? If he wanted to kill me he wouldn't have kept me until now. He knows everything I've done. If he really wanted to escape, he wouldn't be able to. How come that scary guy again? Xiao Kong, your sister hasn't had any news yet. Chapter 65, Meeting as such. On my little sister's side, we can only think of a way after we finish this side. She should still be fine, otherwise that Lin Ju kid should have destroyed the laptop as well. But so far we're all fine, which is enough to prove that it's my little sister who's dragging it out for us. After a few days of traveling, Peace brought the second batch of strange encounters even to the place where Lu Jiachan's group was stationed. They were quickly surrounded. Lu Jidwan was not among them, and Peace said, Officer they are friends who borrowed my car, not enemies. He Jiai said, that's not necessarily good. Who's in charge here? Zhang Zishi stood out and said, are you the ones from the national territory? The company of strange encounters? Peace said, we all have the same purpose. Don't hurt the peace. He Jiai said, Peace, return to your position. It's not your turn to speak here. Heping stood next to Zhang Zishi, reached out to stop He Jiai and said, Sir, it was them who saved me at that time. If not for them, I definitely wouldn't have been able to go back. I would like to vouch for them with my own life. They definitely don't have anything to do with the Huishan zombies. What are you nervous about? I haven't said anything yet. Just a routine inquiry. You are heroic. Turn your head and stand with them. Are you trying to get a different job? Is it the pay and benefits of our national consulate that you're not satisfied with? Or does this organization not have any discipline? Wang Xinxiang called out, Peace, return to the line. At this time, not far away, Lu Jiachen stood at an elevated point and clearly saw He Jiai. The system said, Host, a chance for revenge. Should I karma him at this point in time? I have that heart, but we may not be smooth. So many experts around him. It is still difficult to get it. Now only first hide the identity, And then look, the time is right to do it? Suddenly, Lu Jiechen had an extra block and a half mask in his hand. He asked, "What is this?" "A mask to hide your identity. It's such a small piece. I'm afraid it won't be able to cover it up." Host, don't underestimate it. This mask can be powerful. After taking it on, not only make people who are hostile to themselves not recognize themselves, but also beauty and skin care. It will smooth out the wrinkles on the host's face. What's even more powerful is that it's not the host who personally removes it. Other people can't take it off at all, unless the face skin is cut off. Lu Jiechen looked at the half-black iron mask in his hand and swallowed his saliva. Good stuff. Good stuff. Looking at the two-side swords drawn, almost fighting, if they don't make a move, it will really be too late. Lu Jiechen put on the mask and said, "System, give me more equipment. I want that grandson to suffer a little bit." The system understands. Soon Lu Jietsuan has an extra set of black heavy armor on his body, and there is a position on his back to put a stick. Lu Jietsuan takes out his previous phone, pulls out He Jiai's face wide, and clicks a picture. The other side of the spot ice. The Strange Encounter Company and the Wang Zhenxiong rushed out to give him a knot seal. The Strange Encounter people around on guard. The black armor had a pair of wings. Lu Jiechen flew over, jumped down and said, "It's useless, unless I decide to let him go." The stewardess recognized Lu Jieduan. She was first pleased, but quickly collected herself. Wang Zhenxiong said, "You're their boss, aren't you? What do you want to do when you captured our officer?" Lu Jiechen looked at the frozen He Jai, hating to beat this man to death with a stick, but he always had concerns. If so, then I'm afraid that he can't avoid watching the other people following him die. Secondly, these strange encounters even eliminated a lot of zombies. They don't necessarily have to be bad people. Thirdly, the purpose of this trip is the zombies, and their purpose is the same. If they do it right here, it's a bit of the opposite. He said, "Don't want to do anything. I just don't like people pointing fingers at my brother. Tell you sirs, not everyone is afraid of a soft-eating man like him." Lu Jieduan finally managed to press the cancel button. He Jai, who had slowed down, did not recognize Lu Jiechen. He didn't even know what was going on just now. He just couldn't stand on his own for a while. He could only be assisted by Wang Zhenxiong. He couldn't even speak well anymore. Lu Jiechen led the crowd to turn around and leave. He Jai babbled something. Wang Zhenxiong cajoled and coaxed to calm him down. The people who traveled with Lu Jiechen admired this little young man more and more. One of the middle-aged asked, "Jiechen, old brother, where did you get so many equipments? One is more powerful than the other." "Good luck. Picked it up." "How come I never picked it up?" "Strange encounters are different." "In that case, oh, so that's how it is. Old brother Jie Dust, strange encounters are able to pick up good equipment?" "Ah yes, that's right." Peace caught up. Wang Zhenxiong couldn't call out at all. The stewardess also took advantage of the fact that no one was there to sneak over, and kept following behind him. Lu Jiechen suddenly felt familiar. He stopped and turned back. The two people looked at each other. Zhang Zishi also recognizes the flight attendant. The crowd wonders what exactly the two of them have to do with each other. Hepping looks back and finds that both of them have each other in their gazes. He asks, "You two know each other?" Lu Jiechen. The stewardess ignored him. Lu Jiechen walked over. The stewardess stopped where she was. Hong Fei Huan carried his lance and was ready to come over. The stewardess pointed to his position and said, "No business for you. Be good and stay there." "Become an official? So grumpy?" Lu Jiechen said lightly. The stewardess only smiled. "I don't know if it counts. I've been waiting for you to join the company of strange encounters. How come I don't see any action from you? Aren't you an abusive person with a rich sense of justice? There are too many people here. Let's talk somewhere else." "Okay." Under the gaze of the crowd, the two slowly walked away. At present, both sides will not go to war. At least after the two are sure that they are people who know each other will not go to war. He Jai is not an adventurous person. He will also open the situation. The two walked to a place where others could not see, walking and chatting, talking about the changes and experiences of these years. For the stewardess, Lu Jiechen did not have any reservations. All set out. The stewardess said, "Then you really have experienced quite a lot over the years, but your age has also risen. You can say anything to me, but you can't say so much about others. It's the end of the line for others to take advantage of you." Lu Jiechen smiled slightly and said, "It's precisely because it's you. That's why I'm saying everything. Your experience over the past few years is quite good. Like a lone hero, it's very worthy of affirmation and encouragement. Then you, give me a kiss." This time Lu Jiechen was made to blush, but the system urged him, "Hurry up, dog host, kiss, will you or won't you?" "Shut up." The stewardess laughed and said, "Look at what got you. All stupid." "I'm just kidding." Lu Jieduan sighed in relief and said, "I've had girlfriends, or rather, I have girlfriends, but I realize that I'm getting less and less able to understand what it means to like, and even less able to understand how to communicate and interact with girls. You're just good for fighting zombies, And one day when the zombies are done, I'll see how you get by. There's always something else to fight. Before I even met the zombie king Shogun resurrected? That powerful? Chapter 66. This is a good calculation. Where are you two going? How long are you going to talk? Hong Fei Hong's voice rang out. The stewardess said, Good you Huang Fei Hong, good not to learn. You learn others to play tracking is it? My name is Hong Fei Huang. Hong Fei Huang Vice team. You don't care what it's called. Who gave you the courage to stalk? Just followed up. Don't believe me. Ask him. I heard nothing. Hong Fei Huang said while looking at Lu Jiechen, with hostility in his gaze. Lu Jiechen said, Yes, he didn't follow for too long, not even half an hour. Does this guy like you? Flight attendant. Hong Fei Huang denied it. What do you like or not? I don't have. Are you sure you don't like it? It's possible that I'm helping you. Lu Jiechen said. Hong Fei Huang was puzzled. You, helping me? So you don't like our vice squad? Who told you that I like your vice squad? Seriously, so it's her who unilaterally likes you? That I don't know, but I can see that you do like our flight attendant. The two chatted as if the flight attendant didn't exist. I'm still here, Lu Jieduan said. Flight attendant, what do you think of this young man? Or else I'll match you up? You shut up. The stewardess looked at Lu Jiechan and said, followed by casting her eyes on Hong Fei Huang and said, Still not going back? Hong Fei Huang was scared by the air hostess's aura and hurriedly walked away. The air hostess said, Lu Jiechen, you can't trust other people, but the company of Strange Encounters is trustworthy, so you can think about it. Fighting alone is of course overwhelming, but if it's a team, an organization, it's a different story. After she finished speaking and followed her up, leaving Lu Jiechan alone, the system said, Host, she's really good to you. Do you want to listen to her words? I think she is really good to you. I'm thinking about it. Let's see how this one works out first. After all, I still have a grudge against that Hijai guy. Let's just kill him quietly. There are so many chances this time. That's what I think too. We'll start after this mission. Lu Jieduan went back. The company of Strange Encounters gathered together and plotted something. Soon, the stewardess and Wang Zhenxiong came over. The stewardess said, We are working together. There is no negotiation. We will give you supplies to share. Wang Zhenxiong was dumbfounded, saying goodbye to come over to talk about cooperation. But this tone, clearly giving orders their relationship in the end familiar or not Lu Jieduan quickly agreed, okay, no problem. At this moment, Wang Zhenxiong was even more confused. It seems to be a really extraordinary relationship. After the chance company left, Zhang Zishi came over and said, Just now when you guys left there was another group of people. They said that they were chance people from elsewhere. They hated the Huishan incident and came over to crusade against the zombies. And those people from the National Collar area have already promised that they will join. Lu Jieduan didn't think this was a bad thing and said, It's a good thing that more people are willing to stand up for themselves. It shouldn't be that simple. Do you remember those people who walked away from us a day ago? I suspect it was the same group, and I saw treachery in those people's eyes. Let's see what happens first. It's not easy to say about such things. Good. Hijai seemed happy to have the injection of two forces, and in order to arrive as soon as possible, he decided to rush without doing much time to rest. His calculations were sound. With Lu Jiechan leading the way, they were in the center. Broken by the person who had just arrived not long ago, the robot blocked the three forces, traveling halfway up the mountain. The roads on both sides were narrow and very steep, and as a red signal appeared in the sky, the group of oddballs behind them began to make a surprise attack. Under the robot's suppression and the inconvenient nature of the original team, Han Xiaogon's seamless plan didn't do much good, and half of the Strange Encounters didn't die much. In order to be smoother, Han Xiaogon had to increase the number of zombies that he had originally planned to send out, and the one who faced the enemy head-on was Lu Jiechuan, and the stewardesses of the Strange Encounters company wanted to come out to help but were stopped, which was Hijai's ploy. Loss of the third party's power, to preserve their power, and finally reap the benefits. The company is not happy about this, but as soldiers, they can only obey orders, while the stewardesses try to rush out, but they can't do it at all. Lu Jiechuan dealt with those zombies as nothing, but he brought over the Strange Encounter cannot hold out for a long time to attack. Understand Hijai is shameless. Lu Jiechuan also finally do not have illusions about him. A few sticks will be robots malfunction. Numerous zombies have the opportunity to take advantage of. Hijai had to also join the fight. Lu Jiechen called out, Try to run back. Save your life for me. Although he said so, he himself rushed to the front. Hijai was furious when he heard his words. He wanted to dismantle Lu Jietsuan's heart. He raised his gun and aimed at Lu Jietsuan. The system said, Host, that man still wants to hit you. Then will you still give him a chance? Definitely not. What the hell? It wasn't someone who gave him a chance last time, okay? Let's fight together. Hijai shot at Lu Jietsuan's forehead. When the bullet was about to fly over, Lu Jietsuan waved the stick in his hand. The bullet flew back the same way. He Jia got a shot in his arm. He said angrily, "Kill for me. Kill that man for me." As he said this, he searched for something from his bag and quickly found a large bottle of drugs, after which he quickly got high on 3 of them. At once, he Jia's heart beat more than twice as fast as a normal person. He opened the car door and came out. His body became much sturdier than before. Lu Jichuan dealt with the zombies while also paying attention to He Jia's movements. The original plan has been disrupted. Han Xiaogong can only make the zombies go down one by one, and the masked teenager on the side actually didn't say anything, but just watched. This session of the Strange Encounter Company is much stronger than the last one. The drugged half of the Strange Encounter people are also exceptionally fierce, only they seem to lose self-awareness, completely belong to be dominated by the power, bent on dealing with the zombies, sometimes even use their mouths to bite the zombies. He Jiai is more special. He didn't chase after the zombies to kill, but stared at Lu Jieduan to fight. The stewardess really can't tolerate this beast. Saw the opportunity, fired a shot remotely. The bullet pierced through He Jiai's head. All eyes noticed. I thought that He Jiai fell down, but I didn't expect him to react at all. He continued to hate Lu Jiechan and chased after him. The stewardess screamed, "Mother asterisk 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 her, what kind of monster is he?" Wang Zhenxiong suddenly came in front of him. "What are you doing? He's our officer." "What officer? I don't recognize this kind of inhuman person. If the Strange Encounter even recognizes what kind of person is officer, then I won't join you guys. What kind of dog strange? I just want my friends, relatives, brothers." The stewardess finished and continued shooting. Wang Zhenxiong also finally had no more worries. He decided that he would organize the battle. Chapter 67, The Man Under the Mask. Both sides were evenly matched, and neither one had gained a single advantage. So Han Xiaogong also decided to go into battle himself, and just as he got up, the masked teenager said, "Is it hard for Xiaogong to go down as well? Now that there isn't too much of a difference between the two sides, in order to win this match, Xiaokong should also do his part. I think it's better for you not to go up. You should continue to retain your strength. If Xiaogong joins the fight, he can at least make the Strange Encounter Company lose half of their number. Of course I believe in you, but there's no need to get all of us involved in the immediate future. Xiaokong, just go back first. I'll make a move to save your mother." "Really? Really? What's the point of lying to you for a good reason? Go, I'll go down to meet this Lu Jiechan. The time is almost right and I'll withdraw." "Right, don't reserve your strength. All the zombies and the odd one out go on the battlefield together. You'll withdraw when you've gotten them all up." "Yes." Han Xiaogong arranged for all the zombies and oddballs to go on the battlefield, after which he himself escaped silently. On the battlefield, Lu Jietsuan killed the zombies while having to dodge He Jiai's attack, and this He Jiai also seemed to be bewitched. He couldn't control himself at all, so he chased after Lu Jietsuan and fought. The stewardess sniped with her sniper rifle a few times, and it was almost like a sieve, but he just wouldn't fall down. The reason why the Wang family is so powerful. The power to become an ordinary person to deal with zombies is also very evil. All the people who want to study something are either dead or not born. The He Jiai in front of me can be much more scary than the zombies. The zombies are basically dead when they are hit by a stick, and He Jiai will not, again and again, attack. Strange Encounter Company and the crowd of robots. Half Strange Encounter people by Wang Zhenxiong command. With his command after the original, no chance of winning the group before another chance to win this battle. Just as Lu Jiechen was fighting with He Jiai, a woman who covered her eyes suddenly ran out. Lu Jiechen recognized her. Sister Lingxiu. Chen Lingxiu didn't seem to hear her and dealt with He Jiai seriously. Lu Jiechen wanted to go over to help him but was suddenly stopped by a masked teenager. The teenager said, "Come on, battle it out." The teenager simply did not give Lu Jiechuan the opportunity to say one more word, directly rushed towards Lu Jiechuan and then fought the speed of the other party so that Lu Jiechuan could not counterattack at all. The stewardess wanted to help, but she also simply could not lock this smart and powerful opponent. She could only hope in Wang Zhenxiong. "Captain, can you help me? Lu Jiechen needs help." The voice of the stewardess came from the earphone, and Wang Zhenxiong looked at Lu Jiechen's position. The rest of the few oddballs also looked over. Lu Jiechen was simply no match for that masked teenager. Hong Fei Huan was one step ahead of everyone else and went over to help with his spear in hand, but just as he got close, he was sent flying by the masked teenager with a heavy punch, and he didn't see him waking up after that. Li Man went to check, and found that the teenager had already fainted to death. Li Man had wanted to go over to help, but now he doesn't dare to wade into this muddy water. Wang Zhenxiong used his shield's ability to cross over to the teenager from a distance. The masked teenager didn't panic and kicked him down with a series of kicks, out of everyone's expectation. The captain was the strongest existence among them. They were the ones who could accept the captain's defeat, but not the other party's defeat just like that. The battle was still in full swing, but Lu Jieduan here was dying. The system interacted with Lu Jidwan. He didn't even have time to pay attention. Host, this person is really familiar. His aura is very reminiscent of a person. Host, we won't lose. You must hold on. Host, the masked teenager stomped down with a large foot. Without any surprises, this kick would be able to kill Lu Jiechan completely or force out his potential. However, it didn't. Having been attacked for an extended period of time, the system was in high-intensity operation, and this big kick from the masked teenager caused it to force the shield to turn on, and the masked teenager was bounced out by the shield. Lu Jiedwan took advantage of the situation and tightened his grip on his stick, striking the masked teenager as he dodged out of the way. The stewardess found a chance to shoot this way, but the teenager was just too strong. Facing the flying bullets, he dodged them one by one. The other teammates of the Company of Strange Encounters are also really angry, also have to focus on the teenager, but in the eyes of those people's ability is really not quite enough to see. 3 or 2 bar all of them were put down. Seeing that the teenager did not try his best, the masked teenager said, "If you are still not willing to go all out, I will really kill you." Lu Jiedwan also felt the same, that the teenager in front of him looked familiar, but he didn't want to believe it. He said, "It's okay to let me go all out. You take down the mask. Aren't you very powerful? Come take it off yourself with your own skills." Shen Lingxia was still fighting against He Jiai, and there was blood coming out of the side of Lu Jietsuan's mouth as he said, "Fine, don't you just want to have a good fight with me? I'll fight you today," Lu Jiechen said as he took off the heavy armor on his body, and the stick in his hand he threw away. The masked teenager was looking forward to it. "You should have taken it seriously a long time ago, or else you wouldn't have suffered. Just now as a warm-up, now also can still beat you to the ground. I appreciate your tone like that." Lu Jiedwan's body soon had nothing on it. The system was worried and called out, "Hey, host, what are you doing? Don't make a fool of yourself, okay? The opponent is really strong. You can't beat them. Host, let's just live a wave. We can still escape." Lu Jiechen set up his stance and said, "I'm ready, come over here." The masked teenager didn't notice the fluctuation of energy, but the more it was so flat and uneventful, the more abnormal it was. He clenched his fists and came over. Lu Jiechen quickly dodged away, while his other arm went to pull the mask on the teenager's face. The masked teenager reacted sharply, not only protected the mask, but also punched Lu Jiechuan. Lu Jiechuan held the teenager to death and did not let go. He insisted on ripping the mask off the other side's face. The teenager used his back elbow to keep hitting him in the stomach, but he just wouldn't let go, and the system said, "Host, what the hell are you doing? He'll really beat you to death if you keep this up." Blood spilled from Lu Jiechan's lips, but he still wouldn't let go, trying desperately to rip off the mask. Finally grabbing the mask as soon as he could, the teenager struck hard and the mask that had already left his face returned to his face. The teenager held down the mask with one hand and then gave Lu Jiechen countless hard kicks. Lu Jiedwan collapsed on the spot. At this time, the stewardess came out, looked at the teenager in front of her and said, "Are you going to kill him now?" The masked teenager knew that the flight attendant had seen his true colors and said, "What? You want to die for him? It shouldn't be a bad thing if I die at the hands of my former teammate. I just think it's too sad." Lu Jiechan must not be able to accept this fact. "Don't tell him who I am, but I will still find a chance to come back." The masked teenager disappeared after saying that. The mission to kill the Kaishan zombies still hadn't ended, and both forces were still entangled. Chapter 68, Dreams of the Underworld. Mansions of the Earth. All around a bleak and barren, along with the weeds do not grow, the only Manhwa house. The yellow spring all the way to the blood-colored flowers on the other side of the growth in the bizarre environment. They are the only beautiful scenery that the dead can see before reincarnation. Except, of course, for the Mona. The work of the Manhwa, of course, a look of old age, a plain, hunched back, willing to be a child cow to go to the reincarnation of the people handed a bowl of manhwa soup. But outside the work of Meng, that is a very beautiful ghost. A red dress, tall figure, perfect curves and delicate features. In the hell can be considered the first beauty. She has the beauty that makes the women of the world feel ashamed of themselves, and at the same time, she is able to keep her beauty for a long time. It is precisely for this reason that Lu Jiechen, who is imprisoned in the 17th layer of hell for a case of injustice and falsehood that cannot be determined by the government of hell, can never forget her, and from time to time, she even runs to Meng's house to flirt with Meng's wife. The 17th layer of hell is not much, but the grievances are the most vigorous. Because the 17th layer above the 18 layers of hell are detained in the 17th layer, if some cannot determine the right and wrong in life of the good ghosts, reincarnation, and cannot be reincarnated, so they can only be temporarily detained in this place. The 17th layer of hell is different from other layers of hell. There are no strict prison rules here. They can even stroll through hell, but they can't dump their nests. Meng is so beautiful that the little Meng she is cultivating nowadays is also a beauty embryo when she grows up. Not even worse than today's Meng. Previously, the gate of the mansion was almost broken by the admiring ghost messengers, and there were some dead people who were not sent to the Yellow Springs Road immediately by the impermanent, and they heard that Mang woman and the little Mang woman were both beauty embryos, so they all squeezed their heads to get in, not to mention the ghost guards and people who just died. Even the 10 temples of hell always come in for something, busy with business. They don't forget to take a look at Mengwu outside of work, and they can even smell the refreshing flavor of the little Mengwu when they pass by her. Sometimes, the 10 temples of hell will whine and complain about the incompetence of the previous Mona. Even to find such a heaven and earth, the only one of the most beautiful to take over is the Mona. This is not a problem, but this beautiful Mang woman has found a smaller Mang woman than her own beauty to cultivate. The world's internal scrolling is serious, but who would have thought that the Mona house would be so scrolling in the selection of face value? 100 years ago, because of the appearance of Lu Jiechen, the originally lively Mingnu mansion only subsided. No one knows how much injustice this ghost who lives on the 17th floor suffered in his life, nor does he know how good of a person he really was in his life. The better, the more kind people will be extraordinarily heavy grievances after death for no reason. Lu Jiechen does not know how he died. The memory in his head is like fragments. Think too much will also have a headache. He is now the ghost with the deepest grudge in the hell. As long as someone wants to strike, his grudge will suck the ghost that strikes dry and smoke out. The 10 temples of Yama are respectful to him, and the ghost officials of hell have to respectfully address him as Lord God of the outer world. 100 years ago, Lu Jiechen, who had just entered the 17th floor of hell, heard that Meng was a beautiful ghost and came to visit her house from time to time. Naturally, Meng would not refuse. On the one hand, he blocked those colorful ghosts, and on the other hand, Lu Jiechen could not be offended casually. Over and over again, in Meng's house, the 3 ghosts formed a deep friendship. I do not know what reason. Lu Jiechen is different from other ghosts. He surprisingly did not like the 2 Mona. Come to the Mona house purely because of the good smell of the aroma here. One day, the little Meng granny was wearing a white dress, with a young collagen face. She was comfortably swinging in the sea of flowers on the other side of the shore. Lu Jiechen was sitting on the side. The little Meng granny asked, "Brother Jiechen, do you like me more or do you like Auntie more?" Lu Jiechen was dressed in a red and black robe, with a head of white hair tied in a ponytail. His features were okay, slightly on the handsome side, but there was an evil aura on his face. He replied, "How old are you? What are you doing asking this kind of question? I'm already 100 years old. In hell 100 years old is also considered a child. Tell me, Auntie and I, who do you like better?" Adult ghosts don't make choices. Bad ghost. Lu Jiechen didn't deny it, and the little Mangmo said, "Brother Jiechen, I heard that they think that your grievances are too deep, and staying in the netherworld all the time will disrupt the balance of yin and yang, so they've decided to let you go to reincarnation. You also said you heard it. Everything doesn't count until the matter is finalized." Little Mangma, Brother Jieduan, I have a name. I'm not called Little Mangma. I'm called, I don't care. You are Little Meng. Your aunt is called Big Meng. At this time the red-skirted Mangma came over, and the little Mangma said, "It's finished, my aunt is here. I haven't memorized the ingredients of Mengma soup yet." She got off the swing and then said, "Brother Jieduan, if you reincarnate there, don't forget me. My name is Jiju." She disappeared after saying that. The red-clothed Mona approached, and Lu Jiechen spoke, "Coming, my dear, have you always been so frivolous? I'm used to it. Who do I see in this hell that I don't call dear? What did you want to see me about? I didn't say I was looking for you. How do you know? I can see the heart and hear the mind. Is there no secret in front of you? If you can guess that I'm looking for you, then you should also be able to guess why I'm looking for you." Meng Mao sat on the swing and swung it gently, saying, "Do you know why people have to drink Menghua soup before reincarnation? It's probably because if you don't drink Mengpa soup you will become a spirit and the hell will be annexed. Then the human realm will fight a banner of killing the king of Hades and taking over Mengpa, and then, outrageous, but you're right to say so. So I want to say that people who go to reincarnation must drink Mengpa soup. I don't care. I have to leave these memories behind and can't forget them, or I'll forcefully kiss you on the day I go to reincarnation and drink Menghua soup, and we'll reincarnate together." Lu Jiechen disappeared after saying that. The red-clothed Mona could only rage and scolded in her heart, "Scoundrel." Lu Jiechen's voice resounded through the hell. "I also have the ability to observe the heart, and the ability to recognize the heart. No one is allowed to think of my badness in their heart, and even more so, no one is allowed to do anything less than what I ask, or else I'm really going to." The hell officials of this wronged good people are also helpless. Can be sure that he must be a great man in life, but after death into a ghost even have an evil atmosphere. The judge said, he was a bully in hell, so let's let him be reincarnated into a life where his family is a little more miserable. The 10 temples of hell acquiesced, and the matter of Lu Jiechen's reincarnation was already going through the process. 3 days passed. 17 layers of hell. Lu Jiachen sat cross-legged in meditation, and black and white irregulars appeared and respectfully saluted. Greetings to Lord Outer God. What? You two don't go to the young world to bring people to reincarnation. What are you doing here in my place? Has this month's performance arrived? Lord Outer God is joking. We are here to take you to reincarnation. Didn't you say that I can't be reincarnated because my life was unknown? The judges and the kings of Hades have already found out, but it was too confidential and against the way of heaven. So they hid it, and they unanimously agreed that you are not guilty and can be a human being again. Well, it's been a long time since I've been a human being, then I'll go to reincarnation. But I don't need you guys to lead the way. I'm familiar with the hell. You guys should have messed up the process. I'll go directly to the Mona to ask for the Mona's soup. Don't worry, I'll immediately drink the Mona's soup. Lu Jidwan finished and disappeared. Black and white impermanent two people hell shouting resounded through the hell. Outer God adults, you do not look at the reincarnation to go to the life script? If not satisfied, you are also considered to be dutiful. Well, thanks a lot. What kind of life I can accept, as long as it is good to be a human being. Today is the day when the spirit with the biggest grievance in hell is reincarnated. Both sides of the Naiha bridge are crowded with people. The 10 temples of Hades and the judges also hope that this big grievance seed will hurry up to reincarnate to go. Although it was not yet clear why he died with so much grievances, it was no longer important. Meng Granny was hunched over, dressed in plain clothes, her original beauty gone. Wearing overalls really does make people ghosts ugly. Lu Jiachen looked at Meng, gave her a wink, and said, "Honey, I'm here. Where's my special manhwa soup?" Meng woman brought out a special bowl that was different from the one the crowd was drinking. The bowl was filled with Meng woman's soup, and the little Meng woman looked at the two ghosts on the Naiha bridge from afar. Lu Jiachen looked at the Meng woman, and after a long time, he took the Meng woman's soup and drank it. After that, Lu Jiachen turned around in style, left the Naiha bridge, and went to reincarnation. In fact, he wasn't sure if what Mona gave him was what he wanted, but it didn't matter anymore. Just reincarnate if you can. What kind of person he becomes, who he remembers and who he hates should not have anything to do with his next life. Perhaps this is the meaning of reincarnation and drinking Meng's soup. Chapter 69, The Flight Attendant's Thoughts. Lu Jiachen awoke from his dream and looked at his surroundings very calmly. They had returned. He thought to himself, how could I have a dream like that? And it's still so real. Could there really be another world? The system transformed into an ice pier flying around his bedside. Host, you're finally awake. How long have I been sleeping? Is it over? How come you're back? It's over. The zombies in Huishan ran away some. Those guys in the national territory went to chase after them. As ordinary people, of course we came back. Ah, yes, there is also an acquaintance who also came back. Air's sister, Bing Hook. What about the person who knocked me out? How is he? And did you see who it was? Still want to see clearly. The other party almost took your life. If not for the stewardess, I guess you would have been cold. The stewardess knows? Ask yourself. I don't know anything. Lu Jiachen got up and came out, and just happened to run into Lu Yi who brought him the soup. Jiachen, you just woke up. Where are you going? Did the stewardess stay? Yes, you drink the medicine first. Drink it before you go. Lu Jiachen picked up the medicine bowl and drank. Lu Yi was concerned. Drink slowly. Lu Jiachen finished drinking it and headed to the place where the air hostess lived before, but met on the way. The air hostess asked, "You're in a flurry. Where are you planning to go?" "Was trying to find you to go." "Where do you want to find? The old place?" "Our place isn't that big. It's not hard to find someone. It's not every time you're looking for someone you can find them in the same place." "Did you recognize that masked man?" The stewardess suddenly averted her gaze and said, Who told you that I know him?" "The first time I saw him, I don't recognize him." "Really don't recognize? You can't even recognize him." "How can I?" The two chatted as they walked, but the stewardess didn't say the identity of the masked teenager to Lu Jiachen. "Stewardess, you can't even trust me now?" "Yes, don't trust." Lu Jiachen was helpless as he added, "Is that person Qin Zhang?" "I don't know. It should be him." "I don't know anything." "You don't know anything? So what are you staying for?" "I stayed to see if you were dead or not, but in the end, you didn't die, and you were even healthy. Didn't you join that whatchamacallit company? Why did you even come back?" "To pull you along to join them. Just he Jai leading that kind of wonder company. Then I'd rather be with the dogs." "How can he lead? That guy is just a clown." "I guess his girlfriend's credit. Otherwise he wouldn't have that much authority." "Don't worry, you won't even see him in the future." "Why?" "It's related to the drugs he's high on. I guess he's still on his way to be chased by Chen Lingxiu." Lu Jiachen also felt suddenly puzzled. Isn't Sister Lingxiu an ordinary person? How could she have the ability to fight? And it's still against her former husband. Why is that? Don't think about it. I can't figure it out either. If you want to know, just go and ask him after him. Thinking blindly by yourself here won't get you anywhere. What kind of place is the company of strange encounters? The stewardess thought for a moment and said, a group of hot-blooded oddballs gather together, then train together, go on missions together, is an important force in eliminating zombies, has a salary, packaged food and housing, also counts as an establishment, do not need to pass the exam kind. Seems like you're enjoying yourself. The world will tend to be calm. The zombies are getting fewer and fewer. If you don't find a job, it's hard to live. Lu Jiechen, we have experienced so much together. I won't lie to you. This of course I believe you, but I don't quite trust those high and mighty. I'm afraid that one day, they will say that they don't need us anymore, and then they will dispose of us. The piker is not guilty of a crime. Ah, can't tell. There are still so many zombies in front of us. Would you be thinking too far ahead? Anyway, for the moment, I will not join any strange company. You do not waste your breath. You want to still have a mission to go first to do the mission. I want to join if certainly the first time and you contact. It's fine. My recent mission is to convince you. I'm not afraid of trouble. Say it once a day. You'll always think to understand. I really can't help you. Let's not talk about those. Let's talk about something else. What else? You people are back. Tang shirt, you also met it. People change a lot. Go. It's not your turn to worry about my affairs. You little doll. It was not until the evening that Tang shirt finished the matter at hand. He went to find the stewardess, who was practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard. Tang shirt sat on the steps, looking at the woman with a serious face. The adoration in his heart rose instead of falling. A long time passed. The stewardess took a towel and wiped her forehead, walked towards Tang shirt and said, Boss Tang, you've been watching here for so long. Come to collect my residential food expenses or come to inform me of something? Tang shirt smiled and said, I want to come to collect people. Stewardess, this word your open mouth is not it. Collect people. Collect what people? How? No la, I just came to see you. That's so. Then now that you're done looking, why don't you leave? Tang shirt didn't say anything, just quietly looked at this woman he liked very much. The stewardess was puzzled. Nah, I'm actually quite an ordinary person. How could you like me? What do you like about me? I'll change it. Like your presence, your breath, and your kindness. Kindness could be changed. I don't think you've eaten. Let's go eat together. That's fine, but it's on you. Sure. For Tang shirt, liking was being by the other person's side. Even if they didn't say or do anything, it was still a kind of being together. On the other side, Han Xiaogong had been waiting for the masked teenager after returning to the safe zone, and after waiting for quite some time he finally waited. At this time, he waited anxiously outside the door while the masked teenager inside the house was treating his mother. He waited anxiously. Half an hour later, the door opened. The teenager is not inside. Only a note left on the table. I tried my best. Your mother's zombie poison has been all penetration. In order to save him, you have to find a person with the same blood type for blood exchange. You find a person and then talk to me. The only prerequisite is that the other side must be willing, or there is no cure. Han Xiaogong sat with his heart in his mouth. Looking at his mother, he clenched his fists. Don't be afraid. Mom, I will cure you. He had been waiting before, but now that there was a cure, he couldn't delay any longer. And with things in his hands pretty much done, Han Xiaogong decided to take his mother to look for his sister so that none of it would be delayed. On the one hand, he could look for his sister, and on the other hand, he could look for someone who could replace his mother's blood. But how easy could it be? But even if it was difficult, Han Xiaogong would never give up on his mother. Chapter 70, Always Following. The perimeter of the national territory. Han Xiaomei followed Lin Ju all the way to this place. Lin Ju had a headache about it but didn't know what to do. You followed me all the way here. Go back. If you don't, your family should be worried. No, unless you go back with me. I won't go. I'm not the one you're looking for. It's just the same name. No, it's you. I know why my brother couldn't write you off. Because of the fake face you use. You're good at disguises. Why are you so insistent? You girl, think about it. I've been there to harm your family, so what did I keep you around for so long? I was your enemy, I would have killed you long ago. That's because you weren't sure if you could kill me. Auntie, please let me go. I'm really not the person you're looking for. Your name is Lin Ju. You're definitely the person I'm looking for. Lin Ju gave up. This girl was just like a dog's skin plaster. She couldn't shake it off, and she was afraid that the zombies would hurt her if she ran too far away. Han Xiaomei said, you go back with me? My brother is also reasonable. As long as you return the notes to him, I think you guys can also continue to be friends. He said that he appreciates you. I really don't know you. Big sister, you just let me go. If you don't want to come back with me, then give me my brother's laptop. You this person, how can you still ghost? I have said I do not know your family. Why do not you believe it? You had a dream yesterday and the day before that. You called my brother's name more than once in your dream. Lin Ju looked embarrassed and said, That's because you often mention your brother in front of me, but I didn't say his name, yet you called out his name. Fine, keep following if you like. Lin Ju finished speaking and left. Rem said, little sister, why don't you write her off? It wouldn't have been so much trouble. Little sister Han responded as she walked. Big brother said that this person's sense of danger is very high. If I make a move on him directly he will definitely notice. Even big brother can't kill him. I definitely can't do it either. So it's better to follow first. Even though the contact with big brother is severed he will definitely look for it. The teenage Lin Ju accelerated his pace while thinking, this brother and sister will not give up until I'm dead? Otherwise, it's better to tell him the location of the laptop, the entrance to the National Collar area. Kimura Fargo after many years of precipitation. Now he is famous in Sakura country has become a household name. With the help of the miraculous recovery, his achievements are world-renowned. The small Sakura country can no longer fit him. So he can only come to the Dragon Country to open up the market, so that more painters can see how powerful he is. With the Malong Divine Brush, he went in the country's territorial area to look for people with higher painting skills to challenge. What others painted was nothing more than lifelike. What he created in his hands was all real. Over the years, he has brought many commendable works to the painting world. The man from the national territory spoke a mouthful of Chinese, which he naturally wouldn't be able to speak. Taking out a piece of paper and drawing a knowledgeable old man, who spoke in Chinese about the purpose of his trip. Hello everyone, I am Kimura Fargo from Sakura. I have come to the Dragon Kingdom in search of a painter who can compete. The gatekeeper saw that he was a strange person and also stated his purpose of visit, so he received him kindly. Nowadays the National Collar area was in need of people, so he had to take advantage of it. Lin Ju also came to the entrance of the National Collar area. His home was originally here, so he wasn't considered a stranger. He looked at Han Xiaomei behind him and said, my home is right here. Are you sure you want to go in with me? Just go in. Who's afraid? Do you know what place is here? Han Xiaomei opened her big eyes and looked at the words on the top, then looked at Lin Ju and didn't say anything. Lin Ju said, this is a national collar area. The water is very deep. There are strange people running all over the place. A small strange person like you, the other side will kill you as easy as stepping on an ant. So you should know what I mean, right? Go back. It's not safe here. Coming out for so long, your family must be worried about you. Han shook her head and said, no, my brother asked me to follow you. I have to take the notes back, otherwise I can't explain. Your brother, it's all you. If he's bent on letting you die, will you die too? Don't you dare say that about my brother. Still can't say that. If you really want to think about your own sister, how can you let her come out alone for so long? She is just incompetent. If you say anything else about my brother, I'll really write you to death. Han Xiaomei took her notebook. Lin Ju hurriedly said, oh, 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 oh. How in the world did I invite you to mess with you? Why so persistent? My brother said, unless you hand over the notebook, no matter where you go, I will follow, and my brother will find you. So, then can you guarantee that you'll let me go once you have the notebook? Han shook her head matter-of-factly. My brother didn't say. Then you might as well write me off. That's not necessary. I found that you're quite a good person. You took care of me when I had a fever before. You even did it to relieve yourself when you saw me being surrounded by zombies. You think you're a good person so I won't kill you, but I have to follow you and wait for my brother. Knowing that I'm a good person and still not letting me go. You're also a strange person. Lin Ju went in and Han Xiaomei followed. He hadn't been back for many years, and now that he was back, his home had changed. His parents weren't there, and he was the only one in the empty home, and there was another one outside the door. After thinking about it, Lin Ju finally decided to take in little sister Han who was outside the door. He opened the door and called out, I'm really afraid of you. Come in. Han Xiaomei wasn't formal, and after going in, she looked around and said, your house is so big. Where are your parents? All turned into zombies. Why don't you bring them? Bring them to show someone. There's always a cure. Am I sick or are you sick? Me, a living person, with 2 or 3 walkers. My mom was also bitten by a walker, but my brother insisted on bringing my mom. We all believed that there would be someone who could cure her. My brother is almost there. Sick. The zombie virus penetrates deep into the bone marrow and blood. It can't be saved at all. You're talking nonsense. My brother said there's a man who can cure it. That person lied to you, or just simply tried to use you. No, you're lying. It's not like they're going to get anything for cheating. How could they cheat? You're the one who's cheating. The more Han Xiaomei spoke, the more anxious she became, and with a crying voice, Lin Ju said, got it, scared of you. He didn't lie. It's me who lied to you all right. Your mom is fine. she can definitely be cured. This way it's always alright. No, don't you say anything. 71. Approach to the national territory. After familiarizing herself with the environment, Han asked, "Your family is in the national color area. How did you run to the local safe zone?" "What's so strange? The chaotic world, where it's not the same. I was studying over there before. I thought I couldn't come back, but I didn't expect to have the chance to come back. Your family is not here anymore. What are you doing back? Where else to go? You have a bit too many questions. Why don't you contact your brother and ask him to pick you up?" "There's no need to contact. My brother is smart. He's sure to find this place and bring me back." "Too slow. What's taking him so long? He must have other things he's busy with. What's your hurry? It's not like I need you to keep me. And, as long as you give me the laptop, I promise I won't live in your house. Both of you siblings are oddballs." "I dare to believe it. I'm afraid that if I believe it, I'll be dead in minutes. It's not like we're indiscriminate killers." "That's really hard to say. Your brother is definitely not a good person." "Oh, so you're admitting that you're the one who took his laptop?" "Whether I admit it or not, you don't night follow for so long. If I don't admit it, you won't believe me." "Yes, do not believe that you are not. The name is right. My brother said you are ugly, but I do not think it is not ugly. It has to do with the fake face you used before. That's why he did not use the notebook to easily write you to death." "You know again. That's for sure. I'm not stupid. You're home. So what are you going to do next?" "Join the company of wonders in the national territory and become one of them. I'll see how your brother catches me then." "You're trying to use the power of the state against my brother, aren't you? You won't get away with it. My brother is awesome. My brother is powerful," said Lin Ju, imitating the other's voice, before going into his room and lying down. Rem said, "Little sister, is it really okay for us to stay with someone else's family? If the other party gets up to killing, then we won't be prepared at all." "Rem, don't worry, that person is a good person. He won't hurt others easily. I've already tested it." "Alright, but we still have to be careful in everything. It's always good to have more than one defense." "Well, it's not much of a necessity, but it's still something to keep an eye on." The other side. Because of the lack of manpower, the flight attendant was recalled after a few days in the safe zone. Before saying goodbye, there were 3 people to see him off. Lu Jiachan, Tang Shi de Zhang Zishi. The stewardess said, "These days I am left to observe." "Right to observe. Just do not see you respond to the documents of the national territory. Also do not see you resist." "How? Want to watch on the side first, and then wait for the price to sell, right?" Lu Jidwan said. "Right, that's right. You are honest. If you're not honest even in the face of you, then there's no one who can speak the truth. Count on you to know what you're talking about." "But Lu Jidwan, as a comrade in arms, my suggestion is that you hurry up and join the company of strange encounters. We'll fight zombies together. And if you want to think that there's something wrong with the leadership, that's fine. I'll accompany you against them until they can't afford to stand up straight anymore." "How can it be that easy? The corruption in the leadership is not something that can be eradicated just by saying so. This kind of thing just affects the whole body. Wouldn't that be better? Just think of it as a big cleanup." Lu Jidwan just laughed, feeling that the stewardess was more or less unrealistic. He said, "Alright, you hurry back. You have more important things." "Unconscionable thing, just want to drive me away, right? Okay, I'll leave now. You don't want to see me if you don't come to the company of strange encounters." The stewardess left after saying that. Tang Shirt called out, "Stewardess, can I come see you?" "Don't come. The company of strange encounters doesn't accept ordinary people. But if you can get the company of strange encounters of the League of the Many Righteous to the national collateral area, you can ask the upper level to think of a way to get you a civilian position." The stewardess finished speaking and looked at the 3 people in the rearview mirror before starting the car and leaving. Tang Shirt said, "Mr. Lu, how about, shut up, don't get on top, think about it." Lu Jidwan said and left. Zhang Zishi also followed. Tang Shirt looked at the flight attendant's fading car. There are always a lot of words in his heart that he wants to say, but the other party did not let him say a word. Han Xiaogong, with Ryuk's ability to perceive Rem, slowly also looked towards the national color area. After he became one of the management of Dark Gray, his authority was big. He could do anything as long as he got the promise from the masked teenager. And getting the promise from the masked teenager was also very simple. Not being called off for what he was doing was considered getting permission. The zombie mother was placed in the back tied up. Han Xiaogong himself was driving in the front. Ryuk was following outside, and there were few zombies left on the side of the road. Ryuk said, "Xiaogong, it seems like the Strange Encounter Company's eradication of the zombies was very successful. There aren't many left now." "Yeah, I guess the Dragon Kingdom will soon be free of zombie infestation, but it doesn't seem to have much effect on me." "It still does. If Shao Kung doesn't find a scapegoat soon, then your mother will also become the target of the Company of Strange Encounters." "No, I won't let a tragedy like that happen. Of course, but hurry up, and be very careful on this journey as well, or you will be captured by those people. You do have to be more careful. And when you say that, I really have a headache about one thing. How am I supposed to sneak into the country's territories with my mother in this condition? He drove while thinking about it, but at an intersection he was stopped. The other party was a couple, looking quite wretched. They should be runaways. Han Xiaogong stopped the car for some unknown reason. The couple knelt down and kowtowed to Han Xiaogong's car. Ryuk said, Xiaogong, don't care about them, just crash through them to avoid trouble afterward. Han Xiaogong thought about it and didn't do that. Instead he got out of the car, came to the couple and asked, what's the matter with you guys? The man said, this gentleman, our family lives in the national territory. We've been stuck for quite a while. Can you give us a ride back? If you're willing to send us back, you will definitely not be treated badly. Han Xiaogong didn't even think about it and said, get in the car. The husband and wife looked at each other in dismay. They were all rejected before. They didn't expect it to go so smoothly today. The man said gratefully, thank you so much. Han Xiaogong opened the car door and said, that person in the back row is my mother. Frightened by the zombies, so she's like this. You guys sit yourselves, just don't talk to him. Husband and wife approached, and found that Han's mother was tied up, and her mouth was fixed by braces. The husband and wife looked at each other, and Han Xiaogong said, do you still want to sit down? I'll leave if you don't sit. I have other things to do. The man hurriedly said, sit. Thank you. With that, he pushed his wife onto the car and followed behind himself. Chapter 72, A Treat for Mother. Husband and wife get on the car. Han Xiaogong also get on the car. Start the car on the road. While driving also pay attention to the back row. The man said, I forgot to introduce myself. Good little brother. My name is Chun Yu, 88 years old. My wife, Chan Min, National Collar Area. Little brother, what do you call it? What is this intended to do to go? My name is Han Xiaogong, a native of Cloud City, planning to join my relatives in the national territory. In that case, it's really a coincidence that we couples aren't. Han Xiaogong didn't say anything, and the man added, what are the symptoms of brother Han's mother? Why is it so tied up? I don't want to, but if I don't tie it up, she'll go crazy and won't be able to control it then. Tell me the symptoms. I'm a Chinese medicine practitioner in the hospital, and I more or less understand the pharmacology of the disease. Han Xiaogong thought about it and said, after seeing many doctors, they said there's no cure. Now we can only wait for him to slowly recover on his own. How long has he been like this? It's been a few years. It started the year the zombie virus burst into chaos. Again this zombie virus. Really harmful. A few years down, the country began to pay attention. The investigation found that this batch of zombie viruses from foreign countries began to outbreak. Han Xiaogong was not interested in this at all. Chen Yu realized that Han Xiaogong wasn't very interested in talking. So he said, we both husband and wife know how to drive. If brother Han is tired of driving, let us do it. Good. The husband and wife were whispering about something. Ryuk said, Xiao Kung, you're not a good person either, but why did you bring these two with you? What are you trying to use them for? No, I simply wanted to bring them along. There is no reason. You haven't done anything good in how many years, so bringing them along today was really just a big kindness? Han Xiaogong stopped interacting with Ryuk. After the woman got on the car, she felt uneasy, holding her husband's arm, talking about Han Xiaogong's raw voice that he couldn't hear clearly. Ryuk said, I guess you've done too many bad things. Others don't think you're a good person. This kid, you're not going to kick them out of the car? Han Xiaogong said, the two of you, if you have doubts about me or the existence of what you see in the car, you can get off. I will not force. Chen Yu rushed to say, Brother Han, you understand. Women are like this. A little thing is godly. How do I explain? She said panic. In the end, it is still psychological use. Right, Chan Min. The husband pushed his wife. Chen Min looked ahead, then said, yes, I'm usually under a lot of stress. And I did get scared by the zombies in the past few years, so it's always a cup of tea. I'm still grateful in my heart that you saved us. Thank you, but I really don't understand. Shen Yu interrupted what his wife was about to say. What's not to understand? There's nothing bad to understand. Don't have too many doubts. Han Xiaogong, however, said, is it because I tied up my mother that you don't understand? Well, in reason, as a child you shouldn't treat your parents like this. Even if the other party goes crazy and wants to kill their children, they can't be like this? Chen Min was dumbfounded and Chen Yu said, Brother Han, you mustn't bother with this woman. She's never thought about things unilaterally. Han Xiaogong said, it's fine, big sister Chen. I actually don't want to do this to my mother, but I really have no choice. If I don't take such measures, then I'll just have to throw me away. The woman hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I really didn't think about it enough. That that you didn't buy some medicine for her? My husband is a Chinese medicine practitioner, and has been a Chinese medicine practitioner for generations. Worn for 6 generations. You can absolutely let him show your mother, Han Xiaogong said. The old Chinese doctor who has been passed down for 10 generations has seen it. It's useless. Now this generation of quacks a lot of. Their mouths say 10 generations. Say no good to cheat people. Han brother, you are quite good. Husband, you give Han brother mother to see. Shen Yu said. I want to be able to look good, still need to wait until now. Don't quarrel, brother Han. You don't pay attention to her. This woman is a broken mouth. The woman was very angry, had to stop talking. The man hanging heart finally put down. As a doctor, one look he knew that the woman in front of him is dead. Just asked, but just to explore the truth. Han Xiaogong lying, of course he saw, just did not reveal it. Women often cannot be idle. He began to make a demon. In Han mother's ear whispered, Han sister, can you hear me speak? Han mother did not have any reaction. The sight of Shen Yu was very apprehensive. Now in his opinion, his wife is talking to a corpse. If not in the world of strange encounters, this must at least be considered a paranormal event. Ryuk said, Xiaogong, are you just going to let that woman be a demon? What if he releases your mother? Han Xiaogong responded, I'm just afraid she won't release it. Xiaogong is trying to get his mother to drink some blood? Ryuk didn't get a response from Han Xiaogong, but it didn't matter if there was a response or not. He already knew the answer. The woman continued, you are able to hear what I'm saying, aren't you? Han's mother still didn't say anything, and Chen Min continued, it's too tight on you. I'll untie you. Be obedient and don't make a scene, okay? Then I'll take that as your default. Chen Min was ready to untie Mother Han. Shen Yu stopped it and said, what are you doing? Stay out of this. Thanks to being a Chinese medicine practitioner, if you want to ride in the car, you should ride properly. Don't be so nosy. Stay out of it. Didn't you say you're sleepy? Hurry up and get a good night's sleep. Chen Min noticed that Han Xiaogong had also noticed his actions, but didn't stop them, so she got bold. She untied the zombie and also removed the other party's braces, and in the face of a tough wife, the cowardly husband simply couldn't do anything. Seeing that Han Xiaogong wasn't angry and didn't stop him, and kindly let them get on the car. Speculation down. He is sure that this is not wrong, so he did not try to stop his wife, but when his wife removed the braces and untied the zombie, he regretted it. The zombie went crazy, directly biting 2 people. They screamed one after another to stop, all scratched and bitten before Han Xiaogong stopped. He said, I told you to be a little restless. This can't be blamed on me. Han Xiaogong get out of the car, from the trunk to find a rope. In the death notes on the remnants of the paper write down the names of husband and wife. A few moments of work, the 2 heads exploded. Child death. Zombie mother out of the car. Han Xiaogong quickly told the mother to tie. Looking at the body is full of blood. Mother, Han Xiaogong said, or every time you eat will be dirty clothes. Mom, when will you be good? That day I do not know how long to wait. Han Xiaogong let the 2 get on the car just to let his mother drink blood, probably because she hadn't drunk blood for a long time. Her mother lacked motivation, and now that she had drunk blood, her whole body was much better. Ryuk said, the moment they came up you knew that this couple would untie your zombie mother? Chapter 73, Letter from God. Han Xiaogong smiled without saying anything. Thanks to the efforts of the Company of Strange Encounters, work and school resumed everywhere, and the days gradually recovered. Cloud City University. The stairs are crowded with students ready to go to class and students who just got out of class. There are people in the crowd waiting quietly. There is no lack of low-quality university livestock, presumably to the detriment of his interests. A rough male student's voice said, squeeze your mom. No one chimed in. Lu Benshu is a sissy. He likes to play with girls. After hearing the man's rude speech came to Zhao Fei's ear and said, that loud voice. Low quality. I'm afraid that there is no object. Do you believe it? Zhao Fei is a kind and beautiful short-haired girl, wearing a dress, generous and decent, wearing one side of the headphones, the other side stayed hitchhiking. Not surprisingly, she also had to go to the library. Where there is no class, she will go to the library. The first few years is to read books. Recently she is preparing for graduate school. Lu Benshu's words she listened in, only said, we do not care about others. Also others talk about, do a good job on their own. Yes, you read a lot of books. You said is chanting, but I really hope that this unqualified people receive a letter from God. What is a letter from God? No. Is it possible that you are bent on reading only holy books? Gossip news are not concerned about? Zhao Fei was speechless. Down the stairs, Lu Benshu said, you really don't know God's letter? Zhao Fei shook her head and said, I don't know. You still have to go to the library to prepare for the exam? Do you want to come along? No, I'm not going to graduate school. I'm going home to inherit $1 billion. I'll work at your company then. Okay, then you'll be my secretary, so I'll have something to do. Okay, Okay, there are not many men as pure as you. I'm willing to be your secretary. It always feels like you're complimenting me, but then again it doesn't seem like it. But it doesn't matter. Who made you one of my few sisters? So you really don't know about letters from God? You tell me about it. Well, telling you won't do any good. God's letter, this thing can be evil. I heard that extreme people will receive a letter from God. Extremely good people will receive a letter of dreams come true. Extremely evil people will receive a letter of punishment. How to die are written clearly. What makes an extreme? Only God knows. It's been on fire for a long time. There are those who killed too many dogs and then received a letter from God, and their family members died of drugs. There are those who sold drugs to make a national fortune without conscience, and in the end, they were haunted by a severe ghost, and their whole family was buried with them. And there are also those who insisted on doing a good deed, and received a letter from God, and then their life was like a fish out of water. So powerful? Not really. Cheer up anyway. Say you receive a letter from God. Your persistence will be rewarded. People's efforts, God can see. Visible? Should be able to see. Anyway, it's still the same sentence. Hard work is not necessarily successful, but do not work hard must not be successful, unless you have money. Lu Benshu finished and ran away. He didn't want to follow Zhao Fei, a plain and invincibly simple person. To soak in the library. To be a man must be exquisite. He can also have to go to do manicure, massage, steam sauna it, otherwise his old father earns so much money. He does not squander will cause too much money cannot be used up situation. Speaking of Lu Benshu, he walked can be twisted. Zhao Fei ashamed of themselves, but also because Lu Benshu is bent, or Zhao Fei also do not play with him. Library. Zhao Fei came to his early morning study hall to put the book position. In order to study for the exam, the library position is the need to get up early to grab. Otherwise there is no opportunity to study in the library, only to do on their own position. Zhao Fei will be some internal urgency. Went to the toilet. Only just squatted down to hear a non-male or female voice. You now go to the toilet without paper. You have 3 choices. 1. With yellow paper, you have 3 days of life. 2. With white paper, you have 2 days of time. 3. To receive a letter from God. God's letter reward and punishment. You choose. Zhao Fei heard it from the side and thought, is this a prank? How can someone go to the restroom without paper? She said, classmate, I have extra paper. I'll hand it to you if you want. A girl's voice as thin as a mosquito fly came from the side. Thank you. Zhao Fei handed the paper underneath, only to feel a tugging sensation as the sheets were touched, but soon heard the girl's voice. Thank you. I don't need any more. The girl spoke again to herself when she finished. Can I not choose any of them then? I'm not breaking the rules either. Of course. Then you'll. Wah 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 wah. A sound came from her that gave Zhao Fei the creeps. She looked at the paper in her hand that was handed to the girls and didn't know when it turned red. Zhao Fei hurriedly shook off the 3 pieces of paper. What's going on here? It was clearly white just now. The library is haunted? No, no, no. Zhao Fei, you're still an examiner. Be a firm materialist. But how did that paper change color? Thinking about it, she dropped her gaze on those 3 pieces of paper again, and it turned white again. This time she could firmly believe in materialism again. Coming out of the restroom, walking quickly to her seat, in the middle of a row of bookshelves, Zhao Fei saw a girl lying in the middle of a pool of blood. The blood was like a dam breaking towards her. After all, she was a girl. Zhao Fei yelled out. The girl in the pool of blood reached out towards her, saying, save me, I don't want to die yet, just give me a few sheets of paper, I'll come back to life on my own. Zhao Fei was paralyzed. The blood was getting closer and closer. Zhao Fei's pupils opened wide. Suddenly, a hand behind her slapped her. Classmate, are you okay? She curled up in shock. After seeing that it was a classmate's face, she pointed at the girl in the pool of blood. The female classmate looked over. The bookshelf was empty between the bookshelves. Zhao Fei looked over. It was also clean. There was nothing. The female student asked with concern, if you feel uncomfortable go back and rest. Classmate, this is a library. You need to be quiet. Zhao Fei realized that a lot of people's gazes fell on her. Some people hated that she was disturbing. Some people wondered what happened to her. The female classmate helped Zhao Fei up. Zhao Fei whispered, thank you, classmate. The female classmate left. Zhao Fei was in shock. She intentionally looked at the place. It was empty. Nothing. She had to go back to her seat. Only just doing so she found 2 letters. The same envelope bag containing. Zhao Fei alert left and right look. Nothing found. She opened a letter to read. A small punishment. Hope to remember the heart. Other people's destiny. You should not get involved. Otherwise you will only ask for trouble. The content was very simple. Zhao Fei thought about it for a few moments. After which she felt that it was too evil. It can't be that guy Lu Benshu playing a prank. But why did I hear and see those things just now? Her eyes fell on another letter. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Fei still opened it. seeing that you persisted for so long, your road to graduate school is bound to be smooth sailing. God favors people who work hard, so he will give you revenge. Time is not long and not short. You go back a few days, there will be a young man surnamed Lee. He will be very good to you. Is God's will. If he is redemptive, can still accept his courtship. If he is sincere, he can still accept his courtship. He holds the sun and moon in his hands and picks the stars, and there is no one like him in the world. The youth of this world, the heavenly choice also. You are also the heavenly Zephyr also. Zhao Fei saw this letter and determined that it must be some boring person using God's letter to play a prank. She didn't take it seriously and only crumpled the paper into a ball of garbage, after which she put it into a garbage bag. All of this was noticed by a pair of young students who were watching her. This young student was the president of the student council, Li Sung-feng, a fellow student who looked up to Zhao. His looks were really a little bit unimpressive, but the good thing was that he was confident. Once a person has self-confidence, it's easier to do everything. He thought that his letter could be carefully preserved by Zhao's classmate, but he was never thrown away by the other party as garbage. Li Chengfeng clenched his fists. His gaze was all possessive. Give me back my pretense. Don't all of you girls like to receive a letter from God? Pretend to me to be high and cool. Turn around and get you. See how lowly you are. Rotten woman. Li Chengfeng's gaze had a desire to eat Zhao Fei as prey. He said in his heart, nowadays, women are all this uneducated, but is still. I will little by little, make the embryo become an embryo that doesn't hide. There aren't many pleasures in life. This is one of them. He lowered his head. At some point, there was an extra letter on the position. There was no signature on the letter. He also looked left and right for a while, looking at whoever was suspicious. A letter from God. Scaring old man, right? Old man would like to see how skillful this letter from God is. How nice this word is. But don't be worse than I am. Then I would really die of laughter. The student president thought while opening that letter. The letter was clearly written on a word. Chapter 74 God's Letters to Death. Although it was just one word, Li Chengfeng was caught in a phantasmagoria. And that letter read, 22-year-old Li Chengfeng, who is a man with a wrong heart. God corresponds and gives the punishment of death. And the crimes of his evil thoughts are as follows. At the age of 7, he bullied his neighbor's orphans, snatched each other's books, and falsely accused the orphaned youngsters, causing them to have shadows on their lives. At the age of 8, 9, and 10, stealing from classmates, parents, and teachers, accumulating $1,000 of a bad nature, and an inferior juvenile. Age 11, watching H, cheating on the girl next door, causing her irreversible grief. 15 years old, teenage rebellion, threw stones at grandma, scolded grandpa, do not respect the old, less love for children, selfish and self-interested. 18 years old, for the purpose of unscrupulous, for people with a vicious heart, inhuman. At 21, he is a bully and a hypocrite. He must not continue to be a human being, so as not to be a scourge to society. 22 years old, using God's letter to deceive his classmates, lack of respect for the gods, scourged a lot of lost women, evil habits too much. Scripture, Li Sungbong must die, execute immediately. Walked out of the library, took the elevator up the stairs. On the way to expound on his crimes, jumped off the 11th floor of the complex, curtains on his life, content to read. Li Chengfeng is the walking dead that get up. After leaving their position, that God's letter with the wind floated down to the ground. Next to the female students took a look. Nothing on the paper. She said in her heart, who is so unqualified. Littering, college students' quality is really high. Zhao Fei hadn't even started reading when she felt some headaches. What's going on today? So out of shape. Forget it, I'd better go out for a while, or else I'll disturb someone else's study later. Every time she was unwell or had something on her mind, Zhao Fei liked to go and sit in front of the comprehensive building for a while, because it faced the main door, and she felt that the main door was the place to wait for someone, although she didn't know what she could wait for there. Unlike others, the plain woman had a quick pace that boys couldn't hope to keep up with, and because of her quick pace, those who chased after her were often half-hearted. Outside the library, it was still a clear sky. After Li Chengfeng walked out, it was cloudy and cloudy. The school looked like it was about to have some news. Li Chengfeng walked out of the library. While walking, his mouth murmured, I'm a bad person. I'm not a human being. I'm a great sin. Damn it. Living for a day is a sin. I shouldn't be a bully. I shouldn't be a hypocrite. I shouldn't use my position of authority to do those things and cheat those women. Teacher, I'm not a human being. I should die. Li Chengfeng's body itched. He scratched as he walked, and soon a face was scratched. A student council member passed by and called out when he saw his president go over. President Li, what are you? Li Chengfeng ignored him and accelerated his pace to walk. That student secretly said in his heart, crazy being a president makes you crazy like this. In front of me, You are nothing. What a thing. The distance from the complex building is getting closer and closer. Li Chengfeng's face was scratched by him. It's class time now, so there are not many people riding the elevator. Li Chengfeng pressed the elevator. After that, he made an inviting gesture towards the elevator, but there was no one beside him, and he was saying something in his mouth. This scene was recorded by the security camera. Li Sungfeng entered the elevator after making a thank you gesture, but it didn't take long for him to come out, and after he came out, he fell on the ground and knelt down vigorously, as devoutly as if he were worshipping the Buddha. The security guard uncle in the monitoring room came out after seeing this weird picture, and muttered, "This young man is afraid that he is not filming jitterbugs. Now the young people who want to be on fire are crazy. Jitterbugs are harmful to people. It's better to read the news more often." The security guard came out, and Li Chengfeng had already taken the elevator up the stairs. At this time, the elevator Li Chengfeng's face has been broken. He still keeps scratching, his face oozing blood, and he himself seems to feel no pain at all. His head is tilted, like his neck is broken that way. Ding ding. The elevator stopped on the 10th floor. Li Chengfeng collapsed and wormed his way out of the elevator like a worm. The door was finally still slammed open by him. Li Sungbong took a step over to the edge. He looked down below. The person below him was as small as a dot. A little bit of self-awareness returned. He remembered the time when he was on the first floor parallel to someone. Some were as tall as him, some were shorter than him, some were dressed better than him, more handsome than him. When he stood on the second floor, the people below him had to look up if they wanted to look at him, but he had to look up just as much if he wanted to look at the people above him. When he stood on the 5th floor, the position was better. Someone talked to him, scolded him. He could barely hear. In a bad mood, he went down with a pot of water. Others scolded even harder, but he at least got out of a mouthful of bad breath. The people he had to look up to were there, but not much more. When he stood on the 10th floor, what the people downstairs said he could not hear. He pissed and shat downstairs. Downstairs people can only bear it, because others cannot come up for a time. He looked up to the people or no more, but with him on the 10th floor with the people are still there is very hateful, so he finally came to the 11th floor, now above his head. In addition to God, he is the highest standing one. Thinking about it he cried for a while, he laughed again, and after that an assisted run, swooped down. Li Chengfeng fell from the 11th floor. Several parts of his body were smashed. Eye beads rolled straight out. Soon the place was in a panic. Zhao Fei realized that something significant had happened. She got up and came over. Seeing a mess of flesh and mud she was a burst of nausea. Suddenly, Zhao Fei looked at the corpse from afar. The corpse propped its body up. Its limbs were like the 4 legs of an animal running towards her. As it ran it said, "Baby, I'm willing to die for you." Zhao Fei paralyzed on the ground. At this time, Lu Benchu appeared, a hand to help Zhao Fei up. Zhao Fei punched Lu Benchu a few times. Lu Benchu changed the old sissy voice, issued a thick man's voice. "I am Lu Benchu, do not see, do not hear, do not read without honor, don't believe what your eyes see, and don't think." Hearing this bosom friend voice of Zhao Fei felt inexplicably safe in her heart, especially hearing this different voice. The school authorities quickly protected that place. Lu Benchu took advantage of no one's attention to take Zhao Fei away. I do not know how to deal with the back of the school. The news was blocked dead, but the school forum, Jitterbugs, Snapchat are discussing the melon to eat, have to discuss the death of who, why die, a variety of speculation endless. In order to let Zhao Fei not to think, Lu Benchu brought Zhao Fei out, but also incidentally asked for a vacation. Lu Benchu's home. He turned on the lights, after which he sat Zhao Fei down, took out a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator, and said, "How is it? Is it better?" Zhao Fei was stunned. She didn't say anything. Lu Benchu said, "I've counted for you. You shouldn't have encountered this file. Tell me, in the library did you encounter any strange things? You, what do you know?" Zhao Fei suddenly had a strange feeling about this effeminate BFF in front of her. He was never surprised as if he was, and he didn't seem to be really effeminate. Lu Benchu changed his usual effeminate demeanor and said, "I have yin and yang eyes. I can see things you don't see easily, and I've also worshipped a master, so I naturally know a few things." Zhao Fei still wanted to continue to believe in materialism, and Lu Benchu said, "If you see something, you'd better tell me, or you might not live long. I received a letter from God. I know this. I've done the math for you, but it shouldn't be like this. I did the math. It's auspicious trigrams." Zhao Fei informs Lu Benchu about the library toilet and receiving 2 letters from God. Lu Benchu's eyebrows wrinkle into a pimple. He knows what's going on, but things are very difficult to deal with. Zhao Fei asks, "Isn't this difficult to deal with?" All in all, it's definitely not easy. Don't just mind other people's business in the future or you won't know how you're going to die. You're just messing with the guy you shouldn't be messing with. You mean God? He's no God, just a wandering ghost who loves to mess with things. Have you seen him? Lu Benchu nodded and said, I fought once, and my teacher died. Isn't he very powerful and terrifying? Chapter 75, Letter from God 3. I don't know how to tell you this, but you're kind of in danger now. I would have thought you would have gotten a letter from him aiding your dreams. So, what do I do now? Lu Benchu thought for a moment and said, tell me all of your birth date, preferably detailed to the time. This I have to ask my mom. Then hurry, a minute late is bad for you. Recognizing the seriousness of the problem, Zhao Fei took out the phone and was about to dial the number when he saw an incoming call from an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a while, he finally answered. Fei, where are you? The voice was his roommate Li Xin's. Sounding panicked, Zhao Fei asked. I'm outside. What's wrong? Lu Benchu died. It's horrible. When this news came out, Zhao Fei was even more thunderbolts from a clear sky. She skimmed a glance at Lu Benchu in front of her, after which she tried to restrain her emotions and asked, what's going on? After that sissy returned to his dorm room, while his roommate was away, he set his roommate's quilt on fire, then swallowed pills himself, and a whole person was burnt. The school is in an uproar, with 3 deaths in a row. I'm afraid this school can't stay. Zhao Fei swallowed her saliva, thinking, then what is this person in front of me? Li Xin said, where are you? Let me go accompany you. You shouldn't be very well right now. Zhao Fei pays attention to Lu Benchu while pretending to be relaxed as she replies, but she still has doubts in her heart. Why did Li Xin say 3 lives, not 2? She inquired. It's nothing. I'm fine. Who's the other one? Why did you say 3 just now? Fei, I'll hang up first. There's something else over here. Right at this moment, Lu Benchu, who was standing in front of him at some point, came around to Zhao Fei. He tapped Zhao Fei's shoulder. Zhao Fei was so scared that she didn't hold the phone steady and it directly slid to the ground. Lu Benchu was also very embarrassed and sorry, looked at Zhao Fei, and then looked at the phone. The phone this moment sent a WeChat. Li Xin sent. Lu Benchu frowned tightly, said, things are far more troublesome than I imagined. Fei, when did this Li Xin contact you? Zhao Fei subconsciously backed away. Lu Benchu understood and said, ghosts cover their eyes. Fei, think about this Li Xin. She, said Zhao Fei as she prepared to speak, but quickly felt that it was wrong, and said to herself, Li Xin, the fat girl who killed herself for love a year ago. She, Zhao Fei's back went cold and Lu Benchu said, did you think of it? I'd better go back to school first. My mind is so messed up right now. Zhao Fei really doesn't know what to do now. Lu Benchu said, you can't go back to school. You must not go back to school. Why? She wants to tear her face off face to face, but the other party is a person or a ghost still can't figure out. Can't act rashly. Now can only pretend to know nothing first. Non-essential not to do anything. Lu Benchu said, now the school should be held by that self-proclaimed god. Everywhere is full of weirdness and danger. Here is undoubtedly the safest. At least I'm by your side. I can still resist for a moment. Zhao Fei was in a complicated mood. Right now the most important thing she needed to do was to be calm. Panic and fear were useless. One must always remain calm. At least try to find out if this guy was a human or a ghost first. Is there any food here? I'm a bit hungry right now. Good. Looks like you're not so scared that you won't even be hungry. I'll go buy something. You wait for me at home. Okay, thanks. What are you polite for? What kind of relationship do we have? A few moments after Lu Benchu left, Zhao Fei wanted to go out, but she went to look at the front door and it was unlocked. Zhao Fei took out her cell phone and called her school's teachers, her classmates. The counselor said that he was not clear about this matter, and reminded him not to spread it around. It's about the school's reputation, and it's true in front of us, so you can't spread it around. And also, it's not safe to be out there, so you'd better go back to school as soon as possible. Time is running out. Zhao Fei, who couldn't get help from the teacher, had to seek help from other students. The one who answered the phone was an elementary school sister she knew. The elementary school sister said, Sister, you're out there. It's best not to come back. The school has been full of homicides lately. One by one, the students are being punished because of God. Can you tell me how many people have died so far? 6. Zhao Fei's eyes widened. That many? Did they die on the same day? What? Not a year ago for the love of suicide Li Xin. In fact, she cleaved her legs. God sent a letter to let her die. Half a year ago there was because during the university often cheat parents, spend money like water, but also used in the immodest things. The last direct body parts of several parts of the body does not disappear. Die a horrible death. There is also a half a month ago, died a teacher, which gossip rumor can be a lot. Today, directly dead 3. One is the student president. I heard that when he died, he did a lot of weird things, and finally jumped down from the complex, directly blood and flesh. Zhao Fei felt unsteady on her legs when she thought of that image. The caller continued. The second one was a sissy. Speaking of this sissy, it's amazing. He wasn't actually a sissy. He just liked a girl, but that girl rejected people from time to time, so he pretended to be a sissy just to get close to that girl. Zhao Fei thought to herself, the girl Lu Benshu likes wouldn't be. The elementary school girl still said, he died in a more mysterious way. Didn't hear him receive any letter from God, just said that he played with fire and set himself on fire, and also swallowed pills, I think, and the whole person was burnt. Maybe he also received a letter from God, but it's just that we don't know about it. Okay, this is coming, junior sister. I have other things, so I won't talk to you for now. If you're out there for internships, just do your internships well, take care of yourself, and don't ever come back at this time of the day. The junior sister hung up the phone. Zhao Fei's whole body was bad. She didn't know what to do, but the important thing at the moment was to figure out this God to let her, or else she wouldn't know how to die. There was silence all around. The sound of her heartbeat seemed to be audible. Just as she was lost in thought, Lu Benshu's voice rang out in front of her. What are you thinking about? So lost in thought. Zhao Fei was startled, after which she calmed down. Lu Benshu said, what's wrong with you? The face looks not very good. You went out. Come in, how are no sound? Ah, I did not hear? You think about the problem, think too stupid. Naturally you can't hear it. Things bought back for you. Eat. Zhao Fei looked at the bag of snacks, all her favorite food. She gathered courage and asked, I don't have a bit of direction now. The people I can trust are gone. Can I trust you? Can of course, now only I can save you. Fifi, you want to ask about the letter from God. Zhao Fei actually wanted to ask if the other person was a human or a ghost, but when the words came to her mouth, she couldn't ask, so she had to say, well, yes, can you tell me more about it? That guy's beautiful name is God, but he's actually a depressed poor scholar who was forced to die by the world, and then he's always been pressed by a side of heaven and earth's chi. Somehow, he ran out a year ago, and then he started to do God's thing, being a ghost with a clear distinction between rewards and punishments, and he said that the things that God doesn't do, he'll do them. Just a ghost who wants to open up heaven and earth. Zhao Fei nodded and said, it doesn't sound like it's a bad ghost. It's true. Sometimes it feels like the world is too unkind, and you don't get rewarded for your efforts while those scums are living it up. Sounds good, but what is the standard for non-right and wrong, good and evil, beautiful and ugly? What can he know as a ghost who is dead and still weighed down by chi? I'm afraid there's a subjective component. I sabotaged him killing someone in the toilet before. Will I incur the trouble of killing him? You're in a dangerous situation. Zhao Fei asked tentatively, can you help me? At least for a little while. Can I refuse? Why? Because I know it affects you a lot, and I, who made my own mess, solved it myself. How are you going to fix it? Zhao Fei was stumped by the question. For a moment she didn't know what to say, and only after a long time did she say, I want to hide by myself first. I can't drag you into this. After she finished speaking, she walked towards the door and was about to open it. The door was still unlocked. Lu Benshu said, it's not that simple. I won't let you face the danger alone. Zhao Fei said inwardly, you're dangerous when you're in front of me, but thankfully after all that time, he didn't think of hurting me. I don't know what he's scheming for. What is it that he wants to get from me? Or is he trying to kill me while I'm weak? It's hard to guess what's in a human's mind, and a ghost's mind isn't necessarily easy to guess either. What are you thinking? Lu Benshu said as he walked over, getting closer and closer to Zhao Fei, so close that he could hear the sound of heartbeat breathing. Only, this proximity proved one thing even more. The Lu Benshu in front of him was not a person. Chapter 76 God's Letters 4. Because he didn't breathe or have a heartbeat at all, Zhao Fei was directionless. She didn't know how to handle herself. Lu Benshu came closer and said, don't worry, I can really protect you. At this time, Zhao Fei, however, said in her heart, it's weird if you don't worry. She closed her eyes tightly, then said, I can't trust you. I know you're not human either. Lu Benshu froze, after a burst of laughter, said, you early said in the heart of the doubt, well, that also does not become so. Remember, I no matter whether it is not a person, I will not hurt you. I can't trust you. Then what do you want me to do? Let me go. I want to get out of here. Lu Benshu scratched his head and thought for a while, after which he said, since you want to leave, then I won't stay. But have you thought clearly? Where are you going? Women have more or less choice difficulties. They have no direction to do, which direction to go. In order to facilitate, will say all you say. I listen to you. But when there are men to provide them with answers or choices, they will always use all sorts of reasons to deny others think of the preferred choice, so that they can choose for themselves, and then it is still the same. Women are not generally difficult to understand. Zhao Fei gently moved the pace, deliberately in Lu Benshu to keep a distance. Lu Benshu Knight did not step close. Zhao Fei paced back and forth, after saying, I walk out on my own. You hide in the place where I cannot see. If I am in danger you are willing to take action to save me on the action. Do not want to even if it is not. but don't come out without a good reason to frighten me, can it? Lu Benchu thought to himself, I also just don't do people soon. Women are too hard to understand. Okay, it's okay, I promise you. Zhao Fei didn't expect the other party to promise him so quickly. After that she gate, and indeed she was able to go out, but the moment she opened the gate, the whole thing was a bit regretful. Outside the door is not a corridor. There is not a bit of sunlight, a dark path that does not know where to lead to carry out the head and tail. She stumbled and asked, how do I get here? It wasn't like this when I came here just now. Ghosts cover their eyes, cackle and hallucinate normal surroundings. You also said you wouldn't hurt me, so what did you trick me into coming here for? Lu Benchu was dumbfounded, but afterward changed the topic and said, this stretch of road. I'll take you out and promise not to pester you after I get out. He finished reaching out and pulling Lu Benchu. A wonderful feeling rushed to Zhao Fei's heart. Lu Benchu is a ghost in the end. His hand is so cold that it has no temperature, but holding the hand of the person he likes, Lu Benchu feels that he is still a person. He said, you believe me, you can pass through with your eyes closed, because there will be some uncomfortable images next. Hear any sound though, don't open your eyes. Zhao Fei just took a gamble. She closed her eyes and let Lu Benchu lead her out of this shady mansion. Although it was dark, it was extraordinarily lively. There were voices and people walking. Zhao Fei heard the child's wailing cry, heard the woman's giggle, and the old woman's voice of greeting, girl, you are born really handsome nah, come to my home. My family has 3 grandchildren, with you the same age, all have a great future. Lu Benchu stared open the door at the granny. After scolding, bastard thing, are you blind? Can't you see that Lousy is still here? The wrinkled granny said, you're nothing but a little doll who just died, but you're fierce, I'd like to see your tricks. Lu Benchu struck a hand knife. The old woman's head was chopped off. Zhao Fei only heard a voice land with a thud. The old woman said, little doll, you'd better put my head on my neck, otherwise we're not done with this. The old woman said sternly. Lu Benchu kicked the old woman's head as if she was kicking a soccer ball, only to hear the old woman let out a whimpering sound, and the sound became more and more distant. Out of fear, Zhao Fei pulled Lu Benchu's hand tighter. Suddenly a voice came from far away. Bullying my mom. Don't want the ghost life, kid. Chase, catch him for me. A sound of footsteps gets closer and closer. A group of ghosts with missing arms and legs run over. Some even float over. Lu Benchu pulls Zhao Fei to run. Zhao Fei only heard the sound. She didn't dare to open her eyes at all, deeply afraid that if she opened her eyes, she would see those lifeless people. In the past, she was a firm materialist, but she would also listen to the strange gods as a story. The old man said that people who see ghosts, light is a disease, or life is taken by the ghosts. Zhao Fei never expected that she would encounter such a thing one day. During the running process, there were noisy sounds coming from the ears. Some people crying, some people laughing, some people sighing, and the cooing sound of unknown animals. After running for about 5 minutes, Lu Benchu said, well, it's out. You can open your eyes. Zhao Fei opened her eyes. Lu Benchu was no longer beside her, and she herself was standing at the intersection of a familiar alley. Across from her, going out deeper, there was a paper tie store. She usually has very few friends. Lu Benchu is one of them. Every time out of school, Lu Benchu will take him past this paper store. I do not know what drives Zhao Fei as much as possible to the direction of the paper store to go. Walking, her heart drumming, always feel that there are people behind them. But think of Lu Benchu, she will rest assured that some, because so far, Lu Benchu did not hurt her. Usually come to the paper tie store will have a granny with old-fashioned glasses to guard the store. This night, Zhao Fei himself too, but no old-fashioned glasses granny. In the door is a paper tie. A gust of wind blew. Hanging in front of the paper store, wind chimes jingling. Paper people swaying with the wind. Seems to make a welcome ceremony to Zhao Fei. She did not try to get close to, but just stood far away from the eyes. Eyes of flower. He suddenly saw on the paper store there is a hanged granny. It seems that the person is dead through, as hanging bacon that quietly hanging. Suddenly, the old woman opened her eyes and lunged towards Zhao Fei. Out of fear, she pulled her legs and ran. That speed made her wonder several times if she would lose Lu Benchu, who was following her. He is very contradictory. For Lu Benchu, she both wants the other party to follow, but also does not want the other party to be infested. Running until her forehead sweat beads grain, she finally shed stop. She stopped in front of a large shopping mall. Bright environment, popularity is also much heavier. She entered the mall, just went in and was scared by the people inside. Those people's faces were pale, like the appearance of the remains in a black and white photo. In several normal-faced people and even crawling with pale children. They stared at Zhao Fei. Zhao Fei dared to continue to look. She did not continue to stay, but to speed up the pace to run out. All of a sudden, Zhao Fei felt safer in the darkness of the night. She walked alone on the road with no streetlights, and suddenly opened her mouth. Lu Benchu, is it there? Lu Benchu quickly gave a reply. Yes, I'm here, always here. This voice put her heart at ease quite a bit, but it was just a shallow question and answer. Lu Benchu didn't show up and didn't say any more words. Walking out of the road for a while, Zhao Fei continued to ask, still there? Will always be. Why did you die? Did you also receive a letter from God? Well, but it was I who took the initiative to seek death. Why? What did you do? Why did you receive a letter from God? How is he going to punish you to the point that you voluntarily sought death? It was a long time before Lu Benchu answered. Because I fell in love with a girl who likes to reject people. In order to chase her, I was willing to pretend to be a woman. It was not easy for me to get close to the girl. It was not easy for me to be able to stay with her. But God said that I didn't love brightly and openly enough. He said that I wanted to be a girl. And in this life I will always be a girl. So that the girl I like will change to be in the likeness of a man. Try the world. Where in the book is such reasoning? Because I like a girl he has to be in danger because of my liking. I naturally don't want to, and then I fight against him in my own way. Zhao Fei was very sure that the girl Lu Benchu liked was her. She said, why don't you know to tell that girl? There's absolutely no chance if you don't say anything, but you'll have a 50% chance if you do. I know her. He'll say no. Do I know the girl you like? Very familiar. This question is more certain. Lu Benchu said, I will like a girl for various reasons, but reject me is her right. I will not bet on it. Would rather be a friend to a company, but also do not want to be a love but not a loser without coldness. Companionship is already the highest level of confession. I am willing to be like this. That ghost turned God is really paralyzed. He doesn't know what is good and bad, good and evil. He is indeed paralyzed, or he wouldn't be, but he did do a lot of good in the past few years. Done which ones? Those robbers, human traffickers died horizontally. Before they died they gave the money they had to the families in need. Bedridden good people miraculously survived. White-eyed wolf children have died of illness. Authors who insisted on writing 10,000 words of novels every day exploded in popularity, and brainless plagiarism works were criticized. Before you were born, I gave you a fortune-telling. Your trigrams are auspicious trigrams. If you don't need him sanctioning people he thinks deserve to die. Zhao Fei asked as she walked. What is the good fortune I got? Chapter 77 God's Letters 5. Haven't you been going to the library and sticking to books for a long time? You also want to go to graduate school, and in the last fortune before you were born, I figured out that this God will help you when you go to graduate school, so that you can get on your way. Zhao Fei sighed and said, if I didn't care about other people's affairs, it would have been a different script, one that was favorable to me. Things have come to this, the only thing to do is confrontation. It's fine, I'll stay with you. The soldiers will come to stop the water to cover the earth. Why are you talking in a civilized way? Because the girl I like likes to read books. I also develop such a habit. Thinking that in the future to talk to her I'll try to be more elegant. Zhao Fei face slightly red, but the thought of liking her is not a person but a ghost will feel creepy. But she turned her mind to think. Su Xian by Nangzi, human and demon. Ning Kaichen and Nie Xiaoqian, human and ghost. They all love to get. Why is he and I? Moreover, he had a liking for me before he was born, and in the end, his death has something to do with I also related. What are you thinking? Lu Benchu asked. Zhao Fei smiled and shook her head, and after that quietly walked all the way, one way without looking back. The next day, the police surrounded a public restroom because there was a girl with a distended stomach lying next to the sink, close enough to take a look. The stomach was propped up bulging, like a ball. The face was also propped up swollen, although swollen beyond recognition, but the outline is still recognizable. The deceased is Zhao Fei. The ID card on her body confirms this even more. Zhao Fei kneaded a ball of paper into a ball in her hand, and the police opened it. Didn't you go to the library all the time and insist on reading books for a long time? You also wanted to go to graduate school, and in the last hexagram before you were born, I figured out that this God will help you when you go to graduate school, so that you can get on your way. Zhao Fei sighed and said, if I didn't care about other people's affairs, it would have been a different script, one that was favorable to me. Things have come to this, the only thing to do is confrontation. It's fine, I'll stay with you. The soldiers will come to stop the water to cover the earth. Why are you talking in a civilized way? Because the girl I like likes to read books. I also develop such a habit. Thinking that in the future to talk to her I'll try to be more elegant. Zhao Fei face slightly red, but the thought of liking her is not a person but a ghost will feel creepy. But she turned her mind to think. Su Xian by Nangzi, human and demon. Ning Kaichen and Nie Xiaoqian, human and ghost. They all love to get. Why is he and I? Moreover, he had a liking for me before he was born, and in the end, his death has something to do with I also related. What are you thinking? Lu Benchu asked. Zhao Fei smiled and shook her head, and after that quietly walked all the way, one way without looking back. The next day, The police surrounded a public restroom because there was a girl with a distended stomach lying next to the sink, close enough to take a look. The stomach was propped up bulging, like a ball. The face was also propped up swollen, although swollen beyond recognition, but the outline is still recognizable. The deceased is Zhao Fei. The ID card on her body confirms this even more. Zhao Fei's hand will be a ball of paper kneaded into a ball. The police opened, is a blank sheet of paper, the forensic identification. Zhao Fei is because of excessive drinking death. Exclude homicide. The case was hastily closed, and Zhao Fei is really dead. Yuncheng University. Lu Benchu and Li Changfeng, Li Sini walking in the knowledge square. They are discussing Zhao Fei drinking water suicide incident, but from their tone, it seems that they do not recognize Zhao Fei this person. If they had to say there was a connection, they were alumni. Together, they walked into the 10th building, the mixed-gender dormitory building. There were a lot of students coming in and out, but Cloud City University had been built for many years, and did not have 10 of these mixed-gender dormitory buildings. Anything can be false. Again, anything might be true. Library. A handsome teenager holding a letter in his hand went over, while the girl went to the toilet. He put the letter on the table. The girl comes back from the restroom and sees the letter on the table. She wasn't exactly a good-looking girl. This was the first time she had ever received a letter. She thought to herself, I've never received a little love letter from anyone in my life. It can't be a confession. She opened it and read it, and inside it read, when you no longer care about other people's judgment and don't look for approval from others, then you can truly be dashing and comfortable. People say you are bad, but you are not really bad. Judgment is other people's judgment. You are yourself. Given your hard work, God has decided to make your life go well, and the exams you stick with for a long time, you will succeed. The girl was panicked because the time of the exam was approaching, but after seeing God's letter, her whole body was much more relaxed, and when she took the exam, she played very well, and in the end, she really made it to the bank. Busy Toshiro Jr. God sends letters of reward and punishment to what he considers to be good and evil every day, doing the living and the dead. God's letters existed in society for 1 decade, and after that, there were no letters from God. There was a vote in heaven and on earth, and finally, the demon god received a post from the king of Hades. Heaven's calamity has arrived, and the evil spirits have been removed. The handsome young man threw the Yama king's post to one side. He stood alone on the topmost floor of a certain building and said, some things I did are done. I don't think I'm wrong. At this time, Zhao Fei appeared with the rest of the people who should not have deserved to die but died just like him, and they surrounded this handsome teenager god. Zhao Fei said, who do you think you are? You think what you are doing is right. What is wrong with us? The ghosts levitated in mid-air. And that ghost god said, there are too many of you, and I don't really know what mistakes you have made, but you died, so that means you should have deserved to die. The wind was blowing, the lightning was flashing, and it was going to rain heavily. Households, shutting their doors, collecting their clothes. Zhao Fei led the ghosts to surround the ghost god, after which it shrunk tighter and tighter. A heavenly thunder broke through the sky and struck straight down. The ghosts flew away, and the ghost god's residual soul floated, and he didn't have much time left. Ghost God pointed to the sky and cursed, you are the sky, enveloping the earth, but you have no eyes and no pearls. Poor people are poor all their lives. Good people are spurned all their lives. Bad people do all the bad things in the wind and water, and live longer than Wangba, your father. Tell me what kind of bull eyes you count as long. The way of heaven is not fair. I'll try to break the sky, even if I'm weak. I'll do something. I'd like to give you a letter from God. 2. You know, dog God. You are so unjust and unkind. Why don't you just change your family, saying that heaven and earth are unkind and take everything as ruminants? You look most like a dog to me, a mad dog. The ones that should bite don't bite. The ones that shouldn't bite you victimize them to death. How can the wrath of heaven be resisted by a paralyzed jumping brat? Seeing this ghost god still screaming so much, the thunder in the sky was louder, and afterward a row of lightning directly struck down. The ghost god couldn't even find the dregs, and that building also suddenly lost power. Later, no one in the world received a letter from God, and the beautiful people would receive letters confessing their love for them. Heaven is a letter, just different ghost god that's straightforward. Heaven's letter may be a sick notice, maybe accidentally get 5 million lottery tickets, maybe confession by the favorite girl refused. Life in the world, everything has an answer. The result is not satisfactory, perhaps to see the repair of the blessing enough, perhaps to see, God is not happy, willing to give. Ghost god called Zheng Chaoyang, once a scholar. He was once a scholar. He failed in the exams year after year, and his house was not ready for the rain, and the twine was broken in a fine way. The family is not rich, encountered a great drought. The family has no harvest. The war is tight. The corp tax is too heavy. Her parents were forced to die by the soldiers. Zheng Chaoyang's fiancé because of the repeated failures of the scholar, finally resigned to marry someone else as a concubine. They were childhood sweethearts, but ultimately because of the livelihood of the birth of the separation, the scholar, who had no success in his life, finally couldn't stand it anymore and hanged himself from a beam, because he had gas before he died, so he couldn't be reincarnated and turned into an evil ghost with a lot of grievances. But on the contrary, the town where he was located was full of righteousness, and a party's luck pressed him into the ground for hundreds of years. Later on, the local chi was consumed. The ghost god wandered in the society with grievances. He hated not someone or something, he hated the unfairness of the heavenly way, hated the god's blindness, so he thought of breaking the old and establishing the new, and he himself wanted to pierce through this unsatisfactory world. He wanted to be a just and fair god, to be those guys in the sky, to appeal for the suffering, in order to stir up the sky. He did what he thought was a good deed of insensitivity. He killed a lot of people on God's behalf and finally went up and smoked himself. He wanted to just want to let the heaven fare a little bit, but he himself go crooked. Finally heaven's anger and ghosts. He suffered a lightning strike and annihilation, but from the beginning to the end, he never regretted. He just want to let God long eyes take a good look at this earth. Even if you want to take all things as ruminants, you cannot trample on the good generation. The cycle of karma, the grudge of the previous life, the next life to pay back. It makes no sense. The world should be counted in one lifetime. Chapter 78. New members of the Company of Strange Encounters. The National Territory. Strange Encounter Company. Wang Jinxiang gathered everyone together and he said, everyone has worked hard during this period of time, but it's also because of everyone's dedication that our lives are becoming more and more normalized. But after the resistance I found that we are far from enough strange people. In this case, in the layout of the task always points not enough people. The stewardess said succinctly, Cloud City University has 2 very special strange encounters. Who would like to recruit them? Hong Fei Huang asked. Then will you go? The flight attendant responded directly. Of course, I'll go. Count me in then. Anyone else? Count me in. A voice rang out from behind them, and the stewardess was more than familiar with the voice. The stewardess turned around, the director, and brought Lu Jiachan over, and everyone gave the director a salute. The director returned the same military salute. He looked at the crowd and said, let me introduce to you all this one, Lu Jiachen, your team member from now on. Everyone didn't have any reaction, and the director led the clapping, after which Wang Jinxiang, the flight attendants, one after another, only clapped up. The people of the Strange Encounter Company had seen this guy. His ability was outstanding. They couldn't figure out why such a person would choose to join the Strange Encounter Company. Lu Jiachen said, hello everyone. From today, yes, we are comrades in arms. To the flight attendant, this was something expected, but he couldn't figure out why it was so fast. The stewardess said, what do you think? I invited you to join, you do not add, and now suddenly airborne. What kind of thing is this? The director responded to his doubts and said, Lu Jiachen is a very good strange encounter. We spared no effort to keep him in the Strange Encounter Company, so don't be angry with him. Alright, this old man task of mine is considered completed. Next you just grind it out. Outside of Lu Jiachen, everyone saluted and eyed the director. When the director walked away, Wang Jinxiang said, welcome to join us. I'm also honored. From now on we'll fight side by side. Can I join the team? Of course. Lu Jieduan stood beside the flight attendant. Hong Fei Huan was hostile and said, don't you have your own organization? Why did you choose us? The Company of Strange Encounters. Lu Jiachen thought for a while and said, because, I'm happy to. I'm going to make a date with you. Wang Jinxiang said, quiet. Everyone quieted down, and he continued, from today, we have a new fierce general in the Company of Strange Encounters. As for things like dating, I've always advocated it, but it's up to both parties to decide whether to accept or reject it. But I still suggest to Fei Huang that you shouldn't take any chances. Even if it's me against him, I won't necessarily be able to win. Hong Fei Huang, however, had to compete and said, dare you, both to decide and to divide life and death. The system said, Des Kim, host, this brat knows too little, get him. Lu Jiachen said, I don't even know why you have such deep animosity towards me anymore. Because of the air hostess? Then don't worry, in my opinion, he is my sister. As for other reasons, I can't think of any. Surprisingly, no one from the 7 or 8 people at the side tried to persuade them. Instead, they estimated that Hong Fei Huang challenged Lu Jiachen. Hong Fei Huang said, I simply want to compete with you. Okay, hard to say why. I have no other reason. Fine, I accept your challenge, but I hope it's to the point because we still have a lot of things to do behind us. Emperor Hong Fei carried his own lance and retreated to the open space, pointing at Lu Jiachen and calling out, come and fight. Lu Jiachen said unhurriedly, actually, it's only because of your Strange Encounter Company's repeated invitations that I came here. and made quite a few conditions, which they all agreed to. Since we've made a date to fight, why don't we bet on something? Emperor Hong Fei said. It's fine. Bet on what? If I win, in the future, you listen to the air hostess and don't do anything he doesn't like. If I lose, whatever. Hong Fei Huang thought about it and said, I win. You can continue to stay in the company of strange encounters, but don't get too close to the air hostess. Be my stable boy for a year. Almost. How about it? The stewardess shouted. What kind of men are you two? I'd become your gambling object? Still playing or not? Lu Jiechen walked over and the system said, Host, I'll synthesize a weapon for you. No need. Against this guy, I want to use my bare hands to thwart him. Okay, understand you. The host is trying to strengthen the strength of the limbs well. This host will strengthen it for you. A few moments later, Refusal Chang only felt that his body was full of strength. Emperor Hong Fei said, Take out your weapon. Lu Jiecheng smiled faintly and said, It's fine to whip you without a weapon. These words completely angered Hong Fei Huang, who was already upset with him, and the people present also paid more attention to this match because of these words. I will make you pay the consequences for your arrogance. Hong Fei Huang lunged over with his lance. Lu Jiechen was already agile, and his body was even more agile after getting the system enhancement. His speed was ridiculously fast. Hong Fei Huang couldn't capture it at all. He can only take a swing with his lance, stabbing it randomly. Luo Shaoling asked, Stewardess, who do you think will win between the two of them? What's the point of asking such a question? Isn't it already obvious? But these two men are fighting for you. Aren't you touched? Touched my ass. If you want to watch it, just watch it properly. Where are all the words? Oh, stewardess, we fly emperor so hard. Or let's bet. You bet on him to win. I bet on him to lose. $500 on it. Are you stupid or am I lacking money like this? Teng Zixian said. Shaoling, I'll bet with you. I bet Lu Jichen will not lose. Fei Huang will not win. Luo Shaoling gave the man a blank look and said, I'm not stupid. Then what makes you think our vice squad is stupid? Luo Shaoling was dumbfounded, and in the end, she couldn't say anything and quietly watched the two men fight. Lu Jiahao said, this Lu Jiechuan guy hasn't even started yet, and with the flying emperor consuming so much physical strength, it looks like he's going to suffer. On the battlefield, Lu Jiechen dodged one after another. Hong Fei Huang said angrily, dodge, dodge, dodge my ass. Have the guts to fight me fair and square. The system spat. Stupid men are often seen. Stupid like this, the first time I've seen it. Host, don't fool around with him. Make a move, or else he'll really be pissed off by you later. Lu Jiechen suddenly flashed to Hong Fei Huang's body, directly snatched down the other party's lance, after that pulling the arm to the right and flinging it, using the force to give the other party another kick. Hong Fei Huang fell into a dog. He was sweating, was trying to get up. His own lance weapon in the past pointed at himself. Hong Fei Huang clenched his fists tightly and said, I lost. He got up and ran away without his weapon afterward. The crowd was not finished. They knew the result, but they did not expect Lu Jiechen to defeat Hong Fei Huang so smoothly. Wang Zhenxiong announced the result of the match. End of discussion. The stewardess brought Lu Jieduan to hang out in the foreign territory. She asked, You are in good hands in the Douyin Alliance. Why would you think of joining the company of strange encounters? And also as soon as you came to give my comrades a downward spiral. Lu Jieduan smiled and said, What's wrong? At this time you know that you are heartbroken for others? Don't change the topic. Hurry up and say, why come? Chapter 79, Trying Out the Wacky University. Lu Jieduan still had a calm face. To decompress myself. How do you decompress? To wreak havoc on me? Stewardess, in your opinion, I'm that kind of person? No, you're not a person. Lu Jieduan thought about it and said afterward, I heard about this company of strange encounters long ago, but I didn't join it because I wasn't sure of the bottom line. And then I didn't want to join it even more after I learned about it. Because the company of strange encounters is in the national territory, and this happens to be your stronghold. I had suffered losses here, but the state documents are out. We can't resist. Then I waited. Not until the person who let me die once died. After that I came here, was invited by the officer of your company of encounters over and over again to dish out, and made a lot of requests. One came of course those younger siblings. I think only under the shelter of the country, the children can grow up safely. My ability alone is limited. Many Righteous People Alliance also responded to the policy. It should become the administrator, or an official, so I promised them to cluck. In addition to a bit of ability, join you can also serve the country. Every month there is a salary to support. I have no reason not to come. The stewardess listened and nodded. That's a good decision. Welcome. Thank you. Cloud City University. Let's go together. Should we bring that guy who favors you? No, just us. I think it's been a while since we've worked together. I'll see if we still have that tacit understanding. On the other side, There was another reason why Lu Jiedwan decided to respond to the policy. That was for them to deal with the Dark Grey. The Dark Grey organization at this moment was in the midst of resistance, and the people from the League of the Many Righteous had long since withdrawn. Under the country's vigorous crackdown, the zombies had been decreasing, and people were starting to be able to live normally in their original social environment. The forces of the national territory were coming on strong, and the smart Chi-Chi people had long since left, leaving behind only those who clung to the power of the moment, and their end could be imagined. Han Xiaogong still hasn't found his sister, and his mother, too, hasn't recovered, and he's a little panicked as he watches the zombies become less and less in the world. He looked at his mother on the passenger side and said, "Don't worry, Mother, I will never let anyone hurt you. This world shouldn't be free of zombies so quickly. You haven't been healed yet." For this reason, Han Xiaogong had to make some efforts. National territory. Lu Jiedwan and the flight attendant had just taken off, when the company of Strange Encounters welcomed two Strange Encounters. Office. The director looked at Lin Ju and a girl he hadn't seen in front of him. He spoke. "Xian nephew, we certainly welcome you as a Strange Encounter. But this girl, her Strange Encounter is really hard to enter the Strange Encounter company." Han Xiaomei stood up excitedly and said, "Why can't I join you? Didn't you say that anyone who was a Strange Encounter can?" Lin Ju said, "Pay attention to the way you speak. No offense. No offense. That's how young people should be." The director was very open-minded and continued, "Mainly this source of your Strange Encounter is not domestic, and he has appeared in movies and television. It's not a good Strange Encounter. If you have seen our team members or are subjected to a recall from your own country, this would be a crisis for us all." "I'm from my country too," said Han, who was about to say that he loved his country too, but after thinking about it, there didn't seem to be much for her to love. The days of ordinary normal life were poor and humiliated, and there was being uprooted all over the place after becoming a chimera. She finally rushed out. Lin Ju didn't know what this crazy girl would do and could only chase after her. Cloud City University. After a few rushes, Lu Jiechen and the flight attendant finally arrived. They looked outside the university and Lu Jiechen sighed. "I almost got into the university back then, but unfortunately, I didn't expect to return in this way now." "Why are you still lamenting? What's so good about this university? It's just a place to mingle. Don't you have an establishment now without going to university?" "I heard that Yuncheng University has entered a very strange cycle. Are we just going in?" The stewardess thought about it and said, "Aren't you great? Quickly analyze it with your Strange Encounters." "Are your Strange Encounters even that doggy? I've only just joined. I didn't receive any training before doing the mission even though, and now you want me to analyze it. Don't talk nonsense. This is what I asked you to analyze. It has nothing to do with the Strange Encounter Company." "You have a point. Just say if you want it or not. If not, I'll go in." Lu Jiechen pulled him back and silently asked, Ice, what's the situation inside?" Ice peer around Lu Jie dust around a circle, said, "Host, this air hostess is too strong. Will not steal the limelight of our protagonist group. Wow. You hurry up and analyze it. There's a strong energy fluctuation inside. Those who couldn't get out in there are dead. Or rather, they've all turned into NPCs now." Ice stopped talking and Lu Jiechan asked, "What else?" "Nope, that's all. The others can't be detected." "Oh yeah, it's dangerous. Hosts should enter with caution. And these NPCs will try every possible means to assimilate those who enter. And if they can't assimilate them, they will attack until the person who enters dies." Lu Jiedwan thought that the other party would give very detailed answers and countermeasures. He didn't expect so little. He told the stewardess what he knew. The stewardess spat. "Nothing? Nothing. Better than knowing nothing. When we came over, the director hadn't told us anything. So what should we do now?" Lu Jiedwan thought for a moment that he would have to ask Bing Bing for advice, but before he could say anything, he had an extra drone in his hand. The stewardess said, "It's possible. This Strange Encounter of yours is too amazing. Delivering a physical object directly to your hand, putting it into a safe world is also quite explosive. Can it directly change a bunch of money?" Lu Jiedwan shook his head. "I don't know. People have tempers. I'm afraid they don't want to." The system said, "Why don't you two just fall in love and listen to the instructions? I also have a temper." Lu Jiedwan sincerely said, Wrong. You are the important one. Quickly tell how to use it. You don't have a childhood. Maneuver the handle normally. The important thing is that with the glasses, you can see every corner." Lu Jiedwan no longer said anything more. He put on his glasses and operated it. The flight attendant said, "Right here? Well, stewardess, if anyone comes over, you help me block it." "No problem." The remote control drone flew into Cloud City University under Lu Jiechan's control. The flight attendant looked at Lu Jiechan and said, "Have you noticed? Recently there are fewer zombies everywhere. It's mainly not that we're eliminating more, but there are a lot of zombies gathering together. They seem to have a consciousness." "This I know." Lu Jiedwan replied as he maneuvered the drone. Hey, if both zombies and humans have consciousness, a big battle is inevitable. Aha. Just operate it properly and see what's going on inside. Lu Jiedwan looked at Cloud City University with the help of the drone view. Chapter 80, The Trap. All disappeared. Cloud City University covered a large area, with teaching buildings, student buildings, and 3 or 4 cafeterias lined up inside. And there didn't seem to be any bad guys or ghosts in the scope of the drone's view, but things were in extreme need of attention. The university had lost its original color, and both the buildings and the trees inside had turned off white. It was quiet all around, but the more it was the stranger it got. How could it be so calm in an anomalous environment? Must not be possible. Lu Jiedwan maneuvered the drone and continued to observe inside. Ice kept reminding. No, nothing. Host, could we be looking for the wrong It's been so long and I still don't feel anything. I have a feeling that it will be dangerous inside. But the truth is that there is nothing Host, will you be too nervous You have to believe in the system. Believe in science. Don't talk so much. Observe properly. The system had to obediently cooperate. The stewardess looked at Lu Jiechen's face and thought, one should always have regrets. There are some things even if they are very close. But he just doesn't belong to you. How lucky should your girlfriend be? Some movement approached. The stewardess raised her gun on guard. Suddenly, out came a man holding a long gun. No, he shouldn't be considered a man, but a mutated zombie. The man also had a pair of wings. He was stained with blood on top of his black gun. Half of his body was human, and half of his body looked a bit different. Especially the turquoise eyes were the most special. It looked inhuman and unearthly. He said, I recognize you all. All of you are damned people. The stewardess didn't say anything, and directly shot a gun. This was always the style of the stewardess's accident. Hit first. Never expected that the bullet stopped just an inch from the chest of the half-man holding the lance. It hard couldn't enter the male zombie's body, like it was blocked by a diaphragm. At this time, the system reminded, Host, there is danger approaching. The stewardess can't resist. Lu Jiechen snapped his eyes open. The drone inside lost control. He had an extra pan in his hand, and that bullet even reversed its original path. The stewardess could not avoid it, almost thought she was going to die. When it was too late, Lu Jiechen used the pan to block it. Man holding a long gun flying over. Lu Jiechen resistance. The two fought back and forth for a few rounds. The other side of the fierce moves. If it is not the system's defense mechanism is strong, I'm afraid that Lu Jiechen perished in this. The stewardess did not dare to shoot. This guy is not an ordinary level. Lu Jiedwan called out. You go first, I'll break the back. The stewardess was about to run out, but she didn't expect a few more people to appear, and she could feel from her aura that they weren't ordinary guys. Compared to the zombies that were fighting with Lu Jiechen, they were only stronger but not weaker. Lu Jiechen also sensed it and he called out, Go inside. The stewardess wasn't sure if the other party was joking as she asked, Are you really going in? Yes, going in. The stewardess was willing to trust this man, and she quickly ran inside, and although Lu Jiechen didn't detect anything weird inside, he followed on his hind feet just to make sure he was safe. A few of the half-human, half-zombie ones also wanted to chase after them. However, they were stopped by a voice. Who gave you guys the guts? Dare to enter anywhere, is it? After that voice, a masked man riding a Tibetan mastiff appeared, and the people present knelt down one by one as the man continued. They can't come out if they go in. If they can come out, then we won't be their match. Everyone retreated. Lu Jiedwan and the air hostess disappeared without a trace after they went in, and the school was as quiet as if no one had ever entered. The school was still gray and nothing was there. This side of the world was like a crack in the earth. Lu Jiedwan and the air hostess were nowhere to be found in this crack.